Good morning. Just a quick shout out then. Helena James, PAC 5 and PhD 55. Could you make your way over to the hospitality and race control area as soon as possible, please, to see Joan? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here is your 5-minute warning to make your way down to the start line to take part in this morning's opening ceremony. We'll be kicking off the ceremony with a parade lap of the champions of yesteryear. before then divulging into a few more parades around this wonderfully displayed Castle Oyd Raceway venue.
Everyone did, I think. Right, looking for any past champions, please. If you haven't already done so, can you make your way down to the start line as soon as possible? We've got a very well-deserved parade. We met some of you last night. We'd like to meet a few more this morning. But if you can make your way down to the start line, please. Any past national ladies or junior champion, then we've got 40 years worth. We've got we have got truck and trailer down here, so you haven't got to walk around the track. That's the good news. The bad news is you might have to chat to me as we go round. But yeah, it would be great to get as many of you as possible down here at the start line, please. So past champions, down to the start line, please. Thank you very much.
Well, a very warm welcome to sunny South Wales, and it's not very often we get to say that here, really. But yesterday was an absolutely lovely day, and we were saying all day, it's got to be hot for it to be warm here, and it was absolutely such a scorcher yesterday. We are getting ready to kick off the 2024 Ladies and Juniors National Autograss Championships. If you look to our left, or towards the start line, then you will see a fairly large congregation now beginning to meet down at the start line. We are going to be seeing marshals making their way onto the track because we are aiming for a 9 a.m. prompt start. The majority of you will probably know I'm Gareth Jones, and I'll be working alongside Steve Langley to take you through this morning's opening ceremony. We were scheduled to have another voice from the past as well, helping us out with the opening ceremony, but unfortunately, the voice of Fives and Sounds for very many years, Dave Walker, is unfortunately unable to join us, but it would have been lush, absolutely lush, to have Dave with us here this weekend. He was very keen to be a part of last night's 40th anniversary celebrations. He was also very keen to be a part of this morning's opening ceremony. And even though he was offered, he didn't really want to be part of this weekend's commentary team. And I've got to say, on paper, this weekend's commentary team is almost as good as you'll find anywhere. And I'm sure that each and every commentator will do their utmost to bring you the best entertainment throughout the course of the next 50 hours or so. So we are shortly going to see the truck that's down on the start line begin to move for the parade of past national champions. So I don't know if Steve can hear me, but I'll be handing you straight to Steve because he will be guiding you through and interviewing some of the past champions that have collated down there at the start line. So Steve, over to you. Okay, so Steve probably can't hear me because there's no speaker down there. So yeah, this isn't going to go to plan possibly, but yeah, I can waffle on for a bit more until the truck actually makes it onto the track. So yeah, we will be having 3 parade laps throughout the course of the next 40 minutes or so. The first one will be for the champions of yesteryear, the champions throughout the course of the 40 years of the standalone Ladies and Juniors National Championship event. We certainly did kick off things in a really good way last night. We've heard lots of good positive feedback. A lot of the lady racers very appreciative that we have put this effort into the 40th anniversary nationals. And a few of them came up and said that it was nice to see that the league and the hosts had put as much effort into this event as they would have the men's. So as far as this weekend is concerned, then I'll be taking you through Class 1s, 3s and the Junior F600s. Mickey B will be taking you through class 5 and 7. That's pretty standard. And then we've got the junior specials. They'll be taken you'll be taken through with Steve Langley and with Finn Shepherd. As with 80 drivers signed on, then there'll be 5 races in each half. Well, for the first round of qualifying at the very least. Then it'll be Steve taking you back through class 9s. Lewis Richards, another local commentator here, will be taking you through the first half of the junior saloons, class 2 and class 4, before he hands to Tim to take you through the second half of the junior saloons. And Steve, you're ready to talk, so I'll be quiet.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are about to start the parade of national champions past for the previous 40 years here at the Ladies and Juniors. I've got the great honour, and it is an honour, though I'm holding on tight, to be riding round with some of them. We got them split over sort of like 3 vehicles, so we will try and chat to as many people as we can as we make our way round. So, yeah, and making our way round we are. So, Donna, there we go. We spoke to you last night, but you just happened to be stood right in front of me. So, there we go. So, there we go. Looking forward to today?
Yeah, just give it my best and give it my best shot. That's all I can do, I suppose, isn't it?
So, yeah, absolutely. And great honour to be coming round as a past champion.
Yeah, it is. It was one of the best days of my life, apart from when my girls were born, so...
So, no, absolutely, very good. Right, so all the people hiding at the back thinking I'm not going to get to them. Yeah, see, I got long arms. Sarah, there we go. I think yeah, come on, we didn't get to speak to you last night. So, just remind me, or remind us, your national champion achievements.
Ladies class 4, 2011 at Withington.
So, there we go. And what was the car that you were driving?
So it was a mini saloon, NR9.
Right. And still racing nowadays?
Yep, I'm racing today. Racing this year with the men's class 5. So I have sort of, gone over to the dark side, shall we say?
Absolutely, yeah. Come on, I know it's early in the morning, but come on, give them plenty of encouragement as we make our way round. Right, here's a lady we didn't get to speak to last night either, Mrs. Chilvers. Yes, hello. So, yeah, Angie, you're going to have a busy weekend. I know you're working in pits control rather than racing, but in terms of nationals achievements?
2001 and 2004.
So this is going to make you feel old. So first one, 23 years ago.
Yes, thank you, Steve. Yeah. I was 7 at the time.
But still racing or waiting for a car?
Next year in class 3.
Right, but I'm sure... There we go. But I'm sure you're going to be cheering because Sarah's racing today, isn't she? So, yes, so you'll be... Sarah's, we're going to ask one to work her way back. Sarah Almack. Can't we? Yes, come on. I don't bite, honest. So, Sarah, all the way down from Yorkshire Dales. So... again, sort of like remind us. There we go. Yeah, plenty of cheering as we come along the top. So remind us then, Sarah, your national achievements.
I won Class 6 in 2013 and 2014.
And this year you're racing?
In Class 3 and Class 7.
And of that, probably difficult question to answer, but of those, then you got a favourite class?
I prefer the 7, I think, because I've had more time in it.
So... Okay, so jolly good. Yeah, I appreciate you're a long way from home, but yeah, wish you all the best on that one. So yeah, let's go through all the Sarahs. I can see a trot. There we go. Yeah, you see, avoided you last night as well. So yeah, a defending champion as well.
Yep, definitely. Class 9 defending.
And just racing the Class 9 this year, or another class as well?
I'll be racing Class 6 and 9 this year.
And favourite class out of those?
Ooh, tricky. I don't know. I'll let you know on Sunday.
That's it, yeah, whichever one you win. Yeah, let's give us some cheering on as we come down in front of here. That's it. That's it, absolutely. So, you lot are really glad that I stood here. Right, Nicola, we'll see if we can get Nicola Jessie to the front as well. Because you're never short of a few words. So, so Nicola got a few national achievements.
Yeah, a couple in Class 1 and then a few in Class 5 and one in Class 8.
And this year then campaigning 2 cars.
5 and 9 going up against Trotty.
So there we go. Don't see you in the single-seater quite so often, but you enjoy your single-seater racing?
Yeah, really love it. It's quite exciting just to get in something new and different, yeah.
And certainly the Wise 44 machine looking well on form. I know your dad had a great run at the men's nationals.
Yeah, he did really well. That was his 70th birthday, so did pretty well for a 70-year-old, yeah.
So I'm not going to put any pressure on you, but we know the car's on form then. So, and I'm sure you will be. Let's have a cheer as we come back down towards pits. So yeah, to each one of you, then many, many congratulations, whether your achievement was last year or going back a fair few more years. Well done, ladies and juniors, past national champions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much then, Steve. Yeah, a great interview there as the past champions made their way around the circuit. As we can see, the non-natural dust repellent is now being put down on the Castlehyde Raceway. The next parade then will be for the best turned out machines of the weekend. So there we will be seeing 4 cars making their way onto the circuit. If anybody is down there, just to pull them forward onto the line, because the best turned out saloon special and of course the junior categories as well are going to be making their way around the circuit very, very shortly. I have great pleasure in announcing that the winner of the best turned out junior saloon is Rhys Tipton in Ludlow number 1. The best turned out junior special is that of TJ Houlihan in West Waterford 58. The best turned out lady saloon, and I know she's going to have to rush across from the parade of past champions and jump into the Yorkshire Dales 46 machine, because the best turned out saloon this weekend is going to be presented to Sarah Chilvers, the driver of Yorkshire Dales 46, and the winner or the recipient of the best turned out special award is Josie Tompkinson in Scunthorpe 53. And there's another one of our past champions that will make the way from the trailer into their cars, because very shortly we will see the 4 best turned out machines presented this weekend making their way onto the circuit. Then there will be, of course, the parade of club members, club representatives, and really anybody to do with the clubs within NASA. But if we can then get somebody down there, if you can actually hear me, to prompt the 4 best turned out saloon drivers, well, best turned out drivers, to make their way onto the circuit for their parade lap. And before we really kick things off with the racing this weekend, then we'd like, as a league, to play a massive thank you to everybody that's actually supported in the advance preparations for this weekend. Obviously, we saw on Thursday night that the Nationals 24 sign, Evesham Autograss Club, had a big shout out on social media for that, and that's what you're actually seeing on the screen if you're joining us on the live stream at the moment. But we are going to have the best turned out machines over the weekend. In theory, they should be on the track by now, but they're not quite yet. So yeah, in theory, that's the next parade lap that we're going to have. And it is going to be the junior saloon of Rhys Tipton in Ludlow number 1. That, of course, is the Yaris. And we're slowly but surely seeing the Mini die out within the junior category, and, of course, in Class 1. And more and more Yarises being ultra competitive in the class as well. We're slowly, in all honesty, we're seeing the Micra as well, unfortunately, not being quite as competitive as some of the Yarises that are making their way in the class. But it looks like we're going to have a change of plan then, because it looks like the parade of the club representatives are going to make their way around the circuit. So we will be going through all the clubs in alphabetical order, if I can remember them. I have programs with me. So, yeah, I'm just going to sort themselves out. But, yeah, we're going to begin, well, with the letter A. And we're going to go to the Wiltshire League, because the Wiltshire League has 3 clubs involved in, in 4 now, in that league. And the Athelston Club, based down in the southwest, not really that far from Bristol, is the first club that we're going to be mentioning this weekend. They have been without a track as a standalone club for a number of seasons now, but they are part of the Wiltshire League, and they obviously as much of a share of that league as any of the other clubs. Then we've got the ARC club, the Abram Race Club, that started out as Anthems back in the 70s, but a name change, I think, in the early 90s for the ARC club. And they are part of the Northwestern Autograss Association. Then we go to one of the biggest clubs, biggest leagues within the National Autograss Sport Association. We go to the West Midland League, and the first of their 5 clubs, the Border Counties Club, where we all had a good weekend last weekend. But Border Counties, of course, we'll be seeing a fair representation of the Border Counties Club here this weekend. They'll be flying the flag for the BC prefix. Then we go to the second club within the Wiltshire League, and a fairly new club within that league. It is the Breeden Hill Club, and the BH Club then also having a fair share of representation here this weekend. The second club then within the West Midland League is the Cumdee Club. They have raced at the Ovals for nigh on 35, 40 years, and again, one of the best venues, I reckon, in the sport of national autograss racing, and I think we'll be possibly heading back there for one of the major events in 2026. Yeah, before then, my first memory of going to Cumdee is when they raced at, just outside Cairo, and I think MacDeely ended up in one of the tennis courts at one point. But yeah, that's one of my finest memories of the Cumdee Club. Then we head to the furthest point almost from South Wales. We head all the way over to the east, to the Cambridge Club, a part now of the East Anglian League. They are the only track within that league at the moment, and they, of course, hosted the Ladies and Juniors Nationals just last year. The Concord Autograss Club, I'm not sure if that club still exists or whether it has now actually officially folded, but last year they were part of the East Anglian League alongside Cambridge and St Neots, and they used to race down further south off the peninsula of the East Anglian coast, but Concord Essex CE will be flown the flag, but not this weekend, I don't think. But we then go to the first of the Southern Irish clubs, the Southern Ireland Autograss League, one of the biggest leagues within NASA, second, I think, to South Wales, with 197 drivers. And the Cork Club then, the first of the Southern Ireland clubs. And every time the Cork Club or anybody from the Southern Ireland League put anything on to social media, I'm actually fascinated to see that pitch in the middle of the track. That is something that really is something worth seeing. And then we go then to the first of our host clubs this weekend. Obviously, the South Wales League have 5 clubs involved within our league, and the first of them is the Carmarthen Club. The CM flag will be flown this weekend. There are a number of Carmarthen champions over there as part of the parade, and we will see them in action officiating this weekend. Then, unfortunately, nobody from the Central Scotland Club will be racing this weekend, but it is always important to give a shout out to our Scottish friends. And even though it is one of the smallest leagues within NASA, then there are a certain handful of members that always travel to all the major meetings. So yeah, Central Scotland, the CS flag will be flown. Unfortunately, not this weekend, but it gets flown anywhere. Then we go then to the second club on the list from within the Southern Ireland Autograss League. We go to Carlow, a track that's based about an hour and a half on the other side of Rosslare. I've had the privilege of seeing my car race there many, many moons ago, and the Carlow Club always very, very well representative. I don't think there has ever been a Carlow national champion within the ladies and juniors event, but there will be some who will be eager to put their names to that title and to put their names down in the history books this weekend. Then we go then to one of the first Northern Irish clubs. 2 clubs make up the Northern Ireland Autograss League, and the first of them is the Causeway Club. We always see John Wilde in Class 5, don't we, representing the club in the men's. Not sure how many ladies and juniors we've got entered to represent the club here this weekend, but it is always worth reminding, and I think that it's possibly one of the only leagues that are represented next to each other on an alphabetical order list of clubs, because the next club that we go to is the Down Autograss Club, and I know there are certainly a fair few junior specials from the Down Club that have made their way over this weekend. There is also a few from Class 1 as well who will be trying to fly the flag for Down. Then we go to Evesham. Obviously, anybody that races at the MAP or within the MAP League will know about Evesham, and they are looking to take on next year's Ladies and Juniors Nationals event, and we're pretty sure with the effort they put into the men's that that will be an absolutely outstanding event as well. Next up then we go to one of the first Gloucestershire League clubs, and we go to the Forest of Dean Club, and next on the list as well is the Gloucester and District Club, a fully historic league there, and they always say, don't they, that jalopy racing started down in the southwest, and those 2 clubs would be high among the list of the oldest clubs within the sport of national autograss racing. Hereford then, another club based within the West Midland League. Unfortunately, they lost their track, didn't they, at the end of last year. But Hereford, they took on the Ladies and Juniors event, I think 2 or 3 years ago. And they put on, as always, a super event. Then we go then to another club on another league that's one of the furthest points away from here. We go to Invicta Kent, and we will see plenty cars flying the flag for the IK club this weekend. Then we head for the first time then to the East Midland League, and again one of the smallest clubs within NASA is the Leicester Club. I think just 6 drivers representing the club so far this year, but the Leicester Club will be represented, and they will fly the flag, they'll fly the banner with the letter L. Then we go to Leeward, a part again of the North Western Autograss Association, before we look at Ludlow, Mallow and Melton and Nottingham, also a part of the East Midland League. And we're going to leave the list just for now while the paraders then just go down past commentary, and we'll always be kicking off, as always, on the house track with the South Wales Autograss League, and it's Caris Thomas there and David Jones that are flying the flags for the South Wales Autograss League, and who else but Michaela to carry the flag for the PAC club. So yeah, fair representation there from the host club this weekend, all in their pink high-vises. And didn't realise we were such a sexist league down here in South Wales, but they say that pink is the ladies and juniors colour, isn't it? So, South Wales League done and dusted. And we've mentioned Carmarthen, we haven't mentioned PAC or PhD, Tivy or Swansea, but they're the 5 clubs that make up the 5 clubs within the South Wales Autograss League. Then the first club from away, we haven't mentioned so far, they're from the CGTRO League, and we are, as always, happy and very proud to see the flags being flown for the Scunthorpe District Motorsport Club. Obviously, they've based their home at the Blighton Airfield for very many years. We started our season off there this year, to be honest, with a 2-day memorial meeting for Nigel Thompson. There's a Scarborough driver in the middle of them as well. And Vicky Appleton we'll be seeing flying the flag for North Shropshire in the Class 5 a little bit later on. We got flags being flown for Cambridge. Again, they hosted the Ladies Nationals, I think, last year. And a good job they did as well. Then we've got the St Neots Club, and they're there representing the East Anglian League. Next up then, Who have we got? We've got the Yorkshire League, the small but mighty. I really don't know why they call themselves the small but mighty, because they are, as a standalone club, one of the strongest clubs within the sport of national autograss racing. The Scarborough Club, they fly the flag under the prefix S number Y. And we will hear plenty about Scarborough later on, because Mickey B will be taking us through the Class 5s and Class 7s, and there is no commentator more proud of their own club than Mickey B. Then we are seeing the representation of the York Autograss Club. They're just going down in front of us at this moment in time. They obviously share the league with White Rose, a club that I'm hearing good things about at the moment as far as cooperation between the league is concerned. But we are also seeing the flag for the Dales League and the Yorkshire Dales Autograss Club. And we've got one of the stalwarts of autograss out there just passing us at the moment. Sue Nichols, are you going to give us a wave? No, you're not. So then we go to the North Shropshire Grass Track Club. They are part of the Shropshire League and the Shropshire Autosport Association. They share their league, of course, with Star. Before we then go, what's Julie doing with White Rose? As Julie Hawthorne-Fernier, though, making their way down. She obviously will be racing in the Class 7 a little bit later on. Then we go to Melton, again a part of the East Midland League, alongside Nottingham, Leicester and Pennine. Then we've got Ian Stevenson there, past national champion in the men's category, of course, a current chairman of the White Rose Club, and he is flying the flag as they make their way back down past us and towards the start line. Who have we got next? We've got representation, well, it's pretty much one family, to be honest. Representation from the Mallow Club. We've got the Cusacks there flying the flag in front of us here in commentary, being led by Ma, of course. Yeah, let's give him a wave. And we will see Brittany racing in the Class 3 for the first time at the Ladies Nationals later on. Who else have we got there? We got more Southern Irish representation. Is it Jasmine's first time too? No, it's not. Then we got more Southern Irish representation, because we got representation from the West Waterford Club, of course. They race just at their home, just outside the Lismore at Ballysaggart, and they will be welcoming you with open arms next weekend to their fastest person on Irish grass meeting. And who have we got next? We got then the Border Counties Club, being led by Kesney Adams down towards us, and she will be in action in Class 7 a little bit later on. We've got Sean Bradford there as well, or is it Owen that's walking down? He is flying high this season within the British Autograss Series, and I'm sure there's no pressure on young Bradford at all, but they will be trying their utmost. More Irish representation then joining the Border Counties crew. Then we've got, what's on that one? Is that the map? No, that's the Gloucestershire Autograss flag there. And like we said earlier, the Gloucestershire Autograss League this year being represented by 3 clubs, the Forest of Dean Club, the Gloucester and District Club, and obviously Penhow have switched into the Gloucestershire League for the last couple of seasons. And then it looks like we are then coming towards the end of the parade of the club representations, and I think that's possibly it is the Radford Club, because we got the Stedmans back there just taking the dogs for a walk. It is an excuse, isn't it? But yeah, the Radford Club being represented there by 3 of the drivers. Who's on the inside? Okay, and the one on the inside then is Evesham. But so yeah, Evesham's and Radford then representing the MAP League. And like we said earlier about the Evesham Club, they will be hosting next year's Ladies Nationals event. So it looks like the first few the representatives then are back there on the start line. So we are now ready to introduce and celebrate the recipients of this year's Best Turned Out machines. So heading up to about 7:45. So if we can get somebody down there to prompt the 4 best turned out cars onto the track. First of all, we've got Rhys Tipton, the best turned out junior saloon, and he'll be flying the flag for the Ludlow Club this weekend. That is the blue Yaris. That is the first car down there, down on the start line really. And then we got the Class 5 of Sarah Chilvers, Yorkshire Dales 46. Pictures of this car went online at the start of the week, and it did look like a stunning bit of kit, even though probably the actual shell has been reworked. Pretty much all cars built pretty much to the same standard, to the same form this in this era of national autograss racing. And it's really only the shell and the stickers that actually do really make a difference. But yeah, it's a stunning bit of kit down there and being taken around the Castleloyd Raceway this weekend in the very, very capable hands of Sarah Chilvers. Then we go to the Southern Ireland League, because the winner of the Best Turned Out Junior Special is that of TJ Houlihan. And he will be racing in his first nationals this weekend behind the wheel of the West Waterford 58 machine. And the one that we haven't mentioned, then the Class 10 of Josie Tompkinson, Scunthorpe 53, the Best Turned Out Special. So they will make their way shortly around this Castleloyd Raceway. And we will also have a parade, I believe, of this year's defending champions as well. So, like we have said, it was a lovely warm day here yesterday, and for it to be warm here at this track, it's got to be hot. So yeah, we have Caldy Island in full vision, and we have, well, managed so far to take you through a very good opening ceremony, we believe. And as always, it's all about sentiment at these events. And there are many thousand over the years that have tried to take home a trophy at a national championship event, and many have actually, like myself, failed to even get there. So, yeah. So I think the club representatives then are just being called forward for a group photo down there on the start line. And it is heading towards 10 to 8. So we will go, if Geraint is within earshot, we might as well go with the anthems and do them as a bit of a fill. And then we will talk them through the parade when it actually gets going.
Victorious, happy
vehicles here presented at the 2024 South Wales League Ladies and Juniors Nationals. And TJ needs to put the car in gear in the West Waterford 58 machine. So we'll kick off with the Junior Special. That belongs to TJ Julian. Like we said, TJ will be racing the car at his first Ladies and Juniors Nationals event. And I'm sure there's plenty of people there to take photos and make this a memorable event for a debutant here this weekend. And yeah, it's always lush and always good to see that the juniors have something to actually remember their first event. And again, it's very much all about sentiment at these kind of events, because regardless of where you race, what you race, where you come from, what you do for a living, the National Autograss Championship events, hopefully for a very long time, will remain to be the events within the sport of National Autograss racing. The second presentation then has just been made to Rhys Tipton, the driver of the Ludlow #1 machine, and he is the recipient of the Best Turned Out Junior Saloon. Then we go into the adults category here this weekend. The recipient of the Best Turned Out Saloon will go to Sarah Chilvers, driving the Yorkshire Dales 46 machine. The mini pickup there looking stunning in the sunlight here at sunny South Wales. I'm gonna keep saying sunny South Wales for as long as I absolutely can, because it doesn't happen all that often. But yeah, Sarah Chilvers having her photo taken there alongside the Bodyworks team, and picking up the trophy for the Best Turned Out Saloon. And I'm sure that Sarah will be putting as much pressure on herself as anybody else will to take home another trophy this weekend as well. Before then, the recipient of the Best Turned Out Special, that is Josie Tompkinson. She's here to defend her Class 10 title this year, and she's there with Lindsay Mullen and I think Lexi in the middle of the track to be presented with the Best Turned Out trophy for the special. And she's been told to model in front of the Class 10 by Ian Stevenson. And then the four cars, the four drivers, will make their way back into the pits. And then before too long, the marshals, to be fair to them, have been in place for a very long time. We will shortly have Class 1 vehicles making their way to the line, because we are about 6 minutes away from 9 o'clock. We are hoping, obviously, for a 9 a.m. prompt start. But once again, if you are trackside as these cars make their way back to the pits, then give them a big, big round of applause. They are, of course, TJ Julian behind the wheel of West Waterford 58. He's just jumping back into the Junior Special to lead the parade of these four cars back down towards the start line. We will see them obviously in action, and we don't want to be biased at all, but they've already won a trophy, and let's hope that they can possibly pick up more trophies, and if not trophies, then decent results across the course of the weekend. TJ then will lead the field back to the pits, so we'll go back to the two anthems that we haven't done, and then when we have the parade of the national champions, we'll guide you through that one as well.
The day and come the hour of the power and the glory. We have come to answer our country's call on the 4 grand provinces of Ireland. Ireland, Ireland, together standing tall, shoulder to shoulder, we'll answer Ireland's call. Ireland, Ireland, together standing tall, shoulder to shoulder, we'll answer Ireland's call. We'll answer Ireland's call.
So we are seeing very rapidly going around this Castle Lloyd Raceway because there's somebody very, very eager to get going at 9 o'clock. But yeah, the defending champions then have made their way around around the circuit. The defending champion of Class 1, Jess Conway, she's here once again, flying the flag for Evesham, but obviously a racer within the CGTRO League. She'll be down there to defend her title in Class 1. We will have a new champion in Class 3 because unfortunately Nicola Saint isn't here to join us, and we will have a new champion in Class 5 because Laura Blaber's not down on the list as well. Julie Hawthorne-Fernier will be trying to defend her title in Class 7, and Sarah Trott will be trying to defend her champion in Class 9. We've already seen him on the track in the Ludlow 1 machine, and Rhys Tipton will be trying to defend his title in the junior saloons. Vicky Robbins in St Neots 34. Not sure if she's here in St Neots number 1. No, she's not down on the list. So we will have a new champion in Class 2. Charlotte Singleton will be trying to defend her championship in Class 4. Sophie Eggleton will be trying to defend her championship in the Stock Hatch. Nicola Olsen, well, she'll be racing in Class 7 this year, so we'll have a new champion in Class 6. Then we have a debutant champion in the F600 category in both the ladies and the juniors. We'll have Claire Horner trying to defend her title in Class 8, Josie Tonkinson in the Class 10, and Max Holtby in the Junior Specials. We've had 3 anthems, now it's time to go through the best one of them all as we go through Hen Wlad Fy Nhadau, the Welsh National Anthem.
Oh, right, here we go.
There we are, we come to a premature climax then. But that does officially, I think, bring to a close the opening ceremony here for the 2024 Ladies and Juniors National Championships. We have been live for the last 45 minutes or so. We've had a couple of messages coming in saying that they're loving listening to the anthems. It's not often we do stuff like this, but yeah, saying that they're loving listening to the anthems and adding a great touch to the event. We have Class 1 machines making their way down towards the holding lanes. So very, very shortly, we will go racing and we will kick off the event in fine style. The commentary team joining me this weekend then, I'll be taking you through classes 1 and 3 before we hand you to Mr. Steve Langley, the voice, or the authoritative voice of Autograss Racing. He'll be taking you through the first half of the junior specials before then we hand over to the voice from the East Coast League and the Scarborough Club, Mickey B. What other commentator would take you through classes 5 and 7. We are joined then by one of the youngest commentators within the sport of National Autograss Racing. He has done a fair few meetings over the last couple of months, and Finn Shepherd will be joining us on the team to take you through the second half of the junior specials before we hand you back to Steve to take you through the 2 heats in the first round of qualifying of Class 9s. Then we'll be handing you over to Lewis Richards, who will be taking you through the first half of the junior saloons, the Class 2s and the Class 4s. before Tim Jones, the voice of the West Midland League, then will take you through the second half of the junior saloons, the stock hatches and the class sixes. Then we're going to have Paul Glover, who's going to be taking you through the F600 category. Paul is obviously a racer within the F600, and he will probably know more about the machines than anybody else combined. And then we will be happy to have back on the mic by default, because the commentator that was scheduled to do him hasn't turned up. But we will be welcoming back Liam Williams to take you through the classes 8 and 10s as we go through the course of the qualifying this morning. So we will have a little bit of a chat with Mickey B. How was your journey down?
Okandar, everyone. Okandar.
What does that mean?
I ain't got the foggiest, but this morning it just came in my head and I thought, that sounds Welsh. I'm going to try that.
Okandar. Was that Okandar?
Okandar.
Isn't that the ice cream? The German ice cream?
Is that? All right, okay. Well, it's very nice, and there are other ice creams available.
Yeah, we're not going to go into product placement this early in the day, are we?
No, I'll tell you what, we've been on tour, me and Gilly. We set off over a week ago, went down to the old man's down at Bexcellence, and then have come back via this beautiful place. It's a fantastic setting. Went down on the beach yesterday and had me toes in the water. The one thing that I think is different between Scarborough and the beach down there, I didn't see any floating nappies. So there you go. That's
I was going to say the chips are probably cheaper.
No, but I'm honest. Anyone who went down there, I'm sure there was loads of racers that went down yesterday. The sea, I don't think I've been in a warmer sea apart from when I've been to the Caribbean. It was like a bath.
How many pirates did you see down there?
I know, yeah. The Pirates of Pendine. Okay.
Yeah, and if there's lots gone from this wheel, there will certainly be pirates down there.
No, but it's great. I think we've been blessed. We do joke about the weather sometimes, but we know that when the sun's out and the forecast is good and I can see Monk Island, then we know that we're in for what is going to be a cracking, and it's the 40th. That's the 40th running of the Ladies and Junior Nationals, so really privileged to be invited down and be part of the team. Always privileged to get that invite, and looking forward to some real cracking races. And I can't really. I know people do predictions and that like that. I steer clear of that because
you can't upset anybody.
I know. Well, apart from that, but I just find it so hard. There's so many different races and styles, and each track is different. This one, by the way, I remember it's probably one of my best commentaries. I don't know if you remember. I think you were down here, and it was a Class 7 final here. And it was just one of those finals that it was nip and tuck, and they were changing who was leading and coming round. And I think it involved, it was Cameron Mills and Craig Campshall, wasn't it? Yeah. And honest, damn, my voice held up. I think it was just about to break, like as it did when I was about 12. Hello. My mum looked at me and went, "Oh my life, it's happened.
It's happening. It's happening."
Yeah, so, but no, I think as a commentator, I think what you're looking at is the races. When people say, "Oh, that was great commentary," no, what was great was the race. All we had the privilege was just talking it around the track, and I think plenty of that as well. There's quite an emotive one as well in the ladies' fives this weekend, which I'll tell you more about when we get round to the fives. But looking forward to. A great nationals. Steve, I think I'm looking over in the far field, and I've got my animals sorted. Steve's going to be really impressed, right?
Yeah.
The cows are there. I've known that. And
are you looking in the right field?
Yes, I am.
What are them white things over there? What are them white things over there?
Oh, God, if I got it wrong.
Not this time.
Now, if I remember rightly, they all, like, at a certain time, they all kind of go, right, Mabel, it's milking time. Let's go and get squeezed. Who misses?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and they all kind of go off in like a, side by side. It's like Noah's Ark, because they're going up the hill, going to be milked, and then they'll be back a little bit later. But, so what are you looking forward to, Gareth?
Again, I still think it's lush to get asked to do these kind of events. The ladies and juniors are always a big highlight, but for me personally, I didn't care what class I commentated on this weekend, but I did want to be the first commentator to ever commentate on a junior F600 final at the Nationals. So it's not only the drivers that are going to be putting their names down in a bit of history this weekend, because we'll be doing the same.
Ah, brilliant. And it's nice that you spoke a bit of Welsh there. You said lush. So I'm going to come back. Tidy.
Yeah, okay. And that's not the first time we'll hear those words this weekend,
No, it will be not, no. Or rock-I-do, or anything like that, you know.
I don't know. We haven't got any Scottish racers here this weekend,
well, I'm going to make one
You're
anyway.
You're going to make one up, are you?
yeah, that's it. No, I think... F600s, by the way, the juniors. In the as me and Gareth have done a few rounds of bass together this year, and the F600 numbers for the juniors, it's the first year, you know. So it's like anything, you know, it will start to grow. But when you look at, we had I think 4 racing. I think Alfie Ross in there. I think that was the move of the weekend for us a couple of weekends ago. Came round the outside, but there was. They're quick, these lads, and I think it was a right decision, by the way, is that when you've got youngsters that have hit that kind of age at 14, you know, they've had at least, you know, 2 or 3 years in a J-spec and want to go for a little bit of extra speed. That step up progression going into maybe a class 8 or a 9 or a 10, because that from when Callum steps out the junior specials at 16, he went straight into an 8. And I think if we had the F600, you know what? He would have had the privilege because me and him could have shared it.
Yeah,
you know?
and this weekend we've got a full lineup, I think, for the first time in any meeting of juniors in F600. So we've got 8 signed on, and they will provide some ultra-close racing over the course of their 3 rounds of qualifying, obviously.
And we were just talking there about like sharing of cars. You know, it was obviously synonymous with like the class 1s that, you know, Dad could race it in the men's, you know, the mum could race it in the ladies, and then you had the juniors, like, so it was a whole family affair in one car, right? Yeah. Round the dinner table on a Sunday, right, if someone had smashed it up, like, Dad's taken it out and wrecked it, right? You know, he's in the doghouse, isn't he, you know?
But that is one aspect of the sport that is great, isn't it? It's the fact that a full family can share a car, but also when things like that happen, then obviously it does have a negative effect.
And you know what? It's a real privilege as well to have, I'm not sure if he's going to follow me, but I need everyone to get behind. When we get Mr. Paul Glover coming on to do commentary, it has to be Mr. Lover, Paul Glover. And I've missed saying that, but Paul is out at the 600 himself, isn't he? He races and shares it now with Rosemary. By the way, Rosemary's still the quicker driver. you know, but God loves a trier.
Seeing as we're a little bit on put-downs, I just had a message of Aaron Spencer, who says, you look a little bit like Gokwan in that shirt. You need help wearing it, apparently.
Look, this is my summer top.
Okay.
This is it.
This is your Pendine.
My Pendine Ladies and Juniors 40th anniversary. Saturday commentating top. You know, it's Man from C&A. For those old enough to remember, there are other shops now.
Didn't they only sell knickers?
Hey?
Didn't they only sell knickers?
Oh, did they?
And also, we got a shout out from Gail Jones, Auntie Gail Junior. Is being wished a best nationals by Auntie Gail. Go out and smash it from Auntie Gail and all of your family, and it's the juniors' first nationals as well.
I think that's the wrong terminology. By the way, go out and smash it. No.
Well, yeah, okay, but they're her words, not mine.
I know.
And we then have what have we got here? We got a message from Llewella Jones, who's watching us on the live stream from France. Llewella only lives about 20 minutes up the road, but I don't know what she did to avoid coming here. She's gone to France instead.
And seems you've mentioned France, we can, for the first time, say hee-haw, hee-haw, hee-haw.
There we are. That's another one we got in.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, no, we are going to get as many nationalities in as we can.
Yeah, we've done 4. We've sung 4.
Hey, well, I didn't get the chance to sing. I've been warming my voice up. As you know, Gareth, as I call him, the voice of an angel. Absolutely lovely tone on him. And, we're hopefully going to get him doing a bit of a sing-song later.
Okay.
You know.
And we've got, well, just been handed this sheet of paper. So we need a shaft bearing for a 2002 Ford Transit, and it's a long wheelbase, in order for Jason Baker to make his way home. Well, we don't really want to keep Jason Baker here with us, so please, if anybody's got a prop shaft, go and see him.
If not, we're going to get on Amazon.
Yeah.
Hey. Hey, look, we've got Mr. Lover Paul Glover's turned up in a pink T-shirt.
Of course.
Hey?
That's the White Rose one, isn't it? Isn't that the official White Rose merch this year?
Of course we've got a pink T-shirt on, supporting the White Rose ladies and juniors. And
I just thought it was your favourite colour, mate.
I have been told it suits me.
How many times?
Only once.
If you had a pair of white shorts on, right, you could be like those sweeties. They call them squishies or squodgy.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
The drumsticks.
I don't have to come here to be insulted, you know. I can get it anywhere.
I wish I could, Paul, but... Oh, by the way, it's a big day today, albeit I've made a bit of a faux pas. Happy anniversary, Jilly. 28 years today. We walked up the aisle and she said yes. Regretted it ever since.
I would have said that was a big mistake for her.
Now, the faux pas was this: when she woke up this morning, she went, "Happy anniversary." The cards in the front, right? And I was like, oh. I said, okay.
I haven't got you a card, babe, but let's renew our vows.
I hope she's not listening, but is anyone good at drawing? I think I'm going to have to make her an anniversary card.
What's your handwriting like?
Hey?
What's your handwriting like?
If you could write it for me, right, then she'll think that, kind of like in the cards they have those soppy sentiments, don't they? Like,
calligraphy pen. We'll get a very posh calligraphy pen out and we'll do our best.
You may be small, but you are cool. Something like those kind of like affectionate words. Yeah, 28 years ago. And it was a lovely day then as well. The sun was breaking the flags. This is a true story, right? I'd hired my suit from, as you do, the top hat. Well, you want a top hat, but, it's like those taily things. Got married, went back to the reception place, and we had about half hour before lunch was served. And we all went for a kickabout in the back, right? And being a competitive footballer, I mean, obviously not now, because I'm getting old. I went in for to win the ball and a slide tackle. I got a grass stain all down my trousers.
Is it still there? Oh, yeah, the show since.
Yeah, I'll never take the trousers back. Oh, they've really worn well.
We just had a message from Roger Jefferson. Good morning, Rog. You're tuning in, obviously, I think, from home. I'm impressed Mickey B's knowledge of all things country has improved since his last visit to Red Roses. He's only read the pamphlet and read the book this morning. Don't worry about it, Rog.
Roger, I'd just like to say that I read your morning posts. Anyone else, if you get on in the morning and search Roger Jefferson on Facebook, he gets up around about, what's it, Roger? About 5:30, yeah, normally when the phone pings. And, hold on a minute.
That was quick.
Oh, I tell you what,
that was quick.
Pat, Purple Pat, right, has come in, and I don't know if you can see there, 10 mixed occasions just to say, Britt, has it got one in there? Yeah. Has it? Oh, look, these are the cards for all occasions. It says, happy anniversary. Sorry, love, I was late home from the pub.
Pat's not told you you're 30 quid now, though.
Yeah. Pat, I'll come and see you in a minute, love. So, no, back to Roger, by the way. And, 5:30, he gets up, takes the dog, and they go for a stroll. And then he comes out with these really lovely, kind of meaningful kind of, messages every morning. It's well done, Roger. Keep it going, my friend. And I'm sure you'll be cheering the girls on this weekend as well. So... obviously, Andy's got a weekend off, hasn't he? Well, when I say a weekend off, he's obviously going to be, being the pit bitch for the missus, making sure that she's on top form. And talking about top form, it looks like we've got cars coming up to the line, and I think probably let's get this thing on the road. Let's get it going. So over to the voice of an angel.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jen. Yeah, we're going to kick off shortly with the first round of qualifying of men's Class 1. Just had another message from Jody Morgan before. Did I say men's Class 1? Did I say men's Class 1?
I don't know. I was trying to get into my cars.
Okay. Yeah, no, okay. Okay, yeah, we have no men racing at all this weekend. So we're going to go racing with the first round of qualifying of ladies class 1. That, for anybody tuned in to the ladies and juniors event, would have been fairly obvious, but obviously something just slipped my mind there. But we've got a message in from Jodie Morgan, who's saying it looks absolutely lush. That's it, lush another time. It looks absolutely lush up there, Gar. Hope the weather stays like this for tomorrow. Yeah, we're all hoping exactly the same. And we're hoping to get the best possible event that we can for the Ruby celebration of the 2024 Ladies and Juniors National Champions. And I'm not going to say that because I wouldn't be there. But yeah, we are looking forward to a fascinating event for the Ladies and Juniors Nationals. We can see the non-natural dust repellent being put out onto the circuit. We're hoping that that's all the dust repellent we're going to need this weekend because we don't want any natural stuff from the sky. But we have, what have we got? I think we got 8 races coming our way in the first round of qualifying of Ladies Class 1. Our overall sponsor this weekend at the 2024 event is PRG Trailers, and unfortunately that slipped my mind throughout the course of the last 3/4 of an hour. Well, it's been an hour now, hasn't it? But for the first time this weekend then, very, very proud to give a mention out to our main sponsor, which of course is PRG Trailers. All the information regarding PRG is plastered all over your programmes. But for the first time this weekend then, we've got a yellow flag fluttering. We have many yellow flags fluttering on this side of the Castleloyd Raceway. But race 1 are down there on the line. 7 cars scheduled to start in this first race of 8. And they are Sam Box in Forest number 3. She'll be starting in grid number 6 alongside Marie Jones in Carmarthen number 30, who will be starting in lane number 7. Sam Salis, Ludlow 20, will start all the way outside in lane number 8 before we then head to the East Midland League. And Lindsay Allen, she's chosen grid number 1 in Pennine 137. Starting alongside Lindsay will be Joe Robbins in Swansea 116. Emily Retter's there, a change of colour scheme for Emily in the South Somerset 183 machine, and Charlotte Hart in Wessex number 36 will be starting in lane number 4. So that is the lineup then for the first scheduled race of the weekend. The good thing is that before we kick off the event, they're all down there. They're all ready to play in their first round of qualifying. And I tell you one thing, Lewis and myself may have to go into singing anthems full time because we had another message, and it's a lovely message from Susan Herdman, who unfortunately can't be with us this weekend, even though I know she'd give the world to be here. But some things are more important than racing. And we're all wishing Dad all the best up in hospital as well. Love, love, love the anthems. Wish I was there, but I'll watch as much as I can. Good luck to everybody. And like I say, we're all hoping that Dad is going to be A-OK as well. And we've had a message from Louise Lunt as well. She wants to wish Lacey Law and Pippa Law all the best for the weekend. Love from their best auntie as well. So yeah, that's that one done from Louise Lunt. If you want to send us a message over the course of the weekend, then you can contact us via Facebook or Messenger or whatever. I'm not as brave as Kev and going to give my number out because then you get some awkward text, don't you, in the next 24 hours or so. So, oh, do you? You risk it.
07359.
So you can text Mickey B on, what was it again?
07359.
07359
112
112
920.
920, and if you can remember that one, then you're obviously better than I am. But we've got the bar then coming onto the track. I'm sure he's going to be parked up in the centre, just because we are going to see a lot of action on the Castleloyd Raceway this weekend. And we are going to have 8 races, like I say, in this first round of qualifying of Class 1. Wickham Racing are your sponsors of men's class, ladies class 1. There's another one again. Ladies class 1s over the course of this weekend. Yeah, we're going to have some fast and furious racing. And the first lineup then have just been pulled forward to the bungee. Like we say, 7 cars, 7 drivers down there on the line. scheduled to take part, and they all leave the line. And it looks like it's been a good start from grid 8 for Sam Salis in Ludlow number 20. She's the one that momentarily led up that outside straight, but it's the car then from the Southern League of Charlotte Hart that leads through turn 1 and 2 and pops out of turn 2 on top. Down the hill they go, and we have a red flag down on the start line, but I'm not sure whether that's meant to be up or not. But we have Lindsay Allen making a move on the inside of the Charlotte Hart machine, and while she manages to do that, and we got red flags. Yes, we do have red flags out on race 1 of the first round of qualifying of ladies class 1. Not sure what that was for. Possibly a problem with the start, because that's not the way we want to continue our way through the ladies and juniors nationals. 414 drivers have actually signed on for this year's, well, they're actually signed on for this weekend. Initially, I think we ended up with about 480 entrants, so we have lost about 15% of the field. But yeah, 414 here this weekend. So a super entry for the ladies and juniors event, as the drivers then from race 1 make their way back into the pits. They will be called later on for a rerun. But race 2 are down there on the line. This one brings out then from grid 8, Sian Evans in Forest 63. From grid 1, Jill Hughes in Evesham 127. Tina Rose, Ludlow 25, will start in lane 2. Rebecca Stevens in Penhouse 75 will start in lane 3. We'll go through the rest of the field, because we're going with the second lineup of ladies class 1. So that's another slip of the tongue. And it is Emma Whittaker then in Stroud District 27 that leads up that far straight and into turn 1. Going with them, it's the Hadley machine of Rachel, and it's Seven Valley 147 that pops out to turn 2 on top, leading her way then down into the seaside turn for the first time in the 147 machine. Then the first of the Southern Ireland League here racing this weekend, and to be fair, it's as close to home as she'd probably ever feel within the sport of national autograss racing. She's there leading the chase in the West Waterford 134 machine. That, of course, is Sarah Meehan. Next up then is the MAP League machine of Jill Hughes. Evesham 127 is there in third, racing ahead of Emma Whittaker in Stroud District 27. And in that fifth spot, it is Kirsty Glover in Yorkshire Dales 170, but she's making a move up the inside of the Stroud District machine in the battle for fourth and fifth. Back in sixth then is Sian Evans, and I think this is Sian's first national event as well, behind the wheel of the Forest 63 machine. She's racing side by side with Tina Rose in Ludlow 25, and at the tail end of the field, Rebecca Stevens in Penhouse 75. But unfortunately, Rachel Hadley's picked up problems, or she jumped out of gear, because the Seven Valley 147 machine slows right down as she climbs the bank. But it's the new race leader then, Sarah Meehan, that sees that yellow rag with the black cross and moves on to her final circuit and makes her way through the start gate turn with a very hefty race leadership at the moment. Half a circuit to go of this Castle Lloyd Raceway, but she's going to go into turn 1 for the final time, and she's going to head down the hill, and she's going to see the first checkered flag of the weekend, and she'll take 55 points from her first round of qualifying. Second is going to be close, but I reckon Kirsty Glover just nips it at the last in Yorkshire Dales 170, ahead of Jill Hughes in Evesham 127. Fourth place then, Emma Whittaker in Stroud District 27 from the Ludlow 25 machine of Tina Rose from Sian and Rebecca Stevens, and in Penhouse 75, who rounded all out ahead of Rachel Hadley. She did so well, didn't she, over the first half of the race, but obviously gremlins under the bonnet of the Seven Valley 147 machine. And we're all hoping that with the form that she showed initially off the line, then that car will be back on pace for round 2 of qualifying a little bit later on. So the last car from race 2 are back into the compound safety area down towards the start line. Yellow flags waving on the Castle Lloyd Raceway. That means that we're scheduled to go with race number 3. This one brings out Hannah Lewis, Sylvie Brocklebank, Gail Davis, Lisa Smith, Emily Lodge, Rihanna Khan and Margaret Tobin. Away from the line they go then, and it is Hannah Lewis in the Athelston 212 machine that leads up the hill. Oh, we got red flags once again, so possible problems down there on the start line. And the lineup of class 3, of race 3, also make their way back in, and they will be seen for a rerun later on as well. So we did hear from race number 1 that Sam Salis in Ludlow, number 20, unfortunately picks up a black flag exclusion. We reckon that that is possibly for a jump start. And we're having a few more messages, even though we have track clearance. Yeah, we have yellow flags waving around this Castleroyd Raceway, so we will be racing very shortly. Yellow flags on the start line as well, so we're under starters' orders. I think the starter this weekend is Jo Thompson over there on the far post, and she lifts the yellow flag, the bungee lifts of race number 4. Away from the line they go, and they're going to go head-to-head into turn 1, aren't they? And it's Lowry Davis on the inside of Claire Compton. 1 from grid 1, that's Lowry. 1 from grid 8, that's Claire. But they're both door-to-door, side-by-side, down the hill past us for the first time. Lowry on their inside line. Claire tries to close the door, but there's a black flag gone out, and I think it's gone out to the Ducro machine. And unfortunately, it's Bobby Kelly in Evesham 32 that's facing oncoming traffic on entry to the start gate turn. But Claire's found an inside line through on the inside of Lowry. She goes as they go down the hill to round out their first full circuit of this Castle Lloyd Raceway. Evesham 32 then, Bobby Kelly unfortunately still there. Out of it, but out of harm's way as well, in all honesty, on the bottom part of the circuit. The race for third then between the 2 Irish clubs, and the 2 Irish drivers are the drivers of Lauren Fuller in West Waterford 299, and she's been chased hard by Jasmine Cusack in Mallow 25, and the 2 minis in 3rd and 4th before we look for a Micra in 5th. That is the Hannah Baxter machine, Breeden Hill 43, and Angela Ducro in PAC 181 towards the tail end of the field. But it is 1 more lap to go for your race leader, and she's led from lap number 2, and that is Claire Compton in Scunthorpe 951, who makes her way onto her last lap, about 4 or 5 car lengths clear now, ahead of Lowry Davis in TA number 2, and that Castrol livery is a stunning bit of kit in Class 1, and flying the flag there for the Tywee Club. The 2 Yaris's then almost out of contention of the minis at the moment, but it's 951 that takes the win from TA2. Then it's going to be Lauren Fuller that takes 3rd from Jasmine Cusack in Mallow 25. Then it'll be the Breeden Hill 43 machine of Hannah Baxter, and rounding it all out then for race 4 will be Angela Ducro in PAC 181. So we get a message then from Callum Commentary, who says, good luck everyone at the Nationals, everyone stay safe and amazing with the anthems. Surprised you didn't do the Gaelic version of the Islands anthem. Well, that was actually discussed, but we were scared that we'd offend some of them by getting the pronunciation wrong. But yeah, that's the reason that wasn't done. But I hope that we did the Irish proud with a little version of Ireland's call. But we're going racing then with race number 5 of 8 in this first round of qualifying of Ladies Class 1, and it is going to be the Tilson machine that leads into turn 1. So it's Maddie that leads the field in St. Neots number 16. She's been chased then by Maggie Webster in Invicta Kent number 1. I think we're the first one of the Kent machines that we're seeing in action here this weekend, and she's chasing hard, chasing down the leader as they climb the bank for the second time of asking. Then we've got another Irish representation and a representative there. That's Rebecca Hennebury in West Waterford 558, who races ahead of Chloe Ray in Border Counties number 150. Then back in that 5th spot in the Nottingham 184 machine, it's Ruby Turner, and she's holding off the pressure and keeping Jessica DeCrow in PAC 54 at bay for now, ahead of Neris Reeves in TA 23. And Neris deserves a big shout out. She is a South Wales League treasure, and she has been working tirelessly on the gate over the course of the last few days. But the race still very much on at the head of affairs between Betty Tilson in St. Neots 16 and Maggie Webster in IK number 1. Just about the St. Neots machine still holding on. Just 2 or 3 car lengths between the two as they make their way into the top part of the circuit for the penultimate time. But it's Betty that leads down the hill for the penultimate time then onto her last lap. St. Neots number 16 looking good for a set of maximum points in her first round of qualifying. But Webster looking for a way around the outside as they climb the bank for the final time at 16. Still holding off from 1, and Rebecca Hennebury there in that 3rd spot in 558. But Tilson manages to hold on, 55 points
points for number 16, 45 points for number 1. Rebecca Hennebury takes third in West Waterford, 558 from Chloe Ray. In BC, 150 ahead of the Nottingham 184 machine of Ruby Turner, PAC 54 of Jessica Ducrow, and Neris Reeves in TA 23. So the runners and riders then making their way back into the pits. So we believe and assume that race 5 is clear. Race 6 is down there on the line. This one brings out who we got in grid 8. We got Faye Steventon in grid 8 in North Shropshire 84. She starts alongside Jane Knight in Invicta Kent number 2. So in this first round of qualifying of ladies class 1s, then we've got consecutive numbers from the Kent Club. We got 1 and 2 out in races 5 and 6. From grid 7 then we got Jane Knight as mentioned in IK number 2. Then we got a gap in lane number 6. Imogen Morris in Cumdee number 1 will start in lane number 5. Next to Emma Tobin in West Waterford 96, who starts in lane 4. Nia Jones in TA 25 will start in lane number 3. Then we got Vicky Tilson in St Neots 296, who starts in lane 2. And Sophie Sheehan in PAC 33 will start in lane number 1. And that, if you're watching the live stream at home, then you will be well, you've got the best view of the start line absolutely anywhere, and they're down there poised, ready and waiting for the tractor and bar to do its work there on the far side of the circuit. And I'm sure it's Barry on that. He's going to make his way then back into the centre of this Castleroyd Raceway with unfortunately the drivers on the line don't want to see it, but it's something that's going to have to be done this weekend, and we are going to have to douse the track with the non-natural dust repellent solution. And I think that as that racing line is beginning to emerge on both sides of the track, then it's going to be some water being put down on that inside line and on the cones, just going to try and keep the drivers at bay. Hi Mickey B, can you say a massive good luck to Tina Hilton, Kelly Reid and Jacob Pratt from Emmy Alfie and all the Morehouses watching at home. Good luck guys, thank you. That's done, that's another tick in the box then. And I think I got another message as well. Who have I got a message from? I got a message. Morning, Gareth. Can you give a big shout out to B23H and B125H? Good luck from Bear Tech Racing. And I know those two cars will be racing in the stock hatches. So Kim Gardner and Elise Musto. Then Bear, wishing you all a big, big shout out. Good luck to Maggie Webster. Well, we've already seen her taking 45 points from her first round of qualifying. But good luck to Maggie Webster, IK1, who got to the finals last year in the juniors. And this year has moved to the ladies from Mum Annabelle in Kent. Yeah, well, like I say, there's only one way that her first round of qualifying could have been better. But if you can keep up with SN16, then you know you've got a competitive car in ladies class 1. And then, okay then. So a change of name. So it's Maggie and Betty's and Juniors. Okay, so yeah, thank you. We'll change that on the paperwork, and we will correct that by lane number 2. So we're away and we're racing then with race number 6 of this first round of qualifying of ladies class 1. Wickham Racing are your sponsors throughout the course of the 3 rounds of qualifying this weekend, and it is Sophie Sheehan in PAC 33. So another one of the home league drivers here flying the flag for the South Wales League this weekend, and she's there. She's out in race control at the moment, but leading down the chase is Faye Steventon in the North Shropshire 89 machine. Imogen Morris then from the West Midland League and the Cumdee Car Club is there in that 3rd spot in Cumdee number 1, and the biggest battle on the track at the moment is for that 4th spot between Jane Knight in IK number 2 and Nia Jones in TA 25, and they're going to make it a 3-way tussle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, because Jane Knight favours that wide outside line, but unfortunately not managing to make it stick this time. Nia Jones through the middle of the pack though in the TA 25 machine, just about gets her front end into that 3rd position, but that battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th isn't going to matter too much to your race leader, because it is Faye Steventon. No, it's not Faye Steventon at all. It's Sophie Sheehan in PAC 33 that continues to lead this one. Faye Steventon is there in that 2nd spot in North Shropshire 89. And Jane Knight now getting back into the thick of it in that 3rd position with Nia on her inside shoulder. Door to door for 3rd, but your 1 and 2 make their way onto the final circuit for the first time this weekend then, and it is Sophie Sheehan who's just got over half a circuit of this Castle Lloyd Raceway to go behind the wheel of the PAC 33 machine. Still racing ahead of Faye Steventon, about 4 or 5 car lengths clear in the battle for first and second. That battle for third and fourth continues to go in favour of Jane Knight, who's going to take third in IK2 from Nia Jones in TA25. Then it's going to be the 296 machine, Vicky Tilson in St Neots 296. Imogen Morris in Cum D number 1 will take that 5th or 6th spot ahead of Emma Tobin in West Waterford 96. So again, we'll assume that for now that race is clear. Race 7 is down there on the line. We're going to start from the outside and work our way in. We've got Kaz Watson in York 121 all the way out in grid 8. Ellen Burton-Jones in TA14, the first time she'll have raced this car, and she's going to start in lane number 6. Laura Henry, star 19, another top flying name in ladies class 1. He's there starting in lane number 5. Then they'll be joined by Chelsea Jones, Amber Powell, Ella Hill and Jess Conway, and it is Jess Conway, Evesham, no it's not Evesham, it's Cum D 182 who leads into turn number 1. Going with her then is a ding-dong battle between Ellen Meyer-Burton, who's put her first dent in the TA14 machine, and Kaz Watson in York 121. They're your 1, 2 and 3 then as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. That leading trio being reeled in by Laura Henry in star number 19, and she's the one that rounds out your top 4 as they conclude their first full circuit of the Castle Lloyd Raceway. They race ahead of Ella Hill. IK 530 is there in that 5th spot, racing ahead of Chelsea Jones in PAC 71. And then it's the North Wales 52 machine of Amber Powell that rounds it all out in this lineup of ladies class 1. Like we say, Wickham Racing are your sponsors of ladies class 1 throughout the course of this weekend as this field begins to get spread out, but it is being spread out in favour at the moment of the Cum D machine of Jess Conway, who's here to defend her title, but she'll be defending it under a different club this season. But it's Cum D 182 then that's going to come down the hill and move on to her final circuit. It's 182 that continues to lead from TA14 and star 19. Laura Henry now up into that 3rd spot, reeling in the boot lid of the TA14 machine of Ellen Meyer-Burton, who's still there in that 2nd spot, but they're about 10 car lengths down on the race leader, and it is going to be Cum D 182 then. Jess Conway defending her title in the best possible start. 182 taking 55 points from her first round of qualifying from Ellen in TA14. Laura Henry takes 3rd in star 19. Kaz Watson takes 4th in York 121 from Ella Hill in IK 530. And then Chelsea Jones in PAC 71. And rounding it all out then will be the North Wales 52 machine of Amber Powell. So we've done those messages. We've got a message for commentary. The very best of luck to James Smart, Corey and Terry Mumford from all of Team BB. And that was sent to us by the fastest lady in men's class 8, Abby Jade Bennett, who stormed to a final victory last weekend at Border Counties. A stunning drive from Abby Jade Bennett. I'm sure she'll be remembered for that one for absolute ages. Right then, so the last scheduled race of this first round of qualifying of ladies class 1 gets away from the line, and it's the home league driver representing North Wales that makes her way through the start gate turn for the first time. Lexi Owen is there in North Wales 97, and she's already got a hefty race leadership over the TA63 machine of Shannon Brown. Now Shannon Brown will be looking to keep in that 2nd spot for as long as she possibly can, and she'll be trying to keep the Cambridge 48 machine of Kerry Bennett behind her. Kerry is there in 3rd at the moment, racing ahead of Jessica Graham in Yorkshire Dales 169, who's just about to be undone by the Stacey Mills machine. Leewood 46 is there in that 4th spot, and she's got that inside line, which I'm going to say and suggest is the nicest line through, and possibly the most favourable line through the top part of the circuit, and already beginning to pull away now from Jessica Graham, who's been undone by the Star 2 machine of Pippa Law, who's up into that 5th spot. And at the tail end of the field then is Ali Fitzpatrick in Radford 2:01. But it's Lexi then that's on to her final circuit. Can't hear Sarah shouting for her at the moment. That means that Sarah must be still in bed. But it's Lexi Owen onto her final circuit in the North Wales 97 machine. And look at the race lead that she's got over Shannon Brown in TA 63. Cambridge 48 and Stacey Mills still there in that fourth spot in Leeward 46, and looking up the inside of Kerry for third, but it's a race win and 55 points for Lexi. Shannon Brown takes second in TA 63. Stacey Mills takes third in Leeward 46 at the last, ahead of Kerry Bennett in Cambridge 48. Then it's going to be Pippa Law in star number 2, finishing ahead of Jessica Graham in Yorkshire Dales 169 and Ali Fitzpatrick in Radford 2:01. Then round it all out for your first round of qualifying of ladies class 1, sponsored once again. We're not going to apologise at all for sponsoring the ladies as much as we can over the course of this weekend. We have 2 reruns of ladies class 1 to come, and if I was another commentator commenting on other commentators' misfortune, then I'd say that to start with the event with a rerun is no good at all. But yeah, we got a rerun of race 1 and race 3. They'll be coming up very shortly, because I think they're being called and they're down there in the holding lanes at the moment. But we're going to move into class 3. Like I said earlier, we're going to have a new champion in ladies class 3 this weekend, because the defending champion Nicola Saint has got more important things on her mind this weekend, and she's at home with the little one. And like I said yesterday, there are far more important things in racing, well, for the majority of us anyway. But down there on the line for race 1 then, in this Ram Developments sponsored ladies class 3, we have 2 races going to be coming your way. Who is going to be putting their name on the championship title this year? Well, there are a few names that you can pop in the hat, but we will go through them, because race 1 leaves the line. Sadie Witchard, Erna Almond, Catherine Bainan, Gwen Jones, Katie Reynolds, Becky Smith and Sarah Allmack then all leave the line. And it is the North Shropshire 334 machine of Becky Smith that leads into turn 1. She leads out of turn 2 and makes her way down into the seaside turn for the first time. Going with her then is Sarah Allmack in the Yorkshire Dales 178 machine, but Catherine Bainan leads the chase in the Carmarthen number 3 machine as they make their way up the hill for the second time of asking. So it's 334 from 3 and 178. Then in that 4th spot, it's the ARC 27 machine of Erna Almond. She's there in 4th, racing ahead of Gwen Jones in Carmarthen number 7. Then comes the Katie Reynolds machine, IK 451, and Sadie Witchard in Forest 267 towards the tail end of the field. The biggest race and the biggest battle then in this one is for 2nd and 3rd, because Catherine Bainan just can't shake off Sarah Allmack in the Yorkshire Dales 178 machine. And while this battle hots up behind her, that just allows Becky Smith in the North Shropshire 334 machine just to pull ever slightly clearer at the head of affairs. But have we got red flags on this one? No, we haven't. We continue racing. This last lap flag time. We do have red flags on this one. So the first few cars then were on to their last lap. Not sure whether that is once again a problem off the start that has caused those red flags to come out. But we will soon see if we can listen in on the radio on that one. And we will obviously inform you of any exclusions when we get them. The only exclusion so far that we've heard of today is that Ludlow 20 rather, Sam Salis has been excluded from race 1 of the first round of qualifying of ladies class 1. But race 2 then of ladies class 3 gets away from the line, and it is the Yorkshire Dales 34 machine of Jade Russell then that leads into turn 1. Going with Donna Cole is there, Donna Brown even in the Carmarthen number 4 machine, and it's Becky Shaw that leads the chase down the hill for the first time in Border Counties Treble 1. A black flag I think has gone out to somebody, not sure to who, but we will wait and see and listen in on any discussions in this one. Becky Shaw is there continuing to lead the chase from Donna Brown in Carmarthen number 4. Then comes Brittany Cusack in Mallow number 6, and she's there in the stunning new machine And I think it's Donna Brown in Carmarthen number 4 that's picked up the black flag. The dreaded Ninja then goes out to Donna Brown, and Donna will have to pull off behind the wheel of the CM4 machine. So that's going to promote Brittany up to 3rd in the Mallow number 6 machine. Back in 4th then on the track will be Leanne Hushka in Solway number 170. And the 305 machine from the Forest Club, Kerry Jones at the tail end of the field, but eyes back at the front. And we've got a new race leader because Becky Shaw in BC Treble 1 goes into the top turn for the penultimate time, down the hill and onto her last lap. BC Treble 1 then continuing to lead from Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 34. Are one of these two going to add their names to the title and the roll of honour over the course of this weekend? We'll wait and see. They're going to try their damn hardest, that is for sure. But it's Shaw that takes the win in first round of qualifying in BC Treble 1. From Yorkshire Dales 34, Brittany Cusack takes 3rd in Mallow number 6. From Leanne Hushka in Solway 170 and Kerry Jones in Forest 305. We believe that that race is clear. Donna Brown, unfortunately, picking up a black flag, CM4, possibly for a jump start or an infringement early on in that race. Brittany Cusack was talking to her at the men's nationals. She just wants to get into the final and starting her weekend off with a 3rd. You would be mad to bet against it. But yeah, Brittany Cusack there, one to watch out for. We've got junior specials leaving the line. It's over to Mr. Steve Langley. Sorry for waffling.
Thank you very much then, Gareth. So yeah, the busiest class of the weekend, 80 junior specials signed on. So we're looking for quarter-finalists in the junior specials. So the top 32 will be going through, and it's Tybee 6 then that is the first one to show. Iego Evans, obviously racing on a home territory, but one of the top junior specials on a nationals basis. We've seen some superb performances from that machine at the major meetings this year as he leads them down that far side. We'll pick up the rest of the runners and riders as they come back round towards us. Running in a very good close second place is the North Shropshire 25 car. That's Tom Cosgrove at the wheel of that one. Just a couple of them away now from the main pack towards the back. That's the Carmarthen 449 and the York 48. Nia Young in the York 48, Olivia Brown in the Carmarthen 49. But young Master Evans in TA6 still leads the field as they come past us once again. Cosgrove certainly close enough. Athelston 552, PAC 15. Run next. It's Charlie Curtis in the Athelston machine. Angel Jones in the PAC 15 machine. I think the only ones we haven't mentioned, Vince Pascal out there in the Hereford 450. Morgan Cooper in the Scarborough 118 machine. But the yellow flag with the black cross being made ready, and it's getting close at the head of affairs as TA6 just drifts a bit wide. North Shropshire 25 certainly well within striking distance. 552 and 15 having a real good battle for that 3rd and 4th place, then 5th and 6th come through. The race leader just catching up with one of the back markers in the shape of the Carmarthen 449 machine, but the checkered flag being made ready as TA6 comes round. He's going to open his campaign with a heat win. North Shropshire 25 in close pursuit though. 3rd goes to the PAC car as they come across the line, the back markers. But good stuff there from Iego Evans in Tybee 6, certainly setting the benchmark. BB Group, sponsors of the junior specials this weekend, and we thank them very, very much indeed for their support of the junior specials. The BB Group now, I think there's 4 companies within that BB Group. We'll certainly give you all the details as we progress. Also, a big thank you to PRG Trailers, overall meeting sponsor this weekend. Race 2 on the line then. Josh Mason, Breeden Hill 10. Ellie Brown in Carmarthen 49. Rosie Russell in Victor Kent 19. Callum Peace in North Shropshire 35. Ella Alford in PAC 82. Levi Phipps in Stroud 13. Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20. And Maisie Farrow in York 80. Those are the cars that we're expecting down there. All the races, full grids. We have split the junior special, so there's a part 1 and that'll be the first 5 heats. There will be a part 2 coming a little bit later on. We're going to be doing the same with the saloons as well when we get round to them. But junior specials, as I say, the busiest class, the most popular class here this weekend. So we are just waiting for track clearance before they're let loose. So yeah, BB Motorsport, BB Gem, BB Finishing and JigsawMini.com, the 4 companies that form part of the BB Group, as I say, your sponsors of the Junior Special. So big thank you to Graham, Abby and everybody else involved with the BB Group. As we get away from the line then with the second of these heats, as they climb the bank and round that turn for the first time and coming back round towards us, it is the Carmarthen 49 car that leads the way. Ellie Brown at the wheel of that one. Josh Mason from the Breeden Hill Club runs in that second place slot in the Breeden Hill 10, but looking to make moves up through the field and going up through there on the inside with a very nice move. I think that's Rosie Russell in the Invicta Kent 19 car, but is the Carmarthen machine still leads the way. Rosie Russell runs second, up into third now. Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20. The North Shropshire car of Callum Peace, the one just at the back of the pack, but certainly not out of it by any means. The leading 4, though, just looking to pull away a little bit as they climb the bank over there on the far side from us. And we got red flags on that one. We can see a car there, square-wheeled over on the far side. Mickey with his ear glued to the radio, so we'll let you know just as soon as we hear what's happening on that one. But I think what we can say with a little degree of certainty is we are going to be seeing a rerun of that heat of the BB Group Junior Specials. I'd say big, and Gareth saying, and we make no apologies for keep plugging sponsors because, yeah, as a sport, by Jove, we do absolutely need them. So we do thank all of our sponsors very, very much. There's just about everything is sponsored, including us. We're sponsored here in Race Control this weekend. But yeah, start line, TG Plumbing and Bathrooms. So we thank them very much indeed. And at the other end of the racing, then the finish line sponsors, Albert Webster. So once again, big thank you. Oh, was it a rollover?
3 times it went.
There we go. So yeah, it was a rollover apparently. That's why that race got stopped. Right. In my defence here, I missed it, but so did everybody else in here.
And I was looking down.
So yes, I was looking. I was looking down as well. So Gareth, what's your excuse?
I don't know. I'm not even going to be brave enough to try and give an answer to that one.
It wasn't very tidy, was it?
It wasn't tidy, no. No.
Mickey was doing his paperwork in preparation, so we'll let him off. I was trying to read names and numbers off there, but you've got absolutely no excuse. And Lewis.
I was taking selfies.
So Lewis is pretending he's not here. So there we go. Yeah. Hey, what?
I'm invisible.
I tell you what, folks. What a team of commentary you've got this weekend. So.
But also, just like Labour, things can only get better.
So, without getting too political, out of one of those two things, one probably isn't. But there we go. But we'll go with that. Oh, we got Sandy throwing sheets at, not throwing sheets at me. Oh, so there we go. We got full results on Class 3, so they can sit on the computer for a bit. But Gareth's comparing notes with his results, so that's always a good plan. So right.
See, I actually do something except for take selfies.
That's it. So yeah, do we know who it was then, Mickey, on this rollover that we missed?
Well, hold on a minute.
No, you're on half the information here again, aren't we? So we.
No.
So we can't even pick it up off the TV. So don't know, but there we go. Right, there we go. It is a bit of a lead-in, and quite rightly so, right? Talking of rollovers and things like that, Dirt Devils 19, which features such things and lots of other things as well, is going to be out on the 19th of October. So there we go. I know it's always very highly and quite rightly anticipated. So West Country Videos film all the major meetings up and down the country, and yeah, they catch all the action and all the thrills, spills, and commentary. No, I'm sure there's no commentary gaffes on there. Not on this one. So what's this? Dirt Devils 19. So there was commentary gaffes on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, on most of them. So between us. So yeah. But no, joking apart, Dirt Devils 19 coming out in October. Right, Ella Alford in PAC 82. Unfortunately. So that's the car. So we will be seeing the rest of them out again shortly. So, race 3, hopefully we can get this one through to conclusion. Alex Hines from the Breeden Hill Club in B5H. Ben Coffey flying the Carlo flag in CW23. Jensen Taylor in IK Treble 2. Cooper Bellis in North Shropshire 593. Georgia De Croo, PAC 84. Junior Jones in Swansea 6. Denver Whitehouse in White Rose 6. And Tyler Goodwin in Yorkshire Dales 79. Those are the 8 cars for race 3. All of the grids are randomly drawn, all of the heats and all of the grids randomly drawn prior to racing. Hopefully makes things move a bit smoother. And like I say, Georgia De Croo has drawn pole position. So she's going to be coming out of grid 1. Junior Jones is going to be next to her in grid 2. Denver Whitehouse in 3. Tyler Goodwin will be in trap 4. Alex Hines, number 5. Ben Coffey in lane 6. Jensen Taylor in lane 7. And on the outside, Cooper Bellis in the North Shropshire 593 will be there in lane 8. So we are just waiting for track clearance for this third of what will be 10 races of junior specials. But the first 5 just coming your way at the moment. So in terms of reruns, then yeah, Gareth, between us, we're not doing overly well.
Let's be honest, we never do we?
No, no, that's probably a fair point, actually, to be truthful.
You can blame the track, you can blame the driving standards, but you can't blame the commentators, can you?
Oh, they do. So, yeah. You've never been incurred of a commentator's curse. So
yeah, we've done plenty of them, but
I've had that one thrown at me a fair few times. So, absolutely. But, yeah.
We got 2 reruns of men's again, men's class 1. We got reruns of ladies class 1. Races 1 and 3, but the good news is that the rerun we thought we would have of ladies class 3 is going to be a result stands, so there's 1 less rerun there.
There we go, jolly good. But yeah, weather, I know we've mentioned the weather, but absolutely gorgeous. So
but you're used to this glorious weather now, living in Mid-Wales, aren't you?
I'm used to everything being green. We have noticed how greener everything is in Wales, which I think is to do with the precipitation that we get. But yes, it's it's lovely. So if you are watching on, we're going to call it Baz TV because I think that's where it's going through. But if you're watching on the TV and YouTube, get yourself down here if you can. Right, and you can watch Junior Specials because race 3 gets away from the line as they go down that far side. As I say, BB Group are our sponsors, and it's a nice close bunch as they go into turn 1. Somebody just on a little bit of a wider line, but it is the Breeden Hill 5 car that leads the way. That's Alex Hines. Ben Coffey in Carlo 23 slots into that second place position, but as cars queuing up behind as they go down that far side once again. But the Breeden Hill car it is. Alex Hines then that's going to once again lead them as they climb the slight bank and come back round towards us. The Carlo car still runs in second place. Running in third is the Swansea 6 of Junior Jones. Then White Rose 6 races just ahead of North Shropshire 593. That's Denver Whitehouse and Cooper Bellis respectively. But the leading one's just getting a little bit more spread out now, about 3-4 car lengths between them. Having said that, the second place car, that's Ben Coffey in Carlo 23, just closes that gap a bit. Breeden Hill 5 still your race leader, 23. Junior Jones in Swansea 6, White Rose 6, then the North Shropshire 593. Invicta Kent treble 2 is Jensen Taylor and PAC 84. That's Georgia De Croo at the wheel of that one. And the red flags come out once again on that one. So don't know what I missed on there, but yeah, we missed something. So we are hearing, unfortunately, that Tyler Goodwin in Yorkshire Dales 79 is deemed the cause of the race stoppage, so will be excluded from the rerun on that one. So race 2 joins race 3. Used to say in the rerun lane. It's not rerun anymore, so in the rerun pot. Right, come on then, race 4. We need you to hopefully get through. So it's all down to Sean Bradford in Border Counties 117. Gemma Louise Daly in Carlo 288. Jaden Stewart in Invicta Kent 287. Jimmy Banks in North Shropshire 62. Lola Paynes in PhD 17. Max Holtby in Scunthorpe 1. Amelia Moss in White Rose 7. Ellie Kelly in West Waterford 404. So all 8 cars of note, but of particular note is Max Holtby, of course, in Scunthorpe 1. Change of number. Imagine he must be club champion, so well done, Max. But he is the young man that is your defending Junior Specials champion. Won it last year in Scunthorpe 6. He's here in Scunthorpe 1 to defend that title, and that defence starts in race 4 that's down there on the line. Max is going to be coming out of grid 4. On his outside will be Amelia Moss in White Rose 7. She's coming out of lane 5. On his inside is going to be Lola Paynes in PhD 17 coming out of grid 3 as they go down the far side. Oh. So they lead the line then, and it is the Max Holtby Scunthorpe 1 that is the first one to show. So title defence starting off well. West Waterford 404 runs in that second place slot. That's Ellie Kelly. Jaden Stewart it is in third in Invicta Kent 287 as all the cars go and safely negotiate round that start line turn. But already race leader, defending champion, is pulling away a little bit as Max Holtby comes past us already once again. Scunthorpe 1 it is in that second place, 404, 287, then Carlo 288 races just ahead of Border Counties 117. That's Gemma Louise Daly and Sean Bradford respectively, and then Jimmy Banks in North Shropshire 62 and Lola Paynes in the PhD 17 machine. But your race leader, another lap completed, couple to go I think for Max in Scunthorpe 1. West Waterford 404 not making too much impression at the minute as the North Shropshire 62 car. Don't think we've mentioned Jimmy Banks, so let's put that right. Lola Paynes then in 17 races just ahead of Amelia Moss in White Rose 7. They're having a good battle amongst themselves. No real challenge on Max Holtby though at the moment as Scunthorpe 1 comes round for the penultimate time. One circuit to go. West Waterford 404. Ellie Kelly in that second place slot 287. Jaden Stewart having to battle hard to hold on to third from a very determined challenge of Sean Bradford. That's probably the closest battle of the race at the moment as all eyes in race control go to our right, and that's where we see our race leader coming round. Going to be a race winner. Heat win for Max Holtby in Scunthorpe 1. The West Waterford car there of Ellie Kelly in that second place slot. Just holding on to third was Gemma Louise Daly from Sean Bradford in the Border Counties 117. But as I say, to reiterate, we're looking for the top 32 to go through to the quarterfinals, and Lola Paynes in PhD 17 just getting the better of that battle at the rear of the field. But good race between those two. Right, race 5, the final race in this first batch of the junior specials, brings out Corey Mumford in 161F, Owen Bradford in Border Counties 16, Ruben Lind in down Autograss number 263, Summer Highstead in Invicta Kent 96, Ivian Williams in North Wales 108, Riley Lindsay in PhD 8, Lucy Conway in Scunthorpe 125, and Fern Tivey in West Waterford 243. So 8 we're expecting, of course, and 8 we've got away from the line. But the first one to come past us, I think, is going to be Corey Mumford in 161F. Border Counties 16 and Owen Bradford, and the North Wales 108 car that in very, very close contention as those three go down the far side. And a little bit of a challenge then, I think, for that second place slot. But and there we go. Red flags on that one. We will get the information from the man to my right as to absolutely why that one has been stopped. So West Waterford 243, Fern Tivey I think is going to be excluded, unfortunately, from the rerun. So not a good percentage really. So 5 races, 3 reruns. But we've got an opportunity to clear a rerun looking to the line because that looks like Class 1 machinery. So it's have another go, Gareth.
Yeah, we'll try our very best to have another go and get it done. The rerun then of Heat 1, Race 1 is down there on the line. And this was where Sam Salis in Ludlow 20 was excluded. And we are seeing then on the bottom part of the circuit that the cones are being moved out to allow a little bit more of the track to be used. And then there's water going down on the inside line as well. Just going to try and keep these drivers off the cones as we progress through this first round of qualifying of the ladies class 1s. We're just going to inform you very, very quickly, and I'm sure we will mention this a lot over the course of the weekend, and we are holding a raffle here this weekend. The ladies will be going around trackside to sell them over the course of the weekend. But if you look at the list of prizes, then there's certainly a lot that you can win, possibly value, if you add them all together, possibly value of over 500 quid's worth of prizes to be won. And there's even more being written in at the last minute. So these things include 2 entry tickets to Folly Farm and Oakwood, all the local amenities as far as children's entertainment and family days out are concerned. They've been very eager to support the South Wales League this weekend and have offered some free entry tickets. Then there's a month of something that I always use, a gym, just in case that needed clearing up. Then there's a £40 voucher from McGill Motorsport, another voucher worth £55 from McGill Motorsport. There's £45 from a Team Sport karting voucher. There's a ride-on truck for a kid. What else we got? We got a picnic bundle, Bluey Kids drawing set. So all sorts of things to win within the raffle this weekend. And like I say, the ladies will be going around over the course of the weekend. But I know that Caris was very eager for us to mention that first thing this morning. We then have a little bit more of the non-natural dust repellent being put down on the Castle Lloyd Raceway. And once again, it's going to be a long way round to get the driest line around the Castle Lloyd Raceway. But there is method behind the madness, I'm sure. As in theory, at least, we shouldn't be having anyone having green flags for hitting cones. So down there on the line, we've got Sandbox in Forest number 3. We've got Marie Jones in Commander number 30. They're the ones that start on the outside then in grids 6 and 7. Then from the inside and working our way out, we've got Lindsay Allen in grid 1 in Pennine 137. Joe Robbins in Swansea 116. Emily Retter in South Somerset 183. And Charlotte Hart in Wessex number 36. And I think, yes, we do, because if we look, and if you're watching the live feed, then you can see that we've got 2 lineups of the Class 1s down there on the line before we head into the Class 5s. So we're going to go with a rerun of race 3 straight after this one as well. And if they all go through to plan, then that will bring to a close the first round of qualifying of Ladies Class 1. Wickham Racing are your sponsors of Ladies Class 1 here at the event this weekend. And the event has been sponsored overall by PRG Trailers, and we will mention the sponsors as much as we can over the course of the weekend. But for now, we're going to go back with the important stuff as the bungee lifts on the rerun of race number 1. And it's going to get close as they go into turn 1, isn't it? But just about popping on top is the Emily Retter machine. South Somerset 183. I know early on in the season she made her way down to the Castle Lloyd Raceway just to see what the car needed to do ahead of the Ladies and Juniors National Championships, and she's there. She's got that inside information at the moment. It's making it good as she leads the way up the bank for the second time of asking. Leading the chase, albeit already about 6-7 car lengths down, is Lindsay Allen in Pennine 137. And anybody that knows Linz will know that the Pennine 137 machine has been raced for many, many years, and not quite as many as 37, but a lady's name that always was there or thereabouts when minis were strong in Class 1, and she's there in her first Ladies Nationals driving a Yaris. In that third spot then is Charlotte Hart in Wessex 36, and if you're watching the live stream, then just reeling in that boot lid of the Wessex 36 machine is Marie Jones in CM30, and she's door-to-door, side-to-side with Sam Box, who's there in third in Forest number 3, with the Swansea 116 machine of Joe Robbins rounding it all out at the tail end of the field. But we're going to look back to the front, and we're going to see Emily Retter in South Somerset 183 making her way onto her last lap. We can see Lindsay Allen following into that second spot in Pennine 137, and well, they're all safely on now to their last lap. So just under half a circuit to go for the South Somerset 183 machine of Emily Retter as she makes her way up that far straight for the final time. Pennine 137 then, Lindsay Allen will pick up 45 points from her first round of qualifying ahead of Charlotte Hart in Wessex 36. Sam Box takes fourth in Forest number 3 ahead of Marie Jones in Carmarthen 30, and the Swansea 116 machine of Joe Robbins then rounds it all out for the rerun of race number 1 of ladies class 1. And down there on the line we've got the rerun of race 3. Already yellow flags waving, already have track clearances. One quad making its way onto the circuit, but we're safe to go and we're going as race 3 then leaves the line. Gail Davis in Ludlow 77, the quickest out of the blocks. Going with her this time, Hannah Lewis in Athelston 212. She's the one that led initially off the start in the first run, but she has to make do with a second at the moment. But she reeling in the Gail Davis machine in the PWL engineered sponsored A212 machine, and it's Hannah that makes her way. Just turned 17 a couple of weeks ago at the Stroud Bass, and she's there leading the chase in Athelston 212. Then in the third spot it's Emily Lodge in Scunthorpe 213 that she rounds out your top 3 ahead of the West Waterford 198 machine of Margaret Tobin, who's there in fourth ahead of Sylvie Brocklebank in Evesham 24, and South Somerset 93 then Rihanna Khan towards the tail end of the field. But Emily Lodge beginning to apply some pressure to Hannah Lewis in Athelston 212, but the pressure not going in her favour at all because she loses ground to the Athelston machine. But it's still Gail Davis that continues to lead. Ludlow 77 rounds out another circuit of this Castleloyd Raceway, about 4 or 5 car lengths clear now ahead of Athelston 212. So Hannah Lewis still in that second spot and certainly seems to have that line around the bottom part of the circuit. But on the straight it looks like Gail Davis in Ludlow 77 just has a little bit more speed and a little bit more pace. But it's Ludlow 77 then, and Gail starts her final circuit from the Athelston 212 machine of Hannah Lewis. Emily Lodge, Margaret Tobin is there in that fourth position in West Waterford 198, Sylvie Brocklebank in Evesham 34, and Rihanna Khan in South Somerset 93. Then the rest of the field, all 6 cars, all 6 drivers safely on to their last lap, but exiting turn 2 for the final time this weekend in Heat 1. Gail Davis from number 77 takes 55 points. Hannah Lewis takes second in Athelston 212 from Emily Lodge and the 198 machine of Margaret Tobin. Then it's Sylvie Brocklebank in Evesham 24 that takes 6th ahead of the Rihanna Khan machine, South Somerset 93. So it looks like the cows are all going milking, just in time to listen in on Mickey B, who will take you through the ladies class 5s and class 7s.
Yeah, thanks very much, Voice of an Angel. Ladies Class 5s, and what a lineup we've got for you. But Sandra Jones, Shauna Stedman, Vicky Appleton, Donna Forrest, Megan Littler, Gemma Holland, Lorianda Bowes, and it is the 5 times national champion in the 5s, Cumby 31, Sandra Jones, takes them up the hill and round that turn 2. Down the hill we go. Woo! There's Forrest in there. Then it's Vicky Appleton in North Shropshire 1. So Vicky Appleton driving the John Gaffney machine. It was one of his last wishes for Vicky to race it at the Nationals. God rest his soul. Ping pong, and it is Sandra Jones then. Still leading this one from Vicky Appleton in the North Shropshire 1. Round that turn 2, down the hill they go. Then Donna Forrest goes round there. Then it's Shauna Stedman, Lorianda Bones, St Neots 55, Megan Litland. Severn Valley 67, Gemma Holland. But eyes back front as they climb up the hill. And it is a race on now between Sandra Jones and Vicky Appleton in the North Shropshire 1. Round that turn 2 they come. And this track looks fast and grippy as they come down the hill. To PhD 20, Donna Forrest is still in there. Donna Forrest, a former Class 6 national champion, running in third place. But as they come at a Stargate turn, they're climbing up the hill again. Cumdy 31, Sandra Jones it still is, leading it from Vicky Appleton in North Shropshire 1. Donna Forrest, PhD 20, running third. Shauna Steadman in that Evesham 777 machine. Round out that turn 2. Lorianda Bowes running in fifth place. Then we go down to Megan Little, St Neots 55 and Severn Valley 67 of Gemma Holland. But they're all picked up the last lap, and they're all coming up that hill now into that turn 1 and turn 2 for the final time. Checker flag at the ready. Vicky Appleton looks for the cut back up the inside. Oh, Jones just from Appleton. Then we go Donna Forrest, Shauna Steadman in fourth. Fifth goes to Lorianda Bowes in York 33. St Neots 55, Megan Littler, and Severn Valley 67, Gemma Holland. Well done. That's the way to start it off on the PBP sponsored Class 5 PRG trailers, our overall sponsor for the weekend. Right, here we go. Heat 1, Race 2. Lindsay Ware, Tiggy Steadman, Jess Bradley, Alice Bevans, Sarah Bateman, Lindsay Pittman, Nicola Jesser, Sarah Chilvers, the daughter of the man who had the attachment shaved off and made himself look younger. And we head off up the line. York 44 then. Nicola Jessie takes them into turn 1. Four-time national champion in the 5 and showing the way. Down the hill she goes then. PAC 16. Alice Bevans then running down into that second place and round that Stargate turn, climbing up the hill. Oh, we've got one parked on the grass and now heading back into the pits. So it is still that Nicola Jessie machine. York 44 leading it from PAC 16. Alice Bevans. Then we go Sarah Chilvers. Then it is Sarah Bateman. The snake in Stroudon District 45 with the old tail flapping out at the back as well. South Somerset 7, Lindsay Pittman 1 place further back as they come back up that hill again. And it's still Nicola Jessie then leading the way out of that turn 2. Down they come, another lap completed. Alice Bevan goes with her. And then that Sarah Chilvers machine in that the 46 machine. Sarah Chilvers, a national champion in the 5 in 2021, and looking if she can get it close up and personal. 36 points for third place. She'll want some more than that, but she's got 2 great races in front of her. Oh my life, it's Nicola Jessie then with 1 more to go. Alice Bevans, PAC 16, 9-time national champion, 5 in the 5s. So look at this classic lineup here as they climb up the hill for the final time of asking, and they're getting really close together. Nicola Jessie on the brakes, turns into turn 1, out of turn 2. It's a chase for the line, and it's going to be Nicola Jessie takes it from Alice Bevans. Then it is Sarah Chilvers, Sarah Bateman in 4th, Lindsay Pittman. Then we go to Evesham 77, Tiggy Steadman, and the final one goes to Breeden Hill 66 of Lindsay Ware. So unfortunately, it was Jess Bradley in the Lud 24 that was on the grass and then went back into the pits. But 2 completed. This is your third race of the ladies' Class 5s. No national champions in this one. So, but what we can say is Lynn Olsen, Breeden Hill 27, third. She was third in the final last year, and Natasha Gibbs was 7th in last year's final in Hereford 4. The CW88, Trish Daly in this one. Lucy Wickham-Jones in PAC 11. Michelle Ellis, Stroudon District 33. South Somerset 10, Dawn North. And Lara Ellen Jones in Typhy 73. Right, here we are. Let's go racing with the ladies' 5s. And we are setting off up that hill. Michelle Ellis got a good start there on the inside line, but I don't think she's going to pop out and lead this one as they come round. Lynn Olsen looking for a tight line up the inside as well. But it is that PAC 11, but Lucy Wickham-Jones then slowing it right down, coming down the hill into turn 3. Out of that Stargate turn or Monk Island corner as they come back up the hill. And Lucy Wickham-Jones then has got Michelle Ellis behind them. Michelle Ellis, Dawn North then in the South Somerset 10, running in that third place. A bit of contact. Oh, there's a bit of argy-bargy. Oh, Lynn Olsen and Typhy 73. Lara Ellen Jones have had a bit of a mother's meeting coming out of Startgate term, and for the first time this weekend, I can say red flags for the fives, and that will be an exclusion. I've got a funny feeling where it might be heading, but I'll have the radio on. We'll yes. Oh, well, they're talking about junior special races, so that's no good for me. That means that while I've got that, I think we're going to get ready to go with Super Saloons. So, ladies Class 7, sponsored this weekend by the Classic Panel Company. And PRG Trailers are overall sponsors for the 40th running of ladies and junior nationals down here at the South Wales League and beautiful Pendine. Right, let's have a look then at race 1. Let's make sure that they don't mess me about. No, it looks like they've got it out, coming out, Mickey. Oh, good. Right, Nicola Olsen then in Carmarthen 47. And yes, she's a 4-time national champion. Has she won it in the 7s, Mickey? No, she hasn't. So they've switched into this class. Let's see how she gets on with it. She won it 3 times in the 6 and 1 in the 4. Sue Harris, a Class 2 national champion back in 2015, 9 years ago. Wow, time flies when you're having fun. Kenzie Adams is in this one. Macy Carling Grasby in the Mallow 2. They're my neighbours. They're parked next to me in the pits. Kathy Harrison, Rhiannon Smith and Aisling Meager. I'm telling you, I've got that one wrong, I know that. And it is Mallow 2. Macy Carling Grasby then, who exits that turn 2 down the hill. Woohoo! From that South Somerset 36, running in that second place. Rhiannon Smith then. Rhiannon Smith going to have pressure then from Aisling Meager in that Westworth 192 as they climb up the hill. And I tell you what, beautifully turned out machine as well, that Mallow 2. Across the water they've come. Macy Carling Grasby then. Is she putting her foot down to make a statement? South Somerset 36. Border County 26. Kesley Adams now starting to make the move. Back markers, Sue Harris. And that's St Neots 272, Kathy Harrison. But leading the way again up the hill, Mallow 2. It looks in great shape, that, doesn't it, to be a real contender this weekend. Macy Carling Grasby then. From that South Somerset 36, Rhiannon Smith, West Waterford 192, Aisling Meager, and then we go down to Kesney Adams in Border Counties 26. There's your top 4, again climbing up the hill. This time, though, they're going to come out of Startgate turn for the penultimate time because it's going to be one more lap to go on this one. And it's getting close, isn't it? As that Macy Carling Grasby then, but here goes South Somerset 36. Rhiannon Smith is on a charge. She's looking to go round the outside. Comes out of Stargate turn. Wowee, she's gone for it. And it's paid off. Rhiannon Smith then takes them up in a turn 1 for the final time of asking. Out of turn 2, checker flag at the ready. And it is going to be South Somerset 36. Rhiannon Smith for Macy Carling Grasby. Then Kesney Adams. Carmarthen 47, Nicola Olsen has made herself up into that 4th place. A bit of understeer for Sue Harris coming out in that Radford 140. And then St Neots 272, Kathy Harrison. And not finishing, West Waterford 192. Maybe because I can't really pronounce her name well, Aisling Meager. So race 1 of ladies Class 7s done and dusted. Right. Race 2, hold on to your hats. It brings out your reigning national champion, Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, in the Radford 176. Michaela Dance in PAC 53, an 8-time national champion, 3 times in the Class 7. Shamel Gadsby in Spalding 31. Sarah Almack, also a 2-time national champion in Class 6, though. And who else is in there? Kumdi 69, Anita Smart, and Nicola Gibbs in Hereford 44. So there's your runners and riders for the next race in that ladies Super Saloons down here at the 40th running of the Ladies and Junior Nationals. Who's going to be the 2024 champion? Who's your money on? Who you cheering? Who's your favourite? Hey, plenty of them out there and plenty of talent on show. And again, what a lineup this is. Say Sarah Allmack had a few seasons off. She was adding to the population of the world. I think that's all now done and dusted. I think she said, that's it now, Mickey. I'm going to concentrate on me racing. Yeah. No, that's it, you know. There's no paternity lawsuits. They're looking in my direction, I'm telling you. Honest, you know. But if Pete Allmack's listening, the old poor farmer, Pete, how are you doing? Are you out cutting your crops, sowing your seeds and scattering? I know. That's it, yeah. Yeah. I'm so honest. Did you hear what Pat did for me, Purple Pat? Brought me a box of cards for all occasions. And honest, there's one in there, happy anniversary. I've now written the card. What else was in there? It was happy birthday for her, happy birthday for him, new baby. Oh, my life. Well, ain't going to happen in this direction, mate, I'm telling you.
Yeah, there's not a lot I can say. I'll tell you, it's your anniversary and it's on your mind, isn't it?
Hey, there's one that says congratulations. Well, maybe for the winners, hey? We'll do that for the winners. Right, here we go then. Engines revving. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing with ladies super saloons as they climb the hill. And I tell you what, Anita Smart is looking very tidy, isn't she? As she brings it out of turn 2, but left the door open. And there's a real battle going on already. PAC 53, Michaela Dance then, and Julie Hawthorne-Fernio. It's Julie who gets her nose in front, coming out of that Stargate turn, climbing up the hill. Michaela Dance go the way. Anita Smart now back on the power as well as they bring it round that turn 1 and 2. Shamel Gadsby there in Spalding 31, looking to find a way through, and she does up in that 3rd place. Anita Smart, Sarah Allmack, and then Nicola Gibbs in that Hereford 44. But look at the battle going on for that 1st place, and they've swapped it round. Oh, there's understeer there from Julie Hawthorne-Fernio. She's dropped 3 places. It's allowed PAC 53, Michaela Dansen, to take up the running on home track. Down the hill she goes. Woohoo! From that Shamel Gadsby in that Spalding, that 31. She's now running her. Anita Smart holding into that 3rd place. Then we go down into that Yorkshire Dales 19, Sarah Allmack. Then we go down to Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, Nicola Gibbs behind her in that Hereford 44. But round they come. It's last lap flag already. Wow, this has gone quick. PAC 53 then. Michaela Dance from Shamel Gadsby in Spalding 31. Anita Smart can be thick 69. Then we go down to Sarah Allmack in Yorkshire Dales 19. Radford 176. Julie Hawthorne-Fernio and Nicola Gibbs in Hereford 44. But looking at the first few laps was really competitive. But Julie pushed on. That's allowed PAC 53. Michaela Dance to take the win from Shamel Gadsby. Spalding 31. Cumney 69. Is Anita Smart. Then it goes down to Sarah Allmack in Yorkshire Dales 19. Radford 176, Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, and Hereford 44, Nicola Gibbs. So good racing there. Maybe Michaela Dance wants to add another Class 7 title, make it 4. We'll find out. Right, here we go then. Mel Gallagher in this one. She was a Class 9 national champion in 04 and a Class 10 champion back in 95. So, wow, that's 19 years ago. So, in the LM4, Carmarthen 21, Katrina Thomas, Lindsay Allen in the Pennine 37, Scunthorpe 121, Charlie Wright, Kirsten Bartlett in South Somerset 2, and Naomi Davis in Typhy 1. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing then with the last run of the ladies super saloons, and Mel Gallagher looking for a tight line coming out of turn 2, but she's not going to make it stick as if Typhy 1. Naomi Davis then the Scunthorpe 121, Charlie Wright round the outside there. Can she get the grip down? Yes, she can. Up in the 2nd place she goes. Then we go down to that LM7, Mel Gallagher. And I think Lindsay Allen then is running in 4th place. And round that turn 2, down the hill they go. Running in 5th, it's Kirsten Bartlett, South Somerset 2. And then Carmarthen 21, Katrina Thomas is the last one showing. But climbing up the hill they go. Another time of asking. Naomi Davis in, Typhy 1, and throwing that back of the car out, and down the hill she goes, followed by Charlie Wright. Then we go down to that LM7 Mel Gallagher. It's running hard into that one. Lindsay Allen running, then Kirsten Bartlett. And have we lost one, Nicky? I might have done, as up the hill we go again. And it is over on that. Katrina Thomas is hiding behind the recovery vehicles. But with one more lap to go, Typhy one it is. Naomi Davis, Charlie Wright's trying the hardest in that Scunthorpe's 121 machine. Oh, there's a bit of flames coming out of the back then of LM7. Mel Gallagher, she was nearly smoking. And Lindsay Allen up the hill as well. Kirsten Bartlett following behind. But check a flag. Typhy won. Naomi Davis takes the win from Charlie Wright's Scunthorpe 121. Mel Gallagher in LM4. Lindsay Allen in Pennine 37. Oh, nearly sideways across the line there for Kirsten Bartlett in South Somerset. 2 did not finish. And that is Katrina Thomas in Carmarthen 21. So ladies class 7s all the way through, nice and clean and tidy. And we are now going for the second batch of junior specials. And for the first time today, I'm going to hand you over to Finn Shepherd.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mickey. So,
Is that Levi Phipps?
Is it Breeden Hill 10? Victor Kent 19?
oh, don't worry. So I was going to say good morning, but I'll hand you back over to Steve, and he's going to take you through the reruns, and then it will be me.
Right, yeah, thank you very much then, Finn. So, yeah, reruns of the first batch of the junior specials we think are coming out first. That's confused, doesn't it? And don't take much in here. But, yeah, looks like we think... No, let's get credit where it's due, or blame where it's due. Mickey thinks it's... No, we've got the advantage of cameras that we can see the start line, so we have identified some cars. It is race 2 of the first batch. As I say, the BB Group sponsors this 2024 PRG Trailers sponsored Nationals. Don't forget all the trade stands and catering facilities that are here, so situated primarily down the finish line straight, so behind us here in commentary and race control. So I think there's catering right at the top, and there's some also halfway down the trade stands spread down the straight. So certainly if you get the opportunity, then have a walk down there and get yourselves fed and watered and do a bit of trade stand shopping as well. So there's a little bit of the dust settling solution going out there. Mrs. Williams keeps bringing me bits of paper, so thank you very much, Sandy. So Sandy and the race control and lap scoring team, as always, doing a cracking job here at the Nationals. So just one of the unsung jobs behind the scenes that just enables a meeting like this to take place. Right, let's give you a reminder of who we're expecting for this rerun. Josh Mason should be out there in Breeden Hill 10. Ellie Brown in Carmarthen 49. Rosie Russell, she was on a charge when the race was stopped, wasn't she? In Invicta Kent 19. Callum Peace in North Shropshire 35. Levi Phipps in Stroud 13. Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20. And Maisie Farrow in York 80. Going, unfortunately, without Ella Alford in PAC 82 from the information that we've been given or worked out. Ellie Brown it was, and it matters not who was leading when it was stopped, but just out of interest, Ellie Brown in Carmarthen 49 was leading the way. What we were doing earlier on is going through sponsors. We're doing the class sponsors, but I think the water cart might be going off quite soon. But yeah, as I say, start line, finish line sponsors we did, but like race control sponsored, pits controls sponsored. So yeah, absolutely everything is sponsored. So we will give you all a mention. As I say, we very much do appreciate your support. So good watering of the start line area going on down there, just to keep this Castle Lloyd Raceway in its absolutely pristine condition. And yeah, good dose going down the far straight as well. And then, yeah, I think going to make sure, just on the outside, going to make sure now that we do the inside as well. So it's going to be absolutely fair for everybody. No class likes to see, well, some do, but likes to see the class, the track watered in front of them. But it just has to be done, and it will be done when the marshals and the track team just feel it is necessary to keep the track in its good condition and keep the dust down for safety reasons and also spectator enjoyment. And certainly it is a fair dose going down there, down that far side. And yeah, going right to the top. Not sure whether it's going to go off this time or not, but no, it will do absolutely what is very much necessary. Yeah, I think that might just about be it. And this rerun of race 2. We got 3 reruns from the first round of qualifying to come your way as they go down that far side then. So it is a very, very level break into turn 1, and is the Ellie Brown Carmarthen 49 car once again that is the first one to show, but just a little bit wide this time round. It allows the Breeden Hill car and the White Rose 20 car to come through. So it's Josh Mason in the Breeden Hill 10 car, but right round his outside goes Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20, and it's the WR20 machine. Lewis going to have a busy weekend because I think he's campaigning Special and Saloon, and looking to open his Specials campaign with a heat win as they come past us. Josh Mason still runs in second place. Running in third then is Rosie Russell. York AT, then the early race leader, Carmarthen 49 comes next. It's Maisie Farrow in the York AT machine. Ellie Brown it is in Carmarthen 49 as the field just begins to get a little bit more spread out now, as down that far side Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20 looks to extend his advantage, coming back round towards us. Still in second place Josh Mason in Breeden Hill 10. Rosie Russell runs third. York 80, Carmarthen 49, then the Scunthorpe 220 races just ahead of Levi Phipps in Stroud 13. Scunthorpe 220's got me confused, but there we go, going down that far side. Not on my list, so not quite sure who's at the wheel of that one. Try and do a process of elimination as the last lap flag goes out. White Rose 20 it is, Breeden Hill 10, IK 19, Scunthorpe 220, Carmarthen 49, York 80 and Stroud 13 as they all go through. No, I haven't got a Scunthorpe car, full stop. But never mind, not to worry. We've certainly got, and we've got red flags on that one. So Mickey's busy gossiping and rather than listening to the radio, so can't tell you. Don't know even whether they had done enough to get a completion on that one, but we'll let you know if we're going to get a race result on it. So in terms of being a mine of information on it, so A, I can't tell you why it was stopped, and B, I can't tell you if we're going to get a result. Other than that, yeah, I'm doing pretty well. So there we go. As we were saying, things can only get better, but they're not. Right. Who can we identify on the line from over here? The answer is nobody. No. Just paid a fortune for new glasses as well. Down, right, so there we go. I think we chopping change. Is that one of yours then, Finn? Can't recognise any of the numbers on mine. So, right, I think we're sort of like interchanging part 1 and part 2 of the junior specials. We're going to start the part 2s now, I think. So, for the first time, officially and properly this time round, it is going to be over to Finn.
Yeah, so thank you. As I was saying earlier, good morning to everyone. I'm very pleased to say I'm here for my first ever nationals at Ladies and Juniors down at Cumdu, and what a time to be here. 40th ladies and juniors of a lot of them. So thank you to your sponsors, your overall sponsors, RPRG. There are absolutely millions of sponsors. I was just looking down at the programme. I'm going to be here forever. So we have a car just going back into the holding lane, so definitely problems there for JJ Baltimore. But, I think they're going to take all of them off and...
Just so Steve can get his reruns done. Yeah, hold on. Have you got a
Oh no, that's still mine.
Is it? All right. Forrester Dean, 7.
So they put race... I was going to say race 1 then. I'm doing second half. Race 6 back into the holding lanes. And now I've got race 7 on my line. So we're going to see if we're going to let them go or just keep throwing them around until we get back to Steve. Yeah, so stellar job done so far by South Wales in so far across the day. So we're getting yellow flags flying around the circuit, and we are going to go away with race 7. So who's going to be the first show? As I go down into turn 1, we should have Forest 777, Come Do 55, down Autograss 92, Leeward 3, North Wales 26, Rapid 204, Scunthorpe 38, and West Waterford 525. But who's that coming all the way right outside? Coming past me is 777F. So James Marr is going to be the first show. Come Do 55 is Jacob Davies. They're going to be a 1 and 2 going down that far side. Who there as well? I think that's that Rapid 204 of Leon Terry should be there as well. We look back to the front because 777F is James Smart. Jacob Davies just leading the charge and looking for a move down the inside and Come Do 55. So they're going to be side by side as they come back out and down past me. So 777F is just about going to hold firm from Come Do 55, North Wales 25, and that down Autograss 92 of Jacobs McCannon. So he's there all the way right outside, and we should have North Wales 26 of Austin Bennett there or thereabouts as well. But we're going to look back to the front because 777F is just going to put the pressure back on as Jacob Davies made a move up the inside in Come Do 55. So they're going to be racing at the front, these two, Come Do 55 and 777F pulling away from North Wales 26, West Waterford 525 of Aniyuki. But we're going to look back to the front because 777F is James Smart all the way around the outside. He's been stuck there pretty much the whole race so far. Come Do 55 is there as well, looking down the inside. So Jacob Davies moving on to his final circuit. 777F. James Smart still looking to pile on the pressure. Leeward 3, Sonny Gilbertson moves into that third position. So they're going to be 1, 2, 3. Come Do 55, 777F. And Leeward 3, they're going to be your rostrum for the moment. We're going to look back to the front because Come Do 55 is Jacob Davies. He's going to come round to take a checker flag unless 777F cannot do anything about it. So James Martin is going to have to settle for second. Leeward 3, North Wales, West Waterford 525, North Wales 26, Scunthorpe 39, Bradford 204, and down Autograss 92. James McCannon is going to finish off that. So all good from that one. So we're going to look back down to the line for race 8, who that should be bringing out Appleson 213, Cara Blaber, Come Do 62, Amelia Lily Gleed, Dylan Grasby and Evesham 120, Leeward 40, Ludd 46, William Smith, North Wales 52, Archie Bennett, Radford 210, Tilly Clark, Scunthorpe 76, Lily Rose Pratt and TJ Houlihan, who won the best turnout car in West Waterford 58, but Scunthorpe 76 can be a first show. Lily Rose Pratt, that is. Tilly Clark is there as well in Radford 210, but it is going to be Scunthorpe 76 taking up the running from North Wales 62, Radford 210, West Waterford 58, Atherton 213, Evesham 120, and Come Do 62. Just bringing at the rear of the field for the moment. That is Amelia Lily Gleed. We're going to look back to the front because Scunthorpe 76 is going to be a race leader going down that far side. Who's that? Looking for a move all the way up the inside. I think that's going to be North Wales 62 of Archie Bennett. And he's going to switch it to the outside. And they're going to be side by side as they go down. North Wales 62 from Scunthorpe 76. Radford 210. Tilly Clark is going to pick up that third position. TJ Houlihan in West Waterford 58 in that fourth position for the moment. We're going to look back to the front because your race leader now all the way and past Lily Rose Pratt is going to be Archie Bennett in North Wales 62. So he's going to be a race leader from Scunthorpe 76. Radford 210. And in that fourth position we have TJ Houlihan in West Waterford 58, just in the pole position, and Ludd 46 of William Smith, Carol Blaber in Athelson 213, and Dylan Grasby in Evesham 120, and bringing up the rear of the field, we're going to have Come Do 62, moving on to his final circuit. Last that flag is being made ready indeed. Tilly Clark, North Wales 62 is Archie Bennett in that. North Wales 62 is going to be a race leader. Scunthorpe 76 is Tilly Clark, and they're going to be 1 and 2 as they go down that far side. Radford 210 is there as well. That is going to be Tilly Clark, but going all the way around the outside of the lapped car. Checker flag time, it is going to be North Wales 62, so Archie Bennett is going to take a win from Scunthorpe 76. Radford 210, Come Do 62 is a lap down. William Smith in Ludd 46 just beats TJ Houlihan. Appleson 213, Cara Blaber, and to finish off that, we got Evesham 210, Evesham 120, sorry, of Dylan Grasby. So we're going to look. So we're going to look down to the line. Yeah, I'm picking that up next, Steve.
Right, we think we're jumping around a little bit. I think it's one of my reruns as they get away from the line. It is race 5, just to keep us very much on our toes. And coming back round towards us then, that's the Mumford machine, I think. Yeah, so that's Corey Mumford that leads the way. He was leading, say, when the race was stopped last time round, and very much continuing where he did leave off as he takes them round that start line turn and going up the far side. So we're expecting to run without WW243, but I think we're running without somebody else as well because we've only got 6 out there. 161F it is then. Border Counties 16, then Owen Bradford in that second place slot. The North Wales car of Ivian Williams in North Wales 108, I think, runs in that third place, but getting close for third and fourth. The leading two, though, just beginning to pull away as Corey Mumford from Owen Bradford comes round. 161 F it is still from the Border Counties 16 machine. In that third place slot, 108, then Scunthorpe 125, races ahead of Down Autograss 263. Lucy Conway in the Scunthorpe 125 machine. Ruben Lind it is, flying the flag for the Northern Ireland club there, Down Autograss. But we've got a change of leader over on the far side. Through on the inside goes Owen Bradford in Border County 16. Then it all gets a bit caught up. But Border County 16, 161F, that's the new race order. 108, 125, Down Autograss 263. Then comes Summer Highstead in the Invicta Kent 96. So I think we're missing Riley Lindsay as well as Fern Tivey in this one. But we're looking to the top of the bank for the final time. And coming round then, it is going to be Owen Bradford in Border County 16 that takes it. 161F in that second place, 108. Then comes the Conway machine, Down Autograss 263, finishing just ahead of Summer Highstead in the Invicta Kent 96. So we've heard race clear, so we can tick that one off. Still haven't heard what's happening with regards to the one that got stopped earlier on. So looking to the line, I think we're back to part 2, so it's back over to Finn.
Yeah, so indeed, part 2 is race 9 on the line. That rhymes, there we go, I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. So, Appleton 44, Zag 4, Come Do 81, Tyrese Murray, Evesham 3, Kai Cooper, Mallow 130, of Mason Linehan, Evan Lane, North Wales 86, Radford 299, Alfie Buck, Daisy Bennett in Star 25 and York 15. Won the Nationals in 2021, Dan Thompson, and he's going to be your first show. Going down this side, it is going to be York 15 from North Wales 86, Star 25 and Come Do 81. So that's the Murray machine looking down the inside to take up the running of that third position. So Come Do 81 moving in there. North Wales 86 is Evan Lane moving into that second position, but already starting to stretch lead and get away from the rest of the field. York 15 is Dan Thompson. So he's going to be coming down my side with 3 laps to go from North Wales 86, Come Do 81, Bradford 299, Star 25, Evesham 3, Appleton 44, and Mallow 130 at the rear of the field for the moment is Mason Linehan. But we're going to look back to the front because it is York 15 already away and gone from the rest of them. And North Wales 86 leading the chase in Evan Lane, although I'm going to say it's probably going to be damage limitation because Dan Thompson is so fast in that York 15 already really pulling away now. North Wales 86, Bradford 299. That Murray machine in 81, Evesham 3, Zach Ford in Appleton 44, and that Linehan machine in Mallow 130. But we're going to look back to the front because already absolutely away and gone from the rest of the field. Moving on to his final circuit, it's going to be York 15, Dan Thompson going into that bottom turn. From North Wales 86, that's going to be Evan Lane, Bradford 299 in that third position, that's Alfie Buck, Come Do 81 of Tyrese Murray. And Josh bringing up that fifth position for the moment. I think that's going to be Star 25 of Daisy Bennett. But we're going to look back to the front because York 15 is going to move and take the checkered flag. So a brilliant win for Dan Thompson. Away and gone for the rest of the field from North Wales 86, Radford 299, Tyrese Murray, Come Do 81, Star 25, Evesham 3 just from Zach Ford and Appleton 44. And your final finisher is going to be Mason Linehan in Mallow 130. So all clear on that one. I can see Come Do 33 on the line, so we are moving on to race 10. So in grid 1 we got Come Do 33, Hereford 313, Mallow 32, PAT 13, Radford 422, Typhy 44, York 34, and Appleston 551. So Oliver Curtis, Owen Jones, Cohen Ricketts, Darren O'Riordan, Dexter Jones, Isabel Merrick, Tom Williams, and Alex Jesse. So they're going to be your runners and riders for this one. So thanks to your sponsors for this one, BB Group, and Euro sponsor PRG Traders. Start line sponsored by TG Plumbing and Bathrooms. Going to go around the rest of them after this race because we're away and racing. Come to 33. Owen Jones is going to be a first show down into turn 1. Who's that down the inside? I can see PAC 13 there as well, but who's that all the way around the outside? I think that might be Tom Williams in TA 33, but it's going to be a 44. I think he's a bit wide though. So Mallow 32, Darrow Reardon is going to take up the run-in from Cumdu 33. Owen Jones, they're going to be 1 and 2 going down that far side. Tum slots into that third position in Typhy 44, but it is O'Riordan from 33. That's Jones. And then we got Williams in at 44. They're going to be 1, 2, 3 as they come down my side. I think I might be Alex Jesse in that York 34, bringing up that 4th position. PAC 13 looking down the inside of that Radford machine, but we're going to look back to the front of the field because trying to pull away now is Dara in Mallow 32 from Cumdu 33, and they are going to be 1 and 2 coming down this side. Definitely a cone hit there by Cumdu 33, but I don't think anything will be dished out there. But 32 it is from 33. And that 44 machine, they are going to be 1, 2, 3, 34 is there as well. In that 4th position, that is Alex Jesse. But we're going to look back to the front because Mallow 32 is there already pulling away from the rest of the field. Moving on to his final circuit is going to be Darrow Reardon in Mallow 34 from Cumdu 33. Tom Williams definitely closing down for that 2nd position in Typhy 44. York 34, Alex Jesse. PAC 13, Dexter Jones. That Curtis machine in 551, Radford 422. And the one left to mention, I think that's Hereford 3 on 3 of Combe Ricketts. But we're going to look back to the front of the field because Darrow Reardon is going to take a checker flag in Mallow 32 from Cumdu 33. Held firm in Cumdu 33 did Owen Jones. From Tom Williams in Typhy 44, Alex Jesse in York 34, Dexter Jones in PAC 13, that Curtis machine in 551. And the 2 that we did not mention is Radford 422 of Isabel Merrick and Cohen Ricketts in Hereford 313. So I can see Steve readying himself on the mic, so I'm going to hand you back over to take you through. I think that might be one of his reruns.
It is indeed, Finn. Yeah, this is race 3. Coming out, unfortunately, we think without Tyler Goodwin in Yorksdale 79, which should leave us Alex Hines in Breeden 5, Ben Coffey in Carlo 23, Jensen Taylor in Invicta Kent Treble 2, Cooper Bellis in North Shropshire 593, Georgia De Croo in PAC 84, Junior Jones in Swansea 6, and Denver Whitehouse in White Rose 6. Those are the 7 cars we're expecting. Look into the line, I think we're going to see 6. So looks like we might just be missing somebody else alongside Tyler Goodwin. So yellow flags will go up. That will give track clearance. And the cars very quickly will be underway. So I can't count. We have got 7 down there as they make their way away from the line going down the far side. So it is just YD79, I think, that unfortunately we are missing. But coming back round towards us for the first time, then it is the Breeden 5 car of Alex Hines that's the first one to show. Ben Coffey in Carlo number 23 slots into that 2nd place position, and then lots of chopping and changing going on for the minor positions, but Alex Hines looking to stamp his authority on this one as Breeden 5 already comes back round towards us. Having said that, the CW23 car certainly not letting them get away. Bit of a gap then back to Junior Jones in Swansea 6. PAC 84 races next. Georgia De Croo ahead of Denver Whitehouse in that White Rose 6 machine. But these leading 2 pulling away but making super battle in this heat of the BB Group sponsored junior specials, and coming back round, couple of laps to go. I think it's still Breeden 5, but CW23 trying everything he can. Junior Jones looking safe in 3rd, PAC 84, White Rose 6. Then comes the Invicta Kent car. That's Jensen Taylor at the wheel of the Treble 2 machine, and Cooper Bellis completes it all in North Shropshire 593. But down that far side, and I think we've got a change of race leader. Ben Coffey found the gap through on the inside, and as the last lap flag goes out, the Carlo car, your new race leader. Breeden 5 though certainly battling back. Alex Hines not going to give this one up without a fight. Junior Jones in that third place slot, looking safe and sound, but just a little bit wobbly around that start line turn, but no problems at all. Carlo 23 then puts a little bit of daylight between himself and the second place car as he comes round for that final time. Ben Coffey takes the win. Alex Hines second in Brignell 5. Junior Jones going to be third in Swansea 6, just ahead of Georgia De Croo in PAC 84. Denver Whitehouse in White Rose 6, and Jensen Taylor in Invicta Kent treble 2, and completing it all is Cooper Bellis in the North Shropshire 593. So that one successfully completed. On the line, I think we're moving onwards and upwards to the Class 9 machine. KP Thomas and Son, sponsors of the Class 9s. Yeah, it is. And it's race 1 of the 2 heats of Class 9s that we're going to be seeing. Race 1 brings out your defending champion, Sarah Trott, in Athelston 23. Sharon Barker in Evesham 26, a previous Class 9 national champion. Megan Goodman in Mountain 3. Molly Richardson in Nottingham 492. Chloe Richardson in Pennine 1, and another ex-champion, Nicola Jesse in Scunthorpe 75. And we've already seen Nicola out there in the Class 5, taking a good win in York 44. So can she repeat that in the single-seater? So we've got 12 of them signed on for Class 9 this weekend. So we will be looking to whittle those down straight to the top 8 for the final. I'll say a little bit later on, it'll be tomorrow. But yeah, KP Thomas and Son, your local fuel distributor for this part of the world. Big thank you to KP for the support, not just financial, I know, that they've given to this meeting. Right, here we go then. Class 9s it is. And it is Sarah Trott and the Pennine 1 car of Chloe Richardson that are the first ones to show as they go around that start line turn for the first time, but already to start to get a little bit spread out. But it is the Chloe Richardson Pennine 1 machine that is the first one to show. But Sarah Trott in Athelston 23, I'll say your defending champion, looking to go right round the outside and absolutely wheel-to-wheel racing. Sharon Barker runs in third, Nicola Jesse 4 in 75. Then comes Megan Goodman in Mountain 3, and completing it all is Molly Richardson in Nottingham 492. But Sarah Trott it is now, throwing up the dust as she goes round that top bend and back past us. Athelston 23, she wants to keep her hands on this title. Pennine 1, Nicola Jesse. Sharon Barker still running third and fourth. Megan Goodman in Mountain 3 in that 5th place, and looks like we've lost Molly Richardson somewhere, I think, unfortunately, in Nottingham 492. But the yellow flag with the black cross goes out, and it goes out to your very clear race leader now, Sarah Trott. Pennine 1 getting under stronger challenge. Nicola Jesse winding up the Scunthorpe 75. Sharon Barker back there in 4th place, and Mountain 3, so all the 5 cars still running, are on to their final circuit. But it is Sarah Trott that's going to take this with quite a commanding win at the end of it all. Athelston 23 then it is that takes it. Pennine 1, Chloe Richardson in 2nd, Nicola Jesse 3rd, Sharon Barker, Evesham 26 in 4th, and in that 5th place slot it is the Megan Goodman Mountain 3 machine. So 1 down, 1 to go for the Class 9s. KP Thomas and Sons, as we say, a sponsor. Race 2 brings out national champions previously and currently in other classes galore in this one. Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves in ARC3, Robin Highstead in IK 196, Claire Horner-Williams in Mountain 62, Millie Lane in North Wales 78, Sadie Lindsay in PhD 1, and Katie Adaman in York 6. So there's a fair lineup. It is the Nationals, isn't it, when all's said and done. So we're just putting cones in place there on the bottom part of the circuit and replacing the cones. And just as soon as we're happy with that and we've got track clearance, then we will be underway with second heat, first round of qualifying of the Class 9s. And as they make the break away from the line, it's Katie Adaman in York 6 that is the first one to show. Coming back round towards us, but looking to go through on the inside, up into a good second place. Claire Orla-Williams in Mountain 62. Sadie Lindsay runs 3rd in the PhD 1 machine. That's the 1, 2, 3 round the start line turn for the first time. But Katie Adaman it is in York 6 that's just pulling away a little bit from Claire Horner-Williams, but Claire's not going to have any of that. You can guarantee it. Still Sadie runs third in PhD1. The ARC 3 car, Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves, and then the Invicta Kent car goes through next. That's Robin Highstead, and Millie Lane completes it all in North Wales 78. But absolutely stamping authority on this one is your race leader. That's Katie Adaman as York 6 comes round, Mountain 62. Not able to gain, and in fact he's probably slipping back a little bit on the race leadership, getting a little bit closer for third, but still ARC3 holding on to that third place position, but all fairly well spread out as they go down the far side for the penultimate time, because there is that yellow flag with the black cross. Katie Adaman, one circuit to go. Claire Horner-Williams in Mountain 62. ARC3, Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves, Sadie Lindsay in PhD1. Robin Highstead in IK 196. So they're all on to their final circuit, but it is going to be a win for the flying lady from the York Club. Katie Adaman in York 6 takes it. Claire Horner-Williams in Mountain 62 in second place. Heidi third in ARC3. Then Sadie Lindsay in PhD1. Invicta Kent 196 is Robin Highstead. And we lost Millie Lane, I think, somewhere en route in North Wales 78. Ah, there we did. Over there on the far side, and certainly totally out of our view. But that completes the Class 9s. So trying to identify what we got down there on the line. It looks very much like it is Class 5s. So it's over to Mickey, just call me Rerun Barker.
I would like to say, Steve, if you want to compare notes, only one rerun for me, and once this is done, it's time for breakfast. How many reruns have you had? Oh, well, I don't really want to ask any more questions than that. But you are going to answer, so...
Yeah, no, much more importantly, I haven't had any breakfast.
I know, you know, I can start to see me ribs, which is always a sign that I need food. Right, I have to breathe in really hard these days. Or wear one of those T-shirts. You can get T-shirts, can't you, with like a six-pack formation, you know. Jilly likes me to wear that for me, like me night attire. Hey, and now she's asked me if I can get a T-shirt with the Italian stallion on as well, you know. Yeah, she saw him yesterday and she went, ooh, doesn't he look lovely? And I said, yeah, he is. He's a good-looking man. Good luck. And tanned as well. And why is he tanned? Because he's got Italian in his genes. Smashing. Right, here we go then. It's ladies class 5. And it is rerun. It's Trish Daly, Natasha Gibbs, Lucy Wickham-Jones, Michelle Ellis, Dawn North and Lara Ellen Jones. Missing on this one, Lynn Olsen. I think there was that bit of a coming together, wasn't there? As she came out of Startgate turn. Sorry, out of turn 2. And a little bit of coming together there with the Lara Ellen Jones machine, Typhy 73. So one down. Right, no, as I said this earlier, no national champions or former national champions in this lineup. However, 2 of the ladies made it to the final last year. And the only remaining one, because Lynn Olsen is now excluded, is that Natasha Gibbs in Hereford 4. She made it to the final, which is no mean feat. You just get through and into the top 8 is a real achievement. And she came the old Len Goodman 7 in the standings. But let's see what she can do. She's going to come out of grid 7. So who else? Trish Daly in the Carlo 88 coming out of grid 6. Michelle Ellis in Stroudon District 33 out of grid 1. Dawn North, she was running well, wasn't she? Dawn in South Somerset 10 comes out of grid 2. Lara Ellen Jones in that Typhy 73 out of grid 4. Bit of water going down on the track. I must admit, it's in great nick, isn't it? Absolutely quick, fast track. It's not as undulating as where we've been in the over down at Stroud, which is that's a hill climb and a half. It is challenging. The good thing is though that we have been blessed. The prayers. I did say to Steve that if he kept going to church like me every Sunday and praying through the winter, then it would pay off eventually. And we've had some good. We've had a good run of weather, so please keep it up. Please keep praying. Still think that Monk Island could be a bit clearer over there. It's still a little bit hazy, isn't it? But Apparently you can get a boat trip over there if you fancy going over to Monk Island. Unfortunately, I can't be classified as a monk. Actually, I tell you what, Mr. Jones, Tim Jones here, right? He's just taken off his baseball cap. I honestly thought that was glued to his head because it never comes off, Steve, does it? But he's just taking it off, and he does look like a monk. or actually, that you've actually got the Scarborough haircut, which is like nothing on top but a bit on the sides, eh? It's you go to the barber and go, yeah, can I have a Scarborough haircut? Nothing on top and a little bit on the side. Oh, well, when I can't say that, can I? It's on my wedding anniversary, a little bit on the side. Hold on, I've got a card for every occasion now. So I think, is there one up there that says sorry? She's all right. Yeah, no, listen, we were reading out on the, that purple Pat. I'm going to come and see you in a minute, Pat, and give you some money, by the way, because you're a bit of a lifesaver. Yeah, there's 10 cards, and what do we have in there, Tim? We had the happy birthdays for him and her. New baby, well, I'm looking around here. The only one I reckon that'd be in that kind of territory would be the Italian stallion, because he's, well, they say, don't they, the Italians say. Anniversary, which is obviously, I've used that one now. So if anyone's looking for a 9 mixed occasions, it was 10. There's a congratulations, which we'll use for one of our champions this weekend. Get well soon. That'll be after tonight. Celebrations. New home. That's it. Jill's divorcing me. Thank you. That's because she's divorced me. Deepest sympathy. This is. I thought that was harsh. That the Italian stallion saying that's. I'm going to give that card to your missus, right? I love you. With 10 envelopes, which we think is a Chinese proverb, don't we? I love you with 10 envelopes. Yeah, that's so well done. If anyone is missing anything this weekend, go and see Purple Pat. She has everything. As we've seen, right, here we go then. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing. Michelle Ellis gets a great start. Climbing up here. Dawn North goes with her in the South Somerset 10 machine. Laura Ellen Jones in Typhy 73. Oh, wow, hold on a minute. She's come from third to win it. Down the hill she goes. Dawn North has got company as that Carlo 88 Trish Daly looking to take a wide line. There could be contact, but they've left the door open. Michelle Ellis tries to get the gap back up the inside, gets the grip and holds on to second place just as they climb back up the hill into turn 1 and 2. Typhy 73. Laura Ellen Jones then it is. Down the hill. Woohoo! From Michelle Ellis. Round this in 33. Lucy Wickham-Jones in PAC 11. Then we go Trish Daly and Dawn North now in South Somerset 10th, running in that 5th place. 5 left in this rerun of the ladies class 5, sponsored by PBP. For the weekend, and PRG Trailers are overall sponsors. But round we go out of turn 2. It's getting close now as that Typhy 73 Laura Evan Jones has got company because Michelle Ellis now is right on her tailpipe out of that start gate turn as they climb up that hill. Lucy Wickham Jones, PAC 11, running in 3rd place. Carlo 88, Trish Daly running 4th, and South Somerset 10, Dawn North in that 5th place. Oh dear me, I think there was a bit of contact there, but Typhy 73 takes up that lead down the hill for the final time of asking, because they're all picking up the last lap flag. It was Lucy Wickham-Jones that had the problem. I think it was Michelle Ellis just slowed it into the corner, and I think she got a tap from behind. Who misses Typhy 73 then. Laura Evan-Jones, round she comes. Michelle Ellis is going with her, but it is that Typhy 73. Laura Evan-Jones from Michelle Ellis, from Carlo 88, Trish Daly. Oh, we think it could have been really close. Dawn North across the line and Lucy Wickham-Jones in PAC 11. Did she come round? Wow. Did she come across? Oh, well, we're going to find out. I've called it on Typhy 73, but there was a storm there at the end with Michelle Ellis. But we'll go and sort it out. Right. For the first time today, we're over to Junior Saloons, and it's over to the Italian stallion, Lewis Richards.
Grazie, amico. Right then, here we go straight away then. We're straight in with the first run of the saloons this weekend. And I can see that hopefully I've got the right sheets here. There was a bit of an amendment going out with this B33H, I believe, there. Into the first corner, into the lead. That's Bo Bennett, having a really good couple of seasons recently. So it's Bo Bennett takes him down the hill for the first time. B33, S255Y, CA32, your top three as they came past this year. With South Somerset 444, Freddie Atkins at the rear at the moment. But it's Bo at the moment then in the Breeden Hill car going up the hill for the second time of asking with H6 in second. That's Dexter Price in the second place car at the moment. Bo pulling away at the moment, and I believe there we have the Cambridge car, 32 of Rory Jones in third, trying the outside line, going down now the hill, past us in commentaries, it's 33, 6, 32, and Nottingham 184 then in fourth at the moment of Grace Turner in that fourth, just been overtaken by the Knob Shropshire car, but we have red flags on that one. Unfortunately, that's our first run of the junior saloons, unfortunately come to a stop there. I can't quite see why at the moment, and I haven't heard. There's a bit of a coming together at the bottom corner, but I think the red flags seem to be out before that, but hopefully nobody's had any injuries there. So yeah, Bo Bennett, they're just going down the far side to get off the track as well. And as I speak, they're the recovery vehicles straight into action. And I have to say, I've been looking, obviously, watching the racing this morning, and every time there's an incident, you can see that Tonto and his team there in the middle of the track readying themselves immediately to get onto the track to get these stricken vehicles off the track, to get racing straight away again. And likewise with the marshals straight out there with any cones that need rearranging, sorting the track as quickly as possible. Adrian Clark at the top there, I believe, is giving a bit of a cheer, having a nice mention there. But yeah, obviously we thank everybody for their help this weekend, all officials in every capacity. It looks like we have a rerun on the line, possibly of junior specials with DA 303, I believe, in grid 1. So I'll be handing over in a moment to either Finn or to Steve to take you through that rerun. But our junior saloons sponsors this weekend are Owens Motorsport and Cafe Rhiannon. So we thank Endaf and Rhiannon there for their sponsorship. And obviously Jack and Gwawr will be racing in the juniors later on. So I think it's DA 303 there on the inside. I think the track is almost ready for the rerun here of junior special. We're ready, and it's Finn. Here we go.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so we are away and racing with, this is race 6, so we've done all of them, apart from race 6. This is one that got sent back round into a holding lane. Forest 179 is JJ Polsmore. It's going to be first show going down into someone a little bit sideways. Who's that running outside? Surely they can't find the grip. No, they can't, so Forest 179 is going to be your race leader. Cones and tyres flying everywhere. 179F it is, though. That is your race leader. Border Counties 8. Neve Thomas should be there as well. Adam Lynn down Autograss 303. The High Semi Machine in line 61. Northwest 196. Gemma Moore. Ease Mason in PhD 95. And Scunthorpe 220. All Freddie Nunn, Aidan Fuller and West Waterford 499. We have one parked up, and we have yellows and reds going on. So what are we going to say? No, it is going to be yellows. So we're going to be away and racing with that one. Baltimore stopped. I think he saw the red flag, but he's going to slot himself back into that second position. So we are probably going to have to red that one now, although I think they're keeping it going for the moment. So now you knew race leader coming down past me is going to be West Waterford at 499, but it is going to be red flags on that one. Oh, it was going so well. I had 4 complete races, but the 5th one just couldn't hold firm. But anyway, I'm going to hand you back to Lewis Richards.
Thank you very much there, Finn. So it looks like we're going to go into race 2 of your junior specials. Not quite clear why there were red flags there. I think there's a query going on with that first race as well, so hopefully we can get some clarification on there soon. And we're on race 2 now, which should bring out C13, Cameron Murray, CA33, Casey Jones, H969, Levi Adams, P88EM, Oakley Stokes, C418Y, Michael Cooper, SS46, Josh Pittman, and WW198, Rebecca Sheehy. So we can have a look around the track. We've got yellow flags being raised on most of the marshals' posts. Looking there, just the first marshals post there, just readying themselves for the start of this race then. Your second race of the Owens Motorsport and Cafe Rhiannon sponsored Junior Saloons this weekend. So here we go then. We have track clearance everywhere around the track bar, the first marshal's post, I think. So we're going to wait for the wind-up marshal. Just getting ready. I think that's Lynn Cooper down there this weekend at the moment. Round she goes, winds them up. There was a very quick start there out in grid number 6, I think, from Josh Pittman in the South Somerset car. It'll be interesting to see if there maybe was a jump there. We'll have to wait for the marshal's decision on that one. But it is the it's the Scarborough car there. South Somerset 46, on the outside there of Josh Pittman then. Makes the move on that first corner. So it's Pittman in the lead at the moment in this SS46. H969 and Scarborough 418 in second and third. The close battle there at the moment with P88EM at the end in the back there at the moment. That's Oakley Stokes who came out of grid 4. But it's the South Somerset at the moment. Then South Somerset 46, Josh Pittman going up the hill for the second time, coming around that top corner, pulling away off possibly from the rest of the pack with the Hereford car in second of Levi Adams. So it's your South Somerset 46, Hereford 969 and the battle here for third with Cambridge 33 and Cumdy 13. Very close there for that third and fourth at the moment with West Waterford car in fifth at the moment. Looking at the top here, we have a car slowly making their way around the top with problems on board, possibly. Hopefully they can keep out of the way of everybody else. That is your Pen 988 of Oakley Stokes. But at the moment then, still 46, South Somerset of Josh Pittman in the lead, coming around for the fourth time of asking. H969 in second, Cumdy 13 in your third, West Waterford 198 in fourth at the moment with the Cambridge 33 of Casey Jones, in there as well. But we got the back marker possibly going to cause a hindrance here, keeping out wide, out of the way of Pittman as he comes around then. For the last lap flag, it's SS46 still in the lead. Pulling away now from your second place car, H969 and third, Cumdy 13 of Cameron Murray and West Waterford 198 of Rebecca Sheehy and Cambridge 33 of Casey Jones. But it's still in the lead then, your South Somerset 46 of Pittman, led from the very first corner and has managed to maintain that lead all the way around. It's SS46. That's Josh Pittman, takes the lead then in his first race for this weekend. H969 in second of Levi Adams. Cumdy 13, Cameron Murray third. West Waterford 198, Rebecca Sheehy. Pen 998 a lap down. CA33 then comes across next, Casey Jones. And the rest, I'm not sure if the Pen 9 car is going to go straight off, having seen the checkered flag. It looks like they are. The marshals already out there trying to pull the cones back in. Quite a good race. Oh, the recovery vehicles all making their way back in and rearranging the cones there, as I was saying earlier, doing an absolutely brilliant job this weekend, getting the vehicles all taken off as quickly as possible for us to move through these races this weekend. So while we've got a little bit of downtime while the cones are being rearranged, we have a little birthday greeting here. So it's somebody I haven't seen for a very long time, actually. I hope I do get a chance to catch up over the weekend. It's a big happy birthday to Sandy Tanzel this weekend. It's lovely to see Bob and Sandy down here supporting the South Hills Autograss League and the ladies and juniors this weekend. But it's a big happy birthday then to Sandy from the Quick family and all their friends as well. I'm sure there'll be many people over the weekend who will want to wish Sandy a happy birthday. So happy birthday, Sandy. On we look then for race number 3 of the Junior Saloon, sponsored again, as I said, by Owens Motorsports and Caffi Rhiannon. So race 3, C171, Frankie Taylor, CM30, but they're already off the line. CM30 is Cardi Jones. We'll see who makes the best of the starts. I think possibly it's the IK car there of Archie Stevenson. So it's the Invicta Kent 133 takes them around the top corner for the first time with CM30 of Cardi Jones tucking in that third spot. It's a Mini though, possibly leading their way, just dropping into second place is the Scarborough 742 of Lucas Whiteley in that second place in the Mini. It's nice to see a Mini mixing it up with these Yaris's and Micras still. Unfortunately, that CM30 car, Cardi Jones there, down now in the back of the pack at the moment with a Cumdy 171 of Frankie Taylor. But it's still your IK car, your Invicta Kent 133, then Archie Stevenson pulling away from your second place car. It's the Pen 996 of Jackson Carden in second with the Mini there in third place at the moment, still keeping ahead of some of these Micras and Yaris's. Cumdy 171 there, trying to keep that inside line as they come up that straight on the far side is Cumdy 171, Frankie Taylor, but it's still your Invicta Kent 33, Archie Stevenson then keeping this lead. Nice tidy drive there, and we have the Pen 996 still in second. Pen 996 of Jackson Carden with a Cumdy 30, unfortunately drifting now to the back of the pack, and the Mini just losing contention here from the rest of the pack as well. So we're still with our Invicta Kent 133, Archie Stevenson still in the lead with your Pen 9 car and your Cumdy 171 in third. Who have we got here in fourth place? We can see them as they come past. It's the SS50 car of Zach Southgate, Cumdy 30 there, Cardi Jones, and your Scarborough 742 in the mini there. The Lucas Whiteley car just drifting to the back of the pack, unfortunately. But Caddy having got past them, so hopefully now we're on to our checkered flag. He's led from the start. It is your Invicta Kent 133, Archie Stevenson, Pen 996 in second, Cumdy 171, SS 50, Carmarthen 30 there, and then your mini there, the only mini contender in that race, Scarborough 742Y of Lucas Whiteley at the back of the pack, unfortunately. Oh, I'm just now seeing, the West Waterford 5 car of Rory Nugent coming past as well. I haven't given them a mention throughout the race, I'm afraid. Didn't happen to pick them up as they were racing. So it's the West Waterford 5 there, your final finisher there in race 2. Just hearing over the radios, possibly there might be a green flag there for Cumdy 171 Frankie Taylor. I haven't had the reason there for that, but they will lose 2 places from wherever they finished on the track if that is upheld. So unfortunately, Cumdy 171 possibly picking up a green flag there in that race. So as we can see there, the Bowsers there, James Mosley there, very busy this weekend on the water Bowsers, keeping this track in tip-top condition so we can try and keep the dust down for the drivers and obviously spectators too. It's important that the drivers have good visibility as they are racing around the track. We have the 2 Bowsers out this time, trying to give a good coverage of the whole track this weekend. And the graders out working their magic once again, obviously trying to keep the track in absolutely mint condition. It does look spectacular. There's been a few lovely comments from spectators as they've been coming past us here in commentary, just dropping in to say well done and thank you to the South Wales Autograss League for the condition and the track layout and the whole venue this weekend. And I have to say, hats off to everybody who's been involved in all of the preparations. It takes months or even a year or so to make sure that everything's in place. And obviously we have the British Autograss Series final round down here at the end of the month of September on the weekend of the 28th. But obviously before that, we'll be going back to the fantastic Moncton race venue of the Border Counties Autograss Club for the 4th round, which obviously previously should have been our final round. But with the weather against us down here in Red Roses at the beginning of the season for the British Autograss Series, we had to cancel and postpone our very first round. So we have the reserve date at the end of September, which I believe is only a fortnight after the 4th round. So it's quite a busy month. Obviously, we're here for this weekend. Then I think it's a weekend off from big meetings, but obviously we discussed in last weekend, there are plenty of meetings going ahead next weekend all over the country. We'll try and give them a mention possibly as we go through the meeting this weekend. And then obviously the following weekend, we'll be back at Border Counties for the 4th round of the British Autograss Series. And then another weekend off the big meetings, whether the smaller meetings, club meetings taking place over that weekend break of the BAS and UK rounds. And then we'll be back down here for the final round of the British Autograss Series. Coinciding with those brass rounds, obviously, we do have the UK Autograss Championships as the 2 weekends, the British Autograss Series and the UK Autograss Championships, obviously running on the same weekends, with drivers registering for those 2 series for the season. And unable to chop and change through those meetings now. Once you've signed up for one, then you have to stick with that series for the season, just to try and help with a bit of consistency possibly. So we look forward and we'll give them a bit of a plug as well after this race possibly. We're going on to race 4 of the junior saloons then. C35 Caris Weaver, Evesham 127 Ben Hughes, IK25 George Watley, PAC 54 Charlie DeCrow, SC106 Riley Blackburn, SV29 William Hall and Y72 Freddie Farrow. So we're looking now then, the Bowsers have just made their way off. We have track clearance. The wind up marshals down there on the very first marshals push, just looking around, winding the drivers up. Here we go then. Who's going to get the best of the starts this time around? It looks like it's the car possibly from grid 5. This time of asking Freddie Farrow, Y72 possibly he's taking up that first pull up off the start line, but it's the Invicta Kent 25, just a little bit of a door rubbing there. George Watley there taking them on the outside. But it's IK25, York 72, SC106 are your top 3 at the moment, with Cumdy 35 there of Caris Weaver trying around the outside, but not paying off this time as she drifts almost to the back of the pack with PAC 54 there. Right at the back, Charlie DeCrow at the moment struggling with these conditions of the watered track possibly. But it is IK25, George Watley in the lead at the moment. Very close battle here. I think it's Farrow there on the inside now. York 72 just taking up the running from IK25. SV29 just in 4th at the moment. of William Hall there, but it's a very close battle for third and fourth with 3 cars abreast there with the Evesham, I believe, of Evesham 127 of Ben Hughes also in the mix there for the third, fourth and fifth. But again then, it's Farrow on the in the York 72 up the hill, round the top bend for this third time of asking. It's Farrow then in York 72 in the lead at the moment from IK25. SV29 in third, Evesham 127 in that fourth then, away from Scunthorpe 106 of Riley Blackburn. But again, then York 72. It is Farrow who's kind of led halfway round from the first lap and been in the lead since. A good battle there at the beginning of the race around the top corner here, but it's Farrow in the lead then. York 72. Freddie Farrow in York 72 still in the lead from IK25. George Watley. SV car 7 Valley 29. William Hall there in third. Unfortunately, we got Reds on there with a car on stop behind the forklift there, the Manitou over there. I can't quite see if there's a car on stop. Oh, there's a car in the fence behind the Nationals 24 sign in the middle of the track. Unfortunately, that race comes to a stop. A few had taken the last lap flag, I believe. So whether that will be rerun or a result taken, we'll try and keep you informed. But yeah, there must have been a little incident there with the car. I can't quite see. I can only see the back end of that car at the moment to see who it is. Hopefully they haven't had hurt as they've gone into the barrier, possibly over on the far side there. But once again, the recovery vehicles absolutely on the ball there straight away once that race was stopped over with that driver to make sure they were okay, first of all. I think it's the Cumdy 35 of Caris Weaver was just facing into the Armco there. Hopefully not too much damage on the Armco. Hopefully they didn't hit that too hard so that there's not any fence work needed to make sure that everything's safe and in good condition for us to continue racing. They'll just assess that very quickly, and if there's work needed to be done, I'm sure the fence team will be out there very quickly to get things done and sorted for us to move on with the racing. So possibly another rerun of the juniors there, with race 1 obviously stopped earlier. I'm hearing possibly a black flag in that first race for the South Somerset Treble 4 machine for being the cause of the stoppage, but so that could be the rerun that's going to come out later on minus them. We'll be looking ahead now, though, for race 5 of your junior saloons. 10F Lily Chapman coming out of grid 5. C49 Cody Phillips in grid 6. E33 Bella Amblad in grid 7. IK273 Charlie Rayfield in grid 8. PAC 33 Rio Sheehan, who's having a very good season out of grid 1. SC18 Blake Crowther in grid 2. TA Treble 2 Corey Reid, quite a newbie but making quite a mark already last weekend up Border Counties. And York 81 Jacob Farrow will have just seen their relation there. I think possibly their brother in York 81. They're coming out of grid number 4. The Bowser just out. Possibly just going to give a little bit of a dampening on the inside line down on this bottom corner. We can see the sort of the drier line there on the inside. So maybe they're just going to dampen that down so there's a nice even sort of surface here with water on the whole track. Yeah, and as we speak, they're giving just a little bit of a sprinkle there down on the bottom corner at the marshal's request, possibly. Also encourages the drivers possibly to stay off the cones a little bit when there's that wet inside line, so that obviously helps with the running of the meeting if the marshals don't have to keep continuing going in and out to rearrange the cones after cone incidents. And obviously the drivers will be well aware that there are penalties if cones are hit during the race. I believe it's 2 cones consecutively hit would be a green flag. 3 cones, one after the other, would be a black flag offence. And if you hit a cone and gain an advantage or pass vehicles after hitting a cone or whilst hitting a cone, then that is also deemed a black flag offence. But the Bows are then just making their way off. So we're looking down to the line then to see if this race 5 can be concluded. So we'll be looking for the marshals to give track clearance. A bit of a discussion going ahead with regards to what the decision is in that last race, possibly. It was the Cumdy of Caris Weaver, unfortunately, would the cause of the stoppage having gone into the fence, but I didn't see what happened to make her go into the fence, whether it was of her own accord. But the race 5 is off the line. And as I said, Rio's having a very good season so far, and he's made a storming start out of grid 1 there in the PAC 33 machine with the other South Wales League of Corey Reid there in the Tyvee Treble 2. In second place at the moment. So it's the 2 South Wales League cars at the moment, with the Farrow car, York 81 in the mix is in second place there, and IK273 of Charlie Rayfield also wanting to get in on the action. Just a bit of a nudge there from the Invicta Kent car into the back of the Corey Reid car of Tyvee Treble 2, but it is Rio Sheehan in the lead at the moment with Jacob Jacob Farrow there in second place in the York 81. Corey Reed managed to keep control of that car very well. Fair play to him. And is in that third place spot at the moment. Won't want to give up the second place. He'll be battling his hardest to get up into that second place car. IK273 in fourth. Scunthorpe 18. 10F. And Evesham 33 in the rear at the moment. Evesham 33 of Bella Amblad in the final position at the moment. Rio Sheehan storming up that far side into the top corner once again then. Pulling away possibly from the York 81 of Jacob Farrow with your Corey Reed Tyvee treble 2 in third at the moment. Corey just lost it there, possibly lost a bit of drive, but lost it and gone sideways and pulled into the centre of the track, unfortunately. But I'm sure the family will be disappointed up on the right-hand side here, would have been supporting flat out. But it's Rio then pulling up the straight for the fourth time of asking, I think, here, with Farrow still in that second place in the York 81 with the Invicta Kent car. In third, Invicta Kent, Charlie Rayfield, number 273. Scunthorpe 18. Chasing them down, and that's Blake Crowther trying to make up a place then into the top four positions with the 10F machine of Lily Chapman not giving up at the moment. We're coming around then, Evesham 33, the back marker Bella Amblad just at the back of the pack, but it's Rio Sheehan then coming across the top corner. Down this time, past us in commentary for the final time with the checkered flag waving. It's Rio Sheehan in PSC 33. Thumps the air then, we're happy with his win and first win of this weekend. Jacob Farrow in second. IK273 in third of Charlie Rayfield. Scunthorpe 18, followed by 10F. And then it's the Amblad machine of Evesham 33 in your final position there. Evesham 33 there of Bella Amblad, taking up your sixth spot, I think. With the 6 finishers there. Unfortunately, Corey Reed there in his first season, I think, going so well in that Tyvee treble 2. Unfortunately, also, I believe, picking up a green flag. I haven't had the reason for that at the moment, but maybe picking up a green flag for something that had happened out on track. Looking down onto the line, I think we're going ahead straight away. I think it might be our rerun of Junior Saloons, including... Is it CM49 there? That would be a rerun. And B10H. Junior Specials, sorry, not Junior Saloons. Yeah. I think it's handing over then to Steve on the Junior Specials rerun.
I'm proud of you, Lewis. At least I could normally spot the difference between a special and a saloon. But no, hey, we've all done it. So, yeah, right. So, right, does answer one little puzzle. Is race 2 going to be rerun? Yes, because they're out there. And looks like all 7 are back out there. So don't know the reason for the stoppage. And no, I just don't know. So there we go. But what we do know is it's Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20. That's the first one to show. Ellie Brown in Carmarthen 49 tucks into that second place slot, but under strong challenge from the Invicta Kent 19 car of Rosie Russell. But Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20, doing what he did last time and looking to pull away a little bit from the Carmarthen car. Rosie Russell still runs third. On the outside, Levi Phipps having a better run in Stroud 13. Breednill 10 comes next. That's Josh Mason at the wheel of that one. Maisie Farrow in there then as York 80. But White Rose 20 all of a sudden has opened up a very commanding advantage on the rest of this field as he comes round once again. Lewis Middleton, it is another lap successfully completed. Rosie Russell now up into second place in Invicta Kent 19, Stroud 13, Carmarthen 49, Breednill 10, York 80 and Callum Peace in North Shropshire 35. But down that far side, and if anything, I think the gap between the race leader and the rest of the field increasing slightly as that yellow flag with the black cross is made ready for Lewis Middleton. White Rose 20, 1 to go. Rosie Russell in IK19, Levi Phipps in Stroud 13, Breednill 10, York 80, Carmarthen 49 and North Shropshire 35. So all the cars are onto their final circuit, but it's going to be Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20 that's going to open up his 2024 Junior Special campaign with maximum points as he comes across the line and takes a good win. Rosie Russell second, Levi Phipps a good third place, Breednill 10 then comes home in fourth place ahead of York 80, Maisie Farrow and Ellie Brown in Carmarthen 49 and Callum Peace in North Shropshire 35. Don't forget, Junior Specials, we are looking for the top 32 to go through to the quarterfinals. So we've got quarterfinals in both the juniors classes, semi-finals in class 1. All the rest will go straight through to the final. So we reckon it's junior F600s now on the line, which is Gareth. So Lewis has shown me the piece of paper. But no, you've got the nearest accent to Gareth.
Oh, crikey, here we go then. So this is your very first race for the junior F600s at the Ladies and Juniors National Championships. One race of them coming out this weekend. Gareth, if you're out there, you can make your way back over. You can take over this if you can get here. But I do believe it's our Tivy boy there in the lead at the moment. Let's have a look. It's a very close thing. Tivy 76, Scarborough 171. These have been racing very closely this season so far, and it's been great to see the boys out there racing against each other, but there's a lot of chopping and changes as they come up that far straight. I think it possibly 160F, Corey Mumford, he previously won the junior saloon, junior special. Bear have coming together there, unfortunately, with I think it's Alfie Ross there in the Scarborough car, but it's still your Tivy of Will Evans on the outside there now, trying that outside line to get onto the looser stuff, to come around this South Wales Autograss League's racetrack. Maybe knows it a bit better than most, having raced down here a few times this season, but it is Will Evans then in Tivy 76 storming around that top corner and taking a good lead at the moment with your Spalding 198, followed by Scarborough with 717, Scarborough 46, YD 18, White Rose 1, and the 160F of Corey Mumford there in the 7th, with H50 at the back of the pack of Sky Pascal at the moment. We'll try and give you their names as they come in past them, but it's Will Evans still in the lead at the moment, with the Spalding car in second place of Connor Forster in the 198 machine in second. Followed very closely there by Alfie Ross in the 717 46Y, Katie Atkins, and the Corey Mumford there not giving up easily. You can hear him revving down past this year, past commentary. It's still Will Evans though coming around the top corner in the first place, with Alfie Ross trying to move around the outside. Can he make it stick? It's really close here for second and third at the moment, with Spalding 198 and Scarborough 717. Alfie there round the outside of the... Oh, I'm not sure who got it over the line there, but it was Will who took the win, definitely. I think it was just Spalding 46. Spalding 198 in second, and Alfie Ross in the 717 as they came over the line. But really close racing there between those F600s, especially in the middle of the pack. Great to see the control they have as they were racing past this year and going for it tooth and nail there. But Will be delighted, I'm sure, to win the very first race of the junior F600s in any Ladies and Juniors National Championship. So congratulations there. But we are straight on to Ladies Class 2 as we look at them coming off the line then. So we should have Donna Howells in the Cum D60 car, but it's the YD1 machine of Rebecca Starbuck that takes them into the top corner for the very first time, with Lexi Owen in the Tivy 211 around the outside, very wide there. Can she make that work for her? It's YD1 R92 Cum D60 in the 211 from Tivy, with the Scarborough 49Y of Gabby Smith there in that fifth at the moment. Lexi trying to cut back on the inside, getting in the mix there as they come up the far straight for the second time there, but it's still YD1 Rebecca Starbuck in the lead from the Radford 92 of Nicola Bettany in second. Lexi just hitting a couple of those cones well. She pushed. I didn't quite see what happened there, but it is the Scarborough. Oh, a bit of a nudge there as they came past this year in commentary between Lexi and the Cum D60 car of Donna Howells. Oh, very narrowly missed there by the cars in those further positions, but it's still YD1 then Rebecca Starbuck in the lead as they come around the top corner for the third time. R92 in second place of Nicola Bettany, Lexi in third in the Tivy 211, and I think it's the North Wales 38 of Terry Rowland there in fourth. In fifth, as they come past us, North Wales 38 of Terry Rowland in fifth, with Cum D60 now lagging behind. Donna Howells in the Cum D60. I think it's the last lap flag being made ready, which is the yellow flag with the black cross. Oh, a bit of a nudge there. Something seemed to happen to the YD1 machine as they were coming out of that corner, and there's a bit of contact from the Radford 92. Not sure if the YD1 of Rebecca Starbuck seemed to lose power or something there coming out of that first corner, but there was definitely contact between the two. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. It's Lexi went on a great move on the inside line to try and get into that second place. Bit of a bump there, possibly going into the first corner. Lexi just pushing it too far, possibly. It's the YD1 machine of Rebecca Starbuck takes the win. Lexi in second in the 211. Scarborough 249 in third of Gabby Smith. The Radford 92 demoted there. Down into fourth with Rebecca Bettany behind the wheel. North Wales 38 there in fifth of Terry Rowlands, and Cum D60 of Donna Howells in your final position. What a close race. Lots of chopping and changing there. Bit of bumping and banging. Lots of cones flying everywhere. So it'll be interesting to see what will be made of that race, with the marshals looking back and reviewing in the camera room, possibly to see what had gone on. I can imagine there's lots of discussions going on there. But we look down then to race 2. At the moment, we'll say we have race clearance for race 1, but race 2 should bring out IK14 Victoria Thomas in grid 4. P142EM Yasmin Akbas. R11 Jade Poole. SC126, Jess Conway. SP26, Emma Robinson. WR13, Anne-Marie Chadburn. And York 16, Jess Dockeray. Lots of well-known names here in ladies class 2. So this will be a race to watch, I'm sure. I can see that Invicta Kent car, aimed Invicta Kent 14, always stands out down on the line and out on track with that bright orange. Great to see that car going around again this weekend. So here we go, quite a level break there with grid 1 just struggling off the line at the moment, but it is possibly that IK14 car had seemed to have a good start in grid 4, and the Scarborough of Conway seems to be taking around that top corner for the very first time. So it is Jess Conway in the Scarborough 126, brings them down, pulling away already from Invicta Kent 14 of Victoria Thomas, R11, Spalding 26, York 16, Pair 9, 1421, WR 113 were in that order as they came past the commentary point here. But it's Conway pulling away and really pulling away already with a few car lengths between her and the second place car of Invicta Kent 14, Victoria Thomas. There's Conway in 126 in the lead still. IK14, R11 there of Jade Poole. Spalding 26 in 4th, York 16 in 5th. Very close there for 6th and 7th at the moment between those two cars at the back of the pack at the moment. But it is Conway again motoring around this Castle Lloyd Farm Raceway, really pulling away now from the second place car of Invicta Kent 14. So it's still Conway in the lead in the Scunthorpe 126. Invicta Kent 14, R11, Spalding 26 there in 4th at the moment of Emma Robinson. And the WR13 at the back of the pack trying to make up some ground around that bottom corner at the moment with York 16 trying to get in the mix on that. Look at that back race there for 4th, 3rd, 4th. Oh, bit of contact there, and unfortunately as they were coming up that straight, they couldn't see as they were behind the Manitou. But it's Conway takes the last lap flag, and it's the Invicta Kent 14 in 2nd still. York 16 there is the one who gets the advantage from whatever happened on that far side. It's Jess Dockeray. And, red flags. I'm sure they were on their last lap. Checkered flag being made ready, so yeah, definitely on their last lap, but obviously the car on the far side there is in the fence, I think, unfortunately. I couldn't exactly see what happened. There was definitely contact between a couple of the cars. There was 3 of them pretty much side by side going up that far side. I think it might be Spalding 26, Emma Robinson possibly, who was facing the wrong way and maybe in the Armco slightly on the far side there with another car facing us here. Well, I can't make out their number, unfortunately. But as they're sorting themselves out, then we'll look down to see race 3. Then we should have 244F, Maisie Daniel, P65EM, Beth Richards, Scarborough 17, Izzy Nicholson, Scunthorpe 177, Claire Mulroy, Star 24, Lacey Law, and West Waterford 12, Sinead Tivey, who's coming out of grid 1 there. We got Star 24 in grid 1. Nobody in grid 2 in this race. Grid 3 is Sinead Tivey in West Waterford 12. Looking for track clearance, just the breakdown recovery vehicles making their way back into the middle of the track. We'll see who gets the best of the starts here. Let's have a look then. Looking for track clearance. Yellow flags waving. Here we go. Bungie has lifted. Grid 3 there, I think, has made the best of the start so far. That was the West Waterford 12, Sinead Tivey. But it's grid 8 now then, storming up the far side. I think it's the Scarborough 17 of Izzy Nicholson there as they come past up around the top corner. A bit of a nudge there from the West Waterford 12 as they were coming around the top corner there. It's West Waterford 12 from Scunthorpe 177 and Star 24, Lacey Law in 3rd as they were going around the bottom corner. Very close there for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but it's West Waterford at the moment. West Waterford 12, Sinead Tivey up the straight for the 2nd time. Keep an eye on that race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. We've got the Forest 244 of Maisie Daniel on the inside, and the Scunthorpe 177, Claire Mulroy going around that outside, but she's lost a lot of positions there with Scarborough 17 trying to take advantage of that bit of a mistake. Izzy Nicholson in the Scarborough car trying to get into that 4th and making it stick at the moment. But it is the West Waterford Sinead Tivey who is taking advantage now, pulling away a couple of car lengths from the Star 24 of Lacey Law in 2nd at the moment. Around the top corner for the 3rd time is West Waterford 12, Star 24, 244F, Scarborough 17, Pen 965 and Scunthorpe 177. Still trying to stick to that outside and smoking a bit as they were going down into that corner. So maybe a little bit of a problem on board for them at the moment. But it's still your West Waterford 12 then. Sinead Tivey, who came out of grade 3. She did have a good start and has made it stick. It's Sinead at the moment then in the West Waterford 12 in the lead. Me missing possibly, so she'll be trying to make that car finish this race, but hopefully she doesn't lose the position that she have. But it's the Star 24 trying to get around possibly. She can probably hear that the car in the lead is missing at the moment, misfiring, and the West Waterford 12 trying to stick that inside line. Lacey trying around the outside now then. Can she make it stick? Let's have a look who's going to make it around the corner and down. Here we go then. It's the West Waterford 12 takes the win. Star 24 in second. Forest 244 in third, Pennine 64, Scarborough at 17 and Scunthorpe 177 was your last position there in that race. It looks like we have possibly another rerun of sorts with specials down there on the line. I do believe it's a rerun of the DA303 I can see in grid 1 and IK961, so I think it's back over to Finn Shepherd.
Rightio, thank you very much, the Italian Stallion. So we're going to look down to the line, and we are wasting already there. So JJ Baltimore is going to be first showing Forest 179, going down into turn 1. And who is going to be there as well as they come down my side? We shall have West Waterford 499 of Aidan Fuller, who was second when the race was stopped, and he is now in West Waterford 499, so they're going to be 1 and 2 going down that far side. The high step machine should be there as well. And if they to get 961, I can see him there in about 5th, I think. And Scunthorpe, Border Counties 8 maybe of Neve Thomas at the rear of the field for the moment. But we're going to look back to the front because Forest 179 it is. That is JJ Baltimore from West Waterford 499. If it to get 961. That is our Jack High step machine, and down Autograss 303 of Adam Lynn should be there as well. Border Counties 8 gets it all kinds of sideways, but gets it going the right way once again. Forest 179 it is, so that is JJ Baltimore coming down and around with 2 laps to go. So what Forest 179 is, West Waterford 499, Victor again 961, down Autograss 303, Scunthorpe 220, West Waterford 196. PhD 95. I'm going to look a bit back to find Border Counties 8 of Neve Thomas. So we're going to look back to the front because already stretching his advantage a little bit away from the rest of the field is JJ Baltimore and Forest 179 moving on to his final circuit. As is West Waterford 499 of Aidan Fuller from that high step machine at 961, down Autograss 303, Scunthorpe 220, West Waterford maybe North Wales 196, sorry, Gemma Moore. And Border Counties 8, Neve Thomas, and we missed one out there, but we will see what the checker flag is going to be made ready for JJ Baltimore and Forest 179 from West Waterford 499. If it to get 961, I think Scunthorpe 220 just got down Autograss 303. North Wales 196, sorry, of Gemma Moore. Border Counties 8 of Neve Thomas, and PhD 95 of Esme Mason. So we're going to move on to Class 2 machinery. I'm going to put a tick on all of my rerun races. I'm going to hand you back over to the Italian Stallion.
Thank you very much, Finn. Yeah, we're looking down now then to see the final race of Class 2s, barring our rerun or possibly 2 reruns. We're waiting to hear if race 1 might be rerun, but red flags at the moment out on the track. Race 4 should bring out Hannah Cheshire in Breeden Hill 12, Jess Owen in North Wales 151, Linda Thomas, local girl there in PAC 91, and Courtney Lewis in Swansea 2 local races there. Abby Juggins in Scunthorpe 40, another local lady, Lara Ellen Jones in Tivy 17, what a great race in her Class 5 earlier, and Jessica Farrow in York 71. So yeah, looking down to the line, and let's see if we can get this race started. And let's see, Linda is out there in grid 8, I can see, in the PAC 91 machine. Lara is in grid 4 and Courtney in grid 1. Those are your 3 South Wales Autograss League local ladies out in this one together, unfortunately, but that's just the way that these random draws go. So we'll see now then who's in grid 1. Like I said, Swansea 2, Courtney Lewis in grid 1. Will she have a good start? Some of those cars have. She does seem to be going off well. And Lara Ellen Jones in the Tivy 17. It's a very even break though as they go up the fast straight for the very first time. Lara possibly outbreaking the rest, but no, it's that York 71 of Jess Farrow around the outside stop of the Tivy 17, but Lara on the inside. It's Tivy 17 and York 71 side by side with Linda in third at the moment. Swansea 2 in fourth. A very close race here with very experienced ladies drivers and good cars here in this very final race of Class 2. It's Lara then on the inside, on the up straight there. It's Lara in Tyvee 17 with Faro in second and Linda Thomas in third, trying to see if she can sneak another position off Jess Faro there. But it's Lara, Faro, Thomas, and then Courtney with the North Wales 51 in fourth there of Jess Owen. A very close race still. These cars almost bumper to bumper then as they're going up the far straight. Lara slightly pulling away possibly from Jess Faro in the York 71 machine. So it's still Lara across the top of the track here then, the final exit there of the corner. Coming down another time here, Lara Ellen Jones in Tyvee 17, Faro in 71, Thomas in third, Isilio 1, 2, 3 as they come down that bottom corner for the penultimate time, I think. So Lara and Faro and Thomas, still your first three going up the far straight with the North Wales 51 there of Jess Owen of North Wales 151, sorry. Courtney Lewis trying to get back on the inside. Is there going to be a gap there for Courtney to sneak past? It's the last lap flag this time as they go past us. Courtney there trying to get past with the Scunthorpe 40, sorry, put my teeth back in, of Abby Juggins, and your Breeden Hill car there of Breeden Hill 12, Hannah Cheshire. But Lara then will be delighted with this to take a win if she can keep this going. Lara Ellen Jones then in Tyvee 17 is going to be your final Class 2 winner for the weekend of this first round of qualifying. York 71, PSE 91, North Wales 151, Swansea 2, Scunthorpe 40 and Breeden Hill 12. As I said, what a close race there. All those cars within one breath as they came across the line here to take the checkered flag. A very close race there. Lara possibly pulling away slightly from Jess Faro in the York 71, but Linda was hot on her heels trying to get that second place. But like I was saying earlier, good cars there, good drivers, experienced drivers, taking it to each other there on the last race, the race 4 of the Class 2s this weekend, which are sponsored by AT Commercials. So thank you very much to AT Commercials for their very kind sponsorship of Ladies Class 2 this weekend. We have 26 drivers signed up this weekend for Ladies Class 2, so it's a great turnout there for the Class 2s. And as I just said, yeah, very kindly sponsored by AT Commercials. That's Adrian Taylor, so we thank him for his sponsorship there. We're moving on now, then we're having the track watered, but as we look down to the line, we can see that we have our Class 4s lining up. I think it's me that's sticking you through the Class 4s also. So we've probably got reruns of the, maybe 2 reruns of Class 2s to come out, possibly just the one, or depending on the marshal's decisions, we might not have any reruns, so we'll have to see if we can have a final decision on that. But we have 2 races of Class 4s then, eagerly anticipating track clearance here to get their racing underway this weekend. We've got 9 drivers signed on this weekend. And we have a previous Class 6 national champion, Hannah Thomas, coming out this weekend in the Carmarthen 8. Obviously, husband Dalton's Class 4 there. They've got this Class 4 now, which is obviously very, very well raced in the past by Adam Henley. Multiple national champion in that Class 4, always battling out with Hugh Jones. And it's interesting to see, I believe that Hugh Jones' old car is also down there with York 61, Charlotte Singleton, coming out of Grid 8. Involved in a bit of a mess, I believe it was at the National Championships for the men up at the Yorkshire Dales a few weeks back. But I was having a chat to them as they came through the gate the other day, and they've managed to sort that car out, managed to get it repaired, looking good once again. We were having a bit of a joke about not having enough time to put a bit of paint on it, so I'm wondering if they've managed to at the moment, but that's the least of their worries, isn't it? As long as that car's in tip-top condition, mechanically and safe to race, then the colours and the stickers and that are just secondary to that, obviously. But obviously all the drivers take great pride in their cars and spend a lot of time making sure that their cars are running correctly. But obviously, everybody likes their cars to look at their best, especially at these big national championship meetings. There's something about it still, isn't there, for both the men's and the ladies and juniors. Everybody pulls the stops out to make sure that their car's looking in tip-top condition. But yeah, so let's have a look then who we've got in race 1. Obviously mentioned already our previous Class 6 ladies national champion, Hannah Thomas, racing for a local car down here, Carmarthen 8. We've got Jasmine Cusack in MA5, coming out of Grid 4. Penhow number 7, Nikki Price in Grid 5. Tyvee 13, Catherine Williams, recently married obviously to Otis, so congratulations to them. They were married a little earlier this year. Tyvee 13 there, Catherine Williams has been racing in Class 4 now for quite a few years and is always there competing at top level. And as previously mentioned, obviously, again, the York 61 of Charlotte Singleton. Previously, the Carmarthen 7 car of Hugh and Gwen Jones, obviously, have the... so the CM8 and the York 61 there have probably rubbed a bit of paint against each other quite a few times over the years, as Hugh and Adam have raced quite closely in the 2 Micras at very top level. So, but yeah, no pressure this weekend on either of those drivers, Charlotte Singleton and Hannah Thomas, but obviously the cars will be well known, and I'm sure they'll know that themselves as well. But they'll both be trying their best here, pedalling as hard as they can around this Castleloyd Farm Raceway. The Bowsers have just made their way off, so we're looking, and they go as I speak. So Hannah's had quite a good start there from the inside of grid number 1, but it is the York 61 of Charlotte Singleton at the moment who takes them into the top corner for the first time. Hannah around that top corner on the inside line, trying to keep Catherine Harding in 3rd place at the moment. They're going around all the wet stuff. You can hear those revs raising. So it's the York 61 from CM8, TA13, MA5 and P7 as they came past us for the first time in commentary. Hannah then won't want to settle for second. There's not much to go on these heats. Obviously, they just want to get into the final, but Hannah is a racer and she won't want to just settle for second place. She's going to try everything possible probably to get around this York 61 of Charlotte Singleton. So it's side by side as they come out of that top corner for the second time. Hannah around the outside on the looser stuff, taking it to York 61, and Hannah's taken into the lead there in the CM8 machine. A lot of support for her around this track, I'm sure, with family and friends, both from York and locally here. Hannah just sideways. York 61 sneaks back up on the inside. So it's a close race here between those first 2 cars, as I've said, have battled many times over the years. But it's the York 61 at the moment who's in the lead of Charlotte Singleton. So it's York 61, CM8 in second of Hannah Thomas. Catherine Harding, the Tivy 13, Penthouse 7 now up into that 4th spot with the MA5 machine of Jasmine Cusack in the final position at the moment. So it's the York 61 then pulling up that straight, pulling away slightly from Hannah Thomas in CM8. Hannah braking hard there into the top corner to see if she can just stick on that inside line. Made up a bit of ground. Can she get past now? They become past here for this final time of asking. Is the checkered flag, the last up flag is made ready. York 61 there just pulling away as they go into the bottom corner with Hannah still in second place. A big move there around the outside from the Penhow number 7 of Nikki Price, trying to make up into that 3rd place away from Catherine Harding, but Catherine has made it stick. Going into the top corner, it's still then your York 61 Charlotte Singleton is going to take the win there. She'll be delighted, that I'm sure. York 61, CM8 Hannah Thomas in second, Catherine Williams in 3rd, Penhow number 7, Nikki Price in 4th, and the Mallow 5 there of Jasmine Cusack in 5th. That was a great race there for the ladies class 4. Looking down, I think we might have a junior rerun of our junior saloons. I think it's B33H there, so it's our race 1, if I'm correct. So it's Bo Bennett in B33H. I think we might, like I said earlier, have a black flag for the SS treble 4 of Freddie Atkins, so they might not be out there, but it does look like we got a full grid, so it'll be interesting to see who we have out in this one. So maybe there was a complaint upheld there, maybe. We'll have to see as they come up, but it's B33H on the inside and H6 on the outside as they go into that top corner. It is Bateman, though, Bennett, in the B33H as they come down then out of that first corner. 33H on the outside, H6 on the inside. WS46, CA2321 North 8, Nottingham 184. They were side by side as they came past us here. The Cambridge car stick into that inside line of Rory Jones, trying to get a bit of grip, but he hasn't made a stick at this moment in time. It's Bennett still on in the B33H machine, then coming around that top corner, is been in the lead now then since they went into that top corner for the first time, and he's managing to make it stick once again. So it's B33H, H6, Cambridge 32, WS46, N184, Scarborough 255, and the CM16 there of Caris Williams at the back of the pack at the moment. But it's quite settled there at the front with Bennett pulling away. But second, third and fourth are pretty close there as we go into that top corner. Let's keep an eye on what's going to happen here with the Cambridge 32 of Rory Jones on the bumper of that Hereford 6 of Dexter Price, trying to switch to the outside line 32, trying to get a better grip around the outside with West Waterford 46, Wessex 46, in that 5th. Trying to see if one of these will make a mistake or see if they can get a bit of grip to get an advantage. Nottingham and Spalding there, Scarborough at the back, trying to have a bit of a battle on their own, but it's still Bennett in the lead coming around here then. for the last lap flag. We can see the last lap flag ready, so it's B33H still in the lead. Yellow flag's waving to show a bit of danger. The car on stop of Caris, unfortunately, in the CM16. Caris Williams on stop on the bottom corner. Marshall is signalling there for the drivers to try and avoid her around the outside on the track. Caris kept that car going, hopefully, to try and finish this race. But it's B33H then. Bo Bennett led pretty much from the start, taking the checkered flag this time. It's the B33H then of Bo Bennett taking that victory. H6 has been in second. CA32, WS46, N184, S255Y. And I'm glad to see that Caris Williams there, local girl there, Caris in the CM16 machine, has got that car going and is going to come around then to take the checkered flag. She'll be happy to finish the race to get some points under her belt, but I'm sure she'll be a little bit disappointed to have lost control of that car on the bottom corner. I didn't see if there was a bit of a nudge or something down there, but I looked down and she was facing the wrong way. I think we've got our another rerun here of the junior saloons. I think this is race number 4. Evesham 127, IQ25, PAC 54, SC 106, SV 29 and York 72. Saying that, sorry, it looks like it might be race 6. So I'll hand you over to Tim Jones.
Yes, thank you, mate. So, morning, everybody. And, just about morning. Hope everybody's well. And before we get settled in to the seats, we get the first stoppage in the race 6 of Heat 1 of the junior saloons. Right, we'll see who's excluded and who isn't. So, as I say, as we get settled in, paperwork just about sorted, which is unusual for me, but there we go. Good morning, everyone, and I hope you're all okay. And the BAS TV working absolutely spot on, track looking absolutely wonderful, and it's a pleasure to be with you to take you through the second heat, or the second part of the junior saloons. PRG Trailers, of course, your very kind meeting sponsor. So we make no apologies for giving all the sponsors a mention. As the Corey Evans' machine Typhy 4 gets moved back to the safety of the pits. My little stint was short and sweet, just like my missus. So we'll hand you back over to take you through the Class 4 machinery. Back over to Lewis.
Cheers, Tim. Thank you very much. Yeah, so our Class 4s, now our second race is down there on the line. And Class 4 this weekend, very, very kindly sponsored by Shebden Plant Tyre and Shebtech Racing. So great thanks to them for their sponsorship this weekend of the ladies' Class 4s at the National Championships down here at Castlelloyd Farm Raceway in Red Roses, overlooking the lovely, beautiful sea there in the distance. So, yeah, who do we have in this one then? It's Claire Compton in NS434. Claire Mulroy in Scunthorpe 66, Kelly Wetherick in SS272, and Megan Williams in WS94. But engines are revving and the bungee's lifted. So who's going to get the best of the starts? It's the North Shropshire 434 from Grid 3 of Claire Compton, who seems to have the best of the starts at the moment, with the SS272 of Kelly Wetherick trying to chase her down already, then going around the top corner for the first time. So it is Compton coming past us for the first time in the lead, with Wetherick followed then in third by WS94 of Megan Williams. We seem to have lost one of our drivers, unfortunately, on the very far side of Scunthorpe 66. Claire Mulroy seems to be just tootling up the far side, unfortunately, with problems on board. But it is Compton in the lead still. Not pulling away, sorry, but Kelly Wetherick in second, trying that inside line. Who's going to come out best at this time of that corner? It is Compton in the 3-4-3-4, 2-7-2 in second, sticking to that inside line, trying to make that inside line stick, but Wetherick around the outside, on the inside, sorry, of Compton, but Compton getting the better line around that bottom corner on that lap, with the Compton pulling away slightly possibly at the moment, with the WS94 Megan Williams in third place. But it is Compton still then in the lead in the North Shropshire 434, South Somerset 272 of Kelly Wetherick in second, WS94 then of Megan Williams in third, and we have lost out, unfortunately, our other car in this race, the Scunthorpe 66 of Claire Mulroy, but it is our first two here coming past us once again, then of North Shropshire 434, Claire Compton, and with the South Somerset 272 of Kelly Wetherick still in that second place, and WS94 in third of Megan Williams. Compton then, who's led from the very lift of that bungee at the start of the race, pulling away now then with a great few cars lengths between her and the second place car of the Kelly Weatherick in 272. But Compton takes the win then. Compton in the lead in the 434, 272 in second of Kelly Weatherick. In third place, we still have our WS94 of Megan Williams, and unfortunately, we did lose our Scunthorpe 66 of Claire Murray. But I think then we have our seventh race of the Junior Saloons. So I'll pass you back over to Tim Jones.
Yeah, so thank you, mate. So, okay, let's see if we get a bit further than we did in race 6. So, race 7, then it brings out Mackenzie Elson in Forest 18, Gracie Williams in Cambridge 142, Adam Turkington in Evesham 48, Jay Jones in IK 530, Travis Markilly, he's been going well this year, isn't he, in PAC number 9, Connor Forster in Spalding 298, Jack Owens in Typhy number 5, another super fast, super quick junior saloon driver. He comes out right towards the outside in lane number 8, and Jensen Walker starts right towards the inside. That's grid 1 in Yorkshire Dales 122. So the Scunny 66 machine is moved out of harm's way, and we can get going with the Owens Fabrication and Cafe Rhiannon sponsored the junior saloons. As into first turn we go. It is the two top men, dare we say, Jack Owens and Travis Markilly, that bring him round for the first time of asking, and it's Markilly that takes up the running. Type 5 all contact. Jack Walker's round in the Yorkshire Dales 122, and yeah, we did get a bit further, but it wasn't that much further. So that brings out another of the dreaded red flags. So Marshall's just deliberating on to the radio. So any exclusions, as soon as we know, we will tell you. Reece Tipton, of course, is your current junior saloon champion, and well, certainly for another day and a bit. And he comes out in race 9. Of course, he's won one trophy this morning. The best junior saloon machine, looking absolutely splendid. It was, as it always does, to be fair, in the Lud 1 machine. So more recovery needed for somebody at the top pile of the circuit. I don't quite know who that is, but we shall try and pick it out. So so we switch to the race 8. So race 8 then brings out Bo Chamberlain in Forest 22, Lacey Pearl in Cambridge 22, Lewis Turkington in Evesham 72, Summer Benz in IK treble 5, Isabella Hitchcock in PhD 5, Jacob Clark in Spalding number 3, and he starts towards the outside, as we can see on the screen, in the Spalding 3 machine. And at last, but by absolutely no means least, Tyler Davis in Typhy 60. So they're all set to go, and I think the recovery just getting hitched up to the one of the junior saloons. As I say, it's a track looking absolutely spot on, as it always does here down in sunny South Wales. And say it's one of the most picturesque tracks in the country, one of my favourites, it's got to be said. And so it's always a pleasure and always nice to come down and to do a stint and meet everybody, and yeah, just it's always nice. Evesham 48 was the one that we couldn't see, and that's Adam Turkington. So the brother then will be sat, or is sat on the line, Lewis Turkington in Evesham 72, hoping to do a little bit better than the 48 machine, but we'll see as the bungee lifts then, and we get away racing with the race 8 of the junior saloons, and it is Typhy 60, Tyler Davis, that leads into the first turn with the PhD machine on the outside. Chamberlain tucking up that inside line in 22F, slotting into second. Then we go to PhD 5, Spalding 3, IK treble 5 then, battling with the Evesham 72 machine. That's Lewis Turkington as they go around the Seaside Bend for the first time of asking as they go down the far side. Elisa Pearl then gaining a couple of places as they climb the bank for another time of asking. But Tyler Davis has got this, hasn't he? Typhy 60. Bo Chamberlain runs second. There we go to Isabella Hitchcock in PhD number 5 as once again round the Seaside Bend we go. Spalding 3 still holding that, 4th place as they go down that far side. Evesham 72 now runs 5th. Lewin Turkington has got himself a fair bit of daylight between himself and the Cambridge machine then. That brings them back round though. Still Tyler Davis, 1 to go. Borrowed from Chamberlain 22, PhD 5, Spalding 3, Evesham 72. C49 was the one that we missed, not in this race, but that's... can't quite remember who that is, but there we go. Typhy 60. That's going to bring him round onto, I think, checkered flag point. No, last lap flag then. This time, Typhy 60. Bo Chamberlain in 22. PhD 5. Spalding 3. Evesham 22. And that's one of the Phillips, isn't it? In C49. Cambridge 22. And IK treble 5. That's your race order. As once again, we go down that far side and into the top turn for the final time. A good 55 points on the board. Tyler Davis takes the win. Typhy 60. Chamberlain takes second from PhD number 5. Spalding 3. Then we go to Turkington at Evesham 72. C49 then comes across the line from the IK treble 5. That's going to be Summer Benz. And completing all in Cambridge 22 of Elise Pearl. So hearing over the radio, that is all clear. So we get, 1 out of 3 isn't bad go, is it really? No, it's not very good at all. No, okay. Okay, moving swiftly then on to race 9 of the scheduled 10 races. So looking down towards the line, Finley Row in Forest 408, Emily Rice in Cambridge 244, Freddie Neville in Gloucester District 63. Your current champ then comes out of lane 1, Rhys Tipton in Ludlow number 1, Molly Mosley in PhD 58, Darcy Phillips in Spalding 711, and Alfie Boys in White Rose 18. As no sooner said, and away we go. As it is indeed then the champ that makes the best start, looking to defend his title, going in about it the right way as well in Ludlow at number 1. And he's your race leader coming out of turn 2, but somebody challenging on that inside line. Finley Road is in the Forest 408. As a little bit of paint swapping, Finley Rose through. Rhys Tipton then looking for the cut back on that inside line as they go down that far side. Gloucester District 63 then, that's the Neville machine running in that, 3rd place slot just ahead of the White Rose 18 machine. But coming back round towards us, it is Tipton, Ludlow number 1, Forest 408, Gloucester 63, then White Rose 18. These 3 have just, the forward just broken away from the 4th place machine. That's going to be the Spalding 711 of Darcy Phillips. As once again, down that far side we go into the top turn. Still Rhys Tipton is still holding on. Ludlow number 1, Forest 408, Gloucester 63, then White Rose 18. Still your top 4, Spalding 711. Then we go to Mousley and PhD 58, and Cambridge 244 of Emily Rice completes the runners and riders for race 9 of the Junior Saloons. But just getting himself a fair bit of daylight between himself and the 2nd place machine. 1 lap to go for Rhys Tipton. 1 lap to go for Forest 408. That's going to be Finley Row and the Neville machine. Freddie Neville, Gloucester District 63, and our Alfie Boys going through in the White Rose 18 as the last 2 take their last lap flag, but climbing the bank and into turn 1 for the final time. A 55 good points on the board. Ludlow number 1, Rhys Tipton takes the win from Forest 408, Freddie Neville in Gloucester District 63, White Rose 18. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we go to Spalding 711 of Darcy Boys and the PhD 58. Then comes through, that's the Molly Mosley, and completing it all. And another tick in the box for race 9, and that will be Emily Rice in Cambridge 244. Well, we're up to 50% now, guys, so we're getting better. Just about. Right, race 10. Enough of the waffle, let's get on. So, Theo Bennett Betsy Rice, Charlie Jones, Lucas Salas, Maggie Appleton, Nick Edwards and Lewis Middleton. That's your lineup for race 10. Is already into the top turn for the first time of asking. I think it's Middleton that's going to bring him back round with just the SR52 machine right on the outside line. Nick Edwards it is, but it is Middleton that's just got his nose in front. Round the bottom bend we go for the first time SR52. Then we go to the Ludlow 20 machine of Lucas Salas battling with his fellow Westmoreland League member then. That's Charlie Jones in Hereford, number 10. There's a green flag for somebody as the Middleton machine passes once again. SR52, Lud 20, H10, CA 245. That's Betsy Rice. And Scarborough 15 is Maggie Appleton, last of the runners and riders. But back to the leader then, still Lewis Middleton in White Rose 80 into turn 1 once again with the SR52 machine. Nick Edwards still there, couple of 3 laps to go in this one. Ludlow 20 from Charlie Jones now running in 4th in Hereford, number 10. Cambridge 245 then, it goes through. That's Betsy Rice. And at last of the runners and riders then, that's going to be Scarborough 15 of Maggie Appleton. But once again, it's still Middleton that's got it at the moment. The yellow flag with the black cross then will go out this time. 1 more lap to go. White Rose 80, SR52, Ludlow 20. That's your top 3. Charlie Jones still running 4th in Hereford 10. Cambridge 245 then going through. And 88F, one we didn't mention, that's Theo Bennett. And he starts his final circuit. So does Mackie Appleton in the Scarborough 15. But Lewis Middleton it is. It's going to bring 55 points on the board. White Rose 80 takes it. SR52, Ludlow 20 from Charlie Jones in Hereford 10. Then we go to Cambridge 245 88F of Theo Bennett. And at last of the runners and riders. And completing the Heat 1 at race 10 of the Junior Saloons. That will be the Maggie Appleton in Scarborough 15. So 2 reruns to come in the second part of the Junior Saloons. So we're going onwards and ever upwards with the Griffiths Warehousing and Transport sponsored ladies Stockhatch and 3 heats. Outside line, trying the faster outside line. Right goes right round the outside of the Shamal Gasby machine as they go down the far side. That's the 1, 2, and your 3. Then we go to York 77 of Sarah Howard and IK 734 of Tracy Goodchild. But here's your winner. PAC 38 takes his Husker in treble 2. Then we go to Gasby in Pennine 7, York 77 of Sarah Howard, and IK 734 of Tracy Goodchild. So that's Heat 1, Race 3 of the Andy Johnson Son & Commercial sponsored Class 6s. No champion, of course, because she's moved on to Class 7. That's, of course, Nicola Olsen. So we look down towards the line. We're leaving Class 6. We're going ladies F600. So for the first time this morning, Mr. Paul Glover.
Thanks, Tim. So we'll move on with these ladies Class 600s. So it's first time these F600s have been at the Nationals. They had a standalone event last year down at Hereford, up at Hereford, sorry, from here. And that were won by Claire Horner Williams as she is now, but she's not defending her title, so it'll be a new champion. But it is Hilary Frost that comes out into the lead in Yorkshire Dales 8-6, a White Rose driver taking a drive in a Yorkshire Dales car. Trying to come round the outside of her is Sarah Mattock in the LM 88. Just following them is the Sturt 4 of Tina Hilton, and then it's the 160F of Terry Mumford in that 4th position. But Terry moves up into 3rd position as Sarah Mattock was a little bit wide and loses a bit of ground as Tina Hilton takes the lead up that straight into this top corner in Sturton 4 with Hilary Frost still there in that Yorkshire Dales 86. And then Terry Mumford in 160F, LM88, and then it's the WS 9, Donna Brown. It must be Donna Evans in Hereford 15. That's just moved up past Sarah Mattock, who's now got problems on board, and went out to the Armco. But it's Tina Hilton that still leads them in Sturton 4 as they come down here. Hilary Frost in Yorkshire Dales 86. Terry Mumford trying to take a run around the outside as they go down into that bottom corner in that Forest race of the ladies at the Nationals, and it's the first race run to completion, so well done there. So we've got another one to come through. We've got Katie Powell in the Cumdy 96, Taylor Jade Pascal in the Hereford 50, Daisy McManus in the Scarborough 27, Erin Surgenson Page in the WR 58, and Kirsty Bowes in Yorkshire Dales 106. And as I've looked back up, they're halfway up the straight and into the top corner, and it's the Hereford 50 of Taylor J. Pastel that leads them out in that corner, with the Yorkshire Dales 106 of Kirsty Bowes in second position. Taylor Jade Pascal leads them up that bottom straight towards that top corner. Kirsty Bowes still hangs on to that second place in that Yorkshire Dales 106. And then it's the Cumdy 96 of Katie Powell in that third position. We had it Erin Surgenson Page in 58, and then the Scarborough 27 of Daisy McManus. So these cars getting a little bit stretched out as they come up here, and it is still the Hereford 50 of Taylor J. Pascal that's coming around here, and she'll be back out a little bit later on in a Class 8. So still got a couple of laps to do. So it's Hereford 50 from Yorkshire Dales 106, and then we've got Cumdy 94, White Rose 58. And struggling after an half turn is the Scarborough 27. But up that far straight for the penultimate time, because when they come around this time, they're going to see the yellow flag with the black cross. And it is Taylor J. Pascal in the Hereford 50, being chased by Kirsty Bowes in the Yorkshire Dales 106. And then it's Erin Surgenson Page. It's the Cumdy 96 of Katie Powell, then Eric Surgenson Page in White Rose 58. And recovering after earlier spin is the Scarborough 27 of Daisy McManus. But around this top corner, it's going to be Hereford 50 that's going to take the maximum points on this one. Yorkshire Dales 106 of Kirsty Bowes in second place. Then we've got the Cumdy 96, just hangs on. That's Katie Powell, the third place, and the White Rose 58 of Erin Surgenson's Page. And then the Scarborough 27 of Daisy McManus, and that completes my little stint. That's all I'm doing this morning. So we'll now be fetching my advice back to the microphone that we've not heard for a good while, but it's nice to have him back. And it's Mr. Liam Williams that's going to take you through the 8s and the 10s.
Yeah, cheers, Paul. Good afternoon to everybody that is, of course, trackside, and for those of you that are watching on the live stream as well. I'll tell you what, good to be back, and good to be back here at Castle Lloyd Farm as well, the most picturesque venue in Autograss, I think is fair to say, and definitely one of the best tracks as well, which has been shown today with some of the cracking racing that we have already seen. And I'll tell you what, it's just gone 12:30, and we're moving on to ladies class 8, so definitely getting through it. Of course, the club, the team, the league, they're very familiar with running these big meetings, and that's why we all enjoy coming down here, because they certainly know what they're doing. Mind you, if I had Oily Evans shouting at me to do something, I'd do it as well. So big well done to them for the job done so far, and getting this venue in tip-top condition. Of course, a very familiar venue, I think now, fair to say, for most of us. As I said, been here many times over the years for Bass Rounds, Nationals and things like that. But this is the big one for the ladies and the juniors. It is the Ladies and Juniors Nationals. We are moving on to Class 8. So I've been rambling on, so no time to go through the runners and riders. But I think we're actually starting off with race 2 rather than race 1, because I see the IK65 machine that's out there. But at the front end, it's going to be Laura Jefferson. Scarborough 74 it is. That takes up the running early on as Jade Russell slots into that second place position in IK65 as they kick up the dust and go down that far side. Shelley Smart slots in the third. In come the 27, so they're your top 3 as they go up the hill and into that top bend once more. 74, 65 and 27. Fourth place then is Chloe Richardson in Pennine 6, Star 56, and Emma Ford in Alphaston 43 as they come past us. No positional change at the moment as they start to spread themselves out, and Laura Jefferson, certainly one of the more experienced racers in ladies class 8, is showing it as she comes past us once again, still leading the way, and pulled a nice little gap now between herself and Jade Russell in IK65. Jade might be coming under some challenge from Shelley Smart. Shelley looking to close the gap, but just behind her is Chloe Richardson. Of course, Chloe, a former Class 9 national champion, mixing it in with the best of them in Class 8s, running fourth as they move on to their final circuit, as Emma Ford just dropping back a little bit now in the Alphaston 43 machine, and problems for Karen Workman, who's found herself well down the order in the Star 56, taking a very wide line as she comes out of that bend. So she's going to start her final lap, but it's going to be checkered flag for Laura Jeffson. Scarborough 74, Jade Russell takes second, Shelley Smart third, Chloe Richardson in a very close fourth place in Pennine number 6. Then we're going to go to Emma Ford, who picks up fifth place points in Alphaston 43. And as I said, problems aboard in the early stages for Karen Workman in Star 56, who comes across and completes it all for race 2, as I said, of your ladies Class 8s. So, as Paul's quite rightly pointed out then, Terry Mumford has been out in the... Taylor J. Pascal has been out in the... and Terry Mumford, there you go. That's why race 1 didn't come off. So we're going to move on then. They're already off the line as presumably we move on to race 3 as we get away from the line. I can see Jennifer. Jennifer out there is it in the West Waterford 158 as they climb the hill and come past us. It is Jennifer. Jennifer then, your former Class 8 national champion. That leads the way. Ellie Lockwood tucked in just behind her in Scunthorpe 191, and Ellie is looking menacing. Up the inside she goes. In 191, they're side by side as they climb the hill, but Ellie just about gets her nose in front as Houlihan looks to cut back on the inside but hasn't got the speed. But Ellie's airborne. Sinead Thomas is caught up. Shelby Ullman has to slow right down as they all manage to come back down to earth on 4 wheels. But I tell you what, it's actually benefited Ellie Lockwood as she starts to motor on in Scunthorpe 191. We'll be listening closely for flags, but can't see any given at the moment as Lockwood it is that accelerates onto another circuit. Sinead Thomas, Jennifer, Shelby Ullman, Kim Fittle is the next one, and Cassie Gunn not had a mention yet, along with the TA treble 4 machine of Kathy Brown, just a little bit off the pace, but we got to change for second as Houlihan's back up there in 158. Sinead Thomas relegated to third in Carmarthen number 20. As all that goes on, your race leader is onto her final circuit. Ellie Lockwood it is, and she's got daylight in front of her and behind her because there's a nice big gap now between her and Jennifer. Jennifer in West Waterford 158 as she looks to accelerate on. Sinead Thomas dropping back as Shelby Ullman moves up to third. I think Shelby's only second time out this year, but running strongly, but not as strong as Ellie Lockwood, who takes 55 points. Jen Houlihan second, Shelby Ullman third, Sinead Thomas fourth, Kim Fittle fifth, Cassie Gunn in sixth, and Kathy Brown in TA 44 comes across the line to complete it all. Brilliant stuff there from Class 8. And just hearing then over the radio, Sinead Thomas, unfortunately, in Carmarthen number 20, is getting a green flag. So she will, of course, be relegated 2 places from her finish. But I'll tell you what, chaotic action as usual from your ladies Class 8. Ellie Lockwood pumping her fist as she come across the line there. Absolutely delighted with that, and taking a storming win in the first round of qualifying. Right, we're going to have a break from the Class 8s, but I'll tell you what, we're going to stick with a class that is equally as competitive, as I think we've got the junior saloons down there on the line. So we will continue with the Class 8s after the reruns. Big thank you to Gwalia Garage for their sponsorships, but as I said, junior saloons are down there on the line. I've got people to the left, right of me, but I think Lewis is aimed and ready to go. He's got the paperwork in front of him, so they're going to have a nice little bit of water on the track. So I don't think it's going to be too much of a long-lasting race, Lewis, to be honest with you. So all I can say is all the best. Good luck. Over to Lewis.
Thank you very much, Liam. Yeah, we're on to the rerun, I think, of race number 4 of our junior saloons, kindly sponsored this weekend by Owens Motorsport and Cafe Rhiannon. Obviously, their 2 children this weekend are racing in the junior saloons, with Jack in the well-known TA5 number, and Gwawr then out in the TA4 in her first season of racing this year. So it's lovely to see them both out. It'll be interesting to see where the family allegiance lies if they're both out in the same race later on. But obviously, I'm sure they'd have equal support. But yeah, as Liam was just saying, we're getting a bit of water down here. We saw quite a bit of dust there with the the Class 8s. That's probably the most we've seen this weekend so far, because I think the track has been kept in absolutely fantastic condition so far this weekend. But obviously the marshals straight on it. They realised there was a bit of dust, especially down on that exit of that bottom corner down by the start line, which could cause a bit of problems if there were drivers driving through that thick, dusty cloud, as is often the case. From experience, I can tell you it's not easy to drive through that stuff. You've got to be able to drive with confidence, obviously, and if it's a thick cloud of dust there in front of you, it just takes that edge out of you a little bit, as you're obviously not 100% if there's something on stop in front of you, or sometimes if it's that bad, then it can be case of which direction am I facing. But it wasn't that bad this time, but obviously it was starting to kick up. So the marshals straight on the case, and the Water Bowser team out there just doing their stuff now, just to give a great light covering all around the track for these junior saloons. So let's have a look then. We'll have unfortunately lost one of our drivers from memory. I think it's the C35 of Caris Weaver, who was unfortunately the cause of the stoppage. I think it was her facing the fence or facing the Armco on the far side of the track when that race was stopped. And I think also out in this one we have IK25 George Watley, who I believe is racing under a green flag, as maybe they were partly involved in that incident which caused the stoppage of the race earlier this morning, but I'm not sure. I might be mistaken with that, but obviously the results will be displayed later on today. But whatever position IK25 George Watley finishes now, for those of you who may be unaware of how that works, as he's racing under a green flag. For example, if he was to finish the race, then he would be docked 2 positions and will end up in 3rd in the results. So whatever position they finish on track, they'll be docked 2 spots, and obviously the 2 drivers behind them will be bumped up 1 position. So who else do we have out in this race then? We've got Evesham 127, Ben Hughes coming out of grid number 8. IK25, as I mentioned, George Watley under a green flag will be coming out of grid number 1. PAC 24, Charlie Ducrow, coming out of grid number 2. SC 106, Riley Blackburn will be coming out of grid number 3. SV 29, William Hall in grid 4. And Y72, Freddie Farrow, I think was leading the race as it was stopped earlier. Was having a really good go of it in their first attempt, but the Bowsers have gone off the track. We have track clearance, so let's see if we can get this race underway and get around to finish this on the second time of asking. It's really an even break there, though, as the bungee lifted. Grid number 1 there, though, of George Watley has had a good start. Let's see if he can get a great position here, although he will be docked 2 places, but it's the PAC car of Charlie Ducrow, who led them into that first corner, had a little bit of a nudge there from the inside from the Watley vehicle, but it's York 72 Farrows in the lead again. 54 in second, 106 in third, and there's somebody just clattered the fence right in front of us here. It's the SV29 machine. Unfortunately, did hit that fence quite hard, so we have red flags. Let's hope they're okay. SV29 there, unfortunately, did go into the fence in front of us. That's William Hall giving us the thumbs up there. That's great to see. Obviously, well strapped into that car with all the safety equipment. Some of you will be aware that the juniors are required to wear neck braces, arm restraints, gloves, and their goggles, obviously, when racing. Not all of those things are compulsory for the adults, but the junior drivers should all be wearing those elements of safety equipment, just to give them that extra bit of safety as they're coming around, obviously. So yeah, unfortunately they did hit this fence pretty hard in front of us. I didn't see if there was any contact to cause that to happen. Our chief scrutineer there, Paul Melly, on the track there, just checking the junior over to make sure that they're nice and safe and healthy after that little incident. SV29 there, just being driven off by William there, obviously given the thumbs up, said he's A-OK. And all of the track team there, just inspecting the fence now to make sure that we are okay to go ahead with racing. But I think by looking down on the line, I think we've got one of our junior saloon reruns from the second half of the juniors, because I think it's Jack Owens out on the outside in grid 8. So if it's the case, I'll pass you back on to Tim Jones.
Yes, thank you, mate. So, yeah, we're going back to the rerun. So, with Jack Owens, that's got to be race 7. So, fence all looking good. So, hopefully we can get the race 7 underway. Mackenzie Elson in Forest 18. Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. Alan Turkington in Evesham 48, but he took a fair old smack, didn't he, in the first run, so I don't know whether quite Adam's out there or not. But Jay Jones in IK 530, Travis Markley, he was going well in the first run, wasn't he, in PAC number 9. Connor Forster in Spalding 298. Jack Owens in Typhy number 5. And Jensen Walker in Yorkshire Dales 122. No sooner said than we get track clearance, and the Owens Fabrication and Cafe Rhiannon sponsored Junior Saloons are away from the line. And oh god, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 into turn 1. Jack Owens at this end that goes wide. They push the cones right out wide this time, and it's Spalding 298 that comes through. Connor Forster just slotted into that second place slot, but it's Owens that leads them round the bottom turn for the first time of asking. Forster runs second. Then we go to PAC number 9 of Travis Markilly. So we've got somebody in trouble. I think that's Gracie Williams in Cambridge 142, and picks up the black flag as well for good measure. So Jack Owens, though, in Typhy 5, and that brings out the red flags once again. So it was Mackenzie Elson that picks up the black flag. We're just hearing over the radio. So apologies for Gracie, we haven't got the black flag. So they'll go back to the rerun lane, and we leave Junior Saloons for the moment, and we go back to ladies class 6s. Andy Johnson & Son Commercials is your very kind sponsor. And who we got in this one? So yeah, this is actually the first race then, Heat 1, Race 1. So into the first turn for the first time of asking. Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16. Oh, no, red flags. We got 3 coming together over the into turn 1. That's Rachel Collier and the Murray machine, Kelly Murray in C22. And the Zoe Coupland in Scunny 15. So everybody manages to drive off under their own steam, but flags and all that sort of thing, I suspect, will probably be given. So as they sort that out, then we go to race 2. Then race 2 brings out probably one of the favourites. That's Sarah Trott in the IK 64 machine. That's, of course, Andy Russell's very rapid Class 6 machine. Gracie Cole certainly will be there, though, as well. So another rapid machine in South Somerset 279. Leanne Quick in PAC 17. Amy Rice in PhD 85. Ella Bailey, the former champion, another former champion in Scunny 33. And Keris Thomas in Typhy 66. So it looks like a bit of a depleted grid as we look towards the TV screen here in commentary. But as they leave the line, and it is indeed Trotty, then Sarah Trott, IK 64. And that car is rapid in the men's, isn't it? And just showing it's not so shabby in the ladies either, but she's drifted wide. And it is Thomas that comes through in Typhy 66. Trotty, though, back on it, right round the outside in IK 64. Typhy 66, then we go to Ella Bailey in Scunny 33. Gracie Coles in the South Somerset 279 machine, and PhD 85 when we'll go through, and that's Amy Rice. But back to the leader, it's Sarah Trott Atherson, IK 64, Typhy 66, Scunny 33. That's 1, 2, 3. So then we go to Gracie Coles in South Somerset 279. So we got some news from race 1, but we'll give you that as when this race is finished. But we look towards the top pole of the circuit once again. Sarah Trott, Atherton 64, IK 64. Then we go to Thomas in Typhy 66. Ella Bailey certainly trying as well. That's in that inside line. And I don't know whether Fiona's got a problem in the 66 machine. She's gone awfully wide, and Bailey then goes through with ease, it's got to be said. There's one more lap to go then for Sarah Trott, IK 64. Then Ella Bailey in Scunny 33. Then it's the Typhy 66 machine that goes through. As then Colsey goes through as well in South Somerset 279. But back to the leader, and Farrell race lead as well. Race win, 55 points on the board. Sarah Trott, IK 64. Ella Bailey in Scunthorpe 33. from Taipei 66 of Keris Thomas and Gracie Coles in South Somerset 279. And last but by absolutely no means least, bringing it home, Amy Rice in PhD 85. Right, I said we had some news from race 1, and I thought there was a few flags given. Well, they've given the black flag for contact Zoe Coupland in Scunthorpe 15, so she will be excluded from the rerun. So that race all clear, as then we leave class 6s for the moment. Cones adjusted on the bottom part of the circuit. So we look towards the line on the TV screen here in commentary. We're going back to class 8, back to Liam.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Ladies class 8's then assembled. Race 1 this is coming out, so we'll pick them up as they get away from the line. But Sooty's quick in Scarborough number 2. She's, of course, already been out on this track this morning in the class 5. I think picked up a second, looking to go one better in the class 8 as she leads. Linda Lawler's there in that second place position. Terry Mumford running third, looking for a way around the outside in the 158. And I tell you what, she's found it, but look at the lead. Vicky Appleton has already pulled in Scarborough number 2. She is away and gone, and I tell you what, it's going to take someone very quick to catch her, and I don't think they're going to do it in this race because she's clear. Terry Mumford second, Linda Lawler runs there in third, Spalding 19, Taylor J. Pascal in Hereford 350. Kirsty Bowes is tucked in just behind, and I think Pippa Brand then is just dropping off the pace as Taylor Pascal moves up a position. She shoots up into that third place as looks like Terry Mumford is fairly safe there in second as Sooty and Terry move on to another circuit. 350 is still there in third. Linda Lawler runs fourth, looking to hold up the traffic as Pippa Brand looks for a way through round the outside and can't quite make it stick at the moment. Kirsty Bowes and Abby Gleed then are the other two that are running a little bit off the pace as Sooty starts her final circuit. Mumford runs with her and Taylor Jade Pascal in that third place. The race really on for fourth as Kirsty Bowes goes right round the outside as the Linda Lawler machine relegated now with Pippa Brand tucked in just behind, and as I said, unfortunately off the pace Abby Gleed in Cumdy 61, but not off the pace Vicky Appleton taking a storming win in Scarborough 2. Terry Mumford second, Taylor Jade Pascal runs third and comes across the line. Kirsty Bowes a very good fourth in the Yorkshire Dales machine. Linda Lawler comes across in fifth with the Spalding 19 of Pippa Brand picking up 6th place points, and completing the all then in Cumdy 61 is Abby Gleed. So that is race 1 done of your ladies class 8. So that should take us back onto the proper format because that's the first 3 races done. So with any luck, we should have race 4 down there on the line and ready to go. Race 4 then, we can actually read out who's in it. Charlene Hankey in ARC number 2. Courtney Brady in Mallow 318. Claire Horner-Williams then, your defending champion in Melton number 1. She's lined up next to Alice Bevans in PAC number 2. Alice, another one who's already been out this morning. Ruby Emerson, Sophie Pitt and Kelly Reid as we get away from the line. Look out for the champ in the orange machine as she heads them up into that first place and into turn 1, but she's drifted out wide. Has she got the speed? Of course she has, as she comes past us. Alice Bevans then running on the wide line and looking to take that second place from Ruby Emerson in Scunthorpe 199. Kelly Reid, I think it is, runs 4th as the top 4 pull away as they start to kick up the dust. But Claire Williams Horner it is. And I'll tell you what, looking in good stead to defend her title. Melton 1, PAC 2, Ruby Emerson in 199, Kelly Reid in 150. Then we got Charlene Hankey in ARC number 2. Mallow 318 is Courtney Brady, and then the South Somerset machine of Sophie Pitt at the tail end as they start to spread themselves out. Alice Bevans, though, is looking to make some ground on your race leader, but I don't think she's going to make enough with 2 more laps remaining. It is Claire Horner-Williams that still leads them round, looking to start her Class 8 defence off with 55 points. Alice Bevans is a hard racer. She won't settle for second, but she might have to. I think she had second in the Class 5 earlier, and unfortunately doesn't look like she's going to go one better as they move on to their final circuit. 1 and 2 are your 1 and 2. As Emerson still runs 3rd, Kelly Reid still runs 4th. Charlene Hankey 5th, but coming under increasing pressure from Courtney Brady in the Mallow 318, and Sophie Pitt relegated quite far back now from the rest of them, but it's checkered flag. It's a very good start to defend your title. Claire Williams Horner takes that top spot. Alice Bevan second. Ruby Emerson takes third. Kelly Reid in fourth, picking up 28 points. The Mallow 318 machine then of Courtney Brady did manage to snatch fifth of Charlene Hankey in ARC number 2. And Sophie Pitt then is going to come round and finish it all off in the South Somerset 72 machine. So good stuff from your ladies class 8. So that's a big thank you to Gwalia Garage for their sponsorships. Race 5 is down there on the line. Ellie Hines in Breed Nail 14. Chloe Heffron in Carlo number 7. Nicole O'Brien in Mallow 48. Tia Reese in PAC 21. Beth Tompkinson in Scunny 51. Millie Phillips in St. Neots 711. And Sue Nichols in YD number 7. I'll tell you what, how's that for a lineup? A very good mix there of youth and experience going toe-to-toe. Sue Nichols, I think, looking at the runners and riders that are signed on in the 8s, I'd say Sue is probably the longest racing Class 8 member. So can she put her experience to good use? Will it be one of the youngsters? Oh no, Nicole O'Brien and Tia Reese getting caught up off the line, but we're going to keep it going into turn 1, are we? I can see Marshall's reaching for flags, but Beth Tompkinson it is that leads the way. Sue Nichols then is running right up the top with her in Yorkdale's number 7. These two are going to battle it out for that top spot. The dark horse for me this weekend was Tia Reese, but she had a terrible start and she finds herself relegated to the tail end of the field. But I tell you what, Beth Tompkinson is looking to start this weekend off with a win. Where's Diane? I can't hear her, but she'll be cheering on trackside. As 51 it is, that leads the way. Nichols running there in a very strong second and looking to close the gap on your race leader. I tell you what, Nicole O'Brien, keep your eye on her because she's working her way up the field and she's got herself up into 4th in the Mallow 48 machine as they start another circuit. 51, number 7, Carlo number 7 it is, that runs there in that 3rd place position. So Chloe Heffron is running very well. Tia Reese and Nicole O'Brien are picking off the runners and riders. They're working their way through. Nicole runs 4th and Tia runs 5th, but Tia's up the inside. Oh, she's made contact as she gets it wrong, and PAC 21 is square wheeled. The last lap flag has gone out, but the red flags have come out. Now that is going to be interesting because Beth Tompkinson just came across the line and took the last lap flag. Tia Reese was on an absolute charge, went to go up to 4th and try and get into 3rd, made contact and unfortunately ended up facing the wrong way, but we will have to wait and see what happens with that. I'm sure Beth is absolutely gutted to have seen the red flags come out, but as I said, they were just starting their final lap, so once we get confirmation on what's going to happen, then we will let you know. But yes, interesting to say the least. So we will wait and see. And in the meantime, we will move on to race 6. So we've just seen Beth Tompkinson absolutely storming around this track. What can her younger sister do? Right then, so we got confirmation. Race 5 is the, the news that I'm sure Beth Tompkinson didn't want to hear. So, yes, the news then, as I said, that I'm sure Beth Tompkinson wouldn't want to hear. Race 5 is to be rerun, but unfortunately, it will be without 2 drivers. Millie Phillips in St. Neots 711 will not be back out, and if you remember, it was a little bit of a messy start, and unfortunately, Nicole O'Brien is deemed to have been the cause of that, so it will be going without Nicole as well in Mallow 48, which is a shame because I'll tell you what, just like Tia, she had a dreadful start and then started picking off the rest of them, and they were moving up, but that's racing, and unfortunately in ladies class 8 these things can happen. There is absolutely no margin for error. And, of course, I think we haven't quite made the cut-off for semi-finals because I know, obviously, a few of them have dropped out, so I'm sure we're looking only for the top 8. And, of course, with 6 grids of them, then, as I said, there really is no margin for error. But that's the way it goes sometimes. So, unfortunately, no Nicole O'Brien, no Millie Phillips in the rerun. And, Beth, you're going to have to do it all over again. Right, there you go. More news. So, Millie Phillips then, apologies, because you are back in. So, we marshals have had a discussion, and Millie Phillips will be back in the St. Neots 7-11. So I hope her family's not really listening to me, because they'll be coming up here with pitchforks soon, I'm sure. But yeah, Millie is back in, unfortunately not Nicole. So as I said then, Beth has got it all to do again, but we'll be seeing her a little bit later on. Her younger sister is on the line then. Your current Class 10 national champion, of course, Josie Tompkinson, is down there and looking to do it in the Class 8 this year. I'm sure she'll be looking to do the double, because she is in the 10 a little bit later on. But she's on the line then in Scunny 52. She is joined by Sandra Jones. I was on about Sue Nichols being one of the most experienced Class 8 racers. Sandra's not too far behind her, because Sandra, of course, been around many years in Class 8 and a former national champion herself in Class 8 and in Class 5 as well. So Sandra's down there. And she's going to be joined by Macy Carlin-Grasby, another one who has already been out on this circuit this morning, I think. I think she went out in the Class 7, the absolutely beautifully prepared MA2 machine. So she'll be looking to keep on her good form. I think she picked up a second in the Class 7. So can she do one better? She's joined by Emily Hall. Emily Hall, I'll tell you what a year she's having in the Radford 411. I think running second in the British Autograss Series. I know she had some time out from the race seat, but she is back, and she's back with a bang this year. And she'll certainly be one to watch. Katie Phipps then, another one experienced in Class 8, Stroud number 12. She's going to be down there. Hope Bolton in Sturton 22 is the one coming out from the inside, and Tara Meehan in West Waterford 133 making the I was going to say the long journey, but I suppose it's not really, is it, from Ireland to South Wales? So making the trip over and looking to mix it in with the best of them. But what a competitive heat that is. As I said, Josie Tompkinson down there, Emily Hall having a brilliant year, Sandra Jones, of course, with all the speed and experience that she has. She'll be one to look out for. So it's certainly going to be interesting. Hopefully they can keep it clean, and hopefully we run it to a conclusion. Because, touchwood, don't want to speak too soon, but they've actually been pretty well behaved apart from the last race. So we want to keep that tradition going. We want to get in as much racing as we can. It is just gone 1 o'clock. So we're looking around the track then. 4-track clearance, the yellow flag's up, the bungee's up, and Class 8s are away. Josie gets the best of the breaks, but Sandra Jones is going to go with her in Cumdy number 10 as they go into turn 1. Josie taking the inside, Sandra on the outside. Emily Hall gets it on 2 wheels as she's facing the wrong way, so all the build-up, and unfortunately it's all gone wrong. But it's not going wrong for Josie. Can she hold off as she goes down the far side? Sandra Jones runs second. I think it's Tara Meehan running third in West Waterford 133. We've lost one, facing the wrong way, but gets it going again as your top 3 are away and gone. As Josie Thompson it is, that motor's on. Sandra Jones, Tara Meehan, 1, 2 and 3. These 3 in a league of their own from Macy Carlin-Grasby, Hope Bolton and Katie Phipps. And as I said, Emily Hall, it just all went wrong for her in the early stages. She finds herself well down the order and motoring on. But at the front, Scunny 52 it is, looking to do one better than her sister and run the race to conclusion. Can she hold off? I know she loves the track, and she's certainly showing that as Sandra Jones runs there in second. Sandra's very wise. She knows she doesn't have to do anything stupid. She'll take 45 points after the first round of qualifying as these 2 are away and gone from the rest of the pack, and the last lap flag is out already. 52 and number 10 with 1 more to go. Tara Meehan in West Waterford 133 running in a very strong third from Macy Carlin-Grasby, Hope Bolton and Katie Phipps battling it out now for the minor places as they go into that bottom turn. Emily Hall just behind in the Radford 411, but it's going to be 55 for 52. Josie Tompkinson takes the win, delighted with that as she celebrates across the line. Sandra Jones second, Tara Meehan comes across in third, Macy Carlin-Grasby fourth, Hope Bolton wins the battle with Katie Phipps as she takes 5th. Katie, of course, in 6th, and Emily Hall picking up 7th place points. She drove as hard as she could after she got the car going again, but unfortunately not enough laps in order for her to make a challenge. But she'll be back stronger, I'm sure, for the second round of qualifying. Right, I've got 1 rerun to come your way. Can't believe it. So we're going backwards then to Class 2s because we got a rerun on the line. Lewis is poised and ready, so over to Lewis for the Class 2s.
Yeah, thank you very much, Liam. Yeah, we're on to race 4, which unfortunately is being rerun here. Apparently, I think it was Courtney Lewis in the Swansea 2 machine who received a black flag, having completed the race for a start line infringement, but we are away already. A better start this time for Linda Thomas on the outside in PSC 91, with Lara in TA 17 who took the win the first time round on the inside line. Linda trying to stick it around the outside. A bit of a nudge there for her in the door there from the second place car, but it's 3 abreast as they come out. Linda's ahead at the moment, 91. Oh, Breeden Hill 12 had a bit of a slide there, slid across the front of everybody. Lara back in about 3rd or 4th now, having won this race the first time round. Linda Thomas will be absolutely over the moon if she can steal the win from her club mate here, or league mate here down at South Wales, with Farrow there in the York 71 machine, but it is Breeden Hill 12 in 3rd place at the moment, which is Hannah Cheshire. Lara Thomas will be pedalling hard to try and get a few positions back, because she won this race the first time round, having completed the full course of the laps. But Linda now is stretching her legs a little bit down the bottom corner there, coming up that far straight, pulling away slightly from Jess Farrow in the York 71 machine. So it's Linda Thomas into that top corner, Farrow in 2nd. We've got the Breeden Hill 12 then of Hannah Cheshire in 3rd. Lara Thomas in 4th, really working hard there to try and get that car around that top corner, to try and get at least into 3rd position. Scunthorpe 40 picking up a cone on the way down into this bottom corner. That's the Scunthorpe 40 machine of Abby Juggins in that 5th. Obviously going to be held back a little bit by dragging that corner around if it's still underneath her, but it is Linda Thomas into that top corner once again, coming down this time to take the last lap flag. That's the yellow flag with the black cross, showing Linda now that there's 1 lap to go. She'll be over the moon to take a win here if she can. Lara will be raging here, obviously having won this race the first time round, as I said already. Back in 4th at the moment. Farrow defending that 2nd place at the moment from the Breeden Hill 12 of Hannah Cheshire. It's a close race there for 2nd and 3rd. Will Hannah try the bomb around the outside? She's not going to. She's going to tuck it in, I think. Bit of a nudge on the back end there. She loses it slightly. Lara's going to try and take advantage, but it's Linda who takes the win in 91. Farrow in 71 in 2nd. 12 in 3rd. Lara in 4th. Scunthorpe 40 and North Wales 151. Neck and neck as they go over the line. That was Jess Owen in the 151 machine. But I think it might have been Jess that stole it. We'll have to wait for the lap scorer's final call on that one. But a good race there. Linda will be happy to have taken that win off Lara after that being rerun, but I'm sure Lara will be kicking herself. There was a bit of an incident going into that bottom corner, so it'll be interesting to see what will happen as a result of that. But hopefully we can get that race done and dusted. So as we stand at the moment, that race is completed for the 2nd time of asking. And hopefully we can move on now to our next rerun, which I believe is one of the junior saloons, including TA4, which is Gwawr Owens in the middle of the field there, which is one of Tim's races. So if Tim's about, he's just walking back in here. We got red flags on track at the moment. But yeah, so it's over to Tim now for the rerun of his junior saloons race here. But yeah, so they were contemplating, I think, putting the Bowsers out for this race, but it's over to Tim now. They're about ready to go off the line, and the bungee has lifted. Tim, over to you.
Yes, thank you, mate. So this is the one of the reruns from the junior saloons. So let's see if we can pick out who it is. York 89. That's got to be race 7 then. So 3rd time lucky, hopefully, with this one. So it is York 89 that leads the way. So who's that? York 89. That's Eldon Baxter at the wheel of that one. From Eastern 46, Molly Bubb just looking to challenge up that inside lines to go into turn 1. So this is actually the rerun of race 6. So Molly Bubb it is that leads the way, but good battle going on here from Eldon Baxter in the York 89 machine. Then we go to Sydney at 18. That's Betty Tilson in that 3rd place slot, but challenge looking once again. Molly looking up that inside line as they go down the far side, the gaps, and she's looking to challenge into turn 1 once again. Eastern 46 it is, Molly Bubb that tries to keep it in tight. York 89 looks for the cut back as well, and at York 89, Eastern 46 at near 18. Then we go to IK 377 of
grids. So she looks from here as if she's starting in grid number 5. Outside her will be Jane Knight in IK number 2. They're joined by Amber Powell in North Wales 52, who picked up 10 points in 7th place this morning in the first round of qualifying. Also down there, race winner in round 1 of qualifying. So top of the points table after the first round, Claire Compton in Scunthorpe 951. Rachel Hadley, she was faring so well in the early stages of this morning's first round of qualifying, but unfortunately gremlins under the bonnet of the Severn Valley 147 machine meant that she went further and further downfield and only managed to pick up 6 points from this morning's first round of qualifying, picking up the 8th position. And Lauren Fuller, the first of the two Southern Irish minis, because she had a good ding-dong battle, didn't she, with Jasmine Cusack in Mallow 25. Lauren driving West Waterford 299, should be down there on the line. And we will see Jasmine. Where Jasmine is in race 6. So she's down there, belted up in the holding lanes, ready to go, racing in her second round of qualifying. But meanwhile, we got race 3 on the line. Yellow flags either side of the start line. So we're under starters' orders, bungee lifts, and away we go. And race 3 then leave the line. Scunthorpe 951 then. From the inside of the pack is Claire Compton, but it's just about the Jess Conway machine, Cumdee 182, that leads into turn 1, leads out of turn 2 and passes us down the hill for the first time. Going with her then is your race leader from this morning, and that is Claire Compton. So the two 55-pointers from this morning's first round of qualifying are there in first and second. They're joined by Jane Knight in IK number 2, who's there rounding out your top 3 and rounding out your top 4. A better result this time for Amber in North Wales 52, and of course Amber Powell, and she's the one that's there rounding out the top 4. Lauren Fuller, West Waterford 299, then back in that 5th spot, and Rachel Hadley in Sun Valley 147. Well, so far her day 1 at the Nationals isn't going to plan, is it? Because she's normally seen further up the field than the 5th position she's currently in. But it's another lap complete. Jess Conway looking to make it 2 heat wins out of 2 and looking to start her defence of the Class 1 national title in the best way possible. But don't forget, the heat results don't really matter as long as they're in the top 8. That's all that counts, because it's all luck then out of the draw on the final. But this time round, it's got to be Jess that comes down the hill to see that yellow rag with the black cross. She's got 1 circuit of this Castleroyd Raceway to go. Claire Compton still there in that 2nd spot in Scunthorpe 951. Jane Knight still there in 3rd in IK 212. The biggest race on the track is for 4th and 5th between Amber Powell and Rachel Hadley in North Wales 52 and Severn Valley 147. But it's pretty much from the word go. Jess Conway makes it 2 from 2. 100 points in the bag for Claire Compton in Scunthorpe 951. Jane Knight takes 3rd. Amber Powell 4th in North Wales 52. Then it's going to be the Rachel Hadley machine, Severn Valley 147. And Lauren Fuller rounds it all out for race 3 in West Waterford 299. So we're approaching then the halfway point of this second round of qualifying. Race 4 of 8 down there on the line. Yellow flags already fluttering down on the start line. We appear to be good to go, other than the quad just replacing the cone at the top end of the field. But we're going to go this time with Sian Evans, Ella Hill, Lexi Owen, Chelsea Jones, Maddie Tilson, Laurie Davis and Rebecca Hennebury. And it's the 2 heat winners from the first round of qualifying then are Lexi Owen and Maddie Tilson in North Wales 97 and St Neots 16. And unfortunately, it's Maddie that's got it all wrong on the entry there to turn 1. And we're going to have another set of red flags around this Castleroyd Raceway. And we're going to send the runners and riders from race 4 back into the pits for a rerun that will appear later on at some point. So the second half then of this second round of qualifying, let's hope we get a little bit better, because we're 50% at the moment, and realistically that's not good enough. So we need to get some races and we need to get some ticks next to those races. Race 5 brings out no heat winners, so somebody is going to pick up their first set of maximum points from this lineup. They are Kerry Bennett, they're Stacey Mills, Lindsay Allen, Victoria Tilson, Rihanna Khan, Neris Reeves and Emma Tobin. That is the lineup in race number 5. Yellow flags are poised either side of the start line. The track is clear. cloud of smoke coming from the rear end of the car that's in grid number 1. I think that's the West Waterford machine of Emma Tobin, but she's there amongst the front running pack as they go into turn 1. But it's Kerry Bennett in Cambridge 49. She's taking a very wide exit of turn 2. She loses out that race control to Stacey Mills, and it's Stacey that leads down into the start gate turn for the first time. I think Emma in the West Waterford machine might have picked up a black flag there, or was it blue? I don't know. But she's there in about the 6th spot. The first 4 begin to break away from the rest of the chasing pack. Just a little tag there from Lindsay Allen on the inner quarter of Kerry Deegan's Cambridge 48 machine. But Kerry's still there, leading the chase down the hill in the Cambridge machine. But it is Stacey Mills in Leewood 46 that leads the way up the hill, about 8 car lengths clear of Kerry Bennett, who's still there in that 2nd spot. Then it's Lindsay Allen. Pennine 137 is there and currently sits on 36 points. She had a 2nd this morning. She'll want to try and match that at the very least, and she's got 2 laps to do it. St. Neots 296 is Victoria Tilson. She's there having picked up a 5th this morning, so she's gone 1 better this time round, and she's there in that 4th spot. But before long, we're going to have a race on for 2nd and 3rd, because Lindsay Allen really is reeling in Kerry Bennett in the Cambridge machine. But away and gone, and on to her final circuit, it is Stacey Mills in Leewood 46. And that lead is extending as the Red Bull machine pulls ever clearer into the distance from Kerry Bennett in Cambridge 48, once again under pressure, and Lindsay Allen is through to match her 2nd place from this morning. So it is the 46 machine back towards us. She's going to make it a win and a 3rd in her first day here. Lindsay Allen makes it 2 seconds. Kerry Bennett takes 3rd in Cambridge 48 from the St. Neots 296 machine of Victoria Tilson. Then it's going to be the Rihanna Khan machine, so Somerset 93 and Neris Reeves in TA 23, then rounding all out for race number 5. Race 6 down there on the line. Jessica Ducrow in PAC 54 is down there in grid number 8. And I'll tell you one thing, that PAC 54 has done loads of laps so far today, because the car is being shared between Jessica and I think Charlie in the junior saloons, and I think Charlie has got at least 2 or 3 reruns in this morning's first round of qualifying. So plenty of laps for PAC 54 today. They're joined down there by the Penthouse 75 machine of Rebecca Stevens. She had a 6th and 15 points from this morning's first round of qualifying. Sylvie Brocklebank in Evesham 24 is there. She picked up a 5th and sits on 21 points. Jasmine Cusack, Mallow 25, a 4th and 28. And Laura Henry in Star 19. She picked up a 3rd place in this morning's first round of qualifying, but is the top point scorer in this one after 1 round of qualifying. And true to form, she's the one that leads into turn 1. Going with her this time, though, is Nia Jones in TA 25. What did Nia have this morning? Nia had a 4th. So she's there sat on 28 points going into this race, and she's there leading the chase down the hill for the first time behind the wheel of the TA 25 machine. Then it's another 25 machine, this time from the Southern Ireland variety, and it's Jasmine Cusack in Mallow 25. That's there, that currently rounds out your top 3, ahead of Rebecca Stevens, faring a little bit better this morning than her 8th in Penthouse 75. She's there in that 4th position. And then it's going to be Jessica Ducrow and Sam Salis that are going to go side by side and door to door possibly on the exit of the start gate turn for was that 6th and 7th I think, and then Sylvie Brocklebank in Evesham 24 at the tail end of the field. But back at the front, and Laura Henry's managed to round out another full circuit of this Castleloyd Raceway. Star number 19 with 2 laps to go. From Nia Jones in TA 25 through the start gate turn, they continue to go. A bit of a gap now beginning to open between the 2 front-running Yaris's and the first of the minis, or the only mini in this one. That belongs to, of course, Jasmine Cusack in Mallow 25, who's still there in that 3rd position. And Jasmine continues to race ahead of Rebecca Stevens in a Penthouse 75. Your 1, 2, 3 and 4 then are safely on to their final circuit, ahead of Sam Salis, ahead of Sylvie Brocklebank and ahead of Jessica Ducrow. But the most important thing is that all 7 starters are on to their final circuit, and at the moment they're still continuing to race. Laura Henry, though, emerging from the top part of the circuit for the final time. She adds 55 points to her 36 from this morning, so she'll be sat on 91 points after 2 rounds of qualifying. Nia Jones takes 2nd in TA 25 from Mallow 25, Jasmine Cusack. Rebecca Stevens in Penthouse 75. Then 5th place, so 21 points, go in favour of Sam Salis in Ludlow 20 to go with a black flag from this morning, finishing ahead of Jessica De Croo in PAC 54. So we are going to look to the paperwork. We're going to see the runners and riders from race 7 down there on the line, but not for long because the bungee's already broken. So no waffle, no need for it this time as we go racing then. And it's the 2 South Wales League machine. It's the Tyvee machine on the inside of the West Wales League. I continue saying West Wales League. That's a habit, isn't it? It's the PAC car on the outside. And who does that PAC car belong to? It's Lisa Smith. Oh, Lisa's got it all wrong. Luckily manages to avoid everybody. So I'm not sure whether she did that herself or whether she was tagged as they exited turn number 2. But it is the Tyvee 14 machine of Ellen Burton-Jones that climbs the bank and up the hill for the second time of asking, about 4 or 5 car lengths clear of the York 121 machine of Kaz Watson, a national champion from many moons ago, and she's there leading the chase down the hill into that second position. Marie Jones is there in CM number 30. She rounds out your 1, 2 and 3, and if anything the Carmarthen car is making ground on the York machine as they climb the bank with a couple of laps to go. But it's the new car for this weekend, or well, one day done by Jack last weekend at Border Counties, but it's the first time Ellen's driven this car this weekend, and she's looking to go better than her second in this morning's first round of qualifying. She's looking to sit on 100 points as long as things go right in the TA14 machine. She makes her way then into turn 1 for the penultimate time. Still racing ahead of Kaz Watson in York 121, but she's slid a little bit wide then. That allowed Marie just a sniff of a gap on the inside, but gets the door firmly shut. Ali Fitzpatrick in Radford 201 races ahead of the Star machine of Pippa Law and the Ludlow 25 machine of Tina Rose towards the tail end of the field. But exiting turn 2 for the final time and a dash down to the finish line. Ellen Burton-Jones takes a win. I'm not sure if it's Ellen's birthday today as well. So if it is, happy birthday, Pembroke, happy city back. And she takes 55 points from race number 7. York 121 is Kaz Watson. She's there, having taken 45 points from round 2 of qualifying, ahead of Marie Jones in Carmarthen 30, Ali Fitzpatrick in Radford 201, Pippa Law in Star number 2, and then the Ludlow 25 machine of Tina Rose and PAC treble 1 of Lisa Smith. So we are hearing somebody is picking up a green flag for contact on that one, but as soon as we get confirmation of who it went out to, then we will obviously pass that information on to you. But we got Heat 2, Race 8 down there on the line. This one brings out Jill Hughes in Evesham 127, Gail Davis in Ludlow 77, Angelique Ducrow in PAC 181, Joe Robbins in Swansea 116, Emily Retter in South Somerset 183, Shannon Brown in TA 63, Jessica Graham in Yorkshire Dales 169, and Kirsty Glover in Yorkshire Dales 172. Heat winners from this morning's first round of qualifying, Emily Retter and Gail Davis. They go head to head. Second place this morning for Kirsty Glover in the Yorkshire Dales 170 machine, and a third place for Jill Hughes in Evesham 127. So the field below third will be looking to boost up the points tally with a good result in this one. And just because they've done it this morning doesn't mean that they're going to be among the top flight in heat number 2. But we go racing then, and away from the line they go, and it looks like a super quick start for Shannon Brown in TA number 63. She's the one that leads this time into the first turn. Gail Davis goes with her in Ludlow 77, but Gail's got a nicer line through turn 2, and she's there just up the inside of Shannon Brown in the TA63 machine, and on that inside line she's making it stick at the moment. It's the 77 machine that goes side by side and door to door with 63. Emily Retter in South Somerset 183 then looks to get up into the involvement as well, and she looks up the inside of Shannon Brown's Tyvee machine, and it looks like the Somerset machine is through, as is Kirsty Glover in Yorkshire Dales 170. Shannon will be looking to fight back. Did she pick up a black flag from Dave Bennett there on the bottom bench? She might have done, or she might have just realised it and she's pulled into the infield. But the race very much on now as Emily Retter leads the chase in South Somerset 183. Gail Davis though still in full command at this very moment in time. As Ludlow 77 comes back down the hill towards us with 2 laps to go. Emily favouring that outside line through the start gate turn. Will the momentum carry her? Can she cut back on the inside of the Gail Davis machine? We'll wait and see. At the moment, that gap has remained equidistant all the way through that start gate turn. Kirsty Glover still there in that 3rd spot in Yorkshire Dales 170, and they begin to break away just a little bit clear of Jessica Graham in Yorkshire Dales 169. Jessica picked up a 6th this morning, so she'll be happy with a 4th in this second round of qualifying. But eyes back at the front, and there's just about half a car length now between Gail Davis and Emily Retter as they make their way into turn 1 and 2 for the final time. It's going to be Davis, though, that makes it 110 points from day 1 here at the 2024 Ladies and Juniors Nationals. Emily Retter, South Somerset 83, makes it 100 points with a win and second. Kirsty Glover makes it a 2nd and a 3rd, so 28 points. So she'll be sat on 73 points at the end of day 1. But for now, that brings to a close the second round of qualifying of the Wickham Racing sponsored Class 1s here at the PRG South Wales League 2024 Ladies and Juniors National Championships. We're going to move on to the second round of qualifying of Ladies Class 3. They are down there on the line. Sadie Witchard in Forest 267 starts in grid number 6, I'm going to say, from here. Outside her is going to be her clubmate and very close friend, Kerry Jones, in Forest 305. A black flag in this morning's first round of qualifying for Sarah Olmack in Yorkshire Dales 178, but she's there on the inside of the 2 Forest cars down there on the line. They will be joined by Catherine Bainan in CM number 3, Donna Brown in Carmarthen number 4, Katie Reynolds in IK 451, and Brittany Cusack in Mallow number 6. So that is your lineup for race number 1. And okay, so it's Kerry then that's going to start out in grid number 8, and then on her inside it's going to be Sadie that starts in lane 7. Sarah Olmack starts in lane number 6 next to Brittany Cusack right in the middle of the pack in grid 5 next to Katie Reynolds in IK 451. Grid 3 will remain empty, and then from grids 1 and 2 it's going to be the 2 South Wales League machines and the 2 Carmarthen cars of Donna Brown and Catherine Bainan. So again, no heat winners out in this lineup. We had Catherine Bainan, who had 45 points from this morning's first round of qualifying, and Class 3 are sponsored this weekend by Ram Developments, and Class 3 at the end of tomorrow will have a new name, because we're not going to be having Nicola Saint defending her championship this year. Whether it's a completely new name to the Class 3 list or whether it's a previous champion, then it'll be another name added to that list. Okay. So, yeah, we're going to mention that out fun again. Lewis came up to say it's 13:50 because Lewis is very eager to just keep a record of all the announcements that we're doing. And I don't know why, because none of us seem to be bothered at any other meeting. But you're only doing it to wind me up. But, yeah, that iPhone that went missing, and like I say, we could be looking anywhere for it on the field, but the likelihood is that it has been lost to the left-hand side of us here from the commentary point down towards race control. So yeah, if you do keep an eye out for an iPhone, and it's 11:51 now, Lewis. Yeah, if you keep an eye out for an iPhone, like we say, it's going to be easily recognisable. There's a driver's licence at the back of the phone as well. So we would like to reunite the iPhone with the owner, and if you do find it or come across it, then make sure, please, that you bring it back to race control. I don't know how iPhones work, but I assume once the battery is filled again, you can't. So, yeah, please, if you do find it, then bring it back to us here in commentary, and we'll do our very best to reunite it. We know who the owner is. So, yeah, as long as we can find it, then we will make sure that it is returned. So we are going into the second round of qualifying then of the, like I say, the Ram Developments Class 3. 2 heats going to be coming your way, or 2 races going to be coming your way in this second heat, and the 2 race winners from round 1 go head to head in race 2. So they are Becky Smith, and it's the two Beckys, Becky Smith in North Shropshire 334 and Becky Shaw in Border Counties treble 1. They will be joined by Jade Russell, who is piloting the Yorkshire Dales 34 machine. She looks rapid around this Castle Lloyd Raceway, and she always looks fast wherever she goes. A third place for Erin Almond in ARC 27. I'm sure that Erin's Class 3 was in the Weldon Bay a little bit earlier on, so let's hope that the car is fixed. It looks like she is down there on the line, but let's hope that the car is fixed and good to go again. Gwen Jones picked up a 4th in the Carmarthen 7 machine and currently sits on 28 points, as does Leanne Hushka in Solway number 170. So 13 drivers signed on for Class 3, and it's going to be 5 that unfortunately miss out on being in the top 8, and it'll be interesting to see which 8 are going to make the final tomorrow afternoon. And I can tell you from the racing that happened this morning in the first round of qualifying, then we are going to be in for some super finals tomorrow afternoon. Once again, the non-natural dust settling solution being put down on this Castle Lloyd Raceway, because as the weather has got hotter today, a little bit more of the dust had begun to fly, especially with the Class 8, but the team here at the South Wales League will be looking to get back on top of the watering situation as soon as they possibly can. And to be fair, they're doing a superb job of keeping this raceway in impeccable condition. And like we say, it's going to have a lot of racing on within September, because I think, is it the 29th and 30th? We're back here for round 5 of the British Autograss Series, but before then we head to the Monkland Raceway for the penultimate round. That of course is round 4, and then the UK alternative, then Cambie Corner will be welcoming you to Sturton for round 4 before concluding. Where is the last round of the UK this year? It's Penhow, isn't it? It's Marga. It's down at Marga Raceway, yeah. So the Gloucestershire League, or Penhow, will be closing out this year's UK Championship on the same weekend as we're back here for Bass. So, yeah, those are the 2 championship meetings forthcoming. Like we mentioned, the West Waterford Club, and they'll be welcoming anybody over the Irish Sea, the most expensive piece of sea to cross, apparently. But we go racing, and we're away racing, and it is the 2 Carmarthen cars then from grids 1 and 2 that are going to lead into turn 1. Going with them, Sarah Allmark, but she's pushed on in the Yorkshire Dales 178 machine. So the Spobbins machine, piloted by Katie Reynolds, is there, but she's all out of shape in 451. Brittany Cusack goes right round the outside in the Mallow number 6 machine. Sarah Allmark just gets it all wrong in front of us here in commentary, but she's rapidly trying to get it restarted to get going again. But it's Catherine Bainan. She had a second this morning in the Carmarthen number 3 machine, and she's looking good to take 55 points in this second round of qualifying. Donna Brown is there, a black flag from race 1. She'll be looking to make up for it on 45 points at the moment. Brittany's not putting any pressure on herself, but she really wants to make a nationals final at her first national event behind the wheel of that Class 3, and it's Mallow number 6 that's there in that 3rd spot. And every time I say Brittany, I think, oops, she did it again. But then in 4th, it's the 305F machine of Kerry Jones that's there rounding out your top 4. But it's another lap done then for your race leader as Catherine Bainan rounds out another full circuit of this Castle Lloyd Raceway. Carmarthen 3 continues to lead from Carmarthen 4. Brittany's still there in that 3rd spot in Mallow number 6. Kerry Jones holding on to 4th in Forest 305 as Katie Reynolds looks to get up into the mix in the IK 451 machine, but it's Bainan onto her final circuit. In all fairness, away and gone from her clubmate in the Carmarthen 4 machine, who's under pressure now from Brittany Cusack. I was going to say Spears then, in the Mallow number 6 machine, but unfortunately just losing a little bit of ground. But like we said at the Nationals, just get 3 decent results under your belt and you'll be in the top 8 bit. But it is Carmarthen number 3, Catherine Bainan, and she'll be ecstatic with 55 points from round 2 of qualifying. Donna Brown takes 2nd from Brittany Cusack in Mallow number 6, from Kerry Jones in Forest 305, Katie Reynolds in IK 451. Unfortunately, a DNF for both Sarah Allmark in Yorkshire Dales 178, and unfortunately for Sarah, she had a non-finish or a black flag in her first race as well, so no points at the end of day 1 for Sarah, and unfortunately for Sadie Witchard as well, just 15 points. after the second round of qualifying. Oh, and Sarah's going to come round, so she will collect the points on offer in this one. So Yorkshire 178. So what did she finish? 6th, I think. So she will take 15 points at the end of day one here after her second run in the Class 3. Sadie Witchard in Forest 267, then just going to be recovered back to the centre of this Castleroyd Raceway, I'm sure, and then we'll get going with race 2 of the second round of qualifying. 6 drivers expected down there on the line, and I think they're all there. Erin Almond, Becky Shaw, Gwen Jones, Becky Smith, Leanne Hushka and Jade Russell. So it's Jade that starts on the outside in lane 7. Grid 6 occupied by Leanne Hushka in Solway number 170. Becky Smith in North Shropshire 334 will start in lane number 5. Then it's going to be an empty grid 4 as Becky Shaw occupies grid 3. Erin Almond in ARC 27 starts in lane number 2, and Gwen Jones then in Carmarthen number 7 starts in lane number 1. And I know Gwen won't put any pressure on herself either, but she's just seen one Carmarthen car take 55 points from the first heat, and I'm sure Gwen would love to have a similar result behind the wheel of the Carmarthen number 7 machine. Did she do the Nationals in the Class 3 last year, or is this her first Nationals? So I think it's Gwen's first Nationals behind the wheel of the Class 3. Obviously, Gwen won the Class 4 national title back, I think, in 2014 under the same number. And Gwen will be looking to just have a decent weekend if it's her first time with the Class 3s this weekend. And if she scoops a pot, then I'm sure she will be over the moon with that one. But to get a pot, you need to book your place in the top 8. And that's what she'll be looking to do as we progress through the second round of qualifying and into the third tomorrow. So the non-natural dust settling solution being put down on that bottom part of the circuit. So it looks like a drier line if you're going to hug the cones this time. And that's possibly where you're going to find the grip. And that's probably the racing line that these 6 drivers are all going to aim for as they head down into the start gate turn for the first time. Now then, looking at that top end, it might get a little bit of a sprinkling, but it might not. And if so, then the Bowser will make its way off the circuit. Yeah, just a little bit of sprinkling down on the exit and on the outside line of turn 2. And it looks to be making its way off the circuit there on the far side. So we've got red flags on the start line for now. They're replaced with yellow ones. We're good to go. We are under starters orders. The bungee lifts and away we go. Who's going to make the break? It's Jade from the outside, looks super quick. Becky Smith in North Shropshire 334 goes with her, and she's sniffed a gap through on the inside as they go into turn 1. Oh, Leanne Hushka up the side of Jade Russell, and there's contact as they go into turn 1. Out of turn 2 though, and it's Smith that leads down the hill for the first time. And we're going to get red flags on that one. So make of that what you wish, as the red flag's out with contact on entry to turn 1 between Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 34 and the Leanne Hushka machine in Solway 170. But we've got, well, I've got a fair few reruns to come over the course of the next half hour or so. But for now, we're going to go Junior Special Racing, and I'm going to hand you straight over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Yeah, sorry, Steve. So, Class 8 rerun is down there on the line. My only rerun so far today. Touch wood, Liam. Don't speak too soon. So, we have got a rerun to come your way. This is the one where Beth Tompkinson was leading the way for the majority of the race. And unfortunately, once she took the last lap flag, then the red flags did end up coming out. So, yes, she'll be looking to have another try and another crack at it. And as I said, she was absolutely flying in the first attempt. So hopefully for her sake, she'll be able to replicate that form. Sue Nichols is the one down there next to her as well. She was pushing her the whole way, but we're going to see what take two comes up with. Tia Reese with a much better start this time in PAC 21. She had a dismal time in the first run, but certainly going better. Here comes Beth coming through though, but it is Sue Nichols then with all the experience that leads the way in Yorkshire number 7. Beth running second, but Tia Reese right round the outside in PAC 21 as Tompkinson fights back and makes that second place position hers in Scunny 51. Ellie Hines, I think it is, that rounds off the top 4 in Breednail 14 with the Carlo number 7 machine tucked in just behind her as they come past us once again. Someone a little bit off the pace, and it is the St. Neots 7-11, but that race on the field is for second as Tia Reese shoots back through in PAC 21. Now she's got daylight, she can set her sights on Sue Nichols at the head of affairs in Yorkshire Dales number 7 as Sue knows this track. She knows how to pedal a Class 8. She's showing it with 2 more laps to go. 7, 21 and 51. Ellie Hines now is closing the gap on Beth Tompkinson for that third place position in the Scunny 51 machine as Beth puts her foot down. Looking back at the front now, is Tia getting closer? The last lap flag's coming out, so if she is going to get close and make a move, she's going to have to do it quickly. As Sue Nichols losing a bit of speed there as she comes out of that bend, we're going to keep our eyes fixated on the top 2 as Tia cuts in and makes her move. PAC 21 now your new race leader as the youngster is leading the field, but Sue Nichols is going to try and fight back. She knows she won't want to do anything stupid. She will settle for 45 if she has to, and she's going to have to because Tia Reese it is that storms the victory. 21 takes it. Sue Nichols second, Beth Thompson third, Ellie Hines in Breednail 14, Carlo number 7 and St. Neots 7-11. Your final finisher in the Class 8s. That rounds off that race. That rounds off your ladies Class 8s for the first round of qualifying. Big thank you to Gwalia Garage for their sponsorships. Some cracking racing from the ladies 8s. We're going to keep it open with the specials. We're going to slow the pace, but we are going to keep up the competitiveness. It's junior specials, and it's over to Steve.
Aren't we just? Thank you very much then, Liam. So, yeah, first heat, second round of qualifying of the BB Group sponsored junior specials. I'm going to say down there on the line, but they're already up and racing. One heat winner from last time round, Archie Bennett in the North Wales machine. Corey Mumford in 161F picked up a second place, but we'll see what happens this time round. And it is the North Wales 62 car that is the first one to show as he comes past us and round that start line turn, and already just pulling away a little bit from the rest of the field as he goes down that far side. But yeah, looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 in the North Wales 62 machine is Archie Bennett, and looking in good form. Then the North Shropshire 35 car there we saw going through, that's Callum Peace. He's having a much better run. There was a black flag there for somebody. We'll look to try and pick up who that is. As your race leader though, he's pulled away from the rest of the field in some style as he comes back round towards us. Archie Bennett in the North Wales machine. Running in that second place is Callum Peace. Corey Mumford runs third. Levi Phipps straddled 13 in that 4th place position. In that 5th is the Down Autograss car. That's Adam Lind at the wheel of Down Autograss number 303. But little doubt about your race leader as he comes round to be greeted with the sight of the yellow flag with the black cross. Archie Bennett it is in North Wales 62. 161F, North Shropshire 33 and Stroud 13. That's still the leading 4. Back into 5th place is where we find Adam Lind in 6th. It's the York car of Nia Young in York 48. And also coming round though, it is your race winner. Archie Bennett takes it in North Wales 62. Second place is going to be Corey Mumford in 161F. Carmarthen 49, 449 is actually a lap down, so North Shropshire 35 then ahead of Levi Phipps in Stroud 13. The Down Autograss car, York 48, and Olivia Brown in Carmarthen 449 will certainly be credited with her finishing position. So race 2 down there on the line brings out, again, only one heat winner, Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20. There we go. Junior rerun coming up there first. So it'll teach me to look up rather than try and look at computers and paperwork and everything else at the same time. So Tim gets into the hot seat. It is juniors, but it's saloons, not specials.
Yes, thank you, Steve. So, yeah, the one outstanding rerun from the first round of qualifying. So that only means one thing. That's going to be race 7 of the Junior Saloons. Reece Tipton, of course, your current champ, and Owens Fabrication and Cafe Rhiannon is your very kind sponsor. So hopefully, fingers crossed, third time lucky. There's a gap on the grid somewhere, but hopefully all being well. Jensen Walker will be there in Yorkshire Dales 122. Jack Owens in Typhy 5. Connor Forster in Spalding 298. Travis Markilly in PAC 5. Jay Jones, IK 530. Adam Turkington in Evesham at 46. Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. And Mackenzie Elson in 18F. And already away from the line we go. And into that all-important first turn. It's Travis on the inside line, but it's Owens who's got the more inside line, and it's the Owens machine then. Jack Owens that takes up the running. Typhy number 5 then leads them past us for the first time of asking. Good battle going on for that second in early doors in this one. Connor Forster in Spalding 298 and Travis Markilly in Typhy number 9, but just losing speed coming out of the bottom corner and looking to challenge on that inside then is Grace Williams in Cambridge 142, but all the while then Jack Owens is just getting himself a fair bit of daylight between himself and Forster in 298, and Williams now through into third alongside Markilly in PAC number 9. Then we go to Evesham 48. That's Adam Turkington that runs in that 5th place slot, but Owens it is then who's already again extending the lead, and Typhy number 5, Spalding 98, Cambridge 142, PAC 9 at Evesham at 48. Then we go to the IK machine. That's going to be Jay Jones in IK 530. And Jensen Walker in Yorkshire Dales 122. But it is young Master Owens in Typhy 5 then, looking comfortable with just one more lap to go. I think this time around, yellow flag with a black cross does indeed go out. 1 to go. Typhy 5, Spalding 98. Williams now running third in 142. Travis Markilly in PAC at number 9, along just looking up that outside. Not quite this time around as Turkington and IK 30 in Yorkshire Dales 122. The complete the race order, but 55 points on the board and a good win as well. Jack Owens, Typhy 5 then takes it from Spalding 298, Cambridge 142, Travis Markilly in PAC 9, Turkington in Evesham 48, IK 530 comes across the line to finish. That's going to be Jay Jones, and completing it all then, Jensen Walker in Yorkshire Dales 122. Right, that concludes the Junior Saloons for their first round of qualifying. We'll see them a little bit later on, but we're sticking with the we're going back to Class 1. Back to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Class 1's down there on the line. A rerun of Heat 2, Race 1, which unfortunately was stopped as the 8 cars, or the 7 cars, went into turn 1 with Sarah Meehan from the West Waterford Club, unfortunately facing oncoming traffic in the West Waterford 134. So joining Sarah down there on the line, Emma Whittaker in Stroud District 27, Sophie Sheehan in PAC 33, Ruby Turner in Nottingham 184, Bobby Kelly in Evesham 32, Chloe Ray in BC 150, and Hannah Lewis in Athelston 212. So quads back into the track centre. Red flags begin to be replaced with the yellow ones, and we're under starters orders. We're going to go with the rerun of race number 1 then as they emerge from the line, and it is once again a very even break in this Class 1 lineup, but it's just about Emma Whittaker to take a wide line through turn 1. She'll try and get back onto that inside line, and just about has her headlights in that second spot. So she leads the chase of Sophie Sheehan down into the start gate turn for the first time, but it's a 3-way tussle for second, third and fourth. And it's Hannah Lewis that just about pops out in second in Athelston 212, but going with her, Sarah Meehan in West Waterford 134. Chloe Ray in BC 150 then looks to get up into the mix and spoil the party in BC number 150 as well, as she's there rounding out your top 4, and Emma Whittaker falls down to 5th in the Stroud and District machine ahead of Ruby Turner in Nottingham 184 with the car from the Evesham Club. Bobby Kelly towards the tail end of the field, but this time round it's going to be another lap complete for the South Wales League machine of Sophie Sheehan, PAC 33, down the hill with a couple of laps to go from the car that's there, still in that second spot and still continues to lead the chase. That is Sarah Meehan in West Waterford 134. Hannah Lewis in Athelston 212 picked up a second this morning. A third place to add to that. We'll see her on 81 points overnight. And I'm not sure what you need to get into the ladies class 1 final tomorrow, but a second and third puts you certainly among the top half. And she's got problems on board the A212 machine as she comes right to a halt as she goes down and freewheels back towards the start line in the A212 machine. But it is a checkered flag time this time round, and it's going to be Sophie Sheehan then in PAC 33 that takes 55 points from round 2 of qualifying from Sarah Meehan in West Waterford 134. Chloe Ray takes third in BC 150 from Emma Whittaker in Stroud District 27. Nottingham 184 is Ruby Turner, and then Athelston 212 of Hannah Lewis will be disappointed, losing out to that third spot. And the last of the finishers this time, Bobby Kelly in Evesham 32. And I've just been told there'll be semi-finals in ladies class 1s this weekend. And so it'll be the top 16 that make it through into those semi-finals. And then the top 4 from each will go into the top 8 final, which will be coming at the end of tomorrow's racing here at the 2024 PRG sponsored Ladies and Juniors National Championships. So once again, another rerun of Class 1's Leave the Line, and this time it's the Charlotte Hart machine, Wessex 36, from the outside that's going to try and creep across the front of the pack to hug the cones as they go in to turn 1. Going with her is the Scunthorpe machine of Emily Lodge, and it is Emily that leads the chase down the hill in the Scunthorpe 213 machine. Then it's the Maggie Webster machine, IK number 1. She picked up a second in this morning's first round of qualifying, and she's there at the moment in that third spot, racing ahead of Faye Steventon in North Shropshire 89, who rounds out your top 4. But it looks like Emily is coming under pressure from Maggie, but it also looks like that with that 1 point that Charlotte was coming under pressure from Emily, but she manages to pull away and extend her lead as they go down this near side straight and into the start gate turn. From here, it looks like about 4 or 5 car lengths of an advantage, but by the time they reach the top of the hill, it looks just a little bit more as they manage to make it through into turn 1, with I think this time a couple of laps to go. So it's the Wessex 36 machine that continues to lead then and hold off a challenge of the chasing pack. Your 1, 2, 3 and 4 away and gone from the Breeden Hill 43 machine of Hannah Baxter, who continues to race against and ahead of Margaret Tobin in West Waterford at 198, but into the top part of the circuit for the penultimate time. Webster's had enough of following Lodge. She's going to try and go right round the outside. She's going to try and get back on the cutback, but fails to do so at the moment. So it's number 1 that continues to hold on to that third spot. 2 and 3 still in that second position, and at the moment it's Charlotte Hart under all the pressure at the head of affairs as Wessex 36 then climbs the bank with just under half a circuit to go. So it's going to be a third in round 1. It's going to be a win though in round 2, and it's going to be 91 points at the end of day 1 for Charlotte Hart in Wessex 36. Emily Lodge takes second from Maggie Webster, and Faye Steventon takes fourth in North Shropshire 89 from the Breeden Hill 43 machine of Hannah Baxter, and at West Waterford 198 then Margaret Tobin rounds it all out for the reruns of ladies class 1s. I think that's them done and dusted for today. I've got a rerun of class 3, and I'm going to stick around this time for the junior F600s. I don't know where my mind was earlier, but we got junior specials down there on the line. So once again, it's back over to Mr. Steve Langley.
You were all right, Gareth, with your junior F600s. We had somebody who didn't do a bad Welsh accent, to be fair. So it was all right.
I almost flipped into Italian.
So, right, so we're back to the BB Group sponsored junior specials. Race 2, second round of qualifying. Charlie Curtis in Atherstone 552. Neve Thomas, Border Counties 8. Rosie Russell in IK 19. Sonny Gilbertson in Leewood 3. Georgia De Crow in PAC 84. Lennon Tarry in Radford 204, Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20, and Aideen Fuller in West Waterford 499. Those are the cars that we're expecting. Looks encouraging. One heat winner last time round, Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20, and he's looking very much to do an Archie Bennett and make it 2 out of 2 as he goes down the far side. Rosie Russell had a second last time, and she's looking to consolidate her position with another second place, but that's going to put her very nicely into the top 32 and a place in the quarterfinals for these cars tomorrow, of course. Aideen Fuller also had a second last time round in West Waterford, 4.99, and she's running in third, so that also is a very good day's work in this ultra-competitive 80-car field for the junior specials. As our race leader comes round once again, White Rose 20. It is IK19, West Waterford at 4.99. Running in fourth place then, Sonny Gilbertson in Leeward 3. Lennon Tarry having a good run. Gets quicker and quicker each time we see Lennon in Radford 2.04. But your race leader then, White Rose 20, it is Lewis Middleton that's going to take the last lap flag as the reasonably clear race leader from Rosie Russell, still in Invicta Kent 19. West Waterford 4.99, Leeward 3, Lennon Tarry in Radford 2.04. And then comes the PAC 84 car of Georgia De Croo, and Border Counties 8, Neve Thomas at the wheel of that one. But checkered flag it is, second win of the day, maximum on 110 points for Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20. Rosie Russell in second place. Aideen Fuller comes across the line in third. Leeward 3, then Sonny Gilbertson. Lennon Tarry in Radford 2.04. Georgia in PAC 84. And Neve Thomas in the Border Counties 8 machine. So that was race 2. So no prizes. Race 3 on the line then. Oliver Curtis in Athelston 5.51. Ruben Lind in Down Autograss 2.63. Also from the Down Club, James McCammon in Down Autograss 92. Vince Pascal in Hereford 4.50. Cooper Bellis in North Shropshire 5.93. Evan Lane in North Wales 86. Lily Rose Pratt in Scunthorpe 76. And Maisie Farrow in York 80. No heat winners from round 1. Best of the point scorers couple finishing up in second place. So sat very nicely on 45 points. Evan Lane in the North Wales 86 and Lily Rose Pratt in Scunthorpe 76. But certainly lots of opportunity for anybody to add 55 points to their total after race 1 and put themselves in a good position at the overnight stage. 2 rounds of qualifying, of course, if you're not aware, for every class today. Third and final round will be tomorrow morning as they get away from the line in this race 3 and round that top corner and back towards us for the first time of asking. And it is the Scunthorpe 76 car of Lily Rose Pratt that is the first one to show. So she wants to end the day on 100 points, and that is a very good day's work as the field starts to get a little bit strung out going down that far side, and certainly SC76 looking to put some daylight between herself and the other 7 cars. Good battle now, though, developing for second place. That second place currently held by the Down Autograss 92 of James McCammon. Towards the back of the pack at the moment, the Athelston 5.51 car of Oliver Curtis and Cooper Bellis in North Shropshire 5.93, but they're doing all right. But certainly doing all right is Lily Rose. A Scunthorpe 76 comes out of that top turn, pulling away, if anything, from the second place car. That second place car still Down Autograss 92. Then comes Maisie Farrow in York 80. The other down car of Ruben Lind is the next one going through in the Down Autograss number 263, but there doesn't seem any catching Lily Rose Pratt at the moment. When she comes back in front of us, she will also be coming past that yellow flag with the black cross. Tells us she's onto her final circuit in Scunthorpe 76, as indeed is James McCann in Down Autograss 92. The Down Autograss 263, Ruben Lind also on a challenge through the field, so he's up into third place. But your race leader, I think, going to be your race winner as she comes round for the final time. It is Lily Rose Pratt in Scunthorpe 76 that's going to take it. Second place will go to James McCann in 92, Down Autograss 263. Then Maisie Farrow in York 80. As the rest of them come across the line, North Wales 86. I think Evan Lane was the next one, didn't get much of a mention in that one, but he had second place first time round, so yeah, fingers crossed he's going to be on the cusp, I think. As we look to race 4, Breeden Hill 10, Josh Mason, Cumdy 55, Jacob Davis, IK treble 2, Jensen Taylor, Lud 46, William Smith, PhD 17, Lola Paynes. Radford 210, Tilly Clark. White Rose 6, Denver Whitehouse. And West Waterford 525, Annie Unaki. So one heat winner, Jacob Davis, in the Cumdy 55 machine. Tilly Clark picked up a good third. Then we got a quartet of cars that picked up a fourth. So that currently sat on 28 points. You can add a 55 or a 45 to that, and that's looking all right. That's Josh Mason in Breeden Hill 10, William Smith in Ludlow 46, Denver Whitehouse in White Rose 6, and Annie Uniacke in West Waterford 525. So a little bit of cone manipulation and manoeuvring and standing back up going on the top bend. And don't think we're moving the track. I think it is just putting the cones back. So well done. It's a thankless task. So well done to marshals for, well done to marshals full stop. But yeah, having to do that. So drivers, keep off the cones. You are going to get penalised for going on the cones, as we've already seen. We have seen some green flags for cones. We've seen some black flags for cones, and they will continue to be given. Take it from me. So race 4, though, sure we're going to have no such problems, as the 8 cars that we're expecting leave that line. And down that far side, Jacob Davis, say in Cumdy 55, the one heat winner from the first round of qualifying. And as the field come past us, it is the Ludlow 46 car of William Smith that actually leads the way at the moment. And yeah, a little bit of daylight between William and the others. He was one of the cars that picked up a 4th place last time round, and certainly wants to add 55 points to it, but not going to have it all his own way at all, because it's a West Midland League 1-2, I think, because that's William Smith in 2nd place. Jacob Davis in 2nd place in the Cumdy 55. Tilly Clark runs 3rd. That'll be her 2nd third of the afternoon in Radford 210 as they go down that far side, but Tilly under quite strong challenge as they go into that top bend. But still, your race leader, William Smith, in the Ludlow 46, C55. Tilly Clark just goes a little bit wide. Is there an opportunity there for Josh Mason in Breeden Hill 10? Not quite. The White Rose 6 car then comes through next. That's Denver Whitehouse at the wheel of that one. But we switch back to our race leader, being the leader right since the word go, William Smith in Ludlow 46. Coming round once again under a bit more challenge now from C55. Tilly Clark still runs 3rd, Breeden Hill 10. Then comes the West Waterford car of Annie Uniacke racing ahead of Denver Whitehouse in White Rose 6, and Lola Paynes and Jensen Taylor. But race leader, I think, coming round, going to be your race winner. It's a good victory indeed for William Smith in Ludlow 46. 2nd place goes to Jacob Davis. Tilly Clark holds on to 3rd from Breeden Hill 10. West Waterford 525, White Rose 6, the IK Treble 2 car then comes across the line just ahead of, I think it was Lola Paynes in PhD 17. So, race 4 successfully completed. The final race in this first batch of the junior specials. The 10 heats being split into 2 lots of 5. Brings out James Smart in treble 7F, Ben Coffey in Carlo number 23, Dylan Grasby in Evesham 120, Jimmy Banks in North Shropshire 62. PAC 13 is Dexter Jones, Junior Jones in Scunthorpe 6, Daisy Bennett in SR 25, and Tyler Goodwin in YD 79. So those are the cars. We're looking once again for track clearance, and just as soon as we've got it, then we will be underway. Big thank you, we're saying, to our miscellaneous sponsors, and we'll try and get to them, but the PA system, sponsored by Munster Drilling, water well drillers. That must be an easy job in Wales. So Munster Drilling then, big thank you, sponsors of the PA system. As we come round then, it is the Carlo 23 car that leads the way. Ben Coffey, the one heat winner from the first round of qualifying. And once again, somebody looking to make it 2 out of 2 as they go down that far side. James Smart had a second last time round, sat in a very nice second place at the moment. So 90 points, that's a good score from day one of the Nationals. But Carlo 23 still leads from 777F. Running in that third place then is the PAC car. That's Dexter Jones, racing just ahead of the other South Wales League machine. That's Junior Jones in the Swansea 6 machine. As they go down that far side, race leader not really pulling away, but equally not being caught as CW23 comes round. 777F, PAC 13, Swansea 6. Then comes the Grasby machine, Evesham 120. That's Dylan Grasby racing just ahead of Daisy Bennett in the SR25 car. But nobody at the moment, as has been the case all day, racing ahead of Ben Coffey in Carlo 23 as the last lap flag goes out. One circuit to go. James Smart, 777F, PAC 13, Swansea 6 and Evesham 120. They're having a cracking battle. That's up for third place. Then the SR25 car goes through. Then Jimmy Banks, I think it is, in the North Shropshire 62. And don't think that we've got Tyler Goodwin. But checker flag time. Well done, Ben Coffey, making the trip well worthwhile at the moment. James Smart, 777F. Junior Jones gets up to third place ahead of Evesham 120, then PAC 13. Then comes Daisy Bennett in the SR25 car, and Jimmy Banks completes it in North Shropshire 62. So, one should never gloat, but we're going to 5 heats of junior specials. Let's have a look how many reruns we've got marked on the sheet. Oh! Haven't got any. So there we go. On the line, hopefully that will continue through the Class 5s. And to take you through those, it's over to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Gloater Steve. So we're into ladies Class 5. It is Heat 2, Race 1. Quick shout out to Isla Ray Byrne. It's your 5th birthday today. Happy birthday from all your family and friends. Hope you're enjoying the racing. Right, BPB are our sponsors, and PRG Trailers are overall sponsors of the 40th running of Ladies and Junior Nationals. Right, Lynn Olsen comes out. Didn't finish in her first run this morning. Nil point so far. Tiggy Stedman, Evesham 77, had a 6. Shauna Stedman, Evesham 777. Oh, the Stedmans are out against it. Hey, hopefully they don't bash into each other. Then otherwise it'll be an uncomfortable barbecue tonight. Hey. Donna, yeah, commentators curse. Donna Forrest, BHD 20, had a 3rd this morning. As we said, she's a former national champion in Class 6. Can she work it back and pick up the Class 5 title? Who knows? Everyone's got a chance. South Somerset 10, Dawn North, had a 4th this morning. Lara Ellen Jones in Typhy 73 had a good run this morning, picked up a 2nd place, 45 points, and the daughter of the man who had detachment shaved off to make himself look, Yorkshire does 46. Sarah Chilvers had a 3rd, and it is Sarah Chilvers who has got a Class 5 national title, 3 years ago now, wow, in 2021. Since then, she has extended the population of the world by 1. What a cutie the daughter is, absolutely. And hope everyone is going to cheer on your favourites. Who needs the big points, Mickey? Well, I think Tiggy and Shauna Stedman, I'm sure they'd like to finish 1-2 in whichever formation you want. Dawn North, sat in there in 4th place. I think top 3 Dawn and then a good one tomorrow morning could get you very close. It is only going top 8 in the ladies 5s this afternoon. For tomorrow afternoon for the final. And we'll crown a new champion because Athelston 13, Laura Blaber, is not here to defend her title. And the Italian stallions want to say a word there. Pronta, mamma.
Grazie, mi amico. Thank you very much. Yeah, just a very quick announcement. There's a great big thanks come in here from the White Rose Tombola team, which I believe are up on the top corner. There's somebody of the name Mick Barker. apparently has been spending an absolute fortune up there this morning when he wasn't doing other things on the track this morning. But so yeah, the White Rose Tombola team, which I think is raising money at the top corner here, want to give a great big thanks to somebody called Mick. I don't know who Mick Barker is, but he's apparently spent an absolute mint up there with them to help them raise a bit of money. So big thanks to Mick wherever you are around the track. Thank you.
Right, I know who Mick Barker is. He's somebody that forgot to buy his wife an anniversary present, so he's trying to win her one on the tombola. That's who Mick Barker is.
You're joking. Who would do such a thing?
Well, I can't think who'd do such a thing, Lewis.
Oh.
But
I can't believe you've blown me cover right. Right, so you know, this morning, obviously I'd forgot the anniversary card, and then I'd got one from Purple Pat. Brilliant, well done, Pat. And then right opposite was the White Rose Tombola, raising funds. So if you haven't been there, go and visit them. I bought £3 worth, and I won a bottle of rosé wine and a portable umbrella. Right.
No, then.
And I walked down as proud as Punch down to
hold on, I just got to rewind back a little bit on this. A portable umbrella. I want to know what's a non-portable umbrella.
It's the one you leave in your hallway at home forever. Gathering dust,
Those
mate.
ones,
That's
yeah.
what it is. Yeah. So, and I think it had like little puppy dogs on it or something like that. It was a proper one. Yeah, nice, tidy one.
I imagine those little cocktail umbrellas then, the way you were talking
little
earlier.
what?
Little cocktail
Oh, sorry,
umbrellas,
you're talking about me then.
Oh, you're Mick Barker, are you? Okay.
That's it. Yeah, so I walked down there as proud as Punch, right, with my shoulders back, and I said, "Here, love, here's your card." And she was, "Oh no, that's nice." She said, "I have heard, by the way." But and then I presented her with a bottle of wine, and she went, "Oh, that's nice, thanks." And then said, "Oh, there's something else, right?" She got the umbrella. She looked at me and went, "What?" I said, I'm all heart, love, you know. and then I had to confess that it's cost me £4. So thanks very much for everyone's help. Right, we're going to go racing with the ladies' fives. Bungee lifts, let's go racing then. Who's got the best of the starts as they climb up the hill? And that is going to be that Donna Forrest machine, PhD 20. Donna had a third this morning, but hold on. Oh, we've got mountain. Oh, dear me. It is a game of bucket of water, please, as Dawn North has gone up and over, but she carries on going. Rearranged front end. And guess what? I thought it would be. It is red flags. So that didn't last long, did it? No, it didn't. A little bit eager coming out of turn two, and just kind of got up on that back leg and just carried on. It was like, made me eyes water, to be fair. But right, it's the water Bowser is coming back out. They'd actually watered around the cones, and but that's not where the incident happened. It was actually further away from top corner. But I should imagine that we'll listen out on the radio. But I can imagine that Dawn North in South Somerset 10 may be on the naughty step for that one. But we'll wait and find out. Right. Bit more water going down on the track. Let's go back down. Now this is what you would class, could even be a final. I've had a little tot up, take my shoes and socks off. 27 national titles have been won in the next lineup of racers. 14 of them have been earned in Class 5. So, wow. So, Sandra Jones, you are greedy, aren't you? 9 national titles, 5 in Class 5. Alice Bevans, 9 national titles, 5 in Class 5. Wow, they're matching records then. Then we go down to Lindsay Pittman, who's got a couple of national titles in Class 6. Nicola Jesse, 7-time national champion, and she's won it 4 times in Class 5. Lindsay Pittman and Michelle Ellis, Alice Bevans, Vicky Appleton, Sandra Jones, and then Lindsay Ware. So looking at it, 1, 2, 3 have won their first heat. Sandra, Michelle and Nicola. Vicky Appleton and Alice Bevans both had seconds. So 5 of these, well, I would say it is it's going to be an interesting heat in there as well. And again, as we know, Vicky Appleton coming out in the John Gaffney ping pong machine. So here we go. We're off and racing. And Sandra Jones gets move up there, but Nicola Jessie goes with her as well. Jessie then and Jones. Michelle Ellis is up there in the mix. There's a little bit of pain, but it's Nicola Jessie from the Michelle Ellis. Then we go Sandra Jones. Then we go down into Lindsay Ware in the Breeden Hill 66. That's a better start. Then Vicky Appleton starts to make a show in the North Shropshire 1 machine. They climb up the hill then. It's the Orange Tango machine. She had a win this morning. Can she make it 2 out of 2? She's been followed by Michelle Ellis. Also had a win this morning. So, and Kundi 31. Sandra Jones had a win. So, the top 3 have all had a maximum. Only one can make it 2 wins out of 2. Oh, Sandra Jones has a look up the inside there, and Michelle Ellis, and there's a coming together there. And I think that is Vicky Appleton then, possibly with Lindsay Ware, have got into each other. But it's Nicola Jessie, and no, they're pushing them out. Sandra Jones, Michelle Ellis, there's your top 3. Then we go down to Lindsay Pittman. Then we go down PAC 16. Alice Bevans down the pack as well. And then you go Breeden Hill 66 of Lindsay Ware. But round we come then for the penultimate time. One more lap. It's Nicola Jessie down the hill. Woohoo! From the North Shropshire 1. That's near enough a lap down now. Vicky Appleton, but running second place is Michelle Ellis in Stroughton District 33 from Sandra Jones in Cumdy 31. Climbing up the hill, round the final 2 turns to make it 2 wins out of 2. Nicola Jessie then, York 44 takes a win. Second goes to Michelle Ellis in Stroughton District 33. Cumdy 31 third, Sandra Jones. Fourth is going to go to PAC 16, Alice Bevans. Fifth, South Somerset 7, Lindsay Pittman. Coming round will be Lindsay Ware in Breeden Hill 66. And then the final place will go to North Shropshire 1, Vicky Appleton. So, a competitive run there. A little bit of damage just on the front, but not only cosmetic on the North Shropshire car. And water back out on the track. So they're trying to get as much down on the track as they can. I think a short, sharp burst is the order of the day. And while we've got the time, let's go into Heat 2, Race 3. So Trish Daly then in the Carlo 88 had a third this morning. Natasha Gibbs in Hereford 4 and Ludd 24. Jess Bradley didn't finish. So they didn't pick any points up in their first run. So they need to do something, a win and that win or second and hope for the best. Lucy Wickham-Jones, PAC 11, picked up a 5th place. Sarah Bateman in the snake colours picked up a 4th. As we know, just in this lineup, it's Sarah Bateman. She's had 3 national titles in the 5 as well. Megan Littler, St Neots 55, picked up a 6. Severn Valley 67, Gemma Holland a 7th. And Lorianda Bowes in York 33 had a 5th. So your top point scorer is Trish Daly, Carlo 88. If you could pick up a win, that would put you on 91 points. And that would be a pretty good place to be going into Saturday evening. And then it's all to play for tomorrow as we get ready for our 3rd heats. And then those all-important quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals. So the J-Spec boys and girls will be doing it in quarterfinals, semi-finals and then the final. I think the same with the saloons. Is that correct? Yep. So the saloons as well have got quarters and semis. So all I would say, there might be a few panel repair jobs by the time we get to the finals because it will be competitive, as we know, with all of the junior classes. Right, looking like we're getting closer to those yellow flags being held up around the track, and we'll be ready to go racing. Just had a message as well that unfortunately Joe Neal would have loved to have been down here today to watch and to enjoy Pendime, but unfortunately he got scared and nervous that he wouldn't be able to find his way down here. So he's decided to stay up north sit in his living room and watch it on the telly. So I didn't realise Joe Neal was a little bit like had the nervous imposition, but hey, you know, coming down into Wales can make you a bit nervous, I must admit. I can't read the road signs either. Right, here we go then. We're going to go racing with the ladies' Class 5s, and we are already off. Lorianda Bowes had a good start, but just dropped off. But it's the snake of Sarah Bateman, Stroudon District 45 then, who takes them round turn 1 and turn 2 as the rest follow them down the hill. Then Jess Bradley, better start there. Lucy Wickham-Jones, Lorianda Bowes, Trish Daly in that Carlo 88 machine. She's dropped down. She was third in that. Oh, you've got a spinner. Oh, we got 2 spinners. And you know what that means? You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby. Round, round. Sarah Bateman then still leads away. Lorianda Bowes, Jess Bradley and Trish Daly then. The 4 that have broke away from the pack. St Neots 55, Megan Littler is running in that, and I can hear that there's noise about Reds coming out, but hopefully keep it going as Lucy Wickham-Jones is the next to come past commentary. But we've got still more racing to go. Sarah Bateman then in the Snake McCullers. And if you have a look at the back of the car, the towing strap is like a tongue, red. It's brilliant. They've done it especially for me. So I can go Sarah Bateman. And as she climbs up the hill, it will be for the penultimate time. One more lap to go on this one as we come down the hill. Whee! From Jess Bradley, Lund 24. Lorianda Bowes, York 33. And that Carlo 88, Trish Daly. There's your 1, 2, 3, 4. And hold on, Bateman's under pressure. She's having to be brave and put her power down as they come up there. And Jess Bradley now on the inside. She's got the inside line, and Bateman goes for a bit power. Round the outside as they're coming out of turn 2. It's going to be a chase for the line. Who's got it? Jess Bradley from Sarah Bateman. Lorianda Bowes third. 4th goes to Trish Daly in the Carlo 88 machine. Little bit of a gap and a little bit of a wait before we get to that 5th position. But I think it is going to be Meg Littler in that St Neots 55 and Lucy Wickham-Jones in a PAC 11. Did not finish and gets nil point. Severn Valley 67, Gemma Holland. So up on the line, we have got a rerun of the ladies' Class 1s. And I tell you what, I feel like I'm in the presence of royalty. The 2 Welsh tenors. Yeah. No, I was talking about the money. The 2 singers. I feel a little bit intimidated, really, because like I do try and hold a note, but not very well. It keeps blowing away. But did you like that, though? Did you like that? I have got another one for you, Voice of an Angel, and Italian Stallion, which is Sweet Caroline. But we'll do that in a bit. Right, up on the line, over to Gareth.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to go then with a rerun of race number 4 of the 2nd round of qualifying of your ladies Class 1, sponsored this weekend by Wickham Racing. And once again, it is Lexia Winnan that leads into turn 1 in the North Wales 97 machine. And she's followed by the West Waterford 558 machine of Rebecca Hennebury down into the start gate turn, and it's still the West Waterford machine that leads the chase ahead of Lodi Davis. TA number 2 rounds out your top 3 just ahead of the St Neots 16 machine of Maddie Tilson. But back at the head of affairs, and Lexi Owen now begins to pull away. Just a little bit of daylight between herself and the rest of the chasing pack, as Lowry and Maddie then in 3rd and 4th just have a little bit of a ding-dong, and it's Lowry that loses out in the Tivy machine, and it's the PAC 71 machine of Chelsea Jones that makes up the most ground and has really reeled in the Tivy number 2 machine. But it's another lap complete then, and there aren't that many laps to go before Lexi Owen in North Wales 97 makes it 2 heat wins out of 2, and that is a super day at day 1 of the Nationals. But Rebecca Hennebury's on the accelerator up the hill in West Waterford 58, and over the course of the last lap she's really reeled in the boot lid of that Yaris. The North Wales 97 machine though down the hill and onto her final circuit from Hennebury and Tilson. Davis still there in 4th ahead of Jones
And at the tail end of the field, Ella Hill in IK 530 and Sean Evans in Forest 63. But everybody are on to their last lap as your race leader goes into turn 1 for the final time. And it is 110 points from day 1. That's a super cracking day's work for the North Wales 97 machine and Lexi Owen. Rebecca Henry takes second in West Waterford 558 ahead of Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16. Laurie Davis in TA2. Chelsea Jones in PAC 71. Ella Hill in IK 530 and Sean Evans in Forest 63. And I almost confused my words, and I was going to say super smashing great day's work. 110 points for Lexi Owen in North Wales 97. But meanwhile, we're going Super Saloon racing, and there's only one voice to take you through that one. It's back over to Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jim Bowen. Look what you could have won. Another speedboat. All right, here we go then. Right, ladies class 7s, the Classic Panel Company, our weekend sponsors, Nicola Gibbs, Mel Gallagher, Lindsay Allen, Sue Harris, Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho and Charlie Wright. Charlie Wright comes into this with 45 points, picked a second up this morning. Closest to her, Mel Gallagher had a third. Then we go to Lindsay Allen at a fourth. A couple of fifths with Sue Harris and Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho, who is your defending national champion. Not the best of starts you want, but I'll tell you what, 21 points and a win and a second, I think that gets you into that. Right, so we're starting to hear engines revving. And we're going to see who's going to take maximum points. I think Charlie Wright looks like she's coming out of grid 8 on that far side. Can she get that real quick start? And it is a good one. I'll tell you what, Nicola Gibbs had a start, but just had to be on the brakes a little bit to avoid contact. Julie Hawthorne, Fernie O goes with it this time. Julie knows she needs to take maximum points. And it is Julie who takes up the running down the hill. Lindsay Allen goes with her. Charlie Wright. Then the LM7 of Mel Gallagher. Gallagher up there as well, running that fourth place. Nicola Gibbs looking to try and cut back up the inside. There's Sue Harris in there as well in the Radford 140. But wow, look at the chip battle going up in that first and second place, and it's Lindsay Allen now who takes up the running coming out of that turn 2. Whoa, Julie Hawthorne cuts back up the inside up into that first place again. Charlie Wright then turns it into turn 3. Oh, can she get the grip? No, she's left the door open for Mel Gallagher. Gallagher looks for the cut back up the inside. She goes up in the third place, but still it's that Julie Hawthorne, Fernie O, Radford 176 round that turn 2, down the hill she goes. Woo, from that Lindsay Allen, from Mel Gallagher. Then we go down to Sue Harris has picked up some pace and coming alongside that Charlie Wright. Rido holds on to the fourth place. Nicola Gibbs a little bit further down the pack as we go back to the lead car. Still Julie Hawthorne, Fernie O. We said that she wanted these big points. One more lap to go. Can she hold on to it? Lindsay Allen's going to chase her all the way down into turn 3 as they go round into Monk Island corner. And it is the Radford 176, Julie Hawthorne, Fernie O from Lindsay Allen, from Mel Gallagher in the Leewood 7 machine. Then Charlie Wright, Sue Harris and Nicola Gibbs. But round we go then. The top 2 cars are going to do it. Checker flag at the ready. It's Radford 176, Julie Hawthorne, Fernie O from Pennine 37, Lindsay Allen. Third goes to Mel Gallagher in the Leewood 7. Fourth goes to Charlie Wright, Scunthorpe 121, Radford 140, Sue Harris, and Hereford 44, Nicola Gibbs.
What do you do when you're ill at home? Do you call the doctor? Because that's called the island.
Is it?
Not Monk Island. Call the doctor, will you?
No.
It's called the island.
It's Monk Island.
You'll never make a geography teacher.
I'll never make a teacher, mate. Right, here we go then. Heat 2, race 2. Katrina Thomas, Nicola Olsen, Macy Carlin Grasby, Michaela Dance, Rhiannon Smith, Naomi Davis, Hazy Miga then. And up we go then. PAC 53, Michaela Dance. She had a win this morning, as did Rhiannon Smith and Naomi Davis. And it is Naomi Davis who takes up the running. Round they go then. It's the Typhy 1 machine, but she left the door open for Michaela Dance. Michaela Dance on her tailpipe. Oh, Michaela Dance, commentator's curse. And how she hasn't been collecting. I've shut my eyes. Oh, she's going again. Right, Typhy 1, Naomi Davis then. They're starting to lead the way away from the Westwater 192 AC Meager, and then we go the Macy Carlin Grasby in that Mallow 2 machine. And the Mallow 2 machine, oh, there's another spinner. Oh, don't contact her. goodness sake. No, we've got away with it. Come on, Typhy 1. Naomi Davis then. She's going, what's going on behind me? There's a lot going on behind you, love, I'm telling you. Right, Mallow 2, Macy Garling-Grasby 2nd. Then we're all South Somerset 36, Rhiannon Smith from that Carmarthen 21, Katrina Thomas now. It's all been mixed up as they come in now to that turn 1, 2 and 3. Carmarthen 47, Nicola Olsen is starting to make a show, but with one more lap to go. Typhy 1, Naomi Davis it is from Macy Garling-Grasby. Mallow 2 from South Somerset 36, Rhiannon Smith. Then we go down to the Olsen machine in Carmarthen 47, PAC 53, Michaela Dance, she wanted more points than that. And then we go down to the West Waterford 192, but checker flag at the ready. Well done, Typhy 1. Naomi Davis takes the win from Macy Garling-Grasby and Mallow 2. South Somerset 36, third Rhiannon Smith. Fourth goes to Carmarthen 47, Nicola Olsen. And again, she's in the 7, isn't she? It's just getting to learn it. Oh, hold on a minute. There's a bit of... I thought there was a bit of that Indian going on, argy-bargy. But PAC 53, Michaela Dance holds on to it from the West Waterford 192. Aileen Meager. That's it. So, do you know I'm getting so much stick from these Welsh boys, eh? Terrible. Right, E2, race 3. And it brings out Kesney Adams, Anita Smart, Kathy Harrison, Shamel Gadsby, Kirsten Bartlett and Sarah Allmack. Top point scorer into this. Anita Smart, actually, she flew off the line in that Cumdy 69 machine. I don't know why she's picked that number. Anyone know? But we'll find out. Next one to show, Sarah Allmack in Yorkshire Dales 19. Also had a third place. But I'd say Sarah Allmack, I didn't realise that actually Sarah had won Class 6 national title twice, 2013-14. I mean, that's 10 years ago now, and it was since the last title. And she's only a young lady herself, isn't she? So she obviously started young. Actually, I'm trying to think, has she got a couple of kids now, or is it 2? Steve, or is it 3? I can't remember. You know, well, you know where because they live on a farm, don't they? You know, there's not much to do in the evenings. So. Yeah, that's it. Rearing children, you know. Right, back to the racing yard. No, it's yeah, that's it. And I haven't had any. Haven't even had any cider yet. Eh? I am, yeah, that's right. We cannot consume until we finish commentating, and then we can go to the hospitality tent, aka the bar. Did you? It worked. You know when we said go breathalyze, Steve? They did it. I've only been breathalyzed once, Steve. That was at a club meeting. And I took the souvenir home. I've got it in my little office at home. It's like the plastic blowpipe, yeah. Yeah, so that's only once. Never been breathalyzed while driving on the road. Don't drink and drive, ladies and gentlemen. It's not good for you. Yeah, because you spill it. No, don't do that. Oh, some interesting stats, by the way. I did something for work on that about trends in life. You know, like back in say the 80s, what the kind of what the culture was for that kind of sort of thing, going down the local pub and then five and drive or whatever it used to be. And nowadays you don't do that. I kind of look at where Callum is. Callum's 19. You know, been driving a couple of years. You know, don't even think about doing anything like that. It's not in the culture. So culture has changed, innit? That's what we do. A lot of things change over the years. Technology's changed. Still baffles me how and talking about technology, I'm looking over there and we've got Finn Shepherd there, who's got his phone glued to him. What are you playing on? Blackjack? Hey, yeah. All right, okay. What are you playing on then? Who? Oh, you're messaging people. Oh, right. Oh, he's on that WhatsApp, or is it Grass Chat? Oh no, that's what Russ does, doesn't he? Yeah, there. Hey, what is it? WhatsApp? What's the other forms of social media? Is there? Who? OnlyFans. There is. Then there's Steve. I mean, we chipped in, didn't we, £1 a piece? And I tell you what, wowee. That's it. All I can say is wowee. I have tried to raise my own funds, but, you know, more so in pity. Yeah. There's a few people that have started to put their heads down when we mentioned that, by the way. Oh, dear. No. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So I think we're going to get ready to go racing. We are bungee lifts, and it is. We've managed to get going. You'll be pleased to know. Kesney Adams then in that 26 machine. Cumdy 69, Anita Smart has had another good start, but left the door open a bit for that Kirsten Bartlett South Somerset 2. And it is Kirsten Bartlett goes for the tighter line. It's paid off, and off she sets up the hill. Kesney Adams going to follow her in the Border Counties machine, and following that is also going to be Spalding 31, Shamel Gadsby. And Gadsby looking to take it tight as well. Is that the way to do it? And it might have been because she's alongside Kesney Adams. Anita Smart now dropped down into 4th place. Sarah Allmack in 5th, and St Neots 272. Kathy Harrison in that final place. But tell you what, where did Kirsten Bartlett come? She had a 5th this morning, and tell you what, add 55 onto that, 76. Tell you what, yeah, top 2. And I reckon that could get you into the final. So go on, Kirsten. Can you hold on to it? There's a battle going on for 2nd place, and it is Shamel Gadsby. Spalding 31 that now takes up that running from Border Counties 26, Kesney Adams, and then that's Anita Smart in Cumdy 69 as they bring it out of turn 1 and turn 2. Down the hill for the final time of asking. It's Kirsten Bartlett with 3 turns to go. Out of the start gate corner she goes and starts to climb the hill. Border Counties 26. Kesney Adams was trying her hardest to come back up the inside of Kesney Adams, but no go there. Anita Smart, Cumdy 69, still running 4th place, but checker flag. And there it is. South Somerset 2, Kirsten Bartlett, maximum points. Spalding 31, Shamel Gadsby 2nd. 3rd, Kesney Adams, Border Counties 26. 4th is Anita Smart in Cumdy 69. Yorkshire Dales 19, Sarah Allmack. And that final place will be St Neots 272, and that is Kathy Harrison. So class 7s, I think that's twice now the 7s have gone through without incident. Well done, girls. Class 5s have got 1 rerun to come on that, but before then we are going back over to junior specials and seeing if Finn can follow in the footsteps of for Steve, who as you a few minutes ago reminded us that he'd gone a clean sweep of junior specials, 5 races on the trot. So to take you through the runners around, over to Finn Shepherd.
Yeah, beautiful, Mickey. Thank you very much. So race 6 on the line is very confusing doing half of the juniors, because I pick up the mic and I go, right, race 1. No, race 6. So who does this bring out? Breeden Hill 5, Alex Hines. He had a 2nd in the first round of qualifying. I think that is... Yeah, I think that's about as good as we're going to get here. Jaden Stewart in a Victor again, 287. He picked up a 3rd, as is Alfie Buck in Radford 299, who you can see on the closest to your picture at the moment on Bass TV. Not Bass TV. What's it called? Yeah, it is Bass TV. Which is absolutely lovely. So thank you to your sponsors, BV Group, and your overall sponsors of PRG Trailers. Start line is sponsored by TG Plumbing and Bathrooms. Finish line sponsored by Albert West. So we don't have enough time to go through the rest of them because we're away and racing. And who's going to be first? Show down into turn 1. I think I see Alex Hines and Radford 299 going down into turn 1. I think that's Breeden Hill 5 who's going to take up the running though. So Alex Hines it is. Breeden Hill 5 coming round, gets it a little bit of sideways, but catches it perfectly. So 5 it is. Going down my side from West Waterford 58, TJ Houlihan. He picked up, I think that was a 5th, so a 2nd. We're doing rather nicely in West Waterford 58, but he gets it all kinds of sideways and falls back to 4th. Whoa, and he's been in the back of Radford 299, but that seems to give Alfie Buck a bit of room, a bit of a boost, sorry. And to get a little bit of a gap in that second position, but we're going to look back to the front because it is already away and gone. Alex Hines in Breeden Hill 5. He is your race leader from Radford 299, Mallow 130, Evicta again 287. TJ Houlihan has really fallen back in West Waterford 58, and Amelia Moss in White Rose 7 at the rear of the field for the moment. So she picked up an 8th in the first round and a second, and I think she's going to pick up the same in this one if it stays as it is at the moment. But we're going to look back to the front because Breeden Hill 5 it is. That is Alex Hines. He is your race leader going down that far side. Radford 299 leading the chase. So Alfie Buck always one to watch. Mallow 130 is Mason Linehan, and they are going to be 1, 2, and 3 as they go down that far side. Last that flag time, it is Hines in Breeden Hill 5. He is your race leader going in with 3 more turns to go. Mallow 130 gets it all kinds of sideways. Mason Linehan just about keeping it pointing the right way. Evicta again 287 looking to take advantage. Jason Stewart picked up a 3rd, and he's in that 3rd position at the moment. Radford 299 gets a little bit of push on, and whoa, Evicta again 287 right up his inside. So Radford 299, oh, Mason Linehan's up the inside as well. Alex Hines picks up the win in Breeden Hill 5. Come to 62 is a lap down. Mason Linehan, where are you going? Evicta again 287 picks up a 3rd. 4th for TJ Linehan. Radford 299 and Mason Linehan. Mallow 130. White Rose 7, Amelia Moss, and I think Come to 62 went into the infield. The pit, sorry. So we're going to move to race 7. This one brings out Max Holtby, your reigning national champion, and he picked up a win in the first one, so he's going to be looking to top that with another. And Ethan Williams in North Wales 108 picked up a 3rd. Nothing really apart from that, but we're going to look back to, to the lines. We're away and racing. Max Holtby it is in Scunthorpe 1. He's going to be your first one to show. North Wales 108 is there as well, looking up the inside. Ethan Williams, that is in pilots in that one. Appleton 213 right around the outside. That is Cara Blaber moving into our second position. But as I say, the North Wales 108 right up her inside. So Cara's going to fall back to that 3rd position. Ethan Williams is moving into that 2nd. We're going to look back to the front because it is already away and gone for the rest of the field. Is Max Holtby in Scunthorpe 1 going down my side. Scunthorpe 1 is your race leader going into that bottom turn, as is North Wales 108. Appleton 213, Eastern 3, Carlo 288, PAC 15, and we're going to have to pick up the rest of them as they come back around, but we're going to look back to the front because Scunthorpe 1 it is. That is Max Holtby. He is your race leader, your current national champion, and looking to stamp his authority once again in Scunthorpe 1, although Ivan Williams is really hunting him down in North Wales 108. That's something that's very rare to see anyone hunting down Max Holtby, but there we go. Appleton 213 just leading up the rear of the rostrum at the moment is Cara Blaber. It just piloting that one. Carlo 288 should be there as well. That's Gemma Daly. She picked up a 5th. That is 21 points, and she's going to add a 4th to that at the moment. We're going to look back to the front because the last flag is being made ready. Sliding on the rear, Scunthorpe 1 is Max Holtby just pulling away from Ivan Williams in North Wales 108 from Cara Blaber in Appleton 213, Carlo 288 of Gemma Daly, and PAC 15 of Angel Jones. But we're going to look back to the front because it is Scunthorpe 1. Max Holtby is going to look to cross the line and take another 55 points. He makes that 110 from Ivan Williams in North Wales 108, Cara Blaber in Appleton 213, Gemma Daly in Carlo 288, Angel Jones in PAC 15, Evesham 3, Kai Cooper, North Wales 26, Austin Bennett, and your last one to mention is Appleton 82 of Ella Elford. So on the line, now we're going to move to race 8. That should bring out Dara Reardon. He took a win earlier, as did Dan Thompson. He was your national champion in 2021. So Dara and Dan looking to go absolutely head-to-head and see who's going to come out best on that one. It also brings out Sean Bradford in Border Counties 117. Come to 81, Tyrese Murray. Freddie Nunn in Scunthorpe 220. They all picked up 4th. Summer Highstead in Evicta at 96. She had a 6th. Isabel Merrick had a 7th. And Esme Mason in PhD 95 picked up an 8th position in the first round of qualifying. But we are away and racing. And indeed, it is going to be Mallow 32, Dara O'Riordan. But your race leader is going to be York 15 of Dan Thompson. They're going to be 1 and 2. So Dan gets it all kinds of sideways. But He's going to keep it going in a straight line on the road from Dara in Mallow 32. And Border Counties 117. Oh, Sean Bradley picked up a 4th, so a 3rd would do him a little bit better. Tyrese Murray in Come Do 81 is there as well. We also picked up a 4th. We're going to look back to the front because Dan Thompson it is in York 15 away from Mallow 32. Dara Reardon and Border Counties 117. Oh, Sean Bradford really piling on the pressure now, but 15 it is. Feeling absolutely none of that. So Dan Thompson it is just trying to pull away from O'Riordan in Mallow 32. Sean Bradford's rounded Border Counties 117. Whoa, they all managed to avoid him. But we're going to look back to the front because it is Dan Thompson in York 15. He is going to be your race leader. And looking around to move with 2 laps to go. York 15 it is from Mallow, Dara Reardon in Mallow 32. From Come Do 81, Scunthorpe 220. Border Counties 117 after a little spin. Sean moves into, I think that's either 4th or 5th. And Come Do 81 should be there as well. Tyrese Murray, we're going to look back to the front because already away and gone. Moving on to his final circuit, York 15 is Dan Thompson. From Mallow 32, that is Dara Reardon. And Tyrese Murray, Come Do 81. Scunthorpe 220, the one left to mention, that is Freddie Nunn. So he picked up a 4th in the firstie and is looking to pile on the pressure to take that 2nd away from Dara. But as I say that, all the way around the outside, what a sneaky move that was from Tyrese Murray and Come Do 81. And check a flag time, it is going to be York 15, Dan Thompson to take the win from Mallow 32, Come Do 81, Scunthorpe 220, Sean Bradford in Border Counties 117. Oh, it's close on the line, but it's PhD 95, Victor Get 96, Radford 422, and I think we're missing PhD 95. But I think she must have seen the checker flag. So we're going to move swiftly and onwards to race 9, bringing out 2 heat winners. Yargo Evans in Typhy 6 and JJ Poltimore in Forest 179. They're going to be the 2 to watch. Westwood for 404. Ellie Kelly took a 2nd in the first round of qualifying, and Tom Williams in Typhy 44 took a 3rd. But we're going to look back to the front of the field because it is Yargo Evans in Typhy 6 taking up the running from Forest 179. Tom Williams in Typhy 44. Wow, that's a really good move from 179F. So JJ Poltimore, he just found some grip from absolutely nowhere. Yargo went a little bit wide and left the door open, and there we go. So your new race leader is going to be Forest 179, JJ Poltimore from Typhy 6, and Tom Williams in Typhy 44. Scunthorpe 125, that's Jess Conway, and West Waterford 404, that's Eddie Kelly. She took a 2nd in the first round of qualifying, but she's all the way back in, I think that's either 5th or 6th, so she's going to want to look for a bit better than that. But we're going to look back to the front because Forest 179 it is. That is JJ Poltimore away from Yargo Evans in Typhy 6, just looking to pile on a bit of pressure, as is Tom Williams in Typhy 44. They're going to be your rostrum for the moment. Scunthorpe 125 is Jess Conway. Zach Ford in Appleton 44, he picked up a 7th in the firstie, so 4th's going to do better, but he's going to need a little bit better than that if he wants to get himself into this final. But we're going to look back to the front of the field because it is Forest 179 moving on to his final circuit. JJ Poltimore it is, Typhy 6 of Yargo Evans, Typhy 44 of Tom Williams, and Jess Conway in 125, Zach Ford in 44, and West Waterford 404 of Ellie Kelly. But we're going to look back to the front of the field because keeping the pressure on, but I don't think he's going to be able to make a move as they come around the final corner. Forest 179 is going to take a win, so good win from JJ Poltimore. Yargo Owens in Typhy 6, Tom Williams in Typhy 44, a bit of a gap back to Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 125, Alpeston 44, Zach Ford, West Waterford 404, Ellie Kelly, North Wales 196 of Gemma Moore, and your final finisher is going to be Hereford 313 of Cohen Ricketts. So 4 out of 4 completed. For the moment, we're going to look down to the line for race 10. And that one should bring out 1 heat winner, Border Counties 16, Owen Bradford. He picked up a win. Come 33, Owen Jones. He had a 2nd in the first round of qualifying, as did Tom Cosgrove in North Shropshire 25. We have Jack Highstead as well in Victor Kent 961. He had a 3rd. Alex Jesse had a 4th in York 34. And Carmarthen 49, Ellie Brown. West Waterford 243, Fern Tivey, and Morgan Cooper in Scarborough 118 are going to finish off the runners and the riders for this one. So we got yellow flags, engines revving, and we are going to be away and racing with your last round in Heat 2 for today of your junior specials. And down into turn 1, who is going to be the first one to show? It is going to be your early race leader, Border County 16, Owen Bradford. He is going to be your race leader, just trying to stretch away from North Shropshire 25. That is Tom Cosgrove piloting that one. Carmarthen 33, Owen Jones looking to make a move up the inside and move into that third position, but he's going to look for more than that. He had picked up a second in the first round of qualifying, and he's looking to take that away from Tom Cosgrove, who had the same in North Shropshire 25. But back to the front we look, because it is Border County 16. That is Owen Bradford from North Shropshire 25, as Tom Cosgrove, he goes a little bit wide, and that allows Owen Jones right at the inside in Carmarthen 33. So 33 is moving into that second position for the moment from Cosgrove in North Shropshire 25. Maybe problems on board for Carmarthen 49, because she loses a lot of ground, but seems to get herself back going again. York 34 as well is there. That's Alex Jesse. And the two left to mention are Scarborough 118 of Morgan Cooper, and I think that's Fern Tivey in West Waterford 243. We're going to look back to the front of the field, because Border County 16 is going to move on to his final circuit. Owen Bradford in Border County 16 from Owen Jones in Carmarthen 33. North Shropshire 25 of Tom Cosgrove, and we shall have that Alex Jesse in York 34. We're going to look back to the front of the field, because stretching his advantage, the checker flag is being made ready. Border County 16 is going to take the win, so Owen Bradford makes it 2 out of 2, 110 points on the board from Owen Jones in Carmarthen 33, Tom Cosgrove in North Shropshire 28, Alex Jesse in York 34, Scarborough 118 of Morgan Cooper, Carmarthen 49 of Ellie Brown, West Waterford 243 of Fern Tivey, and your final finish is going to be Jack Heisted in a Victor Kent 961. So I'm looking down to the line, and I think I'm going to hand you over to Gareth to take you through the rerun of the threes.
Yeah, bring me back down to some sanity, I'm telling you. It's all chaos in here. And it's a good job that you're not actually getting a live feed from inside here as well. Right, okay, so we're going to go there. We're going to go back with the rerun of the second round of qualifying of the Ram Developments sponsored Ladies Class 3. This, of course, was race 2. Just a little bit of a tangle as Jade Russell and Leanne Hushka went into turn 1 for the first time. So just the 5 starters out in this rerun, but the result is still the same. It's Becky Smith that leads into turn 1, just getting it a little bit too sideways. And that, well, she's still in full control with 334 as they go down the hill for the first time. She's just making Jade just a little bit out of shape as she can't put the pedal and put the squeeze on in the Yorkshire Dales 34 machine. Becky Shaw looking towards the outside in BC Treble 1. But that's where the race is for second and third. And Becky now fed up as well of following the other Becky around the top part of the circuit. Erina in ARC 27 is back there in that 4th spot, and she races ahead of Gwen Jones in Carmarthen number 7. But into the dust is Becky Smith in the North Shropshire 334 machine. Just about a lap and a half to go, I think, in this one in the 334 machine. But the pressure really being applied now at the front end of the field by Becky Shaw. Of course, we met Becky and Mandy last night at the Q&A with the Stars, and Becky's there in that 2nd spot in BC Treble 1. Unfortunately, Gwen Jones pulls into the infield after getting it all wrong in Carmarthen number 7. But it looks like it is going to be Smith that leads on to the final turn. Just a little bit of a push on the exit of turn 2. But it's still 334 that holds on from Shaw on the outside in BC Treble number 1. From Jade Russell. You don't need to do too much in the heat, but Jade will be hoping to do better if she manages to get into the final. But Shaw now back on the inside of the race leader. She's been in full control from the bungee, and it is Becky Smith that takes the win. North Shropshire 334. Becky Shaw takes second in Border County's Treble 1. Jade Russell takes third in Yorkshire Dales 34 from Erina Almonds in ARC 27. And unfortunately, Gwen Jones in Carmarthen number 7, a DNF for round 2 of qualifying. But she manages to get back to the pits under her own steam. So we have Class 9s on the line. And I think it's Mr. Langley to take you through Ladies Class 9, round 2 of qualifying.
Thank you very much, then, Gareth. So yes, indeed, KP Thomas and Sons sponsors 2 races coming your way as we look to whittle 12 down to 8. Race 1 should be bringing out Sharon Barker in Evesham 26. She'll be coming out of grid 4. Out of grid 6 will be Robin Highstead in IK 196. Out of grid 7, Molly Richardson in Nottingham 492. Out of grid 8 will be Millie Lane in North Wales 78. Grid 2 will have Nicola Jesse in Scunthorpe 75. And grid 3 will be Katie Adaman in York 6. One heat winner last time round, Katie Adaman, and she did look quick, didn't she, in the York 6 machine. Nicola Jesse picked up a 3rd, Sharon Barker a 4th, Robin Highstead picked up a 5th, and the other 2 actually didn't pick any points up, so need a good run this time round. So as we go back to our sponsors, and I say we do thank you one and all. The water bowser out there at the minute. Planter Machinery, sponsored by Mason Brothers and Malcolm Herbert Plant Hire Limited and Cross Hands Contractors. So a big thank you to all of those businesses. So Mason Brothers, Malcolm Herbert Plant Hire and Cross Hands Contractors Limited, sponsors of the plant this weekend. The printing of the programmes then been all jointly sponsored by P. Cosgrove Civil Engineering Limited, DSR Motorsport Preparation and Haystack Country Retreats. So as I say, we are very grateful to all of our sponsors, be your overall sponsor, a la PRG Trailers, the class sponsors in the case of Class 9, KP Thomas & Sons, or indeed any of our other sponsors that have sponsored the miscellaneous things. Not sure whether we gave a big thank you to the sponsors of the opening ceremony earlier on, Cobra Coatings, BOK Forklifts, Albany Fabrications and SITR Midlands. Right, here we go then, but we are underway with the KP Thomas & Sons sponsored Class 9's Race 1 in this second round of qualifying. And once again, it is Katie Adaman in York 6 that leads the way from Nicola Jesse in Scunthorpe 75 in that second place slot. And Nicola just having a tentative look up the inside as they went round the start line turn. I think that's the Evesham 26 car, is it, of Sharon Barker running in 3rd place. But your race leader coming round then, it is Y6, Scunthorpe 75, Evesham 26, Nottingham 492 is Molly Richardson and Robin Highstead in IK 196. I don't think we got Millie Lane in North Wales 78. There we have, yes, there she goes, Millie Lane at the wheel of that one. But your race leader on course for a second victory at the moment is Katie Adaman, unless Nicola Jesse can do anything about it in the Scunthorpe 75 machine. But Katie Adaman looking like she has got this race fairly nicely under control as she comes round for the penultimate time. There's that yellow flag with the black cross. So 1 to go for York 6, 1 to go for Scunthorpe 75. Sharon Barker still runs in 3rd. Nottingham 492 races ahead of Robin Highstead in IK 196 and Millie Lane in North Wales 78. But your race leader coming round for a second win of the day, it is Katie Adaman in York 6 that takes it. Nicola Jesse, Scunthorpe 75 in 2nd. Sharon Barker takes a 3rd. Nottingham 492, Molly Richardson finishing just ahead of Robin Highstead in IK 196 and North Wales 78. Then I'm sure will be credited with her finishing position. As we move on to race 2, which brings out of lane 8, Sarah Trott, your defending champion in Athelston 23. So the look of the draw has given Sarah the outside grid position. On lane 1 will be Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves in ARC 3. Next to her in lane 2 will be another number 3. That's Megan Goodman in Mountain 3. Claire Horner-Williams in Mountain 62 comes out of lane 4. Chloe Richardson in Pennine 1 out of lane 5. And Sadie Lindsay in PhD 1 comes out of lane 6. So those are the 6 cars that we're expecting. And we've actually only got the 5, so I'm not quite sure which one we're missing, but we'll try and identify and pick them up as the race progresses. And it's progressing very nicely down the far side because the leading quartet then all looking very close in this one at the moment as they climb the bank and go around that top turn. Through on the inside there goes Claire Horner-Williams in Mountain 62. Heidi Dealey-Seagrave, Sarah Trott runs, and there we go, Athelston 23, but we get red flags on that one. So Heat 2, Race 2 of the Class 9s will go to the rerun area, which looks like we're clearing some reruns because it's looking like it's Mickey B back in the hot seat for, what a surprise, a rerun of Class 5.
Look, Steve, all I was going to say to you, mate, is 7s have gone through unscathed today, which is really good. 5s have been a little bit problem, but I've only had one rerun in the 5s in the first heat and one in the second. So I think that's pretty good going compared to how it normally is. So I'm quite proud of that, to be fair.
I would agree with that, actually, but no, fair play.
Thank you. I've had a few messages. We have got a bit of time. They're putting some water down. So I know some of these might be a bit late, but my phone's been on charge. Have a good meeting, Jackson Carden. Sorry couldn't be there. Love, Nana and Dave. Who's Dave? Eh? Dave's popped round while everyone's gone racing. Right, OK. Who's next to go? Right, we've got Died Jones. So she said, wish I was there. Great to see North Shropshire 1 back at the ladies. All the best, Sooty. Miss you all. Hope to catch up with you at the next Bass. Yeah, I'm sure you will. That's not going to be too far to go, is it? We've... who else did we have? Oh, I got one from Donny Hospital. So... that's not the name, by the way. it's old Jim Bob. He's down having some more treatment down there. So wish you well, Jim. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from, as you called it, your second home. It has been recently, and you're cheering on the Scunny Mafia. So Jim Thompson there. Good to hear from you, my friend. Right, and my phone's just gone into lock mode. Will it recognise my face? Oh, just about. That's good. What else? Other messages we had, Mickey? Oh, I'm not sure, actually. It's... Oh, yes. But I'm not going to say it because I can't pronounce the name and I'll forget. But there is a couple of messages from some Welsh people with Avion. I've done it. Do you know what? I'm feeling quite proud of myself, really, because some of these names are really challenging. You know, when... if I'm like back up in England then, and I see something spelled EIF, right? I'm starting it with EIF, right? And you've said to me that no, it's AVE. So EIF. I think was it ON? Avion, yeah. So and we would say EFON. So and I've been corrected. I've even been how to pronounce complaint in Welsh, and I don't. But Jones, yeah, that's a good Welsh name, isn't it? So right, we've got a little bit of time. I think I've done most of the messages. I was going to say, I've got a couple of ones here. Tom Roberts, good luck to Jess Conway in Class 1 and Class 2, and Lucy Conway in Junior Specials, watching from sunny Barnsley. So one of my pals up there, Barnsley Dave, so I hope you're all right, Barnsley. Callum Coventry, a former commentator. Do you get back out much, Callum? You ought to get back out, mate, and have a go on the mic. Mikey, challenge for you. Oh, no. This is like being at school. This is like pressure time. When you do Class 7, I love them. I've finished them. Right. Just for the first heat, you need to call the driver of MA2, Miss Kyle Bush, because of her paint scheme. Kyle Bush. Don't say I said that. Oh, yeah, that's right. Sam Machin. Hi, can you put a message out about speed limits on field? A transit van just gone by at a stupid speed, please. Yeah, OK. There's anyone who's out in Spectator Land or around the parking areas, please carefully. We've got young children out. Daniel Wall, so she's from the old Scarborough Club, small but mighty. A big shout out to all the SY drivers. Good luck to you all. Also, I hope Mr. and Mrs. Farrer are enjoying the sunshine with a few shots. Right, okay. And, oh, hold on a minute. I've had a response from Callum Coventry. I can't read it out, but... yeah, I think he's just going a cook. No, I'm not a cook. He said he thinks I'm an utter kook. Right, there we go. And I'm going to do... Where's the voice of an angel? Where is he? Oh, you're here. James Jess. James Jess, if you can hear this, come and see us in commentary. Steve's got something for you. Oh, I've just had a quick count up. It looks like it's at least 100 quid, so get yourself round quick. Lewis Richards is here as well. I was thinking, like Sweet Caroline. So I've been practicing this. So I don't know if where are you? Oh, it's like pantomime season. He's behind you. Right. So what we're going to do is fives on the line. Whoop whoop whoop. Hold on. Who's in this one? Actually, let's pick out a name. Oh, it's too late. Right. We go. Come on then. You do it in your Welsh tone. Ready? And
What are we doing?
Sweet Caroline, but it's fives on the line. Ready?
Fives on the line. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Lara's going from grid 2. There we are.
Grid 2. There you go. More of that to come. That was... Yeah, no, we're we've been doing at Bass, haven't we? The last few rounds, a bit of Pam Ayres poetry. So if anyone's got a 6-line little poem that rhymes and it's about the Nationals, then yeah, send it through to us. Did we? Yeah, I can see sea mist when I'm. Yeah, that's so. Yeah, we're a 6-line digit. That's all we want for the Pam Ayres poetry competition. Right, engines are starting to rev. We've got yellow flags being shown. We're going to go racing with Class 5s, ladies, and we're off. Who's it going to be leading up that line as we come up into there? And it's going to be that Yorkshire Dales 46. Sarah Chills, the daughter of the man who had the tash shaved on to make herself look younger, comes out of turn 2. Down the hill, Typhy 73. Lara Evan-Jones. Lara eased off in her first race. She was just about to win it, and then she got nipped on the line, but she's running second, and that's not a bad place to be as they come out. Lynn Olsen, Breeden Hill 27, running in that third place. Lynn didn't get any points. Nilpon in the first one, and oh, there's a bit of push on there, and we've got a new leader, Lara Evan-Jones then from Olsen. Then it's Sarah Chilvers, then the Steadman machine, and then the Steadman machine. Which one was first, Mickey? Shauna Steadman in the 777, and then Tiggy Steadman in the Evesham 77 machine. But climbing up the hill, Typhy 73, Lara Evan-Jones, second this morning. Should have had a win, but she's leading this one. 100 points would be a good way to finish the day. Yorkshire Dales 46, then Sarah Chilvers had a third this morning. A second place would put her up with about 81 points. But she's under pressure. Tell you what, Lynn Olsen, Breeden Hill 27, was getting up close and personal then. Just eased off as they climb back up the hill for the penultimate time. Because here we go then. Down the hill for the final time. Woohoo! Typhy 73. Lara Evan-Jones then from that Sarah Chilvers machine. Then Olsen goes into that third place, looking to get close again as they exit that Stargate turn, climbing up the hill. But it is Typhy 73, Lara Evan-Jones. What can Sarah Chilvers do? Chilvers looking to go round the outside. Can she make that pay? Checker flag at the ready. It's a push for the line. Oh no, it's happened again. Sarah Chilvers takes it from Typhy 73. Oh dear me. Lynn Olsen comes over in that third place. Oh, that's Lara Evan-Jones is like deja vu, Groundhog Day. She gets a second, so that's 90 points. Well done. Next across the line was Shauna Steadman, the Evesham 777, Evesham 77, Tiggy Steadman. Right, that is ladies 5s and 7s done for the day. I'm back tomorrow. Up on the line, we are going, I think we're over to juniors. And if it is juniors, I'm going to hand you over to the Italian stallion, Lewis Riches.
Grazie, amico. I better stop doing that. It's going to get on people's nerves, isn't it? But yeah, the Junior Saloons Heat 2 Race 1 is away. And it's your current national champion in the lead at the moment. That's Ludlow. Number 1, Rhys Tipton, taking them around the top corner. But Rio Sheehan's there in second in the PSC 33. Cuts back. Oh, Rio cut back on the inside there, but was nudged in the back corner. And it looks like there's a bit of a collision derby going on up there in the top corner with a few cars involved, unfortunately. I'm not sure if this race will continue with the car on stop. There are actually red flags out at the moment. So that race will go back into the rerun, unfortunately. That race did start off quite well, and Rio seemed like he was doing quite a good move there on the inside, but unfortunately was just nudged, which then put some of the cars sort of in a position where they couldn't get out of each other's way. So it'll be interesting to see what the marshals make of that when they review that later, just to see what the outcome will be. But we look down to race 2 then. We should have B33H on a win from this morning. That's Bo Bennett. C35, Caris Weaver, unfortunately didn't finish this morning. IK25 finished in 5th, following a green flag, I believe. PAC9 then, Travis McIlly on a 4th. Going well, but that result doesn't really speak of how well he's been going. Scarborough 255, then Junior Collinson had a 6th. TA Treble 2, Corey Reid, unfortunately went really well, but they had some issues on one of the laps. And WR8, Lewis Middleton had a 1st, so we got 2 Heat 1 winners here. We'll see who comes out on top in this one then. Let's have a look as we go into the top corner. It's Bo Bennett in the 33 machine on the inside. He seems to have made it stick, but Mark Hilly's not going to give it all his way. Mark Hilly's there in PAC9 in 2nd. C35, TA Treble 2, Corey Reid then in 4th. Scarborough 255, White Rose 80, followed there by the IK25 at the back of the pack at the moment. So your first 2 at the moment are Bo Bennett in the Breeden Hill 33 and Travis McIlly in the PAC9. On the outside there, we've got the Cumdy 35 who didn't finish this morning. That's Caris Weaver trying to get some valuable points to see if she can get into those quarterfinals later on tomorrow. But it is still Bennett from McIlly. Corey Reid now up into that 3rd place with C35 demoted down into that 4th. And at the back of the pack, we still have the IK25 at the moment of George Watley, who this morning, like I said, was on a green flag and finished 5th overall in the results. Corey Reid and the Cumdy 35 having a good battle there for the 2nd place. Mark Hilly it is now. They're back into the 2nd and 3rd with Corey Reid. It's the PAC9 and Tivy Treble 2, the 2 South Wales League boys there, battling it out for the 2nd and 3rd place with the C35 in 3rd. White Rose 80, Scarborough 255 and IK25 still at the back. But look at that battle for 2nd place between the 2 South Wales League cars. Corey Reid seems to have the better at the moment and gone into that 2nd place. But it's Mark Hilly then trying to gain a bit of ground, coming on the top corner very close. We've got the last lap flag this time though for Bo Bennett, who's led the whole way so far. Treble 2, 9, C35, Scarborough 255, White Rose 80 and IK25 there. That's your order as they came past us, but it's Bo Bennett then for the final time going up into that top corner, throws it into that 1st corner there. As he comes out of the 2nd corner there, down past us for the final time then, taking the checkered flag. It's Breeden Hill 33, Bo Bennett. Bit of a shove and a nudge there. Coming out of the top corner, who's going to keep that 2nd? It's Corey Reid from Travis McIlly. C35 then in 4th, Caris Weaver. S Treble 25Y, Scarborough is Junior Collinson. White Rose 80 then was Lewis Middleton.
And just to let you know, I had a message from Mungie who was wishing Corey all the best this morning when I looked at the phone. So, yeah, you'll all know Hail When, you'll all remember the TA Treble 2 number. And Mungie had sent all her best wishes for Corey Reid this weekend. Yellow flags, back over to Lou.
Thank you very much there, Gar. Yeah, we're on to race 3 then. So we've got another race winner here, which was Eldon James Baxter in the York 89. They'll be coming out of grid number 1. They've already made their start, though. As we look up, we can see that we have the York 89 of Eldon Baxter on the outside there, trying to make a move around the outside of our lead car as they come past us down here in commentary, but it's not him in the lead. It's the Spalding 298 in the lead from York 89, led 20145F, and the Cambridge car there, 245 of Betsy Rice in the 5th at the moment, having a good battle for 4th and 5th there. We can see then we got the Evesham 33 on the inside, trying to make a move past that Cambridge car on the far side with the Spalding 711 in the back at the moment, but it's still our Spalding 298 of Connor Forster, I think it is then, who is in the lead and walking away with this one at the moment, pulling a good lead away from Lud 20 in second place. That's Lud 20 of Lucas Salis in second at the moment, with the York 89 who had a good win this morning. That's Eldon Baxter in third at the moment, having to settle there. But pulling away from everybody at the moment is your Spalding 298. That's Connor Forster. They had a second place this morning, so a win here will stand them in good stead. In third, we got the only mini in this race, 145F, then Cambridge 245, Evesham 33 and Spalding 711 of Darcy Phillips at the back of the pack still. But pulling away then from everybody else at the moment, it's still Spalding 298, Connor Forster coming up then around the crop corner to take the last lap flag, this time past commentary. Pulling away all the time in this race then, Spalding 298 still in the lead from your Lud 20 of Lucas Salis, York 89 of Eldon James Baxter, who had a win this morning, like we said, so third will do him well as well. Cambridge 245, 145F, Evesham 33 and Spalding 711. But walking away with this one, it has to be said, is Connor Forster. Like we said, second place this morning and a first now will give them a great tally of points then to take them through into the next stage of the quarterfinals tomorrow. So he takes the win, Spalding 298, Lud 20 in second, York 89 in third. Who's going to take that fourth spot? It is the Cambridge 245. 145F in the mini then in sixth, and Evesham 33, followed by Spalding 711. Darcy Phillips at the back of the pack to finish that race. Well, I'm not going to say what about these first two races, because we know what the commentators goes and does. But yeah, I'm just going to say I got 2 ticks next to those first 2 races and leave it at that. I've said it kind of, oh, damn it all. Anyway, so we look down then to race 3 then. We've got another... No. So race 4 we are next, isn't it? I apologise. C13, C49, H10, IK273, PHD5, Scarborough 418, TA4 and WS46, and they are away and gone already. So let's see then. We've got a couple of local races here. We have Gwawr Owens in the Tyvee 4 and Isabella Hitchcock in the PHD5. Then I think it is actually Isabella in the lead at the moment in that Yaris. Lovely turned out car there in the lead at the moment, but a bit of a nudge there as they come out of that corner. Ike 273 in second. WS46 and H10 battling for that third and fourth. Cumdy 13. Then the Cumdy 49 car with Gwawr at the moment at the back of the pack. Still learning the ropes, possibly in a very first season in the juniors. But it's the PHD5 machine there of Isabella Hitchcock then going into the first corner. Starting to stretch her legs a little bit and pulling away from our IK car in second place of Charlie Rayfield. So again, it's Isabella Hitchcock. Rayfield in second, WS46 there in third. That would be Warren Dommett in the Cumdy car there. The Wessex car, I'm afraid. They had a fourth this morning. It's Isabella, though, still pulling away from the rest of the pack then, going into the first corner once again. It's Isabella on a third from this morning. So a third and a win once again will probably be a really good tally of points there to get into the quarterfinals tomorrow. So it's Hitchcock in first, IK273 still in second place. That's Charlie Rayfield. Followed very closely. There's a bit of a battle going on there for the second and third. A move around on the outside, trying to go to the cut back there. The West 646 of Warren Dommett has found the inside line, just pushing past there the Invicta Kent 273. So the change of place there for second and third, but it's still very close between those two, with a Hereford 10 there of Charlie Jones in fourth, hoping that one of these will make a mistake. We're on to the last lap already. So in fifth place then we have the Cumdy 13 car of Cameron Murray. C49 then in fourth, Cody Phillips, and Scarborough 418 in the next position, which is Michael Cooper. But looking back to the head of affairs here, it is Isabella Hitchcock who led into the first corner, and she's led the whole way since, pulling away, stretching her legs a little, and it's Isabella then who's going to take the win for race 4. Isabella Hitchcock in PHD5, WS46, IK273, H10 there of Charlie Jones comes in fourth, Cumdy 13 followed by Cumdy 49, and your final finisher, Scarborough, a bit of a dance over the line, is your Scarborough 418 of Michael Cooper, reversing there in style then, just to get themselves pointing in the right direction to get off the track. Good win there for Isabella to back up her third from this morning. So obviously every point counts. So even those who finish lower down in the field, they're collecting points all the time to try and earn enough points to get into these quarter or semi-finals tomorrow afternoon. I think we're going straight into our race 5, which should bring out Another heat winner from this morning, Josh Pittman in South Somerset 46. Also 18F, Mackenzie Elson. CA32, Rory Jones. E46, Molly Bubb. N184, Grace Turner. Spalding 3, Jacob Clark. And YD122, Jensen Walker. And we are away already. Grid 1 had a great start there. They've starting to pull away, going up that straight. It's the Yorkshire Dales car. Yorkshire Dales 122, I believe, of Jensen Walker, going into the corner, but eased off a little bit, maybe too early there with the Evesham. I think it was the Evesham car there. No, yeah, Evesham 46 of Molly Bubb taking up the running then, going into the bottom corner, and the Caldy Island corner, we might call it from now on, so we'll see how that sticks, but we'll see. It's still your Evesham car there. Evesham 46, Molly Bubb going up that far straight, pulling away a couple of car lengths now from your Spalding 3 in second place, with your Cambridge 32, I think, of Rory Jones in third, trying to get that inside line to see if they can make a stick. It's Clark on the outside and Jones on the inside, but I think it's going to be Clark who's going to keep that second place, unless that Cambridge 32 on the inside can make that move on the inside corner stick. Is Yorkshire Dales 122, Jensen Walker in fourth, hoping that these two in front might just make a little bit of a mistake, with the Nottingham 184 behind them, then with Grace Turner at the wheel there, trying to reel your Yorkshire Dale car back in, but it's still Evesham 46 from Cambridge 32. Spalding 3 with slowing down with some problems on board, hope everybody can avoid them. Spalding 3 trying to do a sensible thing, they're trying to get out of the way with some issues on board. But we're looking to the far straight now, then coming up this time for the penultimate time, with the last lap flag being prepared. It's still your Evesham 46 of Molly Bubb, who's in the lead here with a Cambridge car behind there, trying to reel them in. It's Cambridge 32 of Rory Jones, not letting the Evesham 46 get away with this one. Rory pedalling hard to try and get around the outside. With only one lap to go, it's going to be a tough ask possibly, unless Evesham 46, Molly Bubb, makes a bit of a mistake, but it is very close between these two, and I think your Cambridge 32's got the inside line going into the top corner. A little bit of a nudge there as they were going around there, but I think it's going to be your Evesham 46. It's going to be very close as they come across the line. It's Evesham 46 takes the win. Cambridge 32 in a very close second. South Somerset 46 in third. Yorkshire Dales 122, 18F, and Nottingham 184 then, in that order as they crossed the line here in front of commentary. I think I'm right in saying that every race finished, but I've got a horrible feeling that race 1 was stopped. I can't remember, my memory fails me now. But yeah, anyway, we're looking down onto the line, and I think we have the Class 2s coming out next. There was good close racing this morning between these Class 2 ladies, the marshals there and recovery vehicles, just continuing to do an absolutely fantastic job this weekend. Thank you very much to them all for all of their hard work. Obviously, the recovery vehicles have been well drilled this morning. I think it's Tonto who's been putting the team together for that. So, and they've all had the instruction, obviously, to get to these stricken vehicles as quickly as possible for this racing to continue. So thanks once again to Owens Motorsport and Cafe Rhiannon for their sponsorship of the junior saloons. Moving on then to Class 2 with our sponsor AT Commercials, that's Adrian Taylor. And we should have race 1 down there on the line, about ready to go. We're looking around the track for track clearance. And we should have Maisie Daniel, Beth Richards, Izzy Nicholson, Claire Mulroy, Lacey Law and Sinead Tivey waiting to go down on the line there. Heat winner this morning, we have Sinead Tivey in the West Waterford 12. Ooh, there was a bit of a movement on the line, possibly from one of those cars. I won't mention names and numbers. I don't want to get anybody into trouble. But we have the what are we there? I think it's the Scunthorpe 177 Claire Mulroy on the inside, going into that top corner in the lead at the moment with the Forest car of 244. Maisie Daniel in second place with Star 24 in third. Heat winner from race 1 is West Waterford 12. She's in third at the moment. That's Sinead Tivey in the West Waterford number 12. But it's a very close race for the first, second and third here. Somebody's just lost it and got into the fence down the bottom, possibly, unless they didn't make it off the line. I think they're just having trouble getting off the line, actually. But it's a great race here for the lead. For the top 3 here, you could throw a blanket over them and you'd catch them all. Scunthorpe 177, 244F and Star 24. Yeah, your first 3 there. With your West Waterford, Sinead Tivey, number 12. In fourth. Oh, the Forest car of Maisie Daniel just gone out wide, overcooked that corner slightly possibly, which has taken her out wide. West Waterford 12 there on the inside of your Forest car to take that third position away from her, or can she make it stick to keep that third position? So it's Scunthorpe 177, Star 24, West Waterford 12, Forest 244 and the Pennine 65. In your fifth at the moment, yellow flags flying on this bottom corner, just to remind the drivers that there's a vehicle on stop on the far side. Oh, your Forest car, I think, has got some issues. A bit of smoke coming out of the back there, and unfortunately went very wide coming out of that bottom corner. It does catch some people out as it kind of drops away from you, but it's still your 177 from 24, 12 in third, 244F, and your Pennine 65 in fifth. But yeah, looking very convincing at the moment. We have your Scunthorpe 177, Claire Mulroy pulling away probably now then from your second place car, which is Star 24 of Lacey Law. It looks like she's going to be your race winner. She's led pretty much from the start then. It is Scunthorpe 177 from Star 24, West Waterford 12 had a win this morning, Forest 244 and Pennine 65 as they cross the line here. So a good clean race in there from the ladies, first race of ladies class 2 in these second heats. And looking over to the far side there, I think I can't quite make out about just going through who we were mentioning in the commentary. Informed that it's Scarborough 17. Yeah, Izzy Nicholson unfortunately failing to get off the line, I think, and seemed to come to a stop on the far side there, not even halfway up the straight. What did she have this morning? She had a 5th this morning. So a good result in this one. Might have helped her along the way to try and get into the finals tomorrow, but obviously that didn't happen for her, unfortunately. Race 2 should be down there now then. Hannah Cheshire, Jess Owen, Linda Thomas, Courtney Lewis, Abby Juggins, Lara Jones and Jessica Farrow. And they are away and gone straight away. Let's see who's going to get the best of the starts. It's the outside car of Cum D80, I think, on the outside number there. Might have the wrong race here then, because I think I can see Tyvee 201, which means that we're on race 3, and it is. It's Lexi Owen in Tyvee 211, followed by Yorkshire Dales 1, Scarborough 249. Are your first 3 there. So Lexi Owen in the Tyvee 211, already starting to put a couple of cars lengths between her and the second place car of YD1, Rebecca Starbuck. So Lexi Owen leads them into the top corner once again. And who's that? The Scarborough car on the inside of Gabby Smith, trying to get the inside line to take that second place. It's very close here for second and third. They're very close. There's Cumdy 60. They're on 4th place at the moment, which is Donna Howells. Look at that race for second and third. They're side by side, but it's your Scarborough 249 who's got the better of that corner. So Gabby Smith now moves up into the second place, but Lexi Owen's not worried about that. She's just focused here on keeping her lead. So she comes past here in commentary once again. It's 211 from 249. Yorkshire Dales 1 in third, Cumdy 60. Then it's the Radford 11 of Jade Poole, followed by North Wales 38. In that final position, which is Terry Rowlands. But Lexi Owen is away and gone. Fair play to her in this one. Throwing it into that first corner there as she comes across the top end. It's last lap flag already in this one. Lexi Owen in Tyvee 211 then passes us once again. Still very close for second and third between the Scarborough and Yorkshire Dales. And it's Cumdy 60 followed by R11 and North Wales 38 at the back of the pack still at the moment. Lexi Owen then pulling away even further, if anything, from Scarborough 249. Gabby Smith in second. Followed once again then by Yorkshire Dales, Rebecca Starbuck. But she'll be delighted, I'm sure. Great win there for Lexi Owen in the Tyvee 211. Scarborough 249 in second. Yorkshire Dales 1 in third. Cumdy 60, Donna Howells. Radford 11, Jade Poole. And the North Wales 38 in the final position there. Looking down to see how everybody got on this morning. Lexi had a second, so a second and a first obviously is a great points tally with 45 and 55. I think that's 100, so she'll be on 100 points going into the third heats tomorrow morning. Are we going with heat 2 or race 2 or 4 here? I can't quite see in the distance. I think that's Lara coming from the centre of the pack, so that takes us up to race number 2 then. So I think it is Lara in the lead and Linda in the inside and Courtney Lewis. So it's the South Wales League 1, 2 and 3 at the moment as they come down. Bit of a nudge there for Courtney on the back panels there. We hope she can control her car. She seems to at the moment. So it's Lara in the lead from Linda Thomas in second place with Courtney Lewis in the Swansea 2 machine. But somebody there around the outside of Courtney and somebody tried to make a big move, but it didn't quite pay off. I think it's the North Wales 51 car there around the outside, which would mean it would be Jess Owen, in the 151 machine. So it's Tyvee 17, PAC 91, Swansea 2, Scunthorpe 40, North Wales 161, Breedon 12 and the York 71 of Jess Farrow. Jess Farrow had a great second this morning, so she'll be disappointed to be at the back of the pack at the moment. She seems to be dropping back a little bit, so maybe there's a problem on board with her. She was going so well this morning, but it is still a South Wales League 1, 2, 3. Lara Ellen Jones then taking the first position at the moment with Linda chasing her down and Courtney in third. North Wales 161. a 151 of Jess Owen, sorry, in fourth. So it's a Welsh 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment, with a Breeden Hill car there. The Breeden Hill 12 of Hannah Cheshire trying to chase the Welsh girls down. Scunthorpe 40 just passing us slowly. Abby Juggins with issues on board, so it is red flagged. Oh no. That was a fast and furious race with the first five really away and gone, and stretching away from the rest of the field. York 71 there just passing us of Jess Farrow. Another chance for her possibly to sort any issues that she might have on board. Maybe there was an incident earlier on that I missed that has caused her to be at the back of the pack there, but certainly expect her to be a little further up the field with the result that she had this morning. So that'll be back for a rerun later on unless they take a result from there. So we look down then to race 4. Victoria Thomas, Yasmin Akbas, Nicola Bettany, Jess Conway, Emma Robinson, Anne-Marie Chadburn and Jess Dockeray should be your runners and riders in this next heat, your final heat of final race of class 2, in this second heat. Here we go then, the bungee has lifted. It is grid 8 that seems to make another good start there. Grid 4 I can see is the Scunthorpe car. I think Scunthorpe 126 of Jess Conway had a great win this morning, was flying around this track with Radford 92 there in second of Nicola Bettany. So Bettany on a fourth from this morning will want to collect some good points here. Radford 92 in second, White Rose 13, Spalding 26, York 16, IK 14, and your pair 9, 142 in the final place. That's Yasmin Akbas in last at the moment, but just gone past. Oh, it's a great race there for those minor positions, but at the moment Jess Conway is still pulling away from your Radford 92 of Nicola Bettany, with the White Rose 13 there of Anne-Marie Chadburn in third, who's going to be trying to catch them up is York 16 in fourth of Jess Dockeray. But Jess Conway got to grips with this track very early on this morning in the first heats and seems to have mastered it now as well in this second heat. She's pulling away lap by lap here. Jess Conway in the Scunthorpe 126 then, pulling away every time she passes this year. So Scunthorpe 126, Radford 92, White Rose 13, York 16, Spalding 26 there of Emma Robinson from the Scarborough 126, sorry, not the Scarborough, she's in the lead obviously, the IK 14, of Victoria Thomas. But we are coming down now then, Jess Conway coming past us here for the penultimate time. The last lap flag is made ready for her. Jess in the lead, Radford 92, White Rose 13 of Anne-Marie Chadburn still in that third place, but being chased down really quickly by the York 16 of Jess Dockeray. So there's more of a race there. Oh, a problem there possibly for White Rose 13. Anne-Marie Chadburn just lost position there with Jess Dockeray taking advantage, but it's Conway who takes it. Bettany in second, and who's going to take the third? It is Dockeray in the York car. White Rose 13 there in the fourth, followed by your Spalding 26. IK 14 and the P124 EM taking the final position there. That's your Yasmin Akbas taking the Pennine 1242 over the line for the last position in that race. So that's your Class 2s done, with one rerun, I think, to come unless they take a result on it. And it's over now to Gareth Jones for the Junior F600s.
Yeah, thanks very much, Andrew. Yeah, we're going to go with just the single lineup of the Junior F600s. And they're already up and they're away from the line. And it was a super drive in the first round of qualifying for Will Evans, and he's the one that leads into turn 1, kicking up the dust and making his way down the hill for the first time of asking. Alfie Ross goes with him in the Scarborough 717 machine. Already we've seen the 717 machine take a championship title this year. But it is Will that continues to lead the way then into the top part of the circuit in the TA76 machine. Alfie still pulling away though. These two have had some cracking races over the course of the season, and it's the Corey Mumford machine. Forest 160 there in third, just being undone by Katie Atkins in Scarborough 46. It's Corey on the inside, Katie on the outside for third and fourth. But it's just about the Forest machine that holds on to third, and Katie drifts wide to allow Jacob Pratt in White Rose 1 to sniff a gap for fourth. Oh, and up on two wheels goes Katie Atkins in Scarborough 46. But while all this ding-dong battling happens downfield, it doesn't matter a jot to your race leader, who goes on to his final circuit. Will Evans then looking to make it a set of maximum qualifying points from day one here at the first F600 Nationals for the juniors. And it is the TA76 machine that leads into turn 3 for the final time.
And it's going to be Will that holds on. T876 then takes the win from young Alfie Ross in Scarborough 717. Corley holds on to third in Forest number 160 from Jacob Pratt in White Rose number 1. Katie Atkins in Scarborough 46 and Connor Forster in Spalding 198 will round it all out ahead of Sky Pascal in the Hereford number 50. So as we look to the line then, we look to have some Class 9 machines down there. So it's over to the class, Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much, then, Gareth. So, yeah, KP Thomas and Sons, their sponsors. This a rerun of Class 9 Heat 2, Race 2. Originally, we started with Sarah Trott, your defending champion in Atherstone 23, Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves in ARC3, Megan Goodman in Mountain 3, Claire Horner-Williams in Mountain 62, Chloe Richardson in Pennine number 1, and Sadie Lindsay in PhD number 1. Not quite sure whether we've got any exclusions. Looking down to the line, I don't think we have, because I think there's 6. Oh, no, one of them's being towed off, unfortunately, and I think that's going to leave 4. So, yeah, we are a little bit depleted for this rerun. So just as soon as we've got track clearance, then they are going to be let loose onto this Castle Lloyd Raceway. And let loose they are, and 5 we have, so I think we might have started with a full complement, but no, 5 out of the 6. But they're diving into that all-important first bend. I think that's Sarah Trott on the outside in Atherstone 23, but the race leader, Claire Horner-Williams in Mountain 62. The Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves machine, ARC3, goes through in that third place position, but down that far side, then Claire had a second in the first round of qualifying. Sarah Trott had a first, so they're looking to reverse that at the moment. But Mountain 62, Atherstone 23, the Pennine 1 car now with Chloe Richardson shows in third place, just ahead of Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves in ARC3. But your race leader just pulling away a little bit now is Claire Horner-Williams in Mountain 62. Having said that, then she just drifts a little bit wide. Sarah Trott looks for a gap up the inside in 23. ARC3 still runs in that third place. Mountain 3 is Megan Goodman, now up into a good fourth place. But this battle for the lead going down the far side, it's change about. And it is the Mountain 62 car then. That's your race leader to take the last lap flag, but still right there with her is Sarah Trott in Atherstone 23. Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves looking safe in third in ARC3. And Megan Goodman in Mountain 3 in that fourth place position. And coming through to start her last lap, having dropped back a little bit, Chloe Richardson in Pennine 1. But your race leader, your race winner, Claire Horner-Williams it is in Mountain 62. Sarah Trott, Atherstone 23 in second. Third goes to Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves. Fourth will be Megan Goodman in Mountain 3. And completing it all will be Chloe Richardson in Pennine 1. So that does successfully complete the ladies' Class 9s for today. Next time we see them, it will be tomorrow for their third and final round of qualifying. But in the meantime, I think we are on Class 4 on the line. So to take you through that, it is back over to Lewis.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yeah, so we're on to our Shebden Plant Hire and Shebtech Racing Class 4. Very kind sponsors for this class during the weekend. As we said this morning, I think it was 9 drivers out in Class 4 this weekend. And in our first race today, we should have Jasmine Cusack in the Mallow 5, Claire Compton in North Shropshire, I can't even say that, North Shropshire 434, Kelly Wetherick in the South Somerset 272, and Charlotte Singleton in the York 61. So 2 heat winners out in this one against each other. That's Claire Compton in the North Shropshire 434. Notice how I concentrated that time. And York 61, Charlotte Singleton, with Kelly Wetherick on a second from this morning and Jasmine Cusack on a 5th. So Jasmine will be trying her best there to get as many points as possible now to make sure she's in the top 8 for the final tomorrow. With 9 obviously signed on, unfortunately there will only be 1 of these ladies that'll miss out on getting into the final tomorrow afternoon. So yeah, once again, a great thanks there to Shebden Plant Hire and Shebtech Racing for their sponsorship of Class 4 this weekend. And our 2023 winner actually is York 61. So she is looking to defend her title this weekend. Down with us here at the Castle Lloyd Farm Raceway in Red Roses near Pendine. And I've got to say, there can't be many venues across the country with a better view. As I'm sat here in commentary looking out over the sea and Caldy Island in the distance, it is quite spectacular to see and amazing for us to have this as a sort of backdrop to the fantastic racing that we've had this weekend so far. So maybe those of you, as we've got a bit of downtime possibly, who are unaware of what Class 4 actually is, if you look in your programmes, you can see a little bit of a description, and you can see that on every class page, where you have a nice little write-up there explaining exactly what cars and specs are allowed in each class. So if you look down in your Class 4, it's for modified saloons, front door rear-wheel drive, up to 1130cc. As it says there, it's the smallest capacity modified engine class, ideal for those who want to squeeze more power than anyone else from a small engine. And that obviously is the battle, isn't it? Working out how to get as much as you can out of these little cars. And they are screamers, aren't they, these Class 4s? Goodness me, these micros don't have forever as they are tearing around this track this weekend. The class is often used as a stepping stone, it says here, from Class 1 into the larger, more powerful classes, as you can, with relative ease, convert a Class 1 possibly into a Class 4. The car used must be front-wheel drive, must be a front-wheel drive saloon, hatchback or pickup. The engine must be a maximum 1130cc capacity, be of the type originally fitted to the car, and must remain in its original position. It can be a rear-wheel drive as well, obviously, with the dwindling in number imps, but obviously, yes, when those imps are out against these other bodied cars, these imps certainly gate much quicker, but then it's obviously up to those front-wheel drive cars to reel them back in as the races progress. It's a shame not to see one of the imps this weekend. Obviously, Lisa Cooper has had some success over the years in their Evesham imp, and Tina Grasby's been nice to see Tina back behind the wheel again this year as well of their other Class 4 imp, and competing against each other this year. But obviously, looking down to the line, there are no imps available today to come out and play. So we've got our MA5 Jasmine Cusack, North Shropshire 434 Claire Compton, South Somerset 272 Kelly Wetherick, and York 61 Charlotte Singleton. Looking ahead to the second race of Heat 2, we've got Hannah Thomas, your former Class 6 national champion, out in CM8 this weekend for the Ladies National Championships. She was on a second from this morning. Penhow number 7, Nikki Price, Scunthorpe 66 Claire Mulroy, TA13, Catherine Williams, and WS94, Megan Williams. Those will be your drivers competing for the positions in the second race. But it looks like we're about ready to go with this first race of the second heats for Ladies Class 4. The Bowser just making its way off the track there, looking for yellow flags around the track to have track clearance to get started here. So it might be a little bit slippy with all that water that has just gone down, but it obviously is essential to keep the dust down. The Wynton Marshall turns. Very quick start there from the Mallow 5 in grid free. Was it a little bit eager possibly, but I'm not going to make a decision. Obviously, that's up to the Marshalls. We've got your reigning champion then, York 61 on the outside. Charlotte Singleton trying to stick around the outside on the looser stuff to get into the lead. But Claire Compton knows what she's doing. We've also got Kelly Wetherick on the inside. Has gone for that inside line, is now into the lead. Looking for possibly a drier line on the middle of the track there. It's 272 then in the lead at the moment with your current reigning champion, York 61, finding the inside line grip to get up on the inside and overtake your South Somerset 272. And unfortunately, it looks like we've got issues there over on the far corner, on the exit of the first corner. We have Claire Compton on stop in the 434 machine's got it going again though. So York 61 then still your race leader from 272 with Cusack in MA5 has slowed down quite dramatically here. There are no red flags going. We've got two cars tootling around the track. Was I right possibly in anticipating that maybe there might have been a flag for a jump start there, but I'm not sure if that is the case. I haven't heard anything on the radio at the moment, but Compton's got it going now. She looks like she's going back at full speed now, thank goodness. So 434 is in third, don't forget, on track. York 61 and 272 though are having a good race here for that first and second spot. Kelly Wetherick, an experienced racer in that 272 machine, won't just give up easily. She's there on the inside, couldn't quite make that stick. York 61 then just pulling away as they're coming out of that bottom corner. So it is your reigning national champion, Charlotte Singleton, Pendleton in York 61 pulling away now then as they go into that top corner for the penultimate time. I think it's this time. They're coming around for the last lap flag, so still a battle there for first and second. Going into this top bottom corner, 272 does seem to make up a bit of ground every time, but just falls back a little further. Well, there is a little bit of a mistake there from York 61. She just pushed on slightly, but I think 272 reacted and had to slow down and has lost momentum. They're going up the fast straight, so they're very spread out now then, unfortunately. It was gearing up to be a brilliant race. We got York 61 then. Don't forget, 434 is a lap down at the moment. York 61 is your race winner. SS272 then in second place at the moment. I'm sure she'll be happy with that. Battling it with the reigning champion obviously is a good thing to be doing. It shows that you're on the pace. And your North Shropshire 434 there, Claire Compton on a win from this morning. Still gets third place points there with only 4 cars in the race and MA5 having pulled off. But I'm sure will have been disappointed not to have been in the mix there with those first 2 cars, because that could have been quite a spectacular race. It'll be great to see all of these Class 4 girls out together in those finals tomorrow afternoon. Like I said, just 1 car missing out on the finals tomorrow. It'll be a shame to see who they are. But it looks like we're going straight into race 2. The wind-up marshal there, I think it's Lynn Cooper down on the first marshal's post, turns, and here we go. I think it's actually a junior rerun. We'll have a look then what rerun we've got to come out. I think it might be race 6 possibly then. So it'll be over to Tim. But it looks like it's Jack Owen take them into the first corner. Bit of a nudge there. You might be rescued here, Tim, if there's a stoppage, but I think it's the Hereford car. And Tim is here now just to take you through then. Off you go.
Yeah, Dexter Price is in that takes up the running. Hereford number 6 from Jack Owens in Typhy number 5. That's the top 2 as they go round the bottom turn for the first time of asking. Then we go to the West Waterford machine. That's Rebecca Sheehy in West Waterford, 198. But Jack Owens at his then has got himself a little bit of daylight between himself and young Dexter Price in Hereford number 6 as they come back round towards us once again. Owens it is that leads the way. Hereford 6. Then we go to his PhD 58 that was in third. That's the Molly Mosley. Then we go to the West Waterford machine of Rebecca Sheehy and the Cumdee 515 of Caris Barnett rounds out your race order. But climbing the bank into the top turn for another time of asking. It's Jack Owens and looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 and going to bed tonight with 110 points on the board and every optimism for tomorrow. Hereford 6 then, Dexter Price had a second 45, so 45 and 45. That's, even my poor maths, that's 90 points. Remember, the top 32, what we're looking for to go through to the quarterfinals as they go back round towards us for the penultimate time. Last lap flag then goes out. Jack Owens, Typhy 5. Then on to the last lap he goes. Dexter Price in Hereford 6. Then we go to the West Waterford machine of West Waterford at 198. She was 4th in the points. She's 32nd in the points, so needs more points in this one. As then the PhD 58 Molly Mosley comes round and Caris Barnett in C515. But 2 wins from 2. That'll do very nicely after day 1, after the Ladies and Juniors Nationals 2024. Dexter Price comes home second in Hereford number 6. West Waterford 198. PhD 58 of Molly Mosley. And the last car to come round to complete. Picking up a few points. Caris Barnett in Cumdee 515. So, good stuff from Junior Saloons. Orange Fabrication and Cafe Rhiannon is your sponsor. But for the moment, we're leaving Junior Saloons. We're going back to Class 4. Back to Lewis.
Thank you very much, Tim. Yeah, so it's race 2 of Heat 2 here. Down on the line, ready to make a start. So it's CM8 Hannah Thomas in 3rd place, joint 3rd place overall at the moment after the first heats this morning. P7 Nikki Price, Scunthorpe 66 Claire Mulroy, Tyvy 13 Catherine Williams and WS 94 Megan Williams. Here we go then, looking for track clearance all around the track. We can see there's cone still spread across the top corner here, unfortunately, so the marshal's just taking a bit of time there to rearrange those. But yeah, let's have a look then. So yeah, Hannah, like I said, on joint 3rd at the moment. Nikki Price with a 4th in 7th place overall after Heat 1. Claire Mulroy with an unfortunate no finish. So as it stands at the moment, she's in that dreaded 9th position. So As things are after Heat 1, it will be Claire Mulroy in the Scunthorpe 66 that would be missing out on that final tomorrow. Catherine Williams on a third and Megan Williams on a third. Those are both on equal fifth as we go into the second heat here. Here we go then. The wind-up marshal turns, lifts that flag and the bungee lifts. Catherine seemed to have a good start on the outside, but it was Hannah on the grid 4 that seems to have made the best of the starts out of all of them. As she heads them into first corner, slows it down a little bit to try and control this race around the first turn, which is all important. It's CM8 then. Hannah Thomas comes past us here for the very first time in the CM8 machine, P7, followed by Tyvee 13 and WS94. So it's Hannah Thomas in the lead. It doesn't look like we've got the Scunthorpe 66 of Claire Mulroy out in this one, unfortunately. So we only have 8 runners and riders out in Heat 2. So Claire will unfortunately stay in that 9th position. But it is then Hannah Thomas in CM8 flying around this top corner, coming past us in commentary for the second time of asking. It's Thomas from Penthouse 7, Nikki Price, Catherine Williams and the Megan Williams machine in WS94. These are quite spread out at the moment. The best battle at the moment is in second and third, with Catherine now moving up into that second place. So it is well on track. It's the South Wales League 1 and 2, but obviously Hannah reigning from the bit of a problem there for Hannah. She's sort of lost control of the car going into the bottom corner, but yeah, she's racing for the South Wales League in the Carmarthen car, but obviously her own car later on in the Scarborough in Class 6. So it is still Hannah Thomas in the CM8 machine, with Catherine Harding working hard there. Catherine Williams, recently obviously having married. So it's Catherine in second at the moment, trying to chase down Hannah Thomas in the Carmarthen 8 machine, with the Penthouse 7 of Nikki Price in third. Megan Williams just flagging behind a little bit on the WS94 going into the bottom corner, but Hannah and Catherine seem to be settled in that first and second place. I don't think Catherine's going to give up easily though. You can see that she's doing her utmost there to try and reel Hannah Thomas in, but Hannah's got it. CM8 takes the win. Tyvee 13 in second, just losing a little bit of control as they go over the line. I hope there's no problems on board there. Penthouse number 7, Nikki Price in third, and WS94, Megan Williams in that 4th position. Like we said then, unfortunately, Claire Mulroy and Scunthorpe 66 unable to join the ladies in the second heat there. But yes, as we come to a conclusion with the ladies class 4s, they're sponsored by Shibden Plant Tyre and Shebtech Racing. It looks like we've got a junior race down there on the line, so I'll hand you back over to Tim Jones.
Yes, thank you, mate. So, yeah, back to Junior Saloons then we go. Heat 2, race 7 is what's on the line. And as we look down towards that start line, Bo Chamberlain, Grace Williams, Emily Rice, Casey Jones, Adam Turkington, Oakley Stokes, and Zach Southgate. That's who we should have assembled onto the line. As I say, Owens Fabrication and Cafe Rhiannon is your very kind sponsor. And, of course, the overall meeting sponsor for the ladies and juniors, PRG Trailers. So, again, massive, massive thank you to both. So, who's done what? Best of the bunch then. We got a couple on seconds in this one. Bo Chamberlain, we took second in first round of qualifying. So did Zach Southgate in South Somerset 50. So still plenty of points to play for. Remember, we're looking for quarterfinals in saloons and specials. And as I say, then top 32 will go through. So just some steady results, and that should get you through into the quarterfinals. Then, of course, the I presume top 4 then go through to the semi-finals, and then, of course, the big one, the Junior Saloons final, which, of course, will be later on tomorrow afternoon. And I'll tell you what, you got to go. You got to do some battling to get through to that final. But it all starts with the qualifying. Of course, race is of course second round of qualifying for the Junior Saloons, and always nice to see a massive turnout of saloons and specials. So it's always great to see it, and all these ladies and young boys are all after, of course, they are the stars of the sport, stars of the future, and one of the stars then, that's going to be Bo Bennett in Forest 22. That's quickest away from Evesham 48. Then Adam Turkington just slotting into that second place. I think that's Southgate that's looking to move through to third in South Somerset 50. Then we go to Gracie Williams. Had a good run, reasonable run in the first one, didn't she? Picked up a third, and just losing out there around that bottom turn, but she'll fight back down that outside line. But challenging going on for the race lead, Bo Bennett and the Turkington 22F and Evesham 48 respectively, but Chamberlain just drifted wide. Turkington looking up the inside, not quite this time around as he shuts the door and goes round the seaside bend. Once again, South Somerset 50 now coming to the challenge from Williams in the 142 machine as they go down that far side. And the race is just ahead of the 33 machine. That's going to be Casey Jones in that 33 machine. But nobody's racing ahead of Chamberlain. Forest 22, still your race leader. 48 in runs second. And fair to Gracie Williams, she's catching all the time. And she found the gap. No, quite this time. Then we go to South Somerset 50, CA 33. And the other two cars that we run in the Pennine 88 machine of Oakley Stokes. And I presume that's Emily Rice in Cambridge 244. But we know it's Chamberlain, still one lap to go then, 48, 142. Then we go to Southgate in South Somerset 50, Cambridge 33. And it is indeed the Cambridge 244 car that goes through of Emily Rice. But we look back to the front and it's Bo Chamberlain that's going to add 55 points on the board if he comes around the last corner, which he does. So taking a winner first and second, not a bad day's work. Evesham 48, Cambridge 142. Then we go to South Somerset 50, Cambridge 33, and the 244 of Emily Rice. And the last car to come home and pick up a few valuable points could be in the Pennine 88 car. That's going to be Oakley Stokes. So don't forget, once you're finished and all your second round of qualifying, you need to go and sign on. There is no signing on in the morning, and you should all know this by now. It's in the stripping tent just to the bottom of the track opposite, well, not quite opposite commentary, but it's in the other field. You know where it is. Go in, sign on, get yourself sorted, and you can be on the line once again tomorrow. Right, Heat 2, Race 8 already away and from the line. Oh, there's a bit of swapping going on down the field as the PAC 54, though, looks to move through. That's Charlie DeCrow racing ahead of the TA 60 machine. That's Tyler Davis. Another one had a good run this morning, took a first. So down the far side we go in that second place slot. Then we go to the Scunny machine. That's Riley Blackburn. Another one had a reasonable first run in that third place then. 21st overnight, so again another load of points needed on the board. Then we go to IK 530, North Wales 5, then come the 171 and Levi Adams. He took a good second this morning as well, did Levi in Hereford 969, but needs to just get himself moving and get himself up that board. But back to the leader, and we got to change then. Tyler Davis in Typhy 60, looking another one to big points on the board. Another one looking to make it 2 out of 2. As down the seaside turn we go. PAC 54, DeCrow still running second. Then it's the Scunny car. That's a Riley Blackburn. These three just broken away. And Tyler Davis has got problems. The car is slowed. And back to third he goes. I fear he may actually lose more places here. 1 lap to go. 54, 106. Davis has been caught by AK 530. Then we go to West Waterford, number 5. That's a Rory Nugent, non-finish this morning. So he really does need some big points on the board. And indeed, Tyler Davis, I fear his Ladies and Juniors Nationals may be over for another year. But the checkered flag race win, PAC 54. Good win for Charlie DeCrow. SC 106 takes second. Then we go to IK 530, West Waterford 5. Then the Cumdy 171 machine that comes through. That's Frankie Taylor and Levi Adams, last of the finishers, but he brings it home in Hereford 969. Race, I must admit, did have raced here quite a fair few times in the past in the old trusty Class 6, which hopefully will be making a return in the coming weeks and months, albeit well. So, just going to make up the numbers, me, not going to win anything, just getting too old for that sort of thing now, but we'll give it a go. So, once again, more water going down on to the top part of the circuit. That's about finished as the Bowser makes its way off the Castle Lloyd Raceway here at the South Wales League for the Ladies and Juniors 2024 National Championships, and the bungee will lift, and away we go. Last scheduled race of the Junior Saloons And from that inside grid, it's the IK33 machine of Archie Stevenson. Another one had a good day or a good morning's work this morning. And looking to pick up where he left off, IK33. Then we go to Freddie Farrer, another one in the strong position, another 55 points. So 2 winners going head-to-head in this one. They've already pulled a fair way clear from the Scarborough 15, the little mini of Maggie Appleton, as she just loses out going up that top straight, though, to Alfie Boys. But at the head of affairs, it's the two points leaders then, Archie Stevenson and Freddie Farrer 1 and 2, White Rose 18. Then we go to Scarborough 15 from Blake Crowther in Scunthorpe 18 as IK Treble 5 goes through. That's Summer Ben's last of the runners and riders. But the battle still going on at the front between the IK 133, Archie Stevenson and Freddie Farrer. Nothing to choose between them. Then Farrer just goes slightly deeper into the Seaside Bend just to try and carry a bit more speed and do the cut back, but I don't really think it's gained anything, or is it? He's a little bit closer, but I don't think close enough to challenge this time around. But IK Treble 3, Stevenson keeping it nice and tidy. Farrer now switching to the inside as they come past us for the final time. Last lap flag has gone out. White Rose 18 running third. Then we go to Scunny 18 from Maggie Appleton in the Scarborough 15 and the Cambridge 22. And so Somerset Treble 4 go through. That's Elise Pearl and Freddie Atkins respectively, and not forgetting Summer Ben's and IK Treble 5. But Farrer's found the way through on the last corner and he takes the win from IK Treble 3. White Rose 18 now runs in third. That's Blake Crowther. Scunny 18 going through from Scarborough 15, and the last 2 cars on their own private battle for the minor places. So South Somerset Treble 4 wins the honours, and Freddie Atkins. And that last then of the finishers, that's going to be the Cambridge machine of Elise Pearl, and not forgetting Summer Ben's IK Treble 5.
I think it as we look down, I think it might be my rerun, Tim, for the race 1 of the junior saloons. I think it's cheers, Mick. Grazie. Rio Sheehan in the middle of the pack. Excuse me. We've got 2 drivers here who are on top points after Heat 1, and that's your Lud 1 and PSC 33. And if my memory serves, it was those 2 going into that top corner together. Tim, take over a sec.
So just while the Italian stallion gets his mouth watered and tries not to die in front of us in commentary, we'll take it up with the junior saloons, and then it's the PAC 33. That's got to be the Xi'an machine, PAC 33, that leads down that far side from the Forest 10, and the York 81 machine. That's the 1, 2, and the 3. Then Jacob Farrer now running in that 3rd place slot. Then we go to Rhys Tipton, one of the top machines from this morning in Ludlow at number 1, but he'll start to make his way through, looking up the inside of Farrer as they go down the far side, but he's been challenged by that Evesham machine on that outside line, as the race leader, though, is just starting to get away. Another one, a good result this morning for Rio Xi'an, PAC 33. Then we go to Forest 10, running second. That's Lily Chapman. Then Tipton looking to move through as well, but just as the door slammed in his face, that's York 81 saying you're not coming through there. That's Jacob Farrer as they go down that far side. Once again, Farrer challenging on the inside of Chapman, just gives the slightest nudge, but that matters not one iota to your race leader then, Rio Xi'an, PAC Treble 3. Then we go to Chapman and Farrer and Tipton just trying to find his way. No room through there whatsoever in Ludlow at number 1. As the rest of the field then go through, CM16 of Keris Williams, last of the runners and riders, but another one making it 2 wins out of 2 and 110 points. He's pleased with that as well, and so he should be. PAC 33 then takes it, Forest 10, then we go to York 81, Ludlow at number 1 of Rhys Tipton, Evesham 127, SR 52, one we didn't give a mention, so we will this time around. Nick Edwards, and the last car to come home and to complete the Heat 2 Race 1 of the Junior Saloons. That's going to be CM16, Keris Williams.
Just to let you know, I'm live and kicking after normal choking. It serves my right for trying to stuff a sandwich in my face before trying to commentate. It's over to Tim for the stock catch.
Right, no worries, mate. Long you're A-OK. So onwards and ever upwards we go. So second round of qualifying for the stock hatches. Griffiths' Warehousing and Transport is your sponsor, and all sorts of sideways through turn one. That's Jasmine Black. Had a win this morning in the 55 points on the board, but P23, another one who did really well, and we got 3 heat winners out in race 1. That's Nicole Kinsley, Gracie Coles and Jasmine Black. So going exactly to, almost exactly to the form book, because P23 then, Gracie Coles, another one looking to make this 2 wins from 2, and going the right way about it as well. P23 then, race leader SR20, then we go to Yorksdale's 223 of Millie Byrne, and at C46 of Leah Phillips. So no Elise Musto in Breen Hill at 26, and no Nicole Kinsley either, in IK91. So a bit of a surprise on that one, but no surprise though who's out in front. Still Gracie Coles, Penay 23 from Jasmine Black in SR20. Yorksdale 223 then goes through. That's Millie Byrne, and C46 is Leah Phillips. So field fairly well spread out, but your race leader and clear race leader as well, it's got to be said, as she comes out of the top turn once again to see the sight of the last lap flag. P23 then on to the final circuit she goes. SR20 of Jasmine Black and Millie Byrne in Yorksdale's 223, and the Leah Phillips in C46. But we just a couple of corners to go then, and going in until tomorrow. Another one unbeaten, 2 wins out of 2. That'll do nicely. P23, Gracie Coles then takes the win. SR20 of the Jasmine Black from Millie Byrne in Yorksdale's 223, and not forgetting Leah Phillips in C46. So heat 2, race 2 of the stock hatches already away from the line. Kim Gardner, David Stevenson, Tracy Lewis, Sue Stevens, Jodie McConnell and Helen Blake are your runners and riders. And up that inside line then, Sue Stevens it is in Ludlow 64. And she comes round as your race leader from Scarborough. Treble 3 then, Jodie McConnell running second. Tracy Lewis then right on that outside line in Hereford at 61, and just gets the door shut, slammed in her face in Hereford 61, and I think that might drop her a place, but she's battling alongside Helen Blake and Yorksdale's 137. But your race leader then, it's Jodie McConnell, and a non-finish yesterday, this morning, so needs a big result, as Sue Stevens now running second, head of Helen Blake. Yorksdale's 137. Then we go to the Hereford machine. That's going to be Tracy Lewis in Hereford 61. And last of the runners and riders, that will be Kim Gardner in Breen Hill at 125. But back to the leader. Still, it's Scarborough Treble 3, then Jodie McConnell that leads in. Sue Stevens runs second, Blake third, Lewis in fourth. Evesham 98, one we totally missed. That's David Stevenson. And picked up the third this morning. Of course, she did win, but she was on a green flag. So back to third she will go, but she's still seventh overnight. So not too bad, but needs more points really. So the last lap flag then goes out. Scarborough Treble 3, Ludlow 64, Yorksdale's 137. Then Tracy in Hereford 61, Daisy Stevenson in Evesham 98, and Kim Gardner in Breen Hill 125. So all the ladies on to their final circuit, but we're looking for the race leader and potential race winner, Jodie McConnell. This will do very nicely and repair some of the damage from this morning. 55 points in the race win. Sue Stevens a good second in Lud 64. Then we go to Helen Blake from Hereford 61 of the Tracy Lewis, and Dave Stevenson in Evesham 98 from the last of the finishers in race number 2. That's going to be the Kim Gardner in Breen Hill 125. So, still sticking with stock hatches, Griffiths Warehousing and Transport is your sponsor. And no sooner said And away from the line then we go, and like a rocket out the gate is your current champ then of Sophie Egerton. Took a second this morning, so she's looking to go one or even two places better. And the race leader, but Tracy Short, somebody's got something to say as well, as she just turns in as your race leader. Round the seaside bend we go. Tracy took a seventh this morning, so I say seventh in the points, third from this morning. So again, another one to make a look at a good result. But your champ back now in front then, Sophie Egerton. Ludlow 47 it is then from Ludlow 200. As I think Gremlins at the machinery. It's gone sick as she goes by, but obviously electrical or fuel problem or something. But keep going, Trace. You'll get a few points, but a long way clear now is Sophie Egerton in Ludlow 47 from Radford 197. Alicia Brooks now up into second. As we've got a couple of laps to go in this one. Radford 97, then we go to Cambridge 34. That's going to be Emily Hutchins from Tracy Short in Ludlow 200. But down the far side then, and looking to, she's on course to retain, or hopefully retain her title. Sophie Egerton, Ludlow 47, onto the final circuit then she will go. So 55 and 45, that will give her a good load of points to get into that final, get into that third heat tomorrow. A bit premature about the final yet, but Ludlow 200 then goes through. That's Tracy Short. But it is Egerton once again, your current champion, come British champion as well. And she comes across the line in fine style. Ludlow 47 that takes the win from Emily Hutchins, I think it is, in Cambridge 34. Then we go to Radford 197 of Alicia Brooks and Tracy Short in Ludlow 200. Okay, on to Class 6 we go then. Andy Johnson & Son Commercials is your very kind sponsor. Then the first round winner, then the Michaela Dance then out in this one, but she's back in fourth at All Hamptons round in Pennine number 70. So Sophie Lewis takes up the running in TA 16, needs the points as well, non-finished this morning, so needs to get some big points on the board and going about it absolutely the right way. Typhy 36, the race leader. Then we go to Gasby in Pennine number 7, Dance then on the charge, she's through to third in PAC at 38, but so's the Typhy 66 of Keris Thomas, and Thomas runs in about fourth at the moment, racing ahead of Yorksdale's treble one, Becky Weston, and problems for Chloe Hampson in Pennine 70. Whoa, big rollover. That's the dance machine of Michaela Dance. So red flags absolutely immediately, and medical crew then very quickly onto the scene. So first one of the weekend, hopefully the last of the weekend as well. Right, never nice to see a big rollover, but the good news is that Michaela is out of the car, and she is absolutely 100% A-OK, which is absolutely what we want to hear. And the car looks second-hand, but I'm sure that will matter absolutely not one iota, as safety is paramount in the sport. And as I say, she's a tough cookie, is Michaela. She's been over a few times before, but never nice to see. But I'm glad to say she is okay. Probably been a bit shaken, not stirred, but I'm sure she'll be back. But as I say, nice to see that she is A-OK. So obviously it'll be a few minutes before we get the car back to the trailer park and out of harm's way. So good old coating of the dust settling solution applied to the circuit, and as I said, a track looking absolutely spot on. To be fair, as it has done for most of the day. And don't forget, we've got another 4 days racing on it for tomorrow. So I'll tell you, we've got some cracking finals and cracking semi-finals to come your way. But still a fair bit of racing to go yet tonight. So obviously all of the, another couple of heats of the Class 6s to come your way. And of course, the 2023 champ, while we're on the subject of Class 6, then of course moving on to 7. So that's of course the one and only Nicola Olsen. So a new name on the trophy will be needed tomorrow afternoon. But say, who's it going to be? Who's your money on? But say it could be any one of about, I don't know, 10 or 20 really, couldn't it? But we'll see as the racing does continue. But as I say, we got quarterfinals for the junior saloons and the junior specials. As I say, massive turnout as ever. And of course, while we're on big turnouts, then it's not going to be too long before we get back on to the British Autograss Series the scale, because it's only a few weeks away. And of course, those of you who follow the UK round as well, then only a few more weeks for you to get back on the road for the 4th round of the British Series. And looking on the screen, the car does look a bit second-hand, but I'm sure chuck a few panels around that and put a square up, and I'm sure the team will get that back looking absolutely mint as ever. But as I say, we're going back up to my part of the world, so where we were literally only about 5 days ago, and that seems shorter than that. But we're heading back up to the awesome Border Counties and Monkland Raceway for what promises to be an absolutely awesome round 4. So again, track looking and was absolutely in super condition and super fast as well. Those of you that are aware will certainly know, and I know the Lewis was certainly with us for a couple of days on the mic as well. And what do you think, mate? What a weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a cracking track. I was just a bit disappointed. Unfortunately, I had problems with the gearbox from about Heat 2 onwards, and was unable to race then for the rest of the weekend. But yeah, like you said, I was enjoying that a bit more on the commentary to get a bit of practice in for this weekend. So, but yeah, disappointing with the car.
No, you're doing all right, mate. You're doing all right. But as I say, that's round 4, and then a couple of weeks after that, then we're back down here to wrap it all up for 2024. It doesn't seem 5 minutes since we started, did it? But that's where all the champions will be crowned, and all the deals will be done for who takes all the spoils and all the championships. And so that's where we're going to end it all for the 2025-2024 season. But still plenty of racing to get through yet. And as I say, it doesn't seem 5 minutes since we started the racing season, especially the British Series, stale. So, as I say, it'll soon come around quick enough. We're not finished yet. We're not finished yet.
So obviously coinciding with the Bass weekends there, Tim, we've got the UK Autograss Championships. Like you said, being held in the Sturton and Stowe club up in the north there.
I didn't say because I actually couldn't remember where it was, to be honest.
That's
mate,
why I thought I'd get on the fixture list quick. Yeah.
So I could mention where they're going to be held as well, obviously, so give them an equal plug too. So yeah, like Tim was saying, the Bass is going to be at the Border Counties track, and the UK Championship there will be at Sturton and Stowe over that weekend.
Right, so Bowser's just about done its evil job once more, and off the track then they will go. So we're going to be looking for track clearance very, very shortly, as then we go to race 2 of the stock hatches. So this should see Tracy Goodchild, Rachel Collier, Amy Rice, Zoe Osborne, Zoe Coupland and Sarah Howard. So a bit of a mixed bag in this one. Best of the bunch, Rachel Collier, that took the 3rd this morning, so 7th or joint 7th overnight. Well, since the first one, we haven't got to overnight yet, have we? But as I say, need some big points for some people. Amy Osborne, non-finish this morning. Zoe Coupland, then Black Flag. Sarah Howard, another one with 4th this morning, so 28 points was this morning's effort. Joint 10th overnight, but as I say, still plenty of points to play for. And of course, another set of qualifying to do tomorrow as well. So as I say, it's not all over yet if you haven't had a bad run this morning. So can James Jess or anybody from Dan Autograss, doesn't have to be James, but if you know James, know where he is, you've sat by him or whatever, then can you please come to commentary? There's some paperwork for you to pick up. Thank you. So still awaiting track clearance. I think the start line marshal is not happy with something. So teleporter into the middle of the this beautiful Castle Lloyd Raceway. So hopefully then all the red flags will drop, and I think the start line marshal seems happy now with what's going down there. So hopefully just a minute or so while we get going. Andy Johnson and Son Commercials, of course, is your very kind sponsor, and of course we make no apology for plugging the meeting sponsor, which of course is PRG Trailers. Our massive thanks to them. So red flag still fluttering on one of the marshals posts. Not quite sure what we're waiting for, but obviously not happy that things aren't where they should be. So until we get the all clearance, we can't go anywhere. So, okay, away we go then. So we've got track clearance. Andy Johnson Son Commercials is your very, very, very kind sponsor. And then into the first turn we go then. That's going to be Zoe Coupland in Scunny 15. And say another one needs some big points. Pick up the black flag this morning. But looking to get 55 points on the board as she leads round the Seaside Bend. Rachel Collier slotting into second, just ahead of Sarah Howard in York 77, but just being passed by another car that needs the good result then. That's the IK, the Scarborough machine, as IK at 960. Rachel Collier gets it all facing the wrong way, but it's still Coupland that leads the way from the Scarborough machine. Amy Osborne had a non-finish this morning, so again, the the two that need the points are up the front this time around. York 77, Sarah Howard just struggling slightly ahead of Tracy Goodchild in IK 734, but not struggling whatsoever. Scarborough Scunny 15, Zoe Coupland from the Amy Osborne Scarborough 249. York 77, Sarah Howard ahead of Tracy Goodchild in IK 734. And the last of the runners and riders, that's going to be Rachel Collier in IK 960. Well, not quite the last, that's Amy Rice and PhD 85. But back round then, once again, it is Coupland, Scunny 15 from Scarborough 247. Sarah Howard in York 77. Well, Tracy Goodchild in IK 734 and Rachel Collier in IK 960. And at last of the runners and riders, Amy Rice in PhD 85, but climbing the bank for the final time, it is Zoe Coupland, and 55 points will do very, very nicely from round 2 of qualifying. Scunny 15 and takes it from Scarborough 247. York 77 of Sarah Howard from Tracy Goodchild in IK 734, and Rachel Collier in the IK 960. And I think that's about all we're going to have finished, because I think Amy Rice has gone back to the pits in PhD 85.
So, ladies, firstly, I want to start with an apology. We went on to 600s, but I want to start with an apology to Alan O'Riordan Motors, because I didn't mention you in the first round this morning, so a big apologies to them. They're sponsoring these ladies F600s this weekend, so it's a big thanks to all Alan O'Riordan Motors that's sponsoring, and the bungees open. It's Hilary Frost that leads them into that first corner. Not sure who that. I think that might be the Hereford 50 on the inside, or the 6. Oh no, it's not. It's the 160F. Terry Mumford in 160F getting to grips with that car. First time out in it this weekend for Terry, which is getting to grips and learning that one. She got a second place earlier on, and now she's leading this one with Hilary Frost in Yorkshire Dales 86, borrowing that car off Chris Allinson, and then we'll get the others when they come around this time. But it's still the 160 that leads it from the Yorkshire Dales 86. Then it's from the 94 and White Rose 58 of Erin Surgeon Page, and then Scarborough 27 and LM 88. Them two needed a lot more points than this, because they had a bad run this morning. Sarah Mattock in 88, she had a good first half at race, but dropped down the field. But no problems for Terry Mumford as she comes around this time in this 160F. Hilary Frost still there in that Yorksdale's 86. Then it's the Cumby 94 of Katie Powell, White Rose 58 of Erin Surgeon Page, and then it's the Scarborough 27, Daisy McManus, that's just moved up past the LM 88 of Sarah Mattock, but leading them up into that top corner for the penultimate time, because when she comes around this time, Terry's going to see the yellow flag with the black cross telling her she's one more lap to go. 160F from Yorkshire Dales 86. Then it's the Cumby 94, White Rose 58. Battle on for this next place, and just coming through into the, pick it up again is the LM 88 from Scarborough 27, but up that far straight up into the top corner for the final time. Terry Mumford in 160F, who led it from halfway on the first lap and has just pulled away from the rest of the field, takes maximum points. Hilary Frost gets another second place to go with the third place earlier on. Then it's the Cumby 94, Katie Powell, White Rose 58 of Erin Surgeon Page, and then the LM 88 Sarah Mattock, and the Scarborough 27 of Daisy McManus. So that completes race 1, heat 2 of these ladies F600s. Coming out on this, we've got time for the next runners and riders, or are we ready for off? We've got yellow flags appearing around this field. Bungees up with Wayne Racing, Donna Evans, Taylor J. Pascal, Tina Hilton, Donna Brown and Kirsty Bowes. That's who's in this one. Who's the first ones to show? That looks like Kirsty Bowes going around the outside in the Yorkshire Dales 106. Going out well wide. But Taylor J. Pascal in Hereford 50. She's got that lead position. Donna Evans is there in every 16, trying to come around the inside of Kirsty Bowes, but Kirsty hangs on to that second position. So we've got two of the youngsters up at the front, and it's the Hereford 50 of Taylor J. Pascal that leads them up into that top corner for the second time of asking. Kirsty Bowes is looking to try and find a way around, but not managing at the moment. Donna Evans hangs on to that second place from Tina Hilton in Sturton 4, and then we've got the WS9 of Donna Brown. So it's still the Hereford 50 that leads it from Yorkshire Dales 106. Taylor Pascal just does enough and keeps it nice and tidy. Kirsty looks on the outside but not close enough. Tina Hilton has now got through into that third position in Sturton 4. Can she pick any more places up? Tina got a win this morning and she came from the back of the field in that one. So it's Tina Hilton that's trying to pick some places up as the two leaders side by side going into this top corner for the penultimate time. Kirsty Bowes goes out a little bit wide. Taylor's looking up on the inside, but it's Kirsty Bowes in Yorkshire Dales 106 that leads them into the pits corner for the final time. But Taylor looks up on the inside, but not quite close enough. So it's 106 that still leads them up there. Tina Hilton just waiting for one of these two to make a mistake, but it's the 106 off Kirsty Bowes that brings them round this top corner down to get these maximum points. Taylor Joe Pascal, J Pascal in 1:50, and then it's the Sturton 4 Hereford 16 and the WS 9, and that completes the F600s. Again, it's just short and sweet from me, but it's a big thanks to Alan O'Riordan Motors that sponsored the F600s. Class 6 rerun, so it's back to Tim.
So yeah, back to Class 6. So Andy Johnson, Sun Commercials, your sponsor. This is Heat 2, Race 3, and it's Sarah Trott in Atherton IK at 64 that leads away from Ella Bailey in Scunny 33. Then Colesy now coming through to third. Gracie Cole, South Somerset 279. That's your top three. Then we go to Hannah Thomas in at Scarborough 16. So a quality lineup once again in this one, but it's Trotty that leads the way. 64, Scunny 33, 279. Then we go to Thomas in 16. Hushka down the order this time in Solway treble 2. So she needs to get moving, but she got 45 points on the board this morning, but doesn't need to drop too much. And once again, she starts to make her way through in Solway treble 2. But your race leader and the girl you got to catch in, Sarah Trott, IK 64 from Scunny 33. Then we go to Coles in 279. Hushka now starting to make the move in Solway treble 2 ahead of Thomas in Scarborough 16 and Kelly Murray in C at 22. But on an absolute mission, Sarah Trott it is. Once again, one more lap to go. IK 64 looking to make it 2 in from 2. Bailey goes through in 13. Coles in, fighting off the challenger Hushka in Solway treble 2. Thomas going through ahead of Murray in C at 22, but down the far side, Bailey's gone wide. She's dropping places. She got a problem on board. She's going to lose more as well as Thomas goes by, but 2 wins in out of 2 for Trotty. IK 64 then takes it. Hushka finishes second ahead of Coles in South Somerset 279 from Scarborough 16. Hannah Thomas. Bailey comes across the line in Scunny 33 ahead of Kelly Murray in C 22.
Yeah, looking down onto the line now, then it looks like we have this Class 2 rerun finally. I believe it's Race 2, Heat 2. We should have Hannah Cheshire, Jess Owen, Linda Thomas, Courtney Lewis, Abby Juggins, Lara Ellen Jones and Jess Farrow. And they are off the line. As we look up then, I think Lara's made quite a good break from the centre there, but I think it might be Farrow in the middle of the pack. And it's the 2 South Wales League cars then on the inside. PAC 91, Linda Thomas, Courtney Lewis, Swansea 2. It's Linda on the inside. Lara trying the cut back to get it on the inside of the 2 South Wales League compatriots, but it's Linda Thomas coming out into the lead then. Linda leading them down into the bottom corner for the first time on this rerun then. Linda in the lead, and I think it's from the number 40 car there of Abby Juggins. So it's Abby Juggins in third at the moment. Lara having got past her. Lara on the inside. A little bit of a tap there. Linda just holding on. Linda in 91 still in the lead at the moment from Lara Jones in the Tivy 17 with the Scunthorpe 40 of Abby Juggins in third. North Wales 151, York 71, Breeden Hill 12 and Swansea 2 at the back of the pack at the moment. Unfortunately, having received no finish this morning, in the Swansea 2 there. But it is Linda then stretching her legs up that fast straight. There'll be a lot of people chuffed to see this for Linda.
Then we go to Laura Jefferson, Joseph Thompson third, Chloe Richardson fourth, Emily Hall, not her day unfortunately, comes across in fifth, Shelley Smart in sixth place, and Emma Ford picking up 7th place points at the tail end of the field. So as I said, that was race 3, because again I think it's because we had drivers involved in the F600, so that would explain that. That looks like race 4, because I think I can see Tia Reese down there. Tia, a heat winner earlier on, along with Ellie Lockwood in Scunthorpe 191. Those two are in it. We'll pick up the rest as we get away. Tia's not had the best of starts in PAC 21. Where's Ellie? Ellie's on the inside. Shelby Olmond it is that leads, but is that Nicole O'Brien coming through? I think it is Ellie Lockwood making contact again. She did that in the first round of qualifying, but Nicole O'Brien takes up the run in Mallow 48. They're all bunching up behind her. Tia Reese, Shelby Olmond and Ellie Lockwood are giving it a go. There's only 4 of them left running because we've lost 2 and now we've lost them all because red flags come out on your ladies class 8s, and that was shaping up to be an absolute cracking race between the 4 that were left running. So yes, more of the same hopefully in the rerun, because as I said, that was very, very close. Nicole O'Brien looking to avenge her black flag from this morning's proceedings by coming back and driving an absolute stormer in the early stages, but unfortunately the dreaded red flags do come out because Tara Meehan unfortunately has found herself square-wheeled right in front of us here in commentary, and I think there was a problem for Courtney Brady as well in Mallow 318. So not the luck of the Irish for those 2 drivers in that one, unfortunately, and obviously once we get any word on exclusions, etc., then we will let you know. So, look into the line then. What race are they going to try and trick me with now? That looks like Charlene Hankey in ARC2. So, we are going to go to race 5. So, just before we do carry on then with the racing, for those of you that are on the WhatsApp group, those that are more technological savvy than I am, I know that. So, you would have seen that a junior, I think, has lost his licence. So Cambridge 245, it appears the driver of that has unfortunately lost their licence. So if you do see it, then please do pick it up, and I presume hand it into pits control for them to go pick it up, because yeah, he's obviously, or they're obviously going to need that to be racing tomorrow. Speaking of which, drivers, don't forget, once you have finished your second heat, which is most of you now, then please do go and sign on for tomorrow. Obviously, if you don't sign on, then you won't be racing. So make sure that that is done before the end of the day, because obviously you'll want to be out there tomorrow battling hard and, of course, racing for the ladies and juniors' biggest trophies of the year, of course, here at the Nationals. I think PRG Trailers, your very kind sponsors, and what a day one it's been so far. Of course, still plenty of action to come your way. I've still got, what have I got, 5 races of 8s and a race of 10s. Then I can see Class 6 rerun in the holding lanes, so I'm sure there are a couple of reruns still to come your way. So still a few more races. I mean, time is 5:05, so not doing too bad at all. And I'm sure no one is moaning because the sun is shining, so you can't be moaning. If you are moaning, go home because we've had enough. So sun's shining, and I think Lewis quite rightly said earlier, especially where we're sat here in commentary looking out, and that view, I mean, I could literally sit here all day. So absolutely beautiful. As I said, probably the most picturesque venue in Autograss. Certainly one of the fastest venues in Autograss as well, it has to be said, because we've seen some absolutely fantastic stuff from the ladies and the juniors so far today. And as I said, that is going to continue, especially tomorrow, once all the points get sorted out overnight and drivers obviously know what they're going to need to get into their finals or semis or even quarterfinals. So, yeah, definitely all to play for. I think junior saloons and specials, I think, have quarterfinals. I don't think any ladies' classes have semis, unless I'm wrong. So, I am wrong. Ladies won. Of course I'm wrong. I'm always wrong, Steve. So that's probably the least surprising thing people have heard all day. So ladies class 1 then have semi-finals. I know class 8 were scheduled to have them, but unfortunately there are a few that didn't turn up, whether it was obviously car trouble or anything. So ladies 8s, then we are only looking for the top 8. And I tell you what, it is going to be so tight come tomorrow afternoon when they have to pick 8 drivers to go into the final, because Class 8, as I've said for years, probably the most competitive class in not just the ladies but the men's as well, and certainly one of the biggest numbers in both. And as I said, trying to pick 8 cars, I was trying to do some final predictions myself. I'm not going to announce them because I'm not going to come across as biased, but I was trying to pick who I thought before the start of the day who would be in that top 8 tomorrow, and I got 8 names down, and I looked and I thought, you know what, there's at least another 12 there that you'd expect to see in the final. And then, of course, there are the drivers that we don't see so much throughout the year. There are a lot that do turn up and do the Nationals and can certainly spring a surprise. And as I said, Class 8, you're definitely going to get that. Right, speaking of which then, who's down there on the line? Because I haven't told you. No heat winners. So the best of the point scorers in this one, Jade Russell in IK65 and Alice Bevans in PAC number 2. Both of those drivers picked up 2nd places in the first round of qualifying. So they'll be looking to try and go one better and get 55 points. Then we're going to go to Ruby Emerson in Scunthorpe 199. Ruby picked up a 3rd in Heat 1. 4th went to Sinead Thomas in Carmarthen 20 and Kelly Reid in White Rose 150. And then 6th place for Karen Workman in Star 56 and Charlene Hankey in ARC number 2. So there's a few of them that need the points. There's a few of them that's going to want the points. As I said, Alice Bevans and Jade Russell, the 2 highest top point scorers in this. So 2nd each. Of course, Alice would have unfortunately seen her older sister, Michaela, unfortunately take a tumble on the top turn earlier on in the Class 6s, but she did get a very good cheer, I have to say, when she did get out of the car, because it did look like it was quite a heavy roll, and you can see that from the damage. So the pressure's on Alice now to go out there and get a win and see what she can do. So we're looking around the track. I can see 1 red flag. That's going to go down. The yellow's going to go up. The bungee's going to lift. And the 8s are going to get away from the line. Who's going to be at the best of the breaks? Alice Bevans was quick on the outside in PAC number 2. Charlene Hankey going with her in ARC number 2. So the pair of 2s at the front, but it's Alice who emerges. Ruby Emerson pops out in 3rd. We've got 1 facing the wrong way on turn 1. We need to get that going. Otherwise, this race isn't going to go much further. As Alice Bevans it is, that motor's on. And as I say that, red flags unfortunately come out on race 5, because I think it's Karen Workman in Star 56 that found herself facing the wrong way, and she is literally right on the driving line going into turn 1. So unfortunately, another premature stop, which is really annoying because I only had 1 rerun in the first round. Now I've already got 2, Gareth. So, I know, I was doing so well. Started off well, but should have known, really. It was all downhill from there. But 2 reruns then to come your way. I'm not going to moan about it because it means we get to see more ladies Class 8 racing. So that's never a bad thing. So we will get to see them a little bit later on, albeit I would very much imagine without the Star 56 machine, because I think she did just kind of spin it going into the corner. So that's obviously not official. That's just from what I've seen. So we will wait and see. In the meantime, we can look to the line and we can see race 6 lined up and ready to go. So who done what in race 6? Again, no heat winners, but Jen Houlihan then, Jennifer, West Waterford 158, 2nd place in the first round of qualifying. She, of course, knows what it's like to be top of the shop at the Nationals. She won it 2 years ago, I think, at Hereford, so keep your eye on her. We'll pick the rest up as we get away, but according to the form, it is Jennifer. That's going to lead them into turn 1. Where's Beth Tompkinson? She's looking menacing up the inside, but couldn't quite find the speed as Cassie Gunn it is. That slots into that 2nd place. Ellie Hines going around the outside in 3rd in Breedon 14. Beth Tompkinson relegated then to 4th, but oh, someone pushed right on, and that's allowed Ellie Hines and Beth Tompkinson to move through. So I think Cassie Gunn it was who ended up hitting the Armco, and we got Kim Fittle now who's going oversteering into that top turn, and Cassie Gunn. So I think the water is just catching a few of these drivers out as they start to get it going. Again, Kim Fittle has stopped right on that Marshall's post, but hopefully we can keep it going. I think the Typhy treble 4 machine's round as well. As all this goes on, Jennifer motors on to another circuit. Ellie Hines 2nd, Beth Tompkinson 3rd. There you 1, 2 and 3. Macy Carling Grasby runs 4th in Evesham 21. Then we're going to go to the Typhy treble 4 machine of Kathy Brown. Of course, problems in the early stages for a couple of these drivers. Cassie Gunn's a lap behind as Jen Houlihan starts her final circuit. Can she get her name on that trophy once again after a 2-year break? I tell you what, she carries on driving like this, she's certainly got a chance. The race on for second, Ellie Hines just about holding off as Tonky looks for a way through. She's going to have to make a move going into this bend if she wants to snatch second, because it's checkered flag. Jennifer takes home the win. Cassie Gunn's a lap behind. Oh, Ellie Hines second. Beth Tompkinson doing donuts across the line, but still picking up third place points. Macy Carling-Rasby comes across in fourth. Cathy Brown is going to get fifth place points in Typhoon Treble 4. Oh, that was a little bit scrappy, wasn't it? So Cassie Gunn then is the next one across in Pennine number 9, and Kim Fittle, unfortunately, in the Invicta Kent 850. Picking up zip. Where's Sooty? Outside, no surprise there, as Scarborough 2 hugs the Armco and looks to get the speed down, cuts back in, but Sue Nichols is wily and experienced enough to close the door in her face. These two already away and gone from the rest of the pack. We got another car pushing on and going towards the Armco. I think that's Sophie Pitt in South Somerset 72, but Nichols it is. Motors on. Vicky Upton runs second. Third is Hope Moulton. The battle really on fourth. Taylor Jade Pascal just about snatching it from Millie Phillips as they come past us. Then we go to the C61 machine of Abby Gleed, which means it was Sophie Pitt who unfortunately came to grief in the early stages. It looks like she's got it going again on that far side, but keep your eyes at the front because Sue Nichols is holding off the challenge, but Sooty is all over the back in Scarborough number 2. If things stay the same, they're both end day 1 on a first and a second and share 100 points. But Sooty will want 2 out of 2. Sue Nichols will obviously want to improve on the second. What's going to happen? It's last lap flag. It's getting tighter and tighter. Sue Nichols holding off as Vicky Appleton has to choose her move wisely. She looks to go on the inside. Sue slams the door as these two pull away from the rest of the pack. Has Sooty got an answer? It looks like she's going to try the outside line. Scarborough 2, last ditch attempt, switches it back to the inside, puts the power down. Oh! Sue Nichols just about holds on. Vicky Appleton second, Hope Moulton third, Taylor Jade Pascal takes fourth. St. Neots 7-11 and Millie Phillips is your next one across. Then we're going to go to Abby Gleed in the Cumby 61 machine. And I don't think Sophie Pitt is going to be able to finish. But I tell you what a cracking race that was from your ladies class 8. You could see Vicky Appleton just taking her time, looking to make that move when it mattered. She went for it, but I tell you what, Sue Nichols must have had a brick on the acceleration pedal because she found some speed from somewhere and held on to take the win. We want more of the same as we move on to race 2 of your ladies class 8. Sandra Jones then is out there in this one, C10, right on the outside line. Katie Phipps going with her in the Stratton District number 12. Terry Mumford running third in the Forester Dean machine, running well on the outside line, looking to find some speed as they go down that far side. I think Linda Lawler it was who was running there in fourth as the race looking to be on for second. But I tell you what, Ray could be on for third. Katie Phipps is safe in second as Carlo number 7 it is then. Oh, Chloe Hefferon now. That moves up into third and she's got Katie Phipps in her sight as they go down the far side. Terry Mumford looking to fight back, does fight back, gets back to third. Now she sets her eyes on second. As all this goes on, your race leader, Sandra Jones, is away and gone. C number 10 it is. That moves on to another circuit. Look at this race for second. Terry Mumford it is from Chloe Hefferon. Those two battling it out. Katie Phipps is still in with a mention as well as the Carlo machine looks up the inside. Have they made contact? They have. Oh, Carlo 7's climbing cars. And that's relegated the pair of them. Terry Mumford comes to a standstill. Can she get it going? It's last lap flag. Sandra Jones is in a league of her own in Cumby number 10. All the melee that's gone on behind her has not troubled her one bit. Linda Lawler now has ended up in second in North Wales 143. Katie Phipps looked to try and get past and had the door slammed. She's now battling out for third. But I tell you what, an unproblematic drive for Sandra Jones. 55 points for Cumby number 10. As second is going to go to Linda Lawler. Third's going to be Katie Phipps. Northdale's 105. Carlo 7. Spalding 19. And Terry Mumford in the Forest Dean 158. More good stuff then from your ladies class 8s. And Sandra Jones taking a win after a second earlier on. That sits on 100 points at the end of day one, and she'll be happy with that going in to the third round of qualifying tomorrow. Right, we've got one more race. Have we scheduled? No, I think that is it for your ladies class 8. We've got 2 reruns to come your way a little bit later on. Very big thank you to Gwalia Garage for their very kind sponsorships of Class 8s. But we are now moving on to the Pickering Tyres sponsored Ladies Class 10s. 1 grid to come your way. I'll tell you what, we had 1 grid in the first round of qualifying. It was brilliant. Let's have more of the same. Ruby Atkins-Stott, Jill Grasby, Jodie Pascal, Liz Cornwell, Kelsey Peters, Lisa Paynes, Josie Tompkinson and Heidi Dealey-Seagraves. Josie Tompkinson took the win in the first round of qualifying, and she's going to be the first one into turn 1, and she's already looking to pull away a lead as she gets going in Scuddy 53. Lisa Paynes then runs second in PhD number 16. She had second in the first round of qualifying as well. Where's Heidi Dealey-Seagraves? Getting the Chevy wound up on the outside, but needs to improve as she's down the order. Jodie Pascal runs third, Kelsey Peters fourth. Liz Cornwell, I think winner of the last UKAC round, is running there in fifth, with Heidi tucked in just behind her, and Ruby Atkins-Stott and Jill Grasby very uncharacteristically down the order. But Josie Tompkinson comes into this weekend as your defending national champion, and I tell you what, watching her go around this circuit in that Class 10, you have to say she's got to be a favourite heading into tomorrow as well. Scuddy 53 in a league of her own, pulling away. Heidi Dealey-Seagraves now looking to come up the ranks. In Typhoon 99, she's up to 5th, round the outside of Liz Cornwell, but Cornwell fights back in IK 77 as they start to spread themselves out at the front. Lisa Paynes is safe in second in PhD 16. That'll be 2 seconds for her, and 90 points at the end of day one as they start their final lap. The race could be on for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th because they're all bunching up as Jill Grasby now has found her form. She's moving through, she's picking them off, she's past Cornwell and up to 5th as the checkered flag comes out. Josie Tompkinson takes a very convincing win in Scunny 53. Lisa Paynes takes second, Jodie Pascal third, oh, Kelsey Peters. I think Heidi Dealey-Seagraves just about from Jill Grasby, but don't quote me on that, as that was very tight. Then Liz Cornwell in IK 77. So we did unfortunately lose Ruby Atkins-Stott in Athelston 110. So that concludes your Pickering Tyres sponsored Ladies Class 10s. Brilliant stuff from them. We'll be seeing them again tomorrow for their third round of qualifying. I've got 2 Class 8 reruns to come your way, but you'll be delighted to hear that I am going to pass the mic over momentarily because I think, is it a junior saloon rerun? So we're going to take a guess and say it's a junior saloon rerun. I've not got a clue. Lewis might have more of an idea. Over to you, mate.
Well, you're saying that. I'm not sure which race it might be. It could be race 9 of the Junior Saloon, which is one of Tim's races, but we'll pick them up as they come over the far side there. I think it's a Pen 9 car in the lead. That would be the Pen 996 then of Jackson Carden. Unfortunately, had a green flag, so docked down to 4th place this morning. Oh, bit of a coming together there. Let's hope we can clear that to get this race done and dusted for today, for them to all pack up for the day one of qualifying here. But unfortunately, we do see those red flags once again being flown. So Tim will have his chance there to do the rerun of that race 9 of your junior saloons. Looking down to the line though, I think it could be the rerun of the ladies class 6, which is also one of Tim's. I've got the sheet in front of me, but Tim, if you're there, can hear, and you want to take us through this next race, you're welcome just to pop back in. But yeah, I think it's the rerun where we saw that roll possibly of Michaela Dance, which was quite a heavy roll in this top corner here. Yeah, let's just find this race for you. It would have been race 1, wouldn't it? Yeah, so yeah, we had Chloe Hampson, Shamel Gadsby, Michaela Dance, unfortunately, with that heavy roll. Sophie Lewis, TA36, Caris Thomas, TA66, and the YD treble one of Becky Watson. Looking down there, I think I can see 5 cars, 6, 1, 2, oh, maybe even 4, actually. We got Pen 97. Yeah, that would be a Shamel Gadsby. So yeah, we've got the right race. That's race 1, and away they go. The bungee has lifted. Only 4 cars left in this one, and it's Shamel Gadsby in P7EM on the inside. Let's have a look then. Sophie in Tivy 36 through the middle there, trying to make that inside line work for her, but it is the Pen 70 of Chloe Hampson who takes them down that first corner for the very first time. And as I say that now then, Tim is here just to take us through the rest of the race, and it's Sophie on the inside trying to make that line stick once again on this top corner.
Yeah, Hampson it is then that leads the way. Pennine at number 70 from who's that running in second? I think that's a Typhoon 36. Yes, it is. That's Sophie Lewis. Then we go to Pennine number 7 of Gasby. Now running in third from Becky Weston in Yorkshire Dales treble 1. But switching back over the far side then, and it is Hampson in Pennine at number 70. Took a second this morning, so another 55 points added to the board. Won't do any harm for tomorrow. As down round the seaside bend we go. Lewis now running in second in Typhoon at 36. These two just pulled away from Shamal Gasby in Pennine at number 7. And at last of the runners and riders, that's Becky Weston in Yorkshire Dales at treble 1. 1 lap to go then. Chloe Hampson on to the final circuit to go from Lewis in Typhoon 36. Pennine 7 and Yorkshire Dales treble 1 of Becky Weston in that good 4th place slot. But down the far side as the field fairly well spread out. And we get the checker flag then at the ready. 55 good qualifying points on the board. Hampson takes it, Pennine 70. Typhoon 36 from Pennine number 7. And finishing then Becky Weston in Yorkshire Dales treble 1. So moving on, heat 2, race 2, then away from the line, and it is indeed Zoe Coupland in the Scunny 15 machine, and I thought this would come to a completion, but obviously not, but rerun time then, but as it was, I think in the first one, the Scunny 15 machine that leads the way from the Emmy Osborne machine in Scarborough 247, running in second. Then we go to Tracy Goodchild running third, IK 734. And Rachel Collier in IK 960. So no Sarah Howard in York at 77. But we have got Coupland in 15. That leads them across the line and that needs the points as well. I think, as I said before, got the black flag this morning. So needs at least 55 points on the board from round 2. And that's exactly what she's doing. As she extends her lead down that far side from Amy Osborne running in second. Another one needs the points as well. Non-finish this morning. So again, 45 points will do as Collier looks up that inside of that Tracy Goodchild, IK 734. But your race leader absolutely away and gone in Zoe Coupland as she goes down that far side and into turn 1 for the penultimate time, because it's the last lap flag then this time. But the car's gone sick as she comes by us, but seems to have picked up momentarily, but the gap is rapidly closing. And Collinson in the Scarborough to Emmy Osborne rather in 247, closing all the time. Rachel Collier goes with her as well in 960, and Tracy Goodchild in 734. As then down the hill we go for the final time. She hangs on. Coupland takes it. Scarborough 247, IK 960. Tracy Goodchild in IK 734, and last of the runners and riders then to come home and to complete Class 6 for day 1 of the Ladies and Juniors Nationals will be Amy Rice in PhD 85. Right, I think that's my stint done. So next time we'll see them is tomorrow for their 3rd and final round of qualifying. But we're going back to open wheelers, back to Liam.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. So the 2 reruns then have very quickly made their way round. And on the line, rerun of race 4 coming your way first. Shelby Omond, Courtney Brady, Nicole O'Brien, Tia Reese, Ellie Lockwood and Tara Meehan. They were the ones scheduled. Tara Meehan came to grief, and I can't see her on the line, and I can't see Courtney Brady either in Mallow 318. But the ones to keep your eye on then, Tia Reese and Ellie Lockwood, they both had a win. There's only 4 of them. Them 2 are right there. Shelby Omond and Nicole O'Brien are the other 2. So what can these 4 do as the points could get shaken up? Shelby Omond it is. That leads the way. Tia Reese though on the outside line in PAC 21. Shelby had a 3rd earlier on, so looking to improve on that. Tia had a win. Ellie had a win. Nicole O'Brien had a black flag, so it's certainly all to play for as they head up that bank and into the top turn. Once again, Shelby Almond in that brand new machine is looking quick, with Tia Reese and Ellie Lockwood tucked in just behind. Tia, if this stays the same, it'll be first and second. Ellie, it'll be first and third, so not the worst of days by any standards in ladies Class 8 racing, but they'll certainly be looking to try and improve and move up. But time is running out, 2 more to go, I think, as Shelby Almond it is. That still leads them round. Tia Reese still second, Ellie third, and Nicole O'Brien fourth. So no positional change, but anything could happen as they go down that far side for the penultimate time. Last lap flag is being made ready. Your leader has been relatively unchallenged for the duration. Is it going to stay that way? Is anyone going to get close enough to make a move? Tia Reese is the one leading the chase, but she also knows she doesn't need to do anything stupid, and she could finish today on 100 points. Ellie Lockwood, bit of push on there in third in Scunny 191, but a first and a third for her. What's that? 91 points at the end of day one. She'll be happy. Shelby's going to have 91 points because a first and a third for her. Tia Reese takes second, Ellie Lockwood third, Nicole O'Brien comes across, puts her first few points on the board for this year's Nationals, as she comes across in fourth and sticks 28 points on. So only the 4 of them out there, but they certainly put on a show. We're going to race 5 then. It's ready to go as the yellow flag gets ready. No heat winners from round 1 in this one, but plenty of fast cars and experienced drivers. So what's going to happen as they get away from the line? Alice Bevans looked menacing in the first run. Is she going to do the same in the second? Not at the moment. Ruby Emerson it is. That's going to lead them round in the Scunthorpe 199 machine as Alice Bevans runs there in second, PAC2, but Carmarthen 20 looking right round the outside and making it stick. Charlene Hankey, unfortunately, is the one at the tail end of the field at the moment. Ruby Emerson throwing the car in early there in Scunny 199, and that's allowed Sinead Thomas to make up a lot of ground in Carmarthen number 20. Alice Bevans isn't out of it yet either. Kelly Reid runs there in fourth as number 20 goes round the outside. Emerson fights back in 199 as she says she wants to keep that first place position, but Sinead Thomas is driving an absolute blinder around that outside and looking to make her move. She's certainly got the speed. Is that line going to work for her? As they come past, she's climbing in Carmarthen number 20. There's contact at the front, and that allows Alice Bevans now to move through in PAC number 2 as Emerson relegated to second, but looking to fight back. It's last lap flag. Alice drifts out wide. Emerson looking through, can't make it stick. As it's all going on at the head of affairs, the Carmarthen 20 machine looking to get back as Alice Bevans slides up the inside in PAC number 2. What a cracking race we've got here from your ladies Class 8s, and it's all to play for as they go into the final turn. It's going to be Alice Bevans though that holds on. PAC2 it is, that takes the win. Sinead Thomas snatches second, Emerson third, Kelly Reid fourth, Jade Russell I think in fifth, and Charlene Hankey in ARC number 2 comes across. 2 completed all. Cracking stuff once again. I don't think I've seen a boring race from your ladies Class 8s. Big thank you to Gwalia Garage for their very kind sponsorships. I was just going to say, what a fitting way to end a brilliant day's racing with a race like that. But I'd be lying because it does look like we've got junior saloons in the holding line. So I'm doing the Tim Jones now. I'm getting reruns which I didn't even know about. So I can see Class 8's coming down. It's the one with Sandra Jones, which obviously went through because Sandra took a very convincing win in the Cumdy 10. I'm sure it's that race. So there we go. So not too sure what happened, but obviously the marshals have found something that they're not happy with because I can see the cars coming into the holding lane, so I'm sure Sandra isn't going to be overly thrilled with that after, as I said, taking a very convincing win. I think it was a little bit of a messy race, but as I said, did run to his conclusion. So I think that might be coming out soon, and the Junior Saloon rerun that obviously got red flagged a little bit earlier on. Poor old Lewis came in here, searched for all the paperwork, found it, managed to find what race it was, red flags first corner. So didn't get very far, but there's a reason he left very quickly when you got back to him. He was trying to call you, saying, I don't want to do it again. So we have got the juniors, I think, to come your way. It does certainly look like that because the marshals are still out there on the track. I would say they're soaking up the sunshine, but they have, of course, got their overalls and high vises on. So I don't think they'll be getting too much of a tan, regardless of the beautiful weather. And for those of you then that aren't here and are on the live stream, you've certainly missed out on the weather, and you've certainly missed out on a cracking day's racing as well here at day one of the PRG Trailers sponsored Ladies and Juniors Nationals. It really, really has been a fantastic day's racing. And I mean, what is it, 25-6? And it's not as if they've had to rush through it. It's not as if they've taken their time with anything, but they've certainly been spot on with everything they've had to do. The track is, for those of you, of course, on the live stream that can see it, is in immaculate condition. And I'm sure the team will be working on it at some point later on tonight and in the morning as well, keeping it in the best possible condition they can, because obviously a lot of racing to come your way tomorrow. So big hats off, I think it's fair to say, to the South Wales League for hosting such a fabulous event. And I'll tell you what, if you was having any doubts about coming to the final Bass round that is being held here in 3 weeks? 3 weeks. So if you was having any doubt about it, there we go. 3 till Border Counties, 5 till South Wales. So if you was having any doubts about it, then I'm sure that this would have certainly convinced you to come back, because this track is absolutely fantastic. And as I said, the venue, absolutely brilliant. So for those of you then, of course, for those of you that do live a little bit further up north, I know it's a bit of a trek to get down here, but you have to say it's definitely been worth it. So as I said, big credit where credit is due to the South Wales Autograss League. And I believe we've only got 2 races still to come your way. Whether it's going to be the juniors or the 8s first, I don't know. I mean, if it was me, I'd send the 8s back to the pits and say, no, went through it first time, that's fine. Liam can have an early night, so that'd be handy. Of course, for those of you, as I said...
Would you prefer an early night or an early morning, though?
I mean, it depends, Gareth, to be honest. Depends how long I'm in the beer tent tonight,
well,
I think.
Exactly.
So, of course, for those of you then that are on track and are staying, then make sure you do obviously venture your way down to the beer tent this evening.
We're not allowed to say beer anymore. It's a social gathering tent.
A social gathering tent?
Yeah,
okay.
we're not allowed to
Make your way to the tent
anymore.
that looks like the signing on tent, but not the signing on tent.
No, yeah, the signing on is in the scrutineering and stripping
signing on's
tent.
in the scrutineering, and of course, drivers, as I said earlier, you will have to sign on tonight for racing. But for those of you then, especially all the men, because obviously they haven't got a race tomorrow, so I'm sure that they will be down in the social tent. And as I said, I think there is some music again tonight. I think Bluey's doing the disco. Yeah, Bluey's on the disco. So you always know it's guaranteed a good night when Bluey's doing the disco.
Absolutely. And
so
just a bit of housekeeping as well while the junior saloons are coming to the line. If you are trackside, can you please make sure that you pick up your rubbish, put them in. There's plenty of rubbish bags and ton bags around to place your rubbish into. Please try and help the South Wales League. There'll be farm animals back on this field on Monday. We need to try and keep the venue spotless as we can. We need also to make sure that our landowner is going to continue supporting us over the next couple of seasons as well. So yeah, we don't want to upset the landowner. We need as much of the rubbish taken home with you or placed in the bins. And like I say, there's plenty of them around the venue. There really is no excuse for any rubbish being left behind. And on that note as well, there was a massive festival, a car fest was held last weekend, which is always held on the Border Counties weekend, which is a festival of motor racing and all the historics and everything in there. They uploaded a picture of their camping field on the Monday morning after 3 days of the event, and I tell you one thing, you would have hardly, except for the roadways that have left their mark, you wouldn't have known at all that there would have been over 80,000 there over the course of the weekend. So please, 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 just a little bit of courtesy really on behalf of the South Wales League, because as we are getting to a point where clubs are really umming and ahhing over taking on the events of this stature. So please, it will save a lot of work to the members who have already worked tirelessly hard before even opening the gates on Thursday, but are still continuing to do so over the course of the weekend. They'll be here late until tomorrow night and, of course, first thing Monday morning. But please, 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 try and be fair. There really is no excuse to leave any rubbish and litter behind.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, it's a thankless job, and yeah, just help the organisers. They put so much effort into this. Anybody that's put a big meeting on will know exactly what we're on about. So yeah, just help us, help them, and as I say, then we'll keep the landowner happy, keep him sweet, and more bass rounds and nationals and all sorts of things. We can carry on doing exactly what we all want to do, and what we're all good at as well. So there you go. Right, Junior Saloons then, away for the rerun of the rerun of the rerun. So I think 3 times lucky, hopefully this is going to be. So they lead them off into the turn at number 1, 88F it is then, that leads away Theo Bennett, but it is Pennine at 96 that leads the way. Then Jack Carden that leads then around the Seaside Bend from the 88F machine. But somebody looking up that inside, that's going to be, I think, Finley Rowe in the Forest 408 as they go down that far side, racing ahead of Freddie Neville in Gloucester District 63. But it's Pennine 96 that leads the way. Neville running second from the Forest machine of Finley Rowe in Forest 408. Then we go to the 88F machine. That's going to be Theo Bennett in that, 4th place slot, racing ahead of Lewis Turkington in Evesham at 92. But your race leader back round towards us to successfully complete another circuit of this wonderful Castle Lloyd Raceway. It's Jackson Carden. Took a 4th this morning, so this will do his chances of getting through to the quarterfinals with a good, decent points tally. And in the Pennine machine from Forest 408, running second, that's Finley Rowe. As they all start the final circuit, then comes the Neville machine, Gloucester District 63, 88F, Evesham 72, and Severn Valley 29 of William Hall is the one that's playing catch-up in the Owens Fabrication and Cafe Rhiannon sponsored Junior Saloons rerun. But checkered flag then, and 55 good points on the board for Pennine at 96, Forest 408. Then comes the Gloucester District 63 of the Neville machine, Evesham 72 from 88F, and William Hall will complete it all in Severn Valley 29. So I think the last race of the day then will go to the open wheelers. So it's got to be Class 10, Class 8, close enough, over to Liam.
Yeah, cheers, Tim. So we're away then. As I said, not too sure why this is being rerun. Oh, that was lucky. So not too sure why it's being rerun, but we nearly ended up with another one there as someone gets it up on 2 wheels. But anyway, it's running the same way that it ran in the original attempt, because Sandra Jones is away and gone in Cumdee number 10. So she flies away from the rest of the pack as Cumdee number 10 it is that leads around. Now we're all tossing for the next position. Spalding 19, Stratton District number 12 then of Katie Phipps is running there in 3rd. I think it's Terry Mumford behind her in the Forester Dean machine. Linda Lawler, she must be gutted about the rerun because she ended up having a very good 2nd in the original attempt, but now running down in 5th. But someone who's repeating their success is Sandra Jones, C10, Spalding 19, Forester Dean 158, Stroughton District number 12. Linda Lawler in North Wales 143, and I think it's Kirsty Bowes in Yorkshire Dales 105. Last lap flag then being made ready this time, and Sandra Jones making this look so easy in Cumdee number 10 and looking to end her day on 100 points after day 1. Oh, Linda Lawler getting it all wrong in North Wales 143, but straightens it up and gets it going again as she starts her final circuit along with the Yorkshire Dales 105. But the final win of the day is going to be given to Cumdee number 10, Sandra Jones it is. No problems replicating what she did in the first attempt. Spalding 19, Terry Mumford in the Forester Dean machine. Katie Phipps in Stratton District number 12, Linda Lawler in North Wales 143, and then finishing it all off for that race and for the day, Kirsty Bowes in Yorkshire Dales 105. Now that, I think I'm fairly confident in saying, is the end of day 1 here at the PRG Trailers sponsored Ladies and Juniors Nationals. That's it from me. So all of you watching on the live stream, I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. I'll be back tomorrow for the 8s and 10s again, but to give you a proper good night, it's over to Gary.
Yeah, thanks very much, and just one quick message to thank all of you that have tuned in all day. There's probably a few hundred of you that have been sat on YouTube all day. and I hope that you think that we have done justice. Oh, we have had 20,000 just been informed. 20,000 of you have been sat all day. That's bigger than the sport is. But yeah, 20,000 on and off throughout the day have tuned in to watch our coverage of the 2024 Ladies and Juniors National Autograss Championships. And whoever says, when there's figures like that being bandied about, whoever says that streaming it live is a bad thing, well, they need something knocked into their head, don't they? Because it certainly is one way of promoting our sport and getting a bigger audience involved in whatever capacity, whether they're sat at home or whether it's enough to entice them to get to their closest track. Like we said earlier on in the day, 52 clubs within the sport of national autograss racing, plenty of clubs, plenty of leagues, and there's never too far a distance to go to watch autograss racing, especially at this level where we really do have the very best of the best in the country, all congregated here as far as the ladies and juniors are concerned to take part at their event. PRG Trailers, one more time, we need to thank them as our overall sponsors here on behalf of the South Wales League, and that doesn't mean that they are any more valuable than any of the other sponsors. So if you have put your hand in your pocket and sponsored this weekend's event, then a big thank you on behalf of the South Wales Autograss League. And again, what time is it? It's just coming up to 5:45 and day one of the 2024 Ladies and Juniors National Autograss Championships done, dusted, completed. No reruns in the morning. But we'll be back with you a little bit of a lie-in tomorrow morning. We don't have to be here by 8 tomorrow, so we'll get here by about 5 to 9, hopefully, and we'll start our coverage of day 2 at 9 a.m. So if you have joined us, no star, we'll see you in the morning. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, no problem. So, yeah, the stream, I think, is finished. But as far as the ones that are here at the venue are concerned, please keep an eye on social media this